food. Can't the food delivery company make thousands of yuan a month? The female internet celebrity couldn't hold back being amused again. Are you the son of the boss of Mi Tuan? Or Xiao Kong, the son of the richest man Tai Lin? Even if you are the son of these big brothers, you won't make a few thousand yuan in a few months. I heard the words of female internet celebrities. The audience in the live broadcast room also laughed. This takeaway brother should go to the Cloud Club and talk about crosstalk. It will definitely be hot. It's so funny. It's also good to be a comedian. A serious nonsense. Some of which comes with a talent for funny. Anyway, delivering food is really bad. And being kept is better than delivering food. The grandson of the richest man Wang Dalan, Xiao Kong, has a monthly income of several thousand. My old horse at home. Beria is all mine. Previous chapter. I wrote something that cannot be written. Bandit. It can be solved tomorrow. Leaving aside the difference in face value. It is the three views. Which can also throw away the vulgar temperament of Wenwen and Sulin female internet celebrities. That are full of famous brands. There are even many men who have already figured out whether they can dig a wave of corners. At this moment, the sudden change occurred. A large group of neatly dressed, like hotel staff came over, standing respectfully beside Xia Liang and bowing respectfully. Mr. Xia, I am the person in charge of this commercial street. I didn't know that you came too much. I'm really sorry. Mr. Xia, I'm the person in charge of Yida Plaza next to you. I didn't know that you came too much. I'm really sorry. In such a scene, everyone was stunned. The staff of the commercial street and the staff of Yida Plaza both bowed to Xia Liang and called him Mr. Is it true that this takeaway guy just said? The female internet celebrity opened her mouth wide in surprise. Looking at the surrounding formation, it seemed that she was not joking. One of the most daunting is Su Lan, the second generation of super rich who left. The fat man of the demolished household seemed to be slapped in the face severely. Just now he was still showing off hundreds of money for the demolition. But he made several thousand a month. Comparing Fatty and Xia Liang again. The only domineering before left was inferiority. Wen's thoughts became alive. She was planning to pry on Suan's fat boyfriend. But now she is thinking about how to get Xia Liang. It's perfect to be rich and handsome. Although Su Yi looks better than her. How can there be any cats in the world that don't steal fishy? The audience in the live broadcast room was also in an uproar. Many of them exclaimed, "Fuck, is what this little brother said just now is true? Anyone who knows the internet, go and check the background of this little brother? Is this little takeaway brother really bragging? Really rich? Among all the people, only Su Yi is better." Looking at the crowds of people bowing to him, Xia Liang was a little helpless. Although he is low-key enough, he will still be discovered by these people. Is it really that hard to be an ordinary person? I just come here and just stroll around. There is no other meaning. Don't be so fanciful. Although Tai Lao said he was just strolling around and didn't need to be too fanciful. But the respective leaders of Yida Company and Commercial Street did not dare to neglect the slightest. Mr. Xia, this is an exclusive membership card of Yida Group. Chairman Wang Dalan specially confessed to you as a gift. In order to thank you for your willingness to sell the real estate next to the Commercial Street. There is a quota of 100 yuan in it. Wanda buys anything. With that said, the person in charge of Wanda Group took out an exquisite black card and handed it to Xia Liang. Xia Liang was not hypocritical, and directly accepted the 100 yuan membership card. 100 yuan may be considered an out-of-reach number for ordinary people. But for a rich man of Wang Dalan's level, it's just a small monthly sign. Since it is a gift to the door, don't let it go for nothing. Moreover, if the other party gives gifts to himself, It would be too shameful if he doesn't accept them. Okay. You convey my gratitude to Chairman Wang for me. The person in charge of Yida Group nodded respectfully. Mr. Shaw, I will take your words. The person in charge of the commercial street on the side did not dare to fall behind, and took a few exquisite packaging boxes from the hands of his subordinates behind him. Mr. Lin, this is a gift from all the merchants in the commercial street to give you a gift from your husband. With that said, the person in charge opened the box and introduced them in turn. Mr. Shaw, this is a ruby belt made by the founder of the Hershey Group. It has a history of 100 years. This is a set of women's fashion that won the championship at the Paris Fashion Show some time ago. Friend, I have to say that these foreigners are indeed stingy in giving gifts. Although they are good, but it couldn't compare with Wang Dalin's 100 yuan. Of course, at the level of Xia Liang, the value of the gift itself is nothing. It's a way of socializing. Okay, thank these stores for me. After thinking for a while, Xia Liang stuffed the $100 black card in Su Yi's hand. I don't have much use for this stuff. You can hold it, and you can hold the clothes. In such a scene, no one doubted Xia Liang's strength anymore. They don't even have heard of a $1 million shopping cart. If it weren't sent by the richest man, Wang Dalin, they would definitely think it was a fake. The female internet celebrity had small stars in her eyes, and she was drooling at Xia. She is handsome and rich, so her girlfriend will give 100 shopping carts. This kind of man is indeed God's most outstanding creation, and can be called the most perfect man in the world. Everyone reveals regrets from the inside out. Su Lan then took a look at the fatty demolition household and the various famous brands in her hand. Suddenly it no longer fragrant. Compared with Xia Liang's wealth, the demolished households are just a shit. At this time, the live broadcast room exploded and all turned into licking dogs. Little brother, I'm in love, and I'm a good, rich and handsome template. Wang Talin, the richest man, and the world-renowned luxury brand jointly give gifts at the same time. What is the identity of the takeaway brother? Isn't it acting? I'm also familiar with the rich and powerful in China. I've never heard of this person. The question in the live broadcast room was instantly beaten. Someone at UU Reading www.yuakanshu.com picked up Xia Liang's webpage. Out of the identity. Name: Xia Liang. Nationality: Dragon Country. Place of birth: ominous. Age: 22 years old. Suspected assets: Qingyun Hotel, Jinbi Glory Entertainment City, Chinong Group shareholder, Chairman of Xia Shi Investment Company, Chairman of Xia Yi Entertainment Company. The last is a photo of Xia Liang. After this information was picked up, all the doubts in the live broadcast room disappeared. Fuck, isn't it? This is too rich, right? There are too many industries. I calculated it. The value of these assets can at least be the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Why didn't they make it? No, there are people who actually believe the Forbes rankings. And this is a consortium. And many of them don't get on it. That's right. Ali's market value is trillions of US dollars. And how many shares does Lao Ma have? How many of those tycoons are on the list? Think carefully. Xia Liang hadn't wanted to go shopping with these people around him a long time ago. If it weren't for Su Lan's cousin, he would have left long ago. And he just left them at this time. Su Yi and I walk around for a while and you are free. After speaking, Xia Liang took Su Yi away without waiting for Su Lan's response. The staff respectfully followed behind. The female internet celebrity said solemnly to the camera, "Now do you know what kind of boyfriend to look for?" That's right, just like the takeaway boy just now. Low-key and calm, handsome with connotation. As a woman, you can live your life. If you don't find this kind of man, What does it mean to be alive? The live broadcast room disliked the stronger wave. Sister Jin Lian said too well. I will find this kind of man when I get married in the future. If you can be with that little brother, you will definitely die of happiness. Compared with the takeaway brother, those rich second generations who show off every day are a joke. Wen, who was about to pry her best friend in the corner, glanced at Xu Lan. Xiaolan, I have something to do today, so I won't accompany you anymore. Let's go first. After speaking, Wen left Xu Lan and ran in the direction where Xia Liang disappeared. She wants to implement her own plan of digging walls. With her Wen's graceful means, she doesn't believe her little brother can't take the bait. Worshipping Xu Lan already regretted crying, tears streaming down, showing off what a ghost. And finally she was slapped in the face like this. Seeing Xu Lan crying, the fat man quickly comforted. Lan, don't cry. I will ask my dad to pay more and buy you clothes. Seeing the fat man next to him, Xu Lan was even more angry. Buying money to buy clothes? Can your dad call for 100 yuan? You look at your look, which is not as good as Xia Liang's heels. Let's break up. You don't deserve to be my boyfriend. After speaking, Xu Lan got up and walked while making a phone call. The fat man of the demolition household cried, licking the dog, licking the dog, licking to the last nothing. Sunan called his mother's phone, crying and complaining. Mom, what you introduced to me might not be as good as Su Yi's own. Do you know how rich his boyfriend is? The richest man, Wang Dalan, has to flatter him. Listening to the complaint of his daughter, the landlord's aunt is stupid. What? That takeaway boy is a rich second generation? The richest man has to flatter him? Xu Lan cried and said what she had seen and heard today. Rich second generation? You look down on Xia Liang. He is the person who makes the richest man even fudge. Do you know what he gave Su Yi? 100 million yuan shopping cart. And beautiful clothes from all over the world. Xu Lan's mother didn't know how to describe her feelings at this time. Originally wanted to show a sense of superiority in front of Su Yi's mother. Who would have thought that Su Yikai really found a golden turtle son-in-law? If her girlfriend and daughter are not allowed to marry into a wealthy family, how can she be able to raise her head in the future? Xu Lan's mother said viciously. You go home first. Let's think of a way. We must not let them be together. The big deal is that I will tell Su Yi's mother. Let her ask Su Yi to let Xia Liang go to you. By the way, you should kick the demolition household fatty first NS. Xu Lan was excited after hearing what his mother said. I've kicked the fat man. Mom, you can think of a way. You must let me marry a rich family. The two of them whispered together. On the other side, Su Yi was walking with Xia Liang. What suddenly came to mind? He raised his head and glanced at Xia Liang. By the way, are we now a boyfriend-friend relationship? What do you say? Xia Liang couldn't help but raised his eyebrows. Su Lan suddenly puffed out her mouth. No, you didn't even confess to me. Xia Liang didn't have time to speak. A sudden voice sounded. Wow, Xiao Yi, you and Xia Liang are not boyfriends and girlfriends? Wen left Su Lan to catch up. Hearing the conversation between Xia Liang and Su Yi, she was suddenly excited. It turns out that the two are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Wouldn't she also have a chance? After hearing Wen's question, Su Yi frowned. Strictly speaking, it was true. Yes, Xia Liang and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Wen got even more excited after Su Yi's confirmation, and looked at Xia Liang's eyes earnestly. Xia Liang, I fell in love with you. I like you. Be my boyfriend. Wen finished her affectionate confession to Xia Liang. Then he said seriously to Su Yi, Xiao Yi, Although I am your sister's best friend, I really like Xia Liang. Don't you mind if I play fair with you? What the hell? Xia's whole person was dumbfounded. Is this a confession? Did you make him a boyfriend? This is too rough, right? Are you so mindless? Look at Zhou Ruo's best friend. It's quiet. You blatantly say it. Who can stand it? Su Yi was also stunned. But she didn't expect her to be so direct. Ha ha? The gold worship girl Wenwen pretended to be very pitiful. Xiao Yi, I know I'm sorry for doing this, but I really like Xia Liang. Can you give her to me? Su Yi didn't know how to describe herself as a woman. It was too ridiculous. Is this man allowed? I have the ability to chase after him. I'll take care of you lazily. Wenwen said excitedly. That said, you agreed. Xiao Yi, you are so kind to me. You love you so much. Su Yi couldn't laugh or cry. When did she agree? This scene is too much. Right? Xia Liang and Su Yi have similar ideas. This Wenwen had knelt and licked Su before, and even intentionally or unintentionally hooked up with the fat man who was demolished. Now that he knew he was richer, he turned his head and licked him. This kind of woman was also drunk. Xiao Yi and I want to stay with us for a while. You can stay cool. Wen pretended not to understand the meaning of Xia Liang's words. But I really want to be with you. Please take me with you. For this kind of raw sugar-like woman, the way to deal with summer clothes is simple. You invite this girl out, and you will not allow her to step into the commercial street in the future. With that said, Xia Liang thought of something again. Also, after the anchor just invited out, such people are not allowed to go to the commercial street. Although it is important to make money, these people should not pollute the air here. Under Xia Liang's instruction, several commercial street staff took Wen and walked outside. The words Wen just said not only made Xia Liang and Su Yi disgusting, but the staff who followed them were also very disgusting. If you want to pay for anything, just talk about it, and talk about what you like. Xia Liang's identity. Please don't ask a few people to come here too simple. Wen looked dazed, and she didn't expect Xia Liang to chase her away so directly, and would not allow her to step into the commercial street. Listen to me. I really like you. Xiao Yi, you can help me say something. Su Yi turned her head aside, thinking she was really stupid. They all robbed her of men. What are you doing with this kind of person? On the other side, the female internet celebrity kept talking about Xia Liang in the live broadcast. That takeaway guy is really good. Let's not tell you. Sister is a little tempted. Such an excellent man can match me, Jinlian. Don't you feel it? The takeaway guy looked at me with a very brutal look, and he probably fell in love with me. The audience in the live broadcast room was boiling. Sister Jinlian is awesome. With your looks, that little brother will definitely not escape your clutches. I think only an excellent modern woman like Jinlian can be worthy of a takeaway brother. You can also get the takeaway brother? The takeaway brother belongs to me only. For those Yang Yan who wanted to grab the takeaway girl with her. The female internet celebrities directly muttered, leaving only those who supported her. TXT download address. Phone reading. The parents can't stand their son like this, so they arranged a blind date. When they met, the woman looked down on him. The parents didn't understand. Su just felt surging. Rich second generation. Otaku. No other social. Simple. With so many tags. This is really like a golden turtle son-in-law. I also went to a friend of my bank to appraise it. Those coins are real. This is no longer an ordinary rich second generation. If you can catch it. You also cheated a hammer for money. For the second half of his life, he has no worries about food and clothing. Su is still very confident about his own methods. Although he can't wait to fly to Xia Liang's side and hold this golden turtle in his hands. Out of vigilance. He needs to test before this. Ah, what can I do? Brother Xia is so rich. It should be easy to find a girlfriend. Listening to Su Su's words, Xia Liang knew for the first time that this was a test. And his tone was full of distress. In the same circle, everyone dislikes me as an otaku, saying that I am a stuffy oil bottle. They look down on me. And other people's parents won't let me contact, afraid that they will covet my money. Speaking of this, Xia Liang suddenly stopped, with a slight expectation in her tone. Su, your family also runs a company. Don't you also despise me? This voice was sent out, and the audience in the live broadcast room was suddenly shocked. Fuck. Amazing anchor. Oscar actor. This year's National Day file without you. I won't watch it. Master tricks. Tricks are deadly. Nima. Can't accept it. Look at this tone. If it hadn't been for the smirk of the anchor, I might have believed it. On the other end of the phone, Su Su's eyes brightened when he heard Xia Liang's words. Isn't it the same as I guessed? The legendary golden tortoise son-in-law. I must not let it go. At this time, Su has made up his mind. She is no longer satisfied with cheating Xia Liang's few cents. Instead, she has targeted Xia Liang herself. With constant thinkers in her heart, she will be able to live without worry if she has a big vote. Su thought of catching Xia Liang and not worrying about being caught in the future. Of course not. Su likes brother Xia the most innocent. Although he is a rich second generation, he does not go out to spend time and drink. Unlike Su Su's boyfriend, he drinks at night abroad every day. At the end, the voice was already crying, which was eye-opening. No loss is someone who can line up with the anchor. That's the details. Still a little anxious. You pay attention to the foremost tone. This is the anchor's better skills. Bah! The anchor is shameless. The anchor is greedy for other people's body. Bah, scumbag. It's a thorny chicken. It's more prickly than watching a movie. No move sword light sword shadow. The discussion in the live broadcast room was in full swing. And Xia Liang pressed his hand. I was surprised when I got here. Then what do you do when we ask her to come over and we act together? Calmly let other people in the live broadcast room see. I thought the audience in my live broadcast room was so fussy. After he finished speaking, he clicked on the dialogue box. And his original tone changed instantly. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to have a beautiful girlfriend like Su and cherish it. If I would never be like this. S voice was full of anger. As if he was not worthy for Su. And this hit Su's arms. Xia Liang's words were as if she had rehearsed. Little by little, walking in accordance with what she thought in her heart, Su felt that Xia Liang was like a grandson monkey who could not escape her wujishan. Every move was within her surveillance range. Su, who was still in the sense of superiority in IQ, would not have thought that she was actually stepping into the trap set by Xia Liang step by step. Yes. Su is also thinking, if only he could be Brother Xia's girlfriend. It would be nice to be with Brother Xia every day. Don't worry about Brother Xia going to spend time and wine. It's a pity. At the end, Su didn't say anything. But Xia Liang spoke very much about what Su wanted to say. Nothing. That man goes out to play all day. He doesn't love Su at all. Su, break up with him. Stay with me. I will treat you well. Although Su wanted to immediately agree, but she stopped the turmoil in her heart. A too simple promise would seem very abrupt, and Xia Liang would not cherish it. So Su was ready to find an excuse to break up in a fair way. Becoming Xia Liang's girlfriend, Su replied 3 minutes later. We only met for a day. And I don't even know where you are. It's too fast. Who knows if you will lie to me? Let me think about it? Seeing Su's reply, Xia Liang not only had a headache, he couldn't help but vomit. The girl is like this and I still don't agree. I still think she will agree with her head. The rank is a bit high. And she is still playing routines with me. It seems that it will be more delayed for 2 days. After saying this, Xia Liang picked up the phone weakly. Well, I am really abrupt. Then you think about it. My teammate here told me to open the black. I went to play the game. I didn't pay attention to Su after speaking. Su was also a little dumbfounded at the end of the phone. What are you doing? Going to play games? Shouldn't you get to know each other with yourself? For example, if you ask about your age, ask yourself where you live. Sudu has already created his own personal settings. Just wait for Xia Liang to ask. The result? Some unwilling Su couldn't help but send a few words, only to find that Xia Liang still didn't reply to him. Not only gnashing his teeth for a while, deserve to be single for a lifetime. Even a rich second generation can't escape the fat boy. But that's the way it is. Making Su relax his vigilance even more. And only this rich second generation will not have a girlfriend. While thinking happily, she began to plan for her future plans. After all, although the rich second generation was so foolish, she didn't think the rich generation would be so simple. But Xia Liang was already off the live broadcast at this time and embarked on the way home. After an hour, in the rental house, Xia Liang, who was packing things up, rang. Is an unknown call. Xia Liang is a little confused, but still connects to the phone. There is a kind and gentle voice over there. Hello, sir. It has been many days since you bought the Qinghao Central Villa. When will you check in? If Xia Liang had been before, it was estimated that there would be a system that would be very excited. But now, Xia Liang just replied faintly. Well, I'll go in a while. Is a villa worth more than 100 yuan worth the fuss? Hung up the phone, only charged the coins in the room, and then hired a housekeeper to clean the room in and out. Xia Liang found the landlord to hand over the room. Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room, it seemed that Xia Liang was already with her. At this moment, several commercial street staff came over. Please leave. You have entered the blacklist of our commercial street and Yida Plaza. You are not welcome here. The female internet celebrity is stunned. And she is a big celebrity. When was someone chased away? Do you know who I am? Don't you let me be here. Believe it or not, I will sue you for infringing consumer rights every minute. The staff was not used to her at all, and said directly, you just tell me, but now please leave or we will force you to leave. Looked at the way the staff didn't want him. Female internet celebrities are also a little panicked. If someone was driven out of the commercial street square in this large crowd, she was afraid that she would have no face to broadcast live in the future. Suddenly thought of Xia Liang's identity. The female internet celebrity yelled, do you know what I have to do with your boss? I interviewed him live just now. If he knows that you are treating me like this, you don't need to stay here anymore. Female internet celebrities are getting more and more enthusiastic. And some are not. And he still likes me very much. Maybe I will be your boss's wife from now on. But I will fire you all. The staff looked at the female internet celebrity like a fool, and then dragged her out of the commercial street. To tell you the truth, it was Mr. Xia who asked us to invite you out. Female internet celebrities were slapped on the spot. This scene was also broadcast live on the internet. This matter is very troublesome. Female internet celebrities directly sue Commercial Street and Yida Plaza. At the same time, the reason given here is that the female internet celebrities publicize inappropriate remarks. A small internet celebrity dare to confront these big guys? Since then, the female internet celebrity has also been blocked. Countless men who had been harmed cheered. After dealing with Wen, the staff only talked about it. I'll take you to visit other places. Xia Liang waved his hand casually. I just came here to stroll around. It's really meaningless. What does your group follow me? Don't follow me. The person in charge of the commercial street looked embarrassed. Mr. Shaw, this is also for your safety in the mall. Here is everyone in this place. Don't worry. Before the person in charge could finish speaking, Xia Liang reluctantly pulled Su Yi away. Don't follow me. I'm safe. If you follow me, don't blame me for being rude. Looking at the back of the two of them away, the person in charge did not dare to follow anymore. Getting rid of a group of flatterers, the two of them went shopping in the commercial street. At this time, the two passed by a Prada store. A couple was awkward at the door. The girl pointed at her boyfriends and said coquettishly, I just bought a bag. You don't agree. You don't love me. The man explained in a lowly voice. That bag is worth 1 month's salary. Let's put the money down. Isn't it good to buy a house? When I make a lot of money in the future, I will buy you whatever bag you want. The girl stomped her feet fiercely. I want a bag. If I don't buy you, I don't love me anymore. Seeing the man was also a little angry. If you don't buy a bag, you don't love you. Is there still true love that day? The girl turned her eyes and got an idea. I ask a couple casually. If I shouldn't buy a bag, then I won't buy it. Without waiting for her boyfriend's consent, the girl asked Su Yi, who happened to be passing by. Beauty, you think a girl asks her boyfriend to buy a bag? Is that too much? Su Lan froze for a moment, then reacted, and answered politely. I think girls shouldn't make too many demands on boyfriends. The girl was dumbfounded. She saw that Su Yi was wearing a brand new brand, so she decided to ask her for her opinion. But she didn't expect to get this answer. The man thought that Su Yi was deliberately helping him. His face showed surprise, and he looked at Su Yi. Throw in gratitude and light. This girl not only looks like a fairy. My heart is so kind. Xiao Mei, you see, everyone has said that girls shouldn't make so many demands on boyfriends. Without Su Yi's approval, the girl would not give up on Xia Liang. Handsome guy, I have a question for you. If you love your girlfriend, would you like to spend 1 month's salary on a bag? The girl's problem is so tricky. Under normal circumstances, men will say that they are willing to buy, but it is just a problem. And the girlfriend is still around. Normal men would never say no. Su Yi almost laughed out loud. How could she always ask about 1 month's salary? The female internet celebrity asked this before, and now this girl asks the same. She doesn't need to think about knowing how Xia Liang answered. The man turned into a bitter melon face, and he already knew Xia Liang's answer. Xia Liang replied helplessly, definitely not buying. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was stunned. The girl had a feeling of skepticism about life. There really are such men in the world. Although this man is dozens of times handsomer than her boyfriend, but her boyfriend will at least fool her with sweet words. But the man in front of him didn't even want to say a lie. It's unreasonable for such a person to have a girlfriend. The man has the urge to kneel and kowtow for Xia Liang. Good guy. In order to save him, Lin Feng sacrificed his love. The girl looked at Su Yi sympathetically. Beauty, your boyfriend doesn't even give up buying a bag for you with a monthly salary. You don't want to break up and wait for the new year. This kind of man, you won't be lucky. Before the woman could finish talking about Su Yi held Xia Liang's arm tightly and interrupted. My boyfriend's monthly salary is several thousand yuan. What package is worth so much money? Xia Liang couldn't help laughing. This is now selling now. Pulling Su Yi into the Prada store next to him, leaving only the couple in a mess. How many yuan do you earn in a month? Can't think of where there are such expensive bags? Real? Still fake? The girl took it for granted that Xia Liang was not reluctant to bear 1 month's salary. But the bag was too cheap to use 1 month's salary. No wonder Su Yi wore a big name suit and said not to ask her boyfriend too much. It turned out that the boyfriend bought it without mentioning the money. And even gave it a fart. The man's heart was also hit 10,000 points. No wonder there are such beautiful girlfriends. Still so gentle and considerate. If he had money, his girlfriend would not dare to be so crazy. The girl looked at her boyfriend who was buckling and buckling her. And she became annoyed. And she was completely incomparable with the handsome guy just now. She threw her boyfriend's hand away and yelled, "Don't you want to go home quietly? Go back quickly." The man instantly returned to licking the dog. Not at all his previous aura. "I was wrong. My home is where you are." That man brags. You believe it for thousands of dollars a month? Why doesn't he say that he is the son of the richest man? TXT download address. Phone reading. The girl looked disdainful. At least people dare to brag. Do you dare? You have the ability. But you brag to buy me a dime bag? The man gritted his teeth and gave up. Let's go in and buy it too. Said that the two followed in Xia's footsteps and entered the Prada store. The Prada store does not only sell bags, suitcases, shoes, and clothes, but Prada is the most famous bag. Xia Liang and Su Yi wandered freely in the store. The couple at the door also followed and went straight to the designer handbags area. After deciding to buy a bag for my girlfriend, the man's momentum has also become arrogant. He pointed to the bag hanging on the wall and said to the shopping guide, "Bring that bag for you. Swipe your card." With that, the man took out the bank card shopping guide. The shopping guide respectfully accepted the bank card to pay, and then handed the bag to the man's hand. "Sir, you spend a dime and two in total. Please keep your card." The man who took the bank card and the bag from the shopping guide squeezed the bag into the hands of his girlfriend. "Take it. How am I to you?" The woman picked up her dream bag and examined it carefully, with a satisfied smile on her face. "This bag is really good. Husband, you are so kind to me." The man's face was happy. This was the first time a girlfriend called his husband outside. The power of brand name bags is indeed powerful. "Then how are you going to reward me?" The woman said shyly. "You can thank you whatever you want. Let's go home." A joy on the man's face. It seems that he is going to be happy today. When he was about to take his girlfriend home, he found out that Xia Liang and Su Yi were still hanging out. So they suddenly changed their minds. Isn't that person saying he spends several $1,000s a month? Let's see what he buys. The woman nodded in agreement. And she was also curious about what Xia Liang would buy for Su Yi. Xia Liang didn't notice the couple. Just now it was just a small episode. Nothing worthy of his attention. After wandering for a while, he asked Su Yi next to him, "Anything you like?" Su Yi shook his head. "I just sent a bag. Just enough. It's all out. How can anyone not buy anything?" Xia Liang turned around and said to the shopping guide beside him, "What's better here? Do you have a bag with my girlfriend's temperament?" The shopping guides in luxury jewelry stores are all human beings. Instantly judged many things from Xia Liang's words. A temperament, and the tone when buying things. It is easy to judge the specific consumption ability of this person. Finally, seeing the bag on Su Yi's back, the shopping guide was even more surprised. With an extremely enthusiastic attitude, "Sir, our shop has recently brought a batch of handmade, limited edition bags made by masters from Italy, some of which match your girlfriend's temperament very well. Run to open a safe." Took out 3 bags and put them on the table. "These 3 are the latest models we have recently brought from Italy." Xia Liang said to Su Yidao, "Try it and see if it fits." Su Yi nodded. picked up the bag on the table and tried one by one. The shopping guide exclaimed, "Sir, your girlfriend has a very good temperament. These bags seem to be tailor-made for her." Xia Liang couldn't say anything to the shopping guide. Su Yichang is pure and beautiful, and naturally looks good with whatever bag he carries. If it is an ugly ratio, carrying everything is in vain, which is equivalent to a buyer's show and a seller's show. The eyes of the lover girl peeking at summer shopping. "Those 3 bags are so beautiful. I really want them." The man felt a pain in his heart and said in a fluster, "You just bought it, don't you want a bag again? I don't have money to buy it for you this month." The girl sneered, "I just think it looks good. And I didn't tell you to buy it. Why are you in a hurry?" After a while, Su Yi tried 3 bags in turn, with a tangled expression on his face. "The white one matches my current clothes. And the pink one is so cute. You can choose one for me." Xia Liang waved his hand casually. "Take it all. Help me figure it out. How much does it cost?" Originally Su Yi wondered if it would be too extravagant. But thinking of Xia Liang's worth, he still didn't say anything. The shopping guide smiled and pointed to one of the introductions. "Sir, this lady's leather fashion shoulder bag messenger bag chain female bag is designed and produced by the famous Italian designer R. It is one of his most outstanding designs. The price is 8 hairs." This. Before the shopping guide could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Su Yi's exclamation. "This bag is 8 hairs? It's too expensive. We won't buy it." With that, Su Yi took Xia Liang and prepared to leave. According to her idea, 8 points are almost the same, but the result is 10 times higher. Xia Liang didn't understand brand name bags at all, then know that these top luxury goods cost a few dollars. Dozens of dollars. The other customers in the store were also taken aback, and ran over to watch to see what Ba Mao's bags looked like. They weren't surprised by Su Yi's exclamation. Who can afford a bag of 8 hairs for normal people? The couple who observed Xia Liang also showed a look of surprise. A bag of 8 hairs, made of gold, is not so expensive, right? Then the man disdainfully said, "Isn't it a few thousand yuan a month? Why can't you even buy a bag?" The girl smiled. "It may be Zimbabwe. People are just bragging. Are you really serious?" The shopping guide was stunned. According to her judgment on the economic strength of Xia Liang and Su Yi, this bag should be too cheap. How could it be said to be expensive? What's the situation too? Female soil. You are carrying a $10 Hermes customized version. How can my bag be considered expensive? Su Yi followed and took a dumbfounded look at the gift bag that the commercial street had just given, and couldn't say anything. "Isn't it? This pack is 10 yuan? The people around also showed surprise. They just looked forward to what the Ba Mao bag looks like. This girl is carrying a 10 yuan bag? This Nima is carrying a bag. This is carrying a gold mine." The shopping guide nodded seriously. "If this bag is not fake, it must be worth 10 yuan. Su Yi is stunned. "I don't know how to describe my mood at this time. This is outrageous." Xia Liang was not surprised by this. "Just buy a few bags if you like them." As soon as this statement came out, the people at the Prada store looked at Xia Liang differently. 3 bags, one of which costs 80 cents, and the other 2 of the same grade are also very valuable. Things at least $2. It turned out to be just a few packages. Are you pretending to compare? 2. People still have money? It was originally suspected that Su Yi was carrying a fake, but at this time there was no more doubt. People who can afford real things for $2. I'm sure I won't be ashamed of carrying a $10 fake. Isn't this slap your own face? TXT download address. Phone reading. Su Yi smiled bitterly. "It's not a question of money. I feel that these bags are really not worth that much money. So forget it. Xia Liang took out the shopping card sent by Wang Dalin and threw it out. Isn't this a shopping card given by someone? There is so much money in it, so you can spend it casually. With that, Xia Liang handed the black shopping card to the shopping guide. I need all 3 bags. Can this card work? After receiving the shopping card, the shopping guide looked at Xia Liang's eyes more differently and looked more respectful. Unexpectedly, you are still a good friend of Chairman Wang. You can come to our store for consumption, which really makes our store flourish. This card will be recognized anywhere in Yida Plaza. Even if you go to the bank, you can cash out 5% off. The card owner is our most distinguished guest here, and I will give you a 30% discount. Xia Liang nodded, as if buying groceries at a vegetable market. I see. Swipe your card quickly. The heads of everyone in the shop were buzzing. How many dollars of transaction was completed before their eyes? What kind of fairy operation is this? The couple who peeked at Xia Liang and Su Yi looked even more bewildered. Is this a real tyrant? I carried a $10 bag on my body, so I bought a few dollar bag. Jill is rich. Didn't you brag before? Really a few thousand yuan a month? Su Yi felt a little joy in her distress. Although money is not everything, Xia Liang was so willing to spend money on her, which also proved his love for her. Sir, I spent a total of $2.88. After a 30% discount. $2. 1 minute and 6, have already swiped the card. Xia Liang took the things and handed the bag to Su Yi. Gave it to you. Su Yi felt sweet in her heart and kissed Xia Liang on the cheek. I love you so much. Xia Liang smiled without saying a word, and took Su Yi out of the Prada store. Certainly they cannot be sent back privately at this time. I can only bring Shi Yiqin and Qingshui to buy it in person next time. All the women in the specialty store are full of envy and jealousy of Su Yi. Isn't that woman's dream to put such an expensive bag on her body? They are full of admiration, yearning and admiration for Xia Liang. Young and handsome. Those who are rich and give up a lot of money for their own women can think of the advantages of men, all of which can be found in Xia Liang. Look at the boyfriend next to me, and buy a bag that is a few cents worth of money. It's like killing them. There is really no harm without comparison. A young clerk asked the shopping guide who served Xia Liang. Sister Wu, what shopping card did that handsome guy just have? We haven't seen it before. Another young clerk was also curious. Sister Wu, you are well informed. Is the beautiful woman carrying a $10 Hermes? Other staff and customers raised their ears. They were also curious about what kind of card it was. And they were even more curious about what kind of bag it was worth $10. The shopping guide showed pride on his face. Pepe explained. The origin of that card is unusual. What place are we renting now and whose chassis it belongs to? A young waiter blurted out. Of course it is the chassis of Wang Dalin in Yuda Plaza. The shopping guide continued after finishing the sale. Who is Wang Dalin in Yida Plaza will not explain much. Everyone knows that the shopping cart is exclusive to Wang Dalin. Anyone who buys things in Yida Plaza is better than money and allows Wang Dalin to give gifts. You can guess the identity of that handsome guy. The owner of the store sucked up an air-conditioned Yida group's name. Wang Dalin. And no one in China knew it. The small goal is 100 yuan. That's so arrogant. Although the richest man has fallen from the throne in the past few years, the strength of the veteran rich is still strong. For Wang Dalin to give gifts, that handsome guy's background is either rich or noble. All the women present could not help but arouse an idea. If Xia Liang were their husband, what a good idea. The owner of the luxury jewelry store couldn't help but talk. This is too powerful. Isn't that young man the most powerful second-generation rich in China? That beauty just now is really happy. And I am envious of finding such a good husband. If my boyfriend can have that handsome guy, I will be satisfied. After listening to the surrounding discussion, the old clerk smiled disdainfully. The most powerful second-generation rich? You guys are making fun. That Hermes bag is the most extravagant one in Paris Fashion Week this year. It's worth up to $10. According to the Fashion Week magazine I recently followed, this bag was given to the big guys in the commercial street next door. As if I wanted to stay. A good image. Launch activities. I heard that he is worth over 100,000. As soon as this remark came out, an incredible idea appeared in everyone's mind. What, isn't it? Isn't the young man behind the scenes of the commercial street next door? He is worth over 100,000. Doesn't it mean that the young man has the same net worth as Wang Dalin? Can a young man with a net worth of more than 100,000 still be called the rich second generation? How much money should the rich generation have? The old clerk meditated. It should be that handsome guy just now. There is a balance of 100 yuan in that shopping cart. Who is eligible to befriend Wang Dalin and can be given a gift of more than 100 yuan? He also owns this $10 Hermes bag. Prada luxury crystal store once again fell into the everyone is talking about Xia Liang, the legendary rich man. However, they didn't know that the most terrifying thing was that the more than 100,000 in Xia Liang's hands were working capital, not real estate. The couple who peeked at Xia Liang walked out of the store in a loss. With a net worth of over 100,000 and a salary of several thousand yuan a month. It's really not bragging. The girl looked at the bag she had just bought, and suddenly it stopped fragrant. She slammed the bag to the ground. The girl was full of jealousy towards Su Yi. Why is my boyfriend so rubbish? If you look at someone's bag for a few dollars and say you buy it, then you look at you. You don't even have a house. Seeing that the bag he bought for 1 month's salary was thrown on the ground, the man broke out completely. You reading www.ukenshu.com. Are you still talking about me? You just watched someone buy a bag for a few dollars? Are you jealous? You look in the mirror. What kind of parents do you look like? Are you worthy of a bag for $1? Are you worthy of a super rich second generation? The woman was pierced and trembling with anger. Break up. I want to break up with you. You scumbag. The woman sneered at the corner of her mouth and picked up the bag on the ground. Break up when you break up. You are a vain woman. I've seen you threw it a long time ago. And return the bag to me. This bag is mine. You are not my girlfriend. Why should I buy you a bag? My old lady has been with you for several years. Is there no loss of youth? Lao Su's youth is not youth. Who will pay? At this time, Xia Liang didn't know it all. He bought something casually, which caused a breakup battle. And LT, Div and GT. After shopping, I watched a movie. Su Yi also experienced the daily life with her boyfriend. Xia Liang drove Su Yi to the door. Su Yi's face was slightly red. That? Do you want to go in and sit? Xia Liang was taken aback for a moment, and then showed a weird smile. Forget it today. There's still something tonight. Oh. Although Su Yi was a little disappointed, she didn't try to stay too much. Then be careful on the way back. Xia Liang nodded. In the car, Xia Liang drove the car leisurely. As for the meat delivered, why not eat it? Mainly cannot eat, judging from the hot drink drunk at noon. Su Yi is here with relatives today. Xia Liang did not like to exercise his willpower. As soon as he got home, Shi Yiqin was cleaning. Seeing Xia Liang coming, her big eyes flickered at Xia Liang. Did you have meal? Ate. Xia Liang nodded, and walked forward to touch Shi Yiqin's head. Although after such a long period of change, Shi Yiqin was still blushing simply. I said, Would you like to feed people dog food as soon as you come back? Lu Qi on the side gave Xia Liang a white look. Xia Liang directly ignored it. Is there anything going on this Sunday? It's okay. I'll take you out shopping. Have. Lu Qi quickly raised his hand. Hearing that he could go shopping with Xia Liang, Shi Yiqin blushed and nodded. It doesn't matter to him whether he buys or not. Mainly it would be nice to be with Xia Liang. That's it. Xia Liang nodded, and went shopping with Qingshui on Saturday morning and the two Nizi on Sunday. Perfect. The three of them sat on the sofa and watched TV for a while. Knowing 11 o'clock, only then went back to the room to sleep. The next day, Jinyu District. My heart's hair. I want to take you home. Xia Liang carried the takeaway in his hands and hummed a song. Ah! Just when Xia Liang was immersed in her beautiful singing, there was a serious fire in the 3 buildings of Jinyu community. The fire is coming. The media reporters are coming. And the local defenders are coming at the same time. The cause of the fire was the spontaneous combustion of electrical appliances in room 502 of Building C. Fortunately, the entire building was evacuated in time, and the fire was quickly brought under control. But this control is under control, and it will not be destroyed for a while. The huge high-pressure water gun in the firefighter's hand is constantly spraying on the tongue of the fire, and the raging fire is billowing with smoke, which looks very scary. The residents nearby were also shocked. With more and more crowds onlookers, reporters turned on their cameras and scrambled to report. This station is broadcasting live. At present, the fire in the 3 buildings of Jinyu community has been basically controlled. It is understood that the cause of the fire was irregular electricity consumption, which caused electrical short circuit and fire. Report on the scene. Resident Huang detected the fire in time and called the police, which caused the fire to be well controlled. Firefighters are working hard to put out the source of the fire. The reporters babbled. At this moment, the firefighters must rush to put out the fire source. Otherwise the situation will be out of control when the gas cylinder is burned for too long. The situation is fairly stable now, but you can't take it lightly. Once the fire continues to spread, the gas bottle will be detonated. Then it will be dangerous. You two, go to the 4th floor with me and find a way to put out the fire. The rest, in use water spray guns outside to maintain support. Yes, Captain. The firefighters responded in unison. Smoke billowed in the corridors of the community. The firefighters' voices were not loud, but they were shocking, leaving a stalwart and tall figure on the crowd. Under the 3 buildings, the onlookers talked a lot. What exactly is going on? It is said that the electrical appliances ignited spontaneously because they were wet and short-circuited. This family has a big heart. Hey, this horrible weather. You should really be mindful. Fortunately, you can find it in time. Otherwise, more people will suffer. Be careful. Firefighters. Safety first. Come on. Ah, my child. My child is still up there. Room 502. At this time, a woman screamed heartbreakingly, tears streaming down her face. This child is her lifeblood. If there is something short and long, she will not live. But for now, things are pretty good. However, just when everyone was fortunate, boom! The scene that the firefighters worried about still happened. The gas bottle exploded. The situation is getting more dangerous. The woman who was still yelling before fell to the ground. Her face pale. Her eyes full of despair. That's it. It's all over. A violent explosion sounded, shocking the audience. They shivered suddenly and collectively looked up. I saw that the glass residue was blown out from 502. And then, the flames spread out from the room in an instant. The overwhelming glass residue exploded out. and the onlookers dodged one after another. Fuck, I said. It exploded. Wonima. It will be terrible if it gets hit. Big sister. What are you doing in a daze? Run quickly. If there is another explosion, it will be too late to run. Shouting, screaming endlessly. The scene was completely messed up. Even the excited reporters were dumbfounded, and they ran far away, one by one like a frightened bird. The thing that everyone worries the most has happened. The gas bottle exploded. The detectives hurriedly evacuated the crowd and prohibited any crowds from watching, so as not to cause harm. But the woman kneeling on the ground was unmoved, and her tears couldn't stop falling. She was going crazy, crying for help with tears, and even tried to rush towards the corridor. But fortunately, the defender on the side pulled it in time. Are you crazy? You're going to die now. Get out of it. The woman was unmoved and cried loudly. Please, my child. My child is still in the room. Please save him. She is only 3 years old. The agent comforted. Now the fire is too big. The gas bottle exploded just now. The situation is too dangerous. But you can rest assured. Our fire comrades have already gone up, and will do their best to rescue your child. The woman was struggling frantically and wanted to rush upstairs, but the agent was caught by it so hard that she couldn't get rid of it. The fire upstairs experienced the explosion of a gas bottle, and it has become more fierce. The fire is raging, like a beast that chooses people to eat. The firefighters hurriedly looked at the communicator in their hands, and intermittent noise came from it. Team Chen. Team Chen. Please answer if you hear it. I didn't receive an answer for a long time, which made the firefighters even more anxious. The onlookers nearby also turned dark, and there was a trace of sadness in their lowered heads. The firefighters just rushed to put out the fire source, but the gas bottle exploded at a critical moment. Then they should not. Just when everyone was about to despair, a strong and loud voice sounded. We're all right. We haven't entered room 502 yet, but the road to the 5th floor is blocked, and we can't get up for a while. Now we can only withdraw temporarily. Phew. Hearing the sound from the communicator, everyone present heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there have been no casualties, which is really thrilling. Prepare the fire ladder. The fire is too big. Save the children of 502 first. Then we can continue the rescue work. The fire captain said. Since the fire cannot be extinguished temporarily, it is necessary to ensure the safety of personnel, let alone a 3-year-old child. They prepared a firefighting ladder, which is the only rescue method that can be taken when they are not going up the stairs. This firefighting ladder is made of high-strength materials with flame resistance, which is easy to fold and easy to operate. In a short while, the fire escape for tasting is ready. Fire ladder? Can this thing work? How do I get into the room when I climb up? Don't worry. You have to trust comrade firemen. They are professional, and the fire exit has not been cleared. So now there is only this way. After all, it is a living life, and you can't help but save it. Life is a matter of life. At this time, saving children is the first task. It is correct to find other ways to put out the fire after ensuring the safety of life. The firefighters think so too. The woman would have been crying into tears, crying in despair. My child, please, I must save him. The voice just fell. The residents who were watching also knew her. Her husband cheated and divorced, and a woman lives with a child. This child is the only thing she can think of now. Who can't think of going out for a while? This kind of unwarranted disaster would happen. Friends of the fire brigade commanding aside said, a team. Whoever of you go up. Save the child. It really doesn't work. Then I will go. A fireman gritted his teeth. His face was a little pale. It was obvious that he was injured just now in the rescue process. Not only him, but other teammates were also injured to varying degrees. The team member was too close to the 5th floor. When the gas bottle exploded, he was injured by something, and his waist hit the wall severely. But fortunately in the misfortune, even though he was injured a little bit, his fate was saved. A single eyelid guy stepped forward. Vice Team Wang, you are injured. Let me go. Another team scrambled. Let me go. I have quick hands and feet. And I have good physical strength. These are the firefighters of Longguo. They have noble qualities. Even if they are injured, they are still not afraid of hardships and dangers. And they dare to move forward. However, in the process of intense discussions among the firefighters, a handsome takeaway boy passed by. Wearing a yellow waistcoat, he quickly broke through the police cordon of the agents with the steps of the devil, and stepped on the giant flower pot beside the 3 buildings with 2 kicks downstairs. No one expected this scene. Even the defenders were stunned for a few seconds, and then hurriedly stopped it. Oh, young man, this is not a joke. This is dangerous now. Come down quickly. Quick, go and bring him out for me. The voice just fell. Several defenders were preparing to step forward and forcibly drag Xia Liang off. Xia Liang jumped vigorously under his feet, showing amazing jumping ability, and the whole person leapt up into the air, leaping up in the eyes of everyone's astonishment. They wanted to look at the anti-theft net near the 2nd floor. Xia Liang grabbed the anti-theft net on the 2nd floor with both hands suddenly, and then slammed his arms like a pull-up, and reached the 2nd floor easily. This operation is slippery. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Everyone blinked, and I reined in. Is this making a movie? Where did this little brother come out? This familiar yellow vest? Feelings are still a takeaway boy. Wow. There are so many talents that Longwei sells. The media reporters present were excited like sharks smelling blood, and urged them quickly. Come on, shoot him. Don't be stunned. Focus on the camera. Give me a close-up of the takeaway guy. This speed. This jumping ability. Is he still a human? Firefighters don't have the skills. So what kind of takeaways do they have? A proper little fire brigade expert is. Wait, he is. What are you going to do? This scene stunned everyone. The faces of a group of people are full of incredible. What is he doing? Boy, is it possible that he wants to climb up here to save people with his bare hands? That's the 4th floor. There is no protective measure yet. This is too dangerous. What if you slip your hand? This is incredible. I'm going. This little brother wants to go up and save people? My dear, absolutely world-renowned news. This little brother is absolutely amazing. Take a picture. Can this work? I really want to save people. I don't take any protective measures. What if I miss it? An ant among the crowd became anxious. Although there are other people's children in the room on the 5th floor. Other people's takeaway brothers are also other people's children. To take such a risk to save people, although the behavior is indeed moving, but it is too impulsive to do so. Oh, you don't understand. Now is the time to race against time. The fire is fierce, and the situation is too critical. Who knows if there will be a second explosion later? This is a kid. If there are 3 long and 2 short at once. Another uncle said anxiously. This little brother is also eager to save people. Think about it. If it takes a long time, it will explode or not. It's hard to say whether this thick smoke can choke the child to death. Time waits for no one. As we all know, in a fire, there are not many people who are burned to death. Most of them inhale dense smoke, which causes too much carbon dioxide to die. Others nodded their heads, and felt that this uncle was justified. They were very anxious and prayed that this little brother would succeed. Brother, takeaway must be safe and okay. Good people have rewards. And my little brother will be safe and sound. Brother. Come on. Broken tone. Nearly 20 seconds have passed since Xia Liang appeared. His movements are swift like water and water. Whoosh whoosh. Xia Liang's skill is even more swift than the warrior. And his climbing skills are directly full. Even if he doesn't have any equipment. He is just as open and hung up. And suddenly rushes to the 3rd floor. I wipe it. What a great hero. This is the takeaway boy. You can almost be Spider-Man. Is he still a human? The crowds on the sidelines look dumbfounded. Before he could recover, Xia Liang had already climbed to the 3rd floor in the blink of an eye, making a kind of firefighter sweat. Impressive. Even if it is the first in their team, it is impossible to do this. The single-eyelid firefighter was a little anxious. Captain, can't we get on here? The fire chief frowned and waved his hand. Don't worry. Let this little brother give it a try. Leave 2 team members to support at any time. And let me go to the fire. Also, put a life-saving pad under the little brother. Always pay attention to his safety. Once the situation arises, change. Come forward to rescue at any time. Good. A group of players responded. After a moment of silence, Captain Chen on the side looked at Xia Liang's figure silently. What is the origin of this takeaway boy? His skills are so vigorous and he can climb with his bare hands. This is not something ordinary people can do. But no matter what, right now he is the only hope of 502 children. Follow the news today. A serious fire broke out in the Jinyu district of Qingyun City. Now I will report to you in time. As a melon-eating crowd found out and called the police to evacuate the crowd in time. No major casualties were caused. But at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared calling him. The 3-year-old is still at home. The firefighters rushed to prepare for rescue. But the gas bottle suddenly exploded at the site of the incident, blocking the fire passage. After the rescue failed, the firefighters were helpless. Suddenly a takeaway boy stepped forward. He rushed out of the crowd and showed great skill. In just a few tens of seconds, he has climbed to the 3rd floor anti-theft network. Let's help this takeaway. Brother, cheer up. Look forward to his success in the rescue. Come on. Takeaway boy. Takeaway boy races high. The audience in front of the TV was all dumbfounded. What's the situation? The takeaway boy climbed to rescue with his bare hands? The headline alone made the audience curious and watched the live news with all their attention. In particular, the identity of the takeaway boy is uniquely attractive. He is not afraid of hardships and dared to sacrifice his life to save others. And still climbs upstairs with his bare hands. The difficulty can be imagined. And it is thrilling to think about it. Takeaway boy Niu beep. At the same time, Neon Cafe. As the owner of the coffee shop, Qing Shui, who has nothing to do, is listening to the news on TV at this time. In the picture, a takeaway boy in a yellow jacket is crawling towards the 5th floor. Smoke billows from the window beside him. And the fire is raging. Rub. Qing Shui stood up. Her small mouth opened slightly. She was so surprised that she could not speak. She had already recognized this guy just by looking at the figure. Cool in summer? What's the matter with this guy? Even if I deliver food. I even ran to see righteousness in the middle. She couldn't help being a little stunned. What the asterisk was this guy doing? This is all tossing on the TV. Flying over the wall. I don't know that he was bitten by a certain spider. What are you thinking about when you are not daring to do business in this summer? Although it is a good thing to be brave to do what is right. But to do according to one's ability. Not blindly. Qing Shui is still a little worried. Hey, brother. Be careful. No way. I can't stand it anymore. I'm terrified to see it. If it saves people, it's okay to say. If it doesn't save it, it's over if you fall. Brother, safety first. Be careful. Yes. Yes. Safety is the most important thing. You must be careful. Yes. Hold your hands firmly. Don't worry. The crowd's onlookers were chattering. And you encouraged me every word. In fact, in the process of climbing, there is no rope to fix. The visibility is very low. And there are many blind spots in the field of vision. Climbers can only see what is in front of them. And they can't see clearly above them. Which leads to too many uncertain factors in the starting position. So the grandpas and aunts below rushed to command, wanting to help Zhang Kai. Yeah, point your foot to the left and step on it. That's right, that's it. Step on that railing. Then hold your hand to the left. That's it. You can go up. Xia Liang looked at the railing that was more than 3 meters away from him. Nima, isn't this a fool? Lao Su has those big legs? What kind of nonsense is this shouting? You are when I ate rubber fruit. Uncle Lu, take a look at how far the railing is. How can you get this? Aren't you messing around? This is. Okay. Everyone is kindly reminded. But let's stop for a while. Don't mess with the little brother. We are talking about our professionals. The firefighters spoke, preventing the crowd from commanding blindly. The firefighters took the place of the masses and took up command work. The situation is extremely tense. And the fire continues to spread. Fortunately, Xia Liang pushed hard and jumped directly from the air conditioner on the 4th floor. Reaching out and grabbing the balcony on the 5th floor. Then he pulled hard with both hands. And his body steadily went up to the 5th floor. Hiss! This scene is amazing. The textbook-like operation was unanimously applauded by the firefighters present. The onlookers were so scared that their heart disease was about to come out. Is it possible for this young man to be kung fu? Said a middle-aged brother. That's not it. This skill is incredible. If there is a little mistake in this, then it will really fall off. The crowd was frightened. This is heifer riding on a rocket. The cow beeping to the sky. Several detectives and firefighters were silent and looked serious. At this time, they discovered a serious problem. What about the anti-theft network? This takeaway boy didn't bring any tools to go up. And he couldn't enter the room even on the 5th floor. This is a fatal problem. At first, I was shocked by my little brother's skill. Everyone did not expect this. But at this moment, everyone discovered that the takeaway boy didn't have any tools to remove it. Quick! Find a way to send the fire tongs up. The fire captain on the side hurriedly commanded. The situation is urgent, and the delay will not be worth a cent. No one knows when the fire will spread to 501. Let alone how long the children in the room can last. However, just when the firefighters were thinking about sending the fire tongs up, the summer cool on the balcony of 501 moved, and made a move that surprised everyone present. He clenched his hands tightly on the railing of the anti-theft net, and his arms opened outwards, showing a stretched posture. The takeaway brother is thinking. No, this is impossible. This is too whimsical. The anti-theft net is so strong. It is impossible to succeed at all. There was a lot of discussion among the onlookers. Everyone guessed Xia Liang's idea, but they didn't have any hope for it. That's right. Xia Liang just wanted to use his hands to pull the anti-theft guardrail open. He also knows that if it is an ordinary person, of course it is impossible to achieve. Even the top Hercules can't do it. But who is Xia Liang? Who can't he? The body has been transformed by genetic potion. The only pure man in the world who has supernatural powers to reach the top of mankind. Xia Liang's hands were hard, and her strong muscles were fully displayed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. There was a harsh sound. High-speed text handmade monthly salary of 20,000. I became the richest man. Chapter list. I saw that the anti-theft fence was slowly twisted and deformed under his tremendous strength, until finally a large hole that could accommodate a person's body was exposed. Wow! My Nima! A large number of grandpas and aunts and other people all exploded. How is it possible? How much power does it take to do this? Is he still a human? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Is this an earthling? What is his purpose in coming to Earth? The detectives and firefighters also showed unbelievable expressions, with their mouths open and surprised, after Xia Liang entered room 501. Oh, Mom. There was a cry from the room. It was a little boy who was already crying badly, with tears on his face. After hearing the sound, he turned his head and saw Xia Liang, and the crying became louder and louder. Uncle, are you here to save Xiaoji? At this critical moment, he seemed to regard Xia Liang as his only hope, and looked at him directly, for fear that the other party would leave him behind. Yes, don't be afraid, but you have to remember that someone like me is called brother. Brother is here to save you. Xia Liang touched his little head and picked him up. The children are all very cute, except for certain bear children. Jumping directly is also an option. There is a firefighting cushion underneath, but the child may not be able to stand it. Xia Liang found a thick quilt and wrapped the little boy tightly, which can play a role in earthquake resistance. Although the little boy was crying, he didn't struggle. This saved Xia Liang a lot of trouble. Boom! At this time, there was another explosion in room 502, but the sound was not loud. It should be an explosion caused by an electrical appliance at a high temperature. Black smoke kept coming in from the cracks in the door. Cough, cough, cough. The little boy was choked and coughed, and Xia Liang was grateful that if it was later, the little boy might have been choked to death. Children, if you are scared, close your eyes, and when you open them, you will be able to see your mother. Yeah, thank you, uncle. Brother. The little boy closed his eyes obediently and politely, but his brows were frowned and he was obviously still very nervous. Good. Xia Liang touched his head. Immediately after arriving at the balcony, Xia Liang hugged him and jumped down amidst the screams and surprises of everyone. What? I jumped. I really jumped. Fortunately, my brother caught up. The child must be fine. Puff. Xia Liang held the quilt tightly on the air cushion. At this time, the defenders and medical staff gathered around for the first time and checked their injuries. The media reporters were stopped outside the cordon. They could only do anxiously and film the situation far away. Xiaoji, my child. The mother broke free of the agent's hand regardless, and rushed forward, not paying attention to her own image. And she only had her own child. The masses couldn't resist their excitement, and they wanted to step forward to check, but they couldn't break the warning. A group of people are chattering. Some depend on the takeaway guy's situation, and some want to take a photo with the takeaway guy. At this moment, the scene is completely messed up. The uncles and aunts all gathered around. When it comes to joining in the fun, others really can't compare to this group. The defenders continued to disperse the obstacles. After all, the fire upstairs has not been extinguished, and the crisis has not been resolved. It is not safe for the crowd to be too concentrated. In case something happens, this responsibility is not at all. The uncles and aunts wanted to see how sacred this magical takeaway boy was. But he couldn't break through the defenders' line of defense, climbing up to the 5th floor in dozens of seconds without any protective measures. This is not something ordinary people can do. Not to mention that the last one to pull the anti-theft guardrail with bare hands is simply not human-powered. This courage, this skill makes the defenders ashamed. It was the boy's mother who threw first. She first looked at the child, touched here, and looked there, and when she found that the child was okay, she hugged her in her arms and continued to comfort her. Xiaoji, I scared my mother to death. If you have something short and long, how can you make your mother live? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Now there is a mother. The little boy was still in shock at this time. Tears on his face could not stop. Fortunately, there is that takeaway guy here. People, he saved my child, and I must thank him well. When she came back to find Xia Liang, she couldn't find anyone anymore. I was here just now. Where did the little brother go? However, only the defenders and firefighters know his whereabouts. When Xia Liang first jumped down, using the inertia of gravity, he turned to the side on the air cushion and left directly. Don't leave at this time. But wait, when hidden merit and fame, when the reporters break through the cordon, they will be in the news. Although the current society is filled with impetuous people and no one wants to be famous. Fame means money, but are we a person short of money? Not bad money. For his high spirits, a group of rescued defenders and firefighters are in a WE live asterisk. Do good things without leaving a name. This little brother is terrible. Although it is only a food delivery company, this kind of spirit is worthy of everyone to learn. Let's give it a bit. Let's interview the hero. Huh? Where's the takeaway boy? At this time, the reporters finally rushed over. With long guns and short shots. With great momentum. And they were not so brave when they were rescued just now. For people in the media, information means money. As long as you can get first-hand information, you can get a promotion or a salary increase. The defender captain sighed with emotion. Gone. What? Go away? When did you leave? Why did you leave? The reporters thumped their chests one by one. This extremely topical character, as long as it can be interviewed, is definitely the headline news. You said that you were acting bravely and saved a young life. That is equivalent to saving a family, but not doing bad things. Why did you leave? At this time our protagonist has nothing to do with it. Hello. The takeaway is here. Please take it. Xia Liang pressed the doorbell and shouted. Not long after the door opened, a middle-aged man opened the door and came out, muttering in his mouth, "You guys can't do it. It took so long to arrive." After taking the takeaway, he turned back into the room and closed the door. Xia Liang's face was black. What is not working? Men can't say they can't. Shook his head. Xia Liang left. But he didn't know that the video of the previous free hand climbing was once again popular on the internet, although only the back was taken. This did not affect him from becoming a popular internet celebrity in a short period of time. In this era of the internet explosion, it is impossible for you to do good things and want to keep a low profile. Just like last time, when Xia Liang rescued the little boy, many people took pictures of the whole process and sent it to Douyin. There is also a bib, a circle of friends, and his videos are everywhere. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The internet instantly exploded. Go, fake it. Now the takeaway boy is so awesome. Not long ago, there was a takeaway boy who arrested human traffickers. Today, I have another one who will climb upstairs to save people. Are all the talents running to deliver the food? Oh, wait a minute. Why is this figure so familiar from the back? Isn't this? This is the little brother back then. Wow. This. Really? Is this going to dominate the headlines? Wang Feng is already crying in the toilet. And a takeaway guy can make headlines frequently. Wow. Little brother is great. I really love fans all my life. Please take a frontal photo of my little brother. Downstairs. I want to see all his information within 5 minutes. Yao Shou. The food delivery is so great now. How can I survive and my self-confidence is hit by the humble? Please comfort me. Is my little brother in love? I'm super sweet. Don't pay a lottery. I have a lot of thieves. So I can post it upside down. The video on Douyin received a lot of comments and likes in an instant. Some sharp-eyed netizens compared them and found that the takeaway boy who saved people was the one who had previously cracked down on human traffickers. Netizens are frying again. It hasn't been long before. This little brother is on fire again today. I beg you, can we take it out well? Why my xiao gi shen shou pan lu ju ren hash. This topic has tens of millions of heat in an instant. Click into the video to watch it. And what is shown in the video is Xia Liang's whole body climbing on a burning building. The comments below are constantly refreshed. The most handsome takeaway boy. Do good things without leaving a name for the modern asterisk asterisk. There is always true love in the world. On the professionalism of a takeaway boy. After the video, netizens are shocked. Is this Nima really a human? Dismantling the anti-theft guardrail with bare hands, is it a genetic mutation or a natural, supernatural power? Climbing stairs to save people? It sounds impractical to remove the anti-theft guardrail with bare hands. It's just a modern version of Spider-Man. And as a party, Xia Liang is still taking out food in a leisurely manner. It's 5 o'clock in the evening. Xia Liang received a call as soon as he delivered the last order. Hey, warm in winter? Anything? On the other side of the phone, Tong Dong Nuan couldn't help but murmur. What's wrong? I can't find you if I'm fine. No. How is it possible? Xia Liang quickly denied it. What an international joke Nima is making. This kind of thing can never be admitted. Fortunately, Tong Dongnuan didn't care. I miss you. I haven't seen each other for almost half a month. Have you missed me? Yes. Xia Liang knew that this time must not hesitate. However, Tong Dongnuan didn't believe it at all. You lied. If you really wanted me to see me long ago. Listening to the resentful voice of Tong Dongnuan, Xia Liang thought for a while. It's Saturday and Sunday. Anyway, the system full attendance is gone this month. It's a big deal to relax for a few days and accompany this Nizi. Immediately spoke. I was just going to see you today? Originally, Tong Dongnuan just said casually. But he didn't expect Xia Liang to come over. Immediately said excitedly. Really? Real. On the side of Xia Liang. He drove directly outside the city. Send me the address and I will navigate to it. Good. Tong Dongnuan did not hesitate and hung up the phone. I sent the address directly. Get the address. Xia Liang first called Qingshui. Then came Shi Yiqin and Lu Qi. Tell them to go on a business trip for a few days. I went to see the milk tea shop where I have shares. That's it. Until 8 o'clock in the evening. Xia Liang finally arrived at his destination. Get out of the car. Tong Dongnuan couldn't wait to jump onto Xia Liang's body. Xia Liang hugged him quickly. I haven't had time to say anything yet. Tong Dongnuan put on red lips himself. 5 minutes later. Only then did Tong Dongnuan let go out of breath. Go up? Tong Dongnuan nodded. The two returned to Tong Dongnuan's home. Everything goes without saying. Little don't win the newlyweds. The two of them fought hard until the early hours of the morning before they fell asleep. The two woke up until noon the next day. After washing for a while. Cuckoo. Hearing this voice, Xia Liang couldn't help but smile. What sound? Tong Dongnuan coughed. Ah, no. Xia Liang couldn't help but give her a blank look. Say straight when you are hungry. And use your stomach to protest. Where did Tong Dongnuan feel this kind of anger? Immediately bite Xia Liang's neck in revenge. Looking at the red strawberries on Xia Liang's neck, Tong Dongnuan smiled triumphantly. Xia Liang shook his head helplessly. Let's go. Take you to things. Good. Tong Dongnuan suddenly opened his eyebrows and smiled, and the familiar feeling returned. Looking at the snacks along the way, Xia Liang asked, "What to eat? It will be all right." Hearing this answer, Xia Liang was a black line. Then eat Xiaolong Bao. No problem. Tong Dongnuan nodded, and Xia Liang took her hand and walked towards the Xiaolong Bao breakfast stand. The two ordered 2 drawers of Xiaolong Bao, and Tong Dongnuan ordered 2 cups of soy milk. She took a bite with satisfaction, only feeling the aroma, refreshing, and full of satisfaction. Yes, not bad. Xia Liang watched her eat it. Tong Dongnuan's cheeks were bulging like 2 small buns. Very cute. Xia Liang not only smiled. Such a beautiful girl. Was he blind before? The two ate too early, well after lunch. Tong Dongnuan took Xia Liang to go shopping. Xia Liang is also familiar with this. It happened to be with Su Yi that day. Today I have to make up for Tong Dongnuan. Welcome. The shopping guide lady smiled immediately when she saw the visitor. What a young couple. The beauty of men and handsome women is really seductive. She couldn't help but sighed in her heart, and her mood improved a lot. What clothes do you want to buy? Wen Yantong Dongnuan was suddenly a little shy and couldn't say it. Xia Liang was confused. Why was Nizi suddenly so shy? Didn't she just buy clothes together? The shopping guide is also a little confused. Well, what kind of clothes do you want to buy? This lady? Tong Dongnuan finally gritted his teeth and said it out. We want to buy a couple outfit. Fuck. Xia Liang couldn't help his eyes widening. Who could have imagined that Tong Dongnuan, who was not afraid of everything, would actually be like this before? In order to buy a couple outfit, I blushed unexpectedly. The shopping guide girl looked at her shy and couldn't help but smile. What a sweet couple, she said with envy in her heart. Okay, please come here with me. She introduced all kinds of couple outfits in the store that are most suitable for young couples. Tong Dongnuan frowned and thought. Xia Liang, which one do you think is pretty? Hearing that, Xia Liang shook his head. I don't participate in opinions. At this time, I'm a model, and it's all up to you. Hearing this, Tong Dongnuan fell into deep thought. The shopping guide girl smiled. This gentleman really sees clearly. Tong Dongnuan couldn't make up his mind for a while. After all, he had never bought this item. She used to buy unisex clothes. So she asked the shopping guide. The shopping guide heard the words. Actually, the two have such a high face value, and they are very eye-catching to wear casually. But if I want to recommend it, I think I can try this set. The one she recommended is actually very simple. They are all pure white shirts. But the style is slightly different. The lower body is jeans for boys and a short skirt for girls. It looks very refreshing and sunny. Tong Dongnuan nodded. Xia Liang, why don't you give it a try? Good. The two took their clothes and went to the fitting room to try them out. After a while, 2 people walked out at the same time. The shopping guide suddenly shines. The summer is cool and tall and thin, coupled with the sunny and handsome face. That kind of light and windy temperament. Wearing such a simple shirt and jeans, they are full of youthful breath. It can be said to be the most perfect Prince Charming in girls' minds. Tong Dongnuan, wearing a shirt and a short skirt, is beautiful and moving, coupled with the slightly shy expression of wearing a couple outfit for the first time. It is like the best first love. Pure, sweet, and heartwarming. The two looked at each other, and they all shined at the same time. What? Tong Dongnuan is very satisfied. And Xia Liang is really handsome in every way she wears. Xia Liang also liked the clothes of Tong Dongnuan. The neutral clothes before look very cool to wear. But is there a boy who would like to be his girlfriend? Putting on this suit is a bit more refreshing and energetic. And it looks even more youthful. Not bad. Very beautiful. Hear Xia Liang's praise. Yes. Yes. Tong Dongnuan lowered her head slightly. The first time she wore this kind of clothes. She blushed a little shyly. Xia Liang gently hugged her shoulders, just about to kiss her blushing cheek gently. Suddenly, ahem, the shopping guide couldn't help laughing and coughing, reminding him. Xia Liang realized that this was in a shopping mall, in broad daylight, and Tong Dongnuan's face turned red all of a sudden. The shopping guide lady is so knowledgeable. She didn't mention this at all, for fear that she would be more embarrassed and embarrassed. Xia Liang couldn't help but sigh. Love really is a strange thing. Who could have imagined that the famous tomboy in high school would become like this? How about two? This set of couple outfits is quite appropriate, right? Anyway, I saw it and thought it suits you well. The face value itself is so high. Wearing this suit and going out, it must be a turnaround rate. Xia Liang nodded immediately. Okay, then buy it. The shopping guide girl smiled and nodded, and the two of them cut off the tag directly and walked out wearing the newly bought clothes. The old clothes were put in his pockets, and Xia Liang held them in his hands. Really, as the shopping guide said, when two people went out, the busy street at this time attracted the attention of many people. No way. The two of them can be regarded as gods and goddesses. A pair of Biren. And now they are happy and sweet when they wear a couple outfits. And they envy others. For a time, many people cast envy and amazement glances at the two of them. Holding Xia Liang's hand, Tong Dongnuan walked down the street wearing a couple costume, suddenly remembering those dreams he had once. But now they don't come true. Thinking of this, she squeezed her hand a little bit tighter. The two went shopping for a while. Thinking of the movies I have watched. Tong Dongnuan took Xia Liang to the amusement park. This place, to be honest, Xia Liang is the first time to come. Tong Dongnuan looked at the crowd, especially the lovers of all colors. Could not help being excited and sweet. Tong Dongnuan finally let go of his psychological burden and turned into a little girl. Xia Liang, I want to play this, that, and that. Tong Dongnuan is very full of confidence and he has set his goal. All pirate ships, roller coasters, jumpers, and even horror haunted houses have all bought tickets. But he knew that Tong Dongnuan, who was not afraid of the sky, was actually afraid of heights and ghosts. As a result, I still have to experience these. Forget it, since she wants to play. She must be with her anyway. After Long Qi bought the tickets, he immediately held Xia Liang's hand in excitement, bounced around like a little rabbit, and walked towards the first project. The first one is the roller coaster. There are a lot of people waiting in line. It is estimated that it will take a while. But Tong Dongnuan didn't care either. Two people wearing couple costumes and walking in the crowd are still very eye-catching. Many tourists look back at them, including many young couples. Xia Liang couldn't help laughing. Are you sure you want to play these items? Tong Dongnuan raised his head and smiled brightly. Of course. I want to experience it all. Xia Liang couldn't help but attack. But I clearly remember someone who was afraid of ghosts and heights. Is it really okay to play roller coaster pirate ships or even haunted houses? Tong Dongnuan's expression changed slightly when he heard this. What? She just patronized to satisfy her romantic fantasies. The picture in Tong Dongnuan's mind. He and Xia Liang held hands, clenched their fingers, sat on the roller coaster and laughed heartily, sat on the pirate ship, and laughed heartily on the jumper. In the haunted house. Scared? However, I really want to sit on it later. Something's wrong. Until now, She suddenly realized what roller coaster she was riding. Am I afraid of heights? Tang! Suddenly, Tong Dongnuan's face was a little uncomfortable. Looking at the roller coaster passing by, a gust of wind blew her long hair and made her sober. Xia Liang saw her hesitation. If we are afraid, we can change one. Hearing that Tong Dongnuan's little temper also came up, he suddenly squeezed Xia Liang's hand. No, do not want. Aren't you afraid? Not afraid. Feeling Tong Dongnuan's trembling hands, Xia Liang didn't speak. He clenched like this. Finally, the two got on the roller coaster. Moreover, it is still the first row. As a rookie riding a roller coaster for the first time, Tong Dongnuan was a little dumbfounded. Xia Liang didn't have any fluctuations in his heart, let alone wearing these protective measures. Even if he didn't bring them, Xia Liang would not be afraid. Ah, it moved. Xia Liang. Me. I'm a little scared. Looking at Tong Dongnuan's face was a little pale. Xia Liang stretched out his hand and smiled slightly. Hold my hand. Good. The roller coaster roared past, and the wind coming upstream was getting stronger and stronger, brushing the faces of the two people, blowing the warm hair of the winter, leaving a series of beautiful memories. And then the roller coaster reached its highest point. Ah! Tong Dongnuan just grabbed Xia Liang's hand. With a whistle, the roller coaster started to speed up, slide down, and gallop past. Tong Dongnuan still paled. This kind of stimulus beyond her control made her feel a little uncomfortable. However, fortunately, Xia Liang is by his side. Xia Liang on the side was called Feng Qingyun Dan, with a comfortable smile on his face, holding Tong Dongnuan's hand to help her courage. Finally, the roller coaster stopped. Tong Dongnuan's face was already red and white. Xia Liang smiled and squeezed her face. How about it? Are you afraid? At this time, Tong Dongnuan's body was quite strong. I'm not afraid. That's a trivial matter. Xia Liang looked at her, still aggressive. So cute. Couldn't help but tease her. Then, why sit down again? Wen Yantong's face suddenly changed. Huh? This? Looking at Tong Dongnuan, who was at a loss, Xia Liang laughed. It's funny. Since you are scared, let's choose the less exciting one to play. Who said I'm scared? No, but it's okay to choose another one. Tong Dongnuan glanced at it. She was afraid of the roller coaster. But don't think about the pirate ship or the jumping machine. He looked up at the sky, said suddenly, let's go ride the Ferris wheel. Ferris wheel. Tong Dongnuan's eyes suddenly lit up. In her mind, she couldn't help but think of the happy legend about the Ferris wheel when she was a child. Suddenly, the whole person was looking forward to it. A legend about the Ferris wheel. Lovers who ride the Ferris wheel together will eventually end up breaking up. But when the Ferris wheel reaches its highest point, if you kiss your lover sweetly, you will always go on happily. Thinking of dreaming about it when he was in high school, Tong Dongnuan couldn't help but blush. Nice. Xia Liang didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing her consent, he led her towards the Ferris wheel. The two lined up for a while, and quickly sat up. Tong Dongnuan has already thought about it. Later, we will declare sovereignty and kiss Xia Liang. Xia Liang didn't know what she was thinking, and took Tong Dongnuan's shoulders. What do you think? Xiao Tong Tong? Listening to this familiar name, and feeling the close temperature of Xia Liang, Tong Dongnuan didn't know why. His face flushed suddenly. No, nothing. It's cool in summer. Look at the beautiful scenery outside. As the Ferris wheel gradually rose, the earth began to separate, and gradually, the entire amusement park fell into the eyes of the two. Then came a wider ground. The closer you are to the highest point, the more beautiful the scenery and the wider the field of vision. However, Tong Dongnuan couldn't help licking his lips. Of course, Tong Dongnuan does not take the legend of the Ferris wheel seriously. But now that I have heard of it, as a previous dream, of course I hope to be able to achieve it. I remember when I was in high school, I told Xia Liang myself. Although he did not say that the person was him. I remember being teased by him for a long time. Will he remember? Will you kiss me at that time? No, it's not impossible. He must have forgotten. At this moment, the Ferris wheel has risen to its highest point. After playing for a day, the sun is already westward. The setting sun is shining down, shining in the whole city. There is an inexplicable romance and beauty. At the highest point of this Ferris wheel, between the sky and the earth, in a sealed hut, it seems that there are only 2 of them left in the world. Tong Dongnuan thought that Xia Liang had forgotten. Action must be taken. However, at this time, a kiss fell quietly. Tong Dongnuan's eyes widened suddenly. The whole person seemed to be electrocuted, and the warm stream of happiness spread all over the body. Xia Liang, he actually kissed me at the highest point of the Ferris wheel at this time. Does he remember? In an instant, Tong Dongnuan felt unparalleled sweetness. Fortunately, I went to a class reunion that time. Moreover, he took the initiative to kiss me. After a long time, when the Ferris wheel was about to fall, Tong Dongnuan looked at teacher Xia Liang. Don't you remember? For Tong Dongnuan, this is unbelievable. You know, this is too ridiculous. It's been so long. But what happened just now? Tong Dongnuan's heart pounding became more intense. Although my heart is full of happiness and sweetness. Hey, didn't some fool say it? I didn't do it to be like her. For an instant, Tong Dongnuan suddenly felt a warmth flowing throughout his body. It was a sudden shock of happiness. Yuan. It turned out that he really remembered. And remembered it for so long. Tong Dongnuan suddenly remembered another passage in the legend of the Ferris wheel. Legend has it that every box of the Ferris wheel is filled with happiness. When we look up at the Ferris wheel, just looking up to happiness. How high is happiness? How high is the Ferris wheel? When we long for happiness but happiness has not come, try to sit on the Ferris wheel and wait for it to rise slowly. Till the top. Everything there. It is the happiness we want in our hearts. Tong Dongnuan knows. Just on the Ferris wheel, she has already got her happiness. The happiness that we'll never let go of. She grasped Xia Liang's hand tightly, as if grasping the entire universe. When he got off the Ferris wheel, Tong Dongnuan felt warm inside. It seems that even if you ride the roller coaster again, you won't be afraid anymore. Never be afraid again. Probably. Tong Dongnuan smiled slightly, filled with happiness. Looking at Xia Liang, the eyes of the 2 are facing each other, and the shadows of a pair of lovers are gradually elongated under the setting sun. It's like a fairy tale. Xia Liang gently dropped a vow kiss on her forehead. Then, he smiled slightly and looked at the ticket stub in his hand. There is one last. Tong Dongnuan raised his head and said. It's, what? Horror-haunted house. Xia Liang knew that Tong Dongnuan was most afraid of this. How do you dare to go? Tong Dongnuan originally wanted to refuse but couldn't stand the intense summer cool. Don't I dare to go in even a haunted house? Don't you be angry? So she mustered up her courage. Yang. Of course I am going. Huh? Aren't you most afraid of ghosts? Tong Dongnuan said coldly. It's not that there are really ghosts. But it's just something that scares people. I won't be afraid of Tong Dongnuan. Xia Liang nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Remember what you say now. Tong Dongnuan suddenly felt guilty. subconsciously held Xia Liang's hand tightly. Soon, the two came to the door of the horror-haunted house. Seeing that the room was cleaned so clean, the landlord's aunt didn't mean to embarrass Xia Liang, and happily gave the deposit. Xia Liang went downstairs and saw a silver sports car. Needless to say, I knew that this was the Lamborghini poison rewarded by the system. At this time, a group of people had gathered at the door, and they were watching. Fuck, this car is so cool. So handsome. Who can tell me what car this is? Du Niang said. This is Lamborghini poison. The price is above 45 yuan. I'm going. A 45 yuan car. Who is so courageous? Just park on the side of the road without sending someone to watch. And don't worry about being slapped. Have you touched it? If this is touched, at least a few points. Right? How many points? Dream. Even if you lose a piece of paint, you have to spend at least a few hairs. Fuck. Isn't it a Mercedes-Benz? It's gone? Everyone stay away from him. Yeah. Stand further and watch. Auntie, just take care of your grandson. If this becomes a bit, it is estimated that your family has been doing nothing for 10 years. You said, whose car is this? Have you seen the owner of this car? I really want to marry such a local tyrant. Hey, someone who can drive this kind of sports car is at least a rich man worth tens of thousands of dollars. How could he be worthy of you? Then I can be a nanny for his house. Washing and cooking. When everyone was talking about it, Xia Liang came over. He still underestimated the charm of the sports car, and his car was blocked by the surrounding water. Seeing everyone very interested, Xia Liang also waited a lot of time. But 10 minutes later, watching the crowd not only did not decrease, but also more and more, Xia Liang immediately spoke. Please let me please. I need to go over. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and glanced, then turned their heads again. If you think about it, you will be watching. I haven't seen enough. Yes. Let me take a few more shots. Today's circle of friends is over. Looking at the people who turned their heads away again, Xia Liang had nothing but deep helplessness. Is this forcing me to pretend to be X? Xia Liang couldn't help but sighed and continued. Everyone, please let me. This car belongs to me. I'm leaving. As soon as this word came out, everyone present was silent, turned their heads again, and looked at Xia Liang. A moment later. Fuck, brother. This asterisk is blowing up. Brother, do you know that this is a super sports car worth dozens of dollars? If you scratch it, can you pay for it? Look at your outfit. Taobao bought it? If you want to wear this X, it will cost a few cents to buy goods. Are you trying to sell kidneys? Listening to the people's doubts, let alone them, even Xia Liang questioned himself whether he should really buy a decent dress. Shook his head and didn't think too much about it. Now let's solve the crowd in front of me first. Thinking of this, Xia Liang didn't argue. She took out the car key and pressed it in front of everyone. The headlights around the Lamborghini poison came on, and everyone looked at Xia Liang as if they had seen a ghost. And looked at the dude who mocked the most. Xia Liang stepped forward, and everyone knew each other to get out of the way. But Xia Liang patted him on the shoulder. Brother, just this car. Even if it is smashed and I am buying one, I don't have to sell kidneys. Hearing this, the young man's face suddenly turned blue and purple, and Xia Liang ignored him. Spent the 15 wages he just earned and bought God-level driving. Opened the door and walked away. As Xia Liang left, the rest of the people also reacted. Fuck, what the hell? Are local tyrants so low-key now? Yes. I just saw him walk out of the rental house with my own eyes. Xia Liang drove directly to the Qingji villa area. As soon as he got outside the villa area, A security guard hurried over and knocked on the car window. The window opened, and the security nodded and said with a bow, "Are you a resident here?" Xia Liang nodded calmly. "I bought a house not long ago and I haven't had time to check in." I heard that the security guard was not waving to the back either. It is reasonable to say that when you enter it, you will check your identity information. However, as a security guard here, Zhang Kai still has this vision. Just this car can buy it inside. A villa. People of this kind of identity can deceive people? As the door was opened, Zhang Kai introduced enthusiastically. After you enter the door, turn left. In the first building. Where is the place where residents check in? Well, thank you. Xia Liang thanked him. And when he saw this, the security guard stopped straight and said impassionedly, "This is what I should do. If you have anything, you can come to me at any time." Hearing the words, Xia Liang nodded and drove into the Qinghao Villa district, which is the most upscale villa area in Qingyun City. Inside there are paths paved with cobblestones, fountains made of clear water, and shaded trees. In summer, cool according to the location given by the security guard. Park the car to the door. Raise your foot and enter the building where you live in the formalities. There are several waiters sitting next to the computer in the room. The environment here is very quiet with coffee tables, marble floors, air conditioning, and most importantly, a few rays of mild sunlight from the windows. When Xia Liang walked in, soon a staff member walked over. Wore a black professional attire, tightly wrapping her body, with exquisite facial features and red frame glasses, which made her feel like a strong woman. "Sir, are you here to check in?" "Yes." Zhou Ruo smiled slightly when Xia Liang answered. "Mr. Please here." When he said that, he took Zhou Ruo to go through the formalities. The service attitude was naturally good. Nothing to say. On the way, there were many staff members who gave Xia Liang a dark wave. Xia Liang had no doubt that as long as they hooked themselves, they would immediately line up, run to the bed. After finishing the process, Zhou Ruo took Xia Liang and went out to see his villa. While watching Xia Liang go out, the staff in the room are all making noise. "My God, so handsome. I am handsome and rich. It would be nice if it were my boyfriend." Hearing this, an older staff member said, "Not only that, he bought the villa in our center." "I'll go." "No, it's the 1,000 yuan villa? Many rich people want to buy that villa, but they haven't sold it for 2 years. I'm a good boy. This is no longer a problem that money can explain. If you can clap your hands in that villa, even if Mr. Shah shoots to death, I will. You are beautiful. I don't know if Sister Zhou can get it." At the same time, Zhou Ruo got in Xia Liang's car, and the two drove towards the destination. Xia Liang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Tong Dongnuan glanced at the entrance of the haunted house. A huge statue, like a demon running out of hell. Huge fangs, pointed claws, and long horns, with big mouths in the blood basin, as if waiting to eat people. And inside the haunted house, there is a black hole. You can't see anything. Gudong. Tong Dongnuan couldn't help holding Xia Liang's arm even more, and the entire petite body retracted into Xia Liang's arm. "It's like Xiaonyao Yiren. Okay, let's go." Oh. Tong Dongnuan's heart thumped and throbbed violently. As soon as he entered the haunted house, a gloomy and cold breath came upon his face. Moreover, there was still a gust of moisture, as if it was the breath of the abyss of hell. "Tong Dongnuan, you can do it. You were the one who was not afraid of heaven and earth at the beginning." She kept cheering for herself in her heart. Tong Dongnuan took her hand and walked forward step by step. For Xia Liang, this is entirely pediatric. Don't say it's fake. Even if Xia Liang is true, He can be squeezed into a ball. But let's not say it. The past few years have done a good job. The inexplicable gloomy aura. The inexplicable ghost screams from time to time. And the asterisk 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 aura of Ruo Ruo Wu made ordinary people unable to help their hairs stand up. At this time. Wow. Suddenly. I don't know where to stretch out a big pale face. Appearing abruptly in front of the two people. Ah! Tong Dongnuan was so scared that Warong was pale. And she screamed in shock. He threw himself into Xia Liang's arms and hugged him tightly. Like a koala. Hanging from him. Xia Liang was a little speechless. But Tong Dongnuan rushed forward. And he had no choice but to hug her tightly. It's just a ghost pretending to be a staff member. Xia Liang was very calm. With a calm face. Gently stroking Tong Dongnuan's head. Softly comforting. I'm so scared. Xia Liang couldn't help laughing. Then, do you want to go back? Don't. I have to insist on finishing it. Looking at her, Xia Liang couldn't help but shook her head. Good. It's really Yingti's words. It's delicious and fun. Just inside the haunted house. One after another. The screams of ghosts and Tong Dongnuan's screams. One after another. Roar. At the deepest point, all kinds of monsters and ghosts finally ran out. Suddenly, all kinds of zombies, monsters, female ghosts, vampires, all ran out. Scary everywhere. Tong Dongnuan's face was pale with fright a long time ago. And his body couldn't stop shaking. Xia Liang was helpless. Looking at Tong Dongnuan, who was pale. He gently held her little face. And a kiss fell deeply on her lips. Thump, thump, thump. The heart that was beating violently because of tension and fear just now seemed to quiet down all. Of a sudden, Tong Dongnuan's eyes widened in an instant. As if he had forgotten everything in the dark. In her world, it seemed that only teacher Xia was left alone. And that affectionate kiss from the lips. This scene is nothing but a waste of time. Infinitely beautiful. The noisy ghosts on the side can't separate them. The staff in the haunted house were stunned. Don't bring such a show of affection. When I come to work in a haunted house, I still have to watch others show such affection. It's almost envy, jealousy, hate. But speaking of it, this couple is really seductive. Not to mention the high face value. The temperament is very outstanding. I really don't know where the immortal couple came from. The staff of the haunted house are eating lemons crazily. Later, Xia Liang and Tong Dongnuan played happily for 2 days. It can be said that it was fun to play, leaving traces of two people everywhere. Because the appearance and temperament of the two people are really outstanding. Wherever they go, they arouse crowds of onlookers and admiration. It's finally time to part. Xia Liang kissed Tong Dongnuan deeply. Then he waved goodbye and prepared to return to Qingyun City. It's 11 o'clock in the evening. Xia Liang returned home. Lu Qi and Shi Yiqin have gone to sleep. Xia Liang also sneaked in and returned to the room after washing. The phone rang suddenly. Hey, is it Mr. Xia? An unfamiliar voice came on the phone. Hello. Xia Liang frowned. This person didn't seem to know him. But still subconsciously replied. Excuse me, are you? That's it, Mr. Xia. We are the intermediary in charge of your house. Someone just saw the room in your Zawei apartment. So let me tell you. The opposite is straight to the point. It turned out to be like this. It seems that the house information on the Zawei apartment is on the internet. And someone has come to rent a house. He is the owner of these houses. So the intermediary side must seek his opinion. And Xia Liang is happy to find out the call. Oh. Xia Liang agreed and understood why these people knew his phone number. So, Mr. Xia, what do you mean? The intermediary replied respectfully. and it was better to collect the money anyway. And Xia Liang immediately agreed. Yes. You can help me reply. On the phone, the agent continued. Mr. Shaw. The other side looked at the information of room 701 in building 7. And it feels pretty good. Can you take a look at the house first? After speaking, the opposite side added, if it's inconvenient for you, let's let it come back when the time comes. If Xia Liang disagrees, the intermediary can only refuse the opposite party. After all, he is the landlord, and it is his right not to let the opposite party inspect the house. No. When will you come over? Then when are you free? Hurriedly asked over the phone. How about this? Xia Liang looked at the time. Thought about it. Set the time at noon. He couldn't get up too early. The main thing is that Tong Dongnuan has been too tossing with Nizi these days. How about 12 o'clock tomorrow noon? That's okay, please. Mr. Shaw, please bring the real estate documents or something, and we will do a registration. Good, Xia Liang replied. Xia Liang didn't care about renting a house, this is just a common thing for him. Putting down the phone, Xia Liang went to sleep directly. At noon the next day, Su Hao was awakened by a ringing sound before he got up. Hey! Xia Liang picked up the phone in a daze. Mr. Shaw, this is the case. The lady who asked you to see the house yesterday asked me to ask you if I can advance the time a bit, because she has something to do in the afternoon. A strange voice came across. Show house? Xia Liang suddenly became sober. Only then did he remember that the agency had made an appointment to see the house yesterday. Checking the time, it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. Xia Liang felt that she was not sleepy anymore, and immediately agreed. Well, let's meet at the apartment property office at 11 o'clock. Okay, Mr. Shaw is really sorry to disturb you. An apologetic voice came on the phone. It's okay. Let's talk about it later. Xia Liang didn't care. Hang up the phone and get cool in summer to dress and wash. Anyway, it's not far from Zawei apartment, and it won't take much time to get there. At the moment, at the door of the Zawei luxury apartment, a middle-aged man in a suit hung up the phone. Please wait a moment. Mr. Shaw will come over right away. The middle-aged smiled and said to the person next to him. Next to him is a beautiful woman with black hair, with long and straight legs, wearing white open-toe high heels, and a tight upper body in a small suit, which outlines a perfect curve. A pointed face with melon seeds matches the delicate features. Became the focus of presence. The security guards and passers-by at the door couldn't help but cast their eyes over. On the side of the road, a passerby straightened his eyes and didn't pay attention. He bumped his head against a tree, and his painful tears came down. Another passerby walked and stepped on the air, and fell directly to the ground, grinning in pain. It's okay. Wait a minute. Ning Siki smiled slightly, revealing two pair vortices, and the eyes of the people around suddenly looked straight. Today she wore a professional attire, stepped on white high heels, and carried a white bag. She looked pure and elegant, with the breath of an imperial sister. What a beautiful beauty. I'm going. This figure. It's almost. This leg. Play for years. At the door, countless passers-by cast amazed eyes. Mr. Shaw asked us to wait for him at the property for a while. And he will come right away. Ms. Ning, look? The intermediary asked. That's all right. Let's go. Ning Siki nodded and walked towards the community in high heels, her tall figure looking very seductive. Behind him, countless people swallowed. This is really a stunner who commits crimes. In the property office, the intermediary enthusiastically poured a cup of tea for Ning Siki. Girl Ning, please wait a moment. Ning Siki nodded. In fact, if she had nothing else to do this afternoon, she wouldn't be so anxious. The house in Zawei apartment was already popular, and Ning Siki was afraid that she would have no house next time if she dragged it on. Therefore, she had no choice but to ask the agent to contact the landlord, Mr. Shaw, and postpone the inspection until this morning. What he didn't expect was that Mr. Shaw seemed to be quite talkative, and he directly agreed to her request. Drinking tea, Ning Siki waited quietly. About 20 minutes later, Ning Siki heard footsteps outside the door. Mr. Shaw is here. Intermediary is happy. Ning Siki also stood up and looked outside the door. Click. The door was pushed open from the outside, and a young man walked in, revealing a handsome face. Xia Liang? The moment Ning Siki saw this face, she was stunned and couldn't help but yell. Xia Liang, who happened to enter the door, heard the sound, turned his head and looked at it, but also dumbfounded. Ning Siki? The moment he saw this face, Xia Liang could only sigh. The world is too small. Unexpectedly, after graduating for 4 years, I can still meet my former university classmates here again. The fate is simply amazing. Mr. Shaw, you are here. Please sit down. The property quickly poured Xia Liang a cup of tea. It turns out that Mr. Shaw and Ms. Ning know each other. The intermediary also stood up and said with a smile on his face, Mr. Shaw, please sit down. Are you the landlord, Mr. Shaw? Ning Siki saw that the intermediary and the property were so respectful, and she immediately reacted. Why, I didn't expect it, Xia Liang said with a smile. To be honest, I didn't expect it either. The two looked at each other, and Ning Siki chuckled. When I was in college, I didn't realize that you were a rich man. I knew I would have done it by then. Otherwise, I wouldn't even come to rent a house now. Hearing this, there is no end to summer coolness. I didn't expect that in the past few years, the university would still have the opportunity to meet in such a place. You still have time to do it now. Xia Liang couldn't help but ridicule. Hey, don't talk about it. Let's discuss important things quickly. Ning Siki covered her mouth with a charming smile. I'm afraid that those classmates never thought of it. Xia Liang is a hidden potential stock. How she knows? Everyone else knows from the class. The two people sat down. The intermediary took out the registration form, and the property side also prepared the contract. The next thing is simple. The lowest price is 2 cents a month. Change it. Xia Liang looked at the contract and there was no problem, and directly changed the monthly rent from 3 cents to 2 cents. Anyway, he is not short of money now, and he is an old classmate, so he should make a discount. Then thank you, old classmate. Ning Siki did not refuse either. A smile appeared on her face, and the two Li Mao were particularly attractive. With Xia Liang's order, the property directly changed the contract, and the transaction was quickly completed. All three parties are happy. The intermediary charged the intermediary fee, registered the form and turned around and left. The whole process takes less than half an hour. Then thank you. I will invite you to dinner next time. Ning Siki was also very happy and said with a smile. The two people walked out of the property office side by side and walked out of the community. Why haven't you noticed that you have changed a lot before? After walking a few steps, Ning Siki suddenly glanced at Xia Liang, and said with a smile, Indeed, compared to before, Xia Liang is now more pleasing to the eye, and her temperament is not the same. Hee, you all said that it was before. Xia Liang said lightly. People always become. The past is the past. Ning Siki gave him a smile and said, Xia Liang, why didn't I find you so humorous before? Speaking of this, Ning Siki feels endless. She just learned from the property that Xia Liang not only has an apartment here, But there are more than a dozen buildings in a community. 1 apartment. 10 buildings collect rent. Tusk. How come you didn't realize that you were actually a rich man before? Ning Siki smiled slightly, reached out her hand to close her hair. And continued. Does the rich people now like this bad taste? This is not bad taste. Xia Liang smiled faintly. This should be the trouble of the rich that everyone often talks about. Ning Siki's hand that had just stretched out into the air was slightly stiff. Thinking that he could tell a long story. And finally he came to such a sentence? Worries for the rich? If the troubles of the rich are like this, then she also hopes that she can be so troubled. Okay, don't say anything. Let's go quickly. Don't you still have something to do? Xia Liang laughed and urged. The two walked side by side towards the door. 2 minutes later, the two walked to the gate of the community. What are you doing? Why are you so anxious? Xia Liang asked casually. Do you want me to send you there? Fine. Ning Siki sighed helplessly, then glanced at Xia Liang unexpectedly. Do you still have a car? Oh, yes. You are a big rent collector after all. And it is normal to have a car. Let's go. I'll see you there. Xia Liang smiled indifferently. As soon as they walked to the door, they saw Aston Martin parked on the side of the road. People in a circle on the side of the road were pointing. And some people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. The moment Xia Liang and Ning Siki walked over, countless male compatriots looked straight and straightened their eyes. The cigarettes from the mouths of several young people who were smoking all fell to the ground. Without noticing them. Wow, my God, when does the sports car come here? Seeing the pitch-black Aston Martin stopped at the door with full and smooth lines. Ning Siki immediately covered her mouth. At this moment, her mind is all on the car. She doesn't pay attention to the eyes of people around her at all. This is Aston Martin? Stepped forward quickly. Ning Siki looked around the car. Although it is the nature of men to love cars, some women love cars to the same degree as men. It just so happens that Ning Siki is such a special woman. Xia Liang didn't know more than half of Ning Siki's understanding of cars. It's an Aston Martin. The value of this car is too high. And it can't be bought with money. Ning Siki couldn't help but admire. Unexpectedly, there is still a superhero in your community? Ning Siki said, bending down slightly. Her upper body was tight and full. And the person next to her was stunned. Wait for me. I will take a picture. Looking at Xia Liang, who was standing next to him with a weird face, Ning Siki said with embarrassment. Sorry, I can't help but want to take 2 photos when I saw this kind of car for the first time. Fine. Xia Liang's face moved slightly. The main reason is that this car is not common. And I can't help but feel excited. Ning Siki explained, and then said to Xia Liang with a smile on his face. I'm afraid you don't know what this car is. Let me tell you. This car is called Aston Martin. There are not many cars in the world. The price is more than 40 yuan. Qingyun City. This is the one. This lady really knows cars well. Yes. This is Aston Martin. A young man with golden eyes stood up, glanced at Ning Siki calmly, and praised. Yes. This lady is knowledgeable. Passers-by who came back to their senses all agreed. Is there such an exaggeration? Xia Liang shook his head indifferently. To be honest, although this car is rare, it is really not as valuable as his Lamborghini Poison. The Jinzi-eyed young man standing next to his eyes gently lifted his eyes, calmly revealing a few hairs on his watch. This little brother still has too little knowledge. I said, buddy, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Learn more from this beauty. Several passers-by spoke as if they had been beaten up. This is not an exaggeration. My student from Suzhou University. This is a fact. Ning Siki bent down, took 2 photos again, and said, I don't know if there is some top-notch second generation big or young in this community. You can get this kind of sports car? After speaking, Ning Siki showed envious eyes. If only I could go in and sit down. My life would not be in vain. She is standing, revealing a pair of slender straight legs, wearing white open-toe high heels, and a tight upper body in a small suit, which outlines a perfect curve, with 2 small pear vortexes on her face, which looks full of temptation. Xia Liang glanced at her twice, then retracted her gaze. I have to say, this Ning Siki is mature and moving. She is a natural stunner. Ahem. But listening to others complimenting myself in disguise, I feel embarrassed. To be honest, it sounds cool. Okay, we should go. Otherwise the owner of the car will come down and see it. After taking the photo, Ning Siki hurriedly shook his head regretfully. I don't know if there will be a chance to ride this kind of car in my next life. Was hesitating whether to interrupt Ning Siki, when she suddenly heard what she said. Xia Liang thought of a stock. He laughed and joked, there is a real chance. Would you rather cry in the car with a disheveled spread? Or would you like to laugh on the back seat of your bicycle? Several passers-by also craned their necks. Xia Liang. You. Ning Siki's face was stern. She is not a little girl who has not been in the world. She naturally understands what Xia Liang said. Seeing Ning Siki's face, Xia Liang laughed, and quickly turned away from the subject. Just kidding. Let's go. You still have something to do. After finishing speaking, he walked towards the driver's door of Aston Martin. Hey, what are you doing in Xia Liang? This is someone else's car. Don't move. Ning Siki was taken aback, and quickly shouted. Although Xia Liang collected rent for 10 buildings, in her opinion, they were real estate. It is impossible to buy a car for more than 40 yuan. I said, buddy, don't move. You can't afford to pay for it. Jinzi Youth was also taken aback. What are you doing? Get in the car and go. Xia Liang laughed, too lazy to pay attention to a few obsessed passers-by. Don't you? Ning Siki walked over, and when she wanted to talk, she asked Xia Liang to take out a key and press it. Then something happened that made everyone on the scene startled. Aston Martin's door slowly rose, like a butterfly spreading its wings. Xia Liang sat directly in the driving position and looked at Ning Siki with a smile. Everyone seemed to be struck by a thunder, and the whole person was stunned. Numb. This car belongs to him? Was present. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was still mocking Xia Liang just now. The young man with golden eyes blushed like a monkey fart. What was he doing just now? Actually laughed at other car owners for not knowing cars? Thinking of what he was doing just now, the young man with golden eyes was uncomfortable. Feeling that the eyes of people around him were not right, he cursed Xia Liang and pretended to be a crime. Then turned and left. The rest of the people reacted, and they boiled all of a sudden. I'll go. Numb. This one is too beautiful than the pretend. Right? I'm so envious. I don't know when I can drive such a car. Didn't a buddy laugh at someone just now? A joke. You don't need to look for it. That buddy has already slipped away. Paralysis. Sure enough, the co-driver of a luxury car has never disappointed. Ning Siki is also blank at the moment. She stared blankly at Xia Liang, who was waving at her, in disbelief. Is this car cool in summer? Doesn't it mean that he saw his embarrassment just now? Thinking of this, Ning Siki's face turned red, and even her ears were pink, which made people feel the urge to take a bite. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Why are you still stunned? Get in the car, Xia Liang said with a smile. Seeing the shocked face of his old classmate, he was still dark in his heart. can make Ning Siki, the former goddess, show such a little daughter attitude. Xia Liang is still very fulfilling. Originally, I simply wanted to send Ning Siki on the way. Who would have thought this would happen? Ning Siki was yelled by him. And when she recovered, she got into the car with a blushing face. You are so bad. Was sitting in the co-pilot. Ning Siki couldn't help but gave him a charming white. This guy. He was watching the excitement just now. And he didn't know a word to remind himself. You can't blame me for this. Xia Liang suddenly rolled his eyes. Didn't you just want to take a picture? After finishing speaking, Xia Liang couldn't help smiling and raised his eyebrows. How do you feel when you sit up now? Thinking of what she had just said, Ning Siki's face turned red after finally recovering. But to be honest, watching the Lamborghini's door slowly lowered, everyone outside showed envy and jealousy. Somehow, Ning Siki actually felt a sense of enjoyment inexplicably. Leaning on the seat gently, the feeling of comfort and softness made Ning Siki couldn't help but snorted slightly. It is indeed a double-digit sports car. It is not comparable to an ordinary car at all. Very comfortable. I'm driving. Don't use yellow to affect me. Listening to Ning Siki's slight groan, Xia Liang gave it to us and said quickly, Hey, you. How come you haven't noticed such a seriousness before? Ning Siki giggled when he heard what he said, then gave him a blank look with charming eyes, and then said, You men. Really duplicity. It's still not as good as your women's duplicity. Yelling no. But my heart is eager to come more violently. Xia Liang gave her a deep look and said with a smile, Bad ruffian. Ning Siki took a sip in secret. Seeing Ning Siki fasten his seatbelt, Xia Liang started the car. Boom. Aston Martin let out a roar of the engine and rushed out with a charming sound, leaving a look of envy and wonder in the place. Aston Martin was speeding along the road, screaming from the side of the road from time to time. Xia Liang has gotten used to it, but Ning Siki feels his heart beating fiercely. I don't know how, but there is a sense of enjoyment in my heart secretly. Especially when I saw from the inverted mirror that a large area of the car was following far away and too close. This feeling became even stronger in Ning Siki's heart. This is the first time she has been in such a double-digit luxury car. She has mixed feelings, excitement, enjoyment, and a bit like a dream. By the way, what are you doing here? Xia Liang, who was driving, asked coldly. Ning Siki, who had thoughts in her mind, was suddenly awakened by Xia Liang's words. That. Ning Siki hesitated. Xia Liang glanced at her and replied with a smile. If you have any difficulties, just forget it if you don't want to say it. Ning Siki glanced at her seriously, and two pair vortices bloomed on the road. My mom asked me to come on a blind date. Blind date? Ning Siki has no boyfriend yet? Xia Liang was a little surprised. A beautiful woman like Ning Siki was a sought-after object in college. How come she is now 24 and still alone? Is it weird? Ning Siki looked at him with weird eyes. She didn't know what he was thinking. Guess what the reason is? Could it be that you are not interested in men? Xia Liang thought about it seriously, and asked uncertainly. Ning Siki's face suddenly stiffened. Half an hour later, Qingyun City, in a restaurant. Mr. Ting, what are you doing? Ning Siki was taken aback by the behavior of the young man in a suit before her eyes. At this moment, there are a lot of people coming and going in the restaurant. When I noticed the behavior of the young man in a suit in front of me, he immediately started to see the excitement. Is this young man proposing or doing something? I'll go. Look at the watch on his hand. Is this a dime? Diamond King. I just saw him come watching the Porsche. This car is also close to one piece. But to be honest, this woman is really beautiful. And I can't help it, in other words. listening to the surrounding sounds. The young man standing in front of Ning Siki was shocked. Siki, you can be my girlfriend. Ting Zihao looked at Ning Siki in front of him with hot eyes and shouted loudly. Talking. He took out a beautifully packed box from his pocket. I heard my aunt said that you like necklaces, and I specially chose one for you. Do you like it? Holding the box, Ting Zihao opened it cautiously, suddenly revealing a gold inside, dotted with crystals, like a crystal necklace. Under the light, this golden necklace was shining brightly, and the countless women who watched screamed, "Oh my God! This is Cartier's love necklace." At least 1 point. Ah, if it is so good for me, even if I am his lover, I don't mind. This woman is so happy. Listening to the sound in his ear, Ting Zihao smiled slightly. This blind date, he had lost money, and he shot a dime a necklace. He didn't believe it. Ning Siki wouldn't be tempted. Originally, this blind date was arranged at home. Ting Zihao was not willing to, but after seeing Ning Siki's photos, he decided that this woman must be his girlfriend. For this, he came here early and made a series of arrangements. Ting Zihao believed that in her next series of offensive summer, Ning Siki would definitely agree. After all, I look pretty decent, and I have a small company in my family. Isn't it the standard for women to choose objects? Mr. Ting, it's the first time we met after all. I haven't been familiar with it yet. Ning Siki's face was indifferent. In her eyes, the small Cartier necklace was not attractive at all. If her mother and Ting Zihao's mother were classmates before, Ning Siki would never be here today. She came here for a blind date just because she didn't want to see her mother lose face. But Ning Siki didn't expect that she had just entered the restaurant. This Ting Zihao stopped her in public and bluntly asked her girlfriend. This makes Ning Siki's face look unsightly. This Ting Zihao clearly wanted to use the crowd to silently pressure her and force her to choose. What Ning Siki hates most is that others force her to make a choice. Siki, at first glance, I think you are my life's choice. Be my girlfriend, and I will give you happiness. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Ting Zihao looks affectionate, and many women see stars in their eyes. Gentle and generous. Handsome and generous. This is simply the domineering president in the novel. Handsome guy. If she doesn't agree, I will be your girlfriend. A good-looking woman shouted loudly. Ting Zihao was indifferent, still looking at Ning Siki affectionately. This handsome guy is really crazy. I really like it. Ting Zihao's indifference made the eyes of these women look at him even hotter. This is the real good man. Loyal to love. Ning Siki frowned. I don't like you. I just came here because my mother arranged it. Mr. Ting, please don't do this. You don't like this necklace. So I took it back. But it doesn't matter. I also prepared other things for it. Ting Zihao is not at all angry. He is still polite. Said. He clapped his hands. Just as everyone was wondering what he was doing, they heard a soothing love song in the restaurant, and a waiter in a white uniform walked over with a bunch of flowers in his hand. This bunch of flowers are all blue roses, and at first glance there are at least dozens of them. The whole restaurant was a sensation at once. My God, this is the Blue Demon Girl. Wow, it's so touching. Let me go. This blue enchantress will be 999 flowers. Right? At least some points. Listening to the exclamation of the surroundings, the smile on Ting Zihao's face deepened. This blue enchantress is indeed 999 flowers, and each one costs almost 50 cents. The price of 999 flowers is close to 5 cents. First it was Cartier's necklace, and then 999 blue enchantresses. My God, is it too happy to be his girlfriend? Right? Fortunately, I don't know if I am happy. But this is really rich. It's a big deal. The people eating in the restaurant gathered around. And the look in Ting Zihao's eyes changed. A bunch of flowers is almost their monthly salary. This is the rich man. The blue enchantress symbolizes love. And 999 flowers have the meaning of everlasting life. Ting Zihao's shot directly caused countless women present to look directly at the whole body. This is the real local tyrant. Dozens of liters. A few cents of things are given at hand. Wouldn't it be enviable to be his girlfriend? This is the best mate in their minds. Young, handsome, more golden, and romantic. He is simply the legendary Prince Charming. Handsome guy, let me be your girlfriend. The girl just stood up and looked at Ting Zihao with scorching eyes. Behind her, the face of a young man turned green. The young man gave the girl a hand and shouted, "What are you doing? What are you doing? My old lady is going to break up with you. Look at yourself. If you have no money, you don't know how to be considerate, and you don't know romance. My old lady was really blind. You. The boy trembled angrily, unable to speak. This lady. I'm sorry. I am only Isiki." Ting Zihao smiled and refused. The girl felt sad for a moment, and turned away without looking back. His boyfriend followed him and her in a flustered expression, and chased them out, as if licking a dog. "Shaw, I am true to you. Can you give me a chance?" Turned around, Ting Zihao looked at Ning Siki affectionately. Under the light, he was holding a bunch of blue enchanting roses, wearing a black suit with a smile on his face, just like the Prince Charming walking out of the novel, and he was dazzled by countless women. Promise him. I don't know who started the head. And there was all echoing voices present. Ting Zihao is very happy. And many more. Just as everyone was quietly waiting for Ning Siki to answer, suddenly a voice came from the entrance of the restaurant. "My slot. Who is this special? Which asterisk is arrogant in my Qingyun city?" Everyone glared and turned their heads. I saw a tall young man in takeaway clothes walking in at the entrance of the restaurant. Is the cool summer. Then everyone saw this young man approaching Ning Siki, smiled at her, and passed the milk tea in his hand. "Beauty, this is milk tea for you. Would you please be my girlfriend?" Bash! Ting Zihao couldn't hold back the first one, and smiled directly. Where did this sand sculpture come from? Isn't it too funny? The crowd onlookers also burst into laughter. Is this young man too funny? Just a cup of 14 house milk tea, and still want to pursue this big beauty? Could it be that the brain is broken? Didn't you see the blue enchantress that Mr. Ting was holding in his hands? I said, buddy, your way of picking up girls is unavoidable. Ting Zihao held back his laugh, stretched out his hand and patted Xia Liang. You'd better go back and change your clothes, and come back after getting dressed up. Then everyone looked at the young man in front of them, and some of them shook their heads suddenly. This is totally incomparable. One is in a suit and leather shoes, and the shot is worth a lot of money. The romantic boy who drives a Porsche, although he looks very handsome, is wearing a takeaway suit and holding a cup of milk tea in his hand. As long as the beauty and values of this beauty are okay, would you not choose the latter? Unless two people only see true love, it's almost the same. Buying flowers is too much trouble. Xia Liang raised her eyebrows. I said, brother, your confession is so interesting. Ting Zihao looked at him with a weird expression. A smile squeezed from the corner of his mouth. This buddy is simply a talent. I think it's very caring. Xia Liang didn't respond, unless his old classmates had seen him help. He just stopped doing it. After being right for a while, she had to ask her to pay for the milk tea. While thinking about it, Xia Liang said, I think this beauty should like Ithahaha. Ting Zihao almost didn't laugh. This buddy is really his best helper. Isn't this obvious to set off him? It seems that this is stable. Beauty. Do you like it? Ignoring Zihao's smile, Xia Liang handed the milk tea to Ning Siki and asked with a smile. Everyone laughed, and the scene that surprised everyone appeared. I saw Ning Siki's expressionless face suddenly burst into a smile, like 100 flowers in full bloom. Ting Zihao's heart trembled, not knowing what, feeling a kind of anxiety. Under all eyes, I saw Ning Siki moved. I like it very much. As long as you give it to me. Ning Siki walked in front of Xia Liang and smiled happily. Click, click, the sound of a broken heart. Ting Zihao was immediately stunned. His brain buzzed as if he was hit by a sledgehammer. How can it be? How can this be? Ning Siki actually chose this man in takeaway clothes? Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Is this particular kidding him? Maid. How could this be? Is this love? The goddess gave up the rich second generation and went to mix. Turned around and followed the poor boy. This familiar routine. Is this the legendary love? The onlookers who were present reacted and were dumbfounded. Impossible. Ting Zihao shouted and looked at the flower in Ning Siki's hand in disbelief. You two must be doing a show, right? Ting Zihao reacted, as if he understood something. And the haze in his heart was swept away. Especially seeing Ning Siki's face a little red, Ting Zihao even more determined his guess. Siki, I know you may not be able to accept it for a while. But you have to believe that I am true to you. But Ting Zihao didn't know that Ning Siki blushed because Xia Liang said that he would be his girlfriend. Thinking of when I was here just now. I drove Aston Martin to see her off in the summer. And passers-by cast envious eyes on her. And Ning Siki felt her heart beating fiercely. She still feels like she is dreaming. Although you have money, Siki is not a material woman. We are together because of love. Xia Liang said to Ting Zihao carelessly. You won't understand. Is this really coaxing a 3-year-old child? Ting Zihao's face twitches. He didn't know that Xia Liang would help Ning Siki. One was because two of them were classmates. And the other was Ning Siki begging herself. Xia Liang thought it was fun to join in the fun. Are you right, Siki? After speaking, Xia Liang looked straight at Ning Siki. Her eyes looked very gentle. Before Ning Siki could reply, Ting Zihao couldn't help it. He walked up to Xia Liang and said, Who are you? Don't make trouble. Then he looked at Xia Liang's dress and said solemnly, Do you want money? Give you 1 point and let me go right away. I'm not leaving. Siki hasn't agreed yet. Xia Liang shook his head, looking infatuatedly waiting for Ning Siki's answer. Ning Siki also reacted, and gave him a calm look. Then stepped forward and took his arm. Xia Liang is right. You die. The two people cooperate with each other tacitly. However, Ning Siki's sudden movements made Xia Liang's body stiff. And then nothing happened. Ting Zihao looked at the closeness of the two, shaking his heart, suppressing the anger in his heart, looking at Xia Liang, and said loudly, Even if you like Siki, do you have a car and a house? Do you have a deposit? Also, do you know what lipstick he likes? Can you afford it? Stop teasing me. This. Xia Liang seemed to be questioned at once. Scratched his head, then turned to look at Ning Siki and said seriously, I have no money. Should I steal the battery car and raise you? Pooh. All the people who were still drinking the drink vomited out. Ning Siki was also amused. She shrugged, trying to keep herself from laughing. This summer is cool. It is too bad. Ting Zihao's face suddenly became very exciting. Isn't he a fool with this kid? How much do you want? 1 point or 2 points? Ting Zihao asked with a twitching face. It is said that we are together because of love. Why don't you believe it? Suha waved his hand. Ting Zihao is so angry. This guy simply doesn't get in with oil and salt. Are you a fool? You don't have a house or a car. What can you do to feed Siki? Is it possible to let him follow you to squeeze the bus? Ting Zihao asked, and said the question again. In his opinion, isn't this guy in front of him just a poor boy? What can he compare to himself? Do you know what car I drive? Porsche 9 Hairs car. Also, do you know how much this necklace is? Don't be afraid to tell you. 2 points. So, Ting Zihao looked at Xia Liang. What do you say to support Siki? Xia Liang immediately became happy. A $1 car. You can't even afford your own car's tires. Right? How do you know I have no house or car? Xia Liang suddenly smiled and looked at Ting Zihao. And said. Ting Zihao smiled, looking at Xia Liang's takeaway clothes. It looks like a person with a house and a car. You have a car and a house? Could it be a prefabricated house and a bicycle? Ting Zihao laughed. The crowd onlookers also looked a little weird. I said, sister, are you really going to be with this buddy? What do you know? It's love in other people's life. And it doesn't mix anything. Do you think everyone wants the same material as you? What matter? That is responsible for yourself. What do you young people know? Little girl, the eldest sister is here. Listen to me, or you will regret it later. Everyone said each other. Xia Liang felt boring for a moment. Looked at the time. It was too early. He was a little hungry. Forget it. Don't play anymore. Siki, if you can't leave, I have to deliver the food. Shook his head. And Xia Liang said with a smile. Ning Siki nodded. 2 people walked toward the door. Ting Zihao sneered a few times before walking to the door. He wants to see it today. What does this guy end up with? He doesn't believe it anymore. Ning Siki can make a relief today. But what about next time? When walked to the door, everyone's eyes suddenly exploded. Ning Siki and the young man they thought was a poor boy went directly into an Aston Martin. The sports car made a charming sound and went all the way, leaving behind everyone with a dull face. Just now, the few people who said that Ning Siki and Xia Liang are love without mixed materials were directly confused. Ting Zihao was also stupid. And the blue enchantress in his hand fell to the ground. Is this the love you said? I'm going to step on the horse ****** love. On the other side, Xia Liang took Ning Siki all the way to the door of the company. Okay, I'll take you here. I have to take out, said Xia Liang, waved at her. Row. Ning Siki did not twitch. And raised the phone. Thank you for today. I invite you to dinner when I have time. Good. After agreeing, Xia Liang drove away directly, looking at the direction of Aston Martin's departure. Ning Siki had mixed feelings in her heart. On the other side, Xia Liang in the car started his food delivery journey. Today's 10 orders will be delivered early and finished early. Quickly grabbed the order. The address is delivered to Yiqing Square. Zhou Qifujin shop was not far from where he took the meal, only 800 meters away from his current position. And the gathering is only 3 kilometers away from his current location. There is a university along the road, and ordinary takeaways may be able to take a few orders. After all, campus bills are the best to send. Pull a few bills at once and send them to the dormitory below. Just call the guests and pick them up. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. This kind of campus orders are very popular. If it weren't for his fast hand, he would definitely not be able to grab it. 5 minutes later, Xia Liang walked out of the Taipan fruit shop with a bag of takeaways. And under the dumbfounded eyes of the shop assistants, he drove the Aston Martin and rode away. Not long after, The sports car came to the side of the square and stopped. The gold store was opened on the first floor and the store was facing outwards. So there was no need to go to the parking lot. Fujin shop on Saturday. There are a lot of people today. And several shopping guide girls are greeting people. Lu Ying is indeed an exception. She has no clients. When she suddenly saw a sports car parked at the door, her eyes lit up. This sports car is a cool one. And the owner is definitely a local tyrant. I must have come to buy gold. So we must seize the opportunity. I won't worry about the commission this month. The sports car door opens and slides upwards. Stepped out with one foot. And walked down a handsome takeaway boy? Hiss. It must be dazzled. Rub his eyes and look again. Is still a takeaway boy. Stunned. Just when she was sluggish. Xia Liang has already walked into Saturday Rich Jewelry. Looked around. Huo. The business is really good. And then he asked Lu Ying, who was the only free person. Hello. Is this your fruit takeaway? Our manager called it. Give it to me. Lu Ying was stunned. And hurriedly stepped forward to take over. Don't eat stealthily. Be careful that the store manager deducts your salary. Looking at her dazed appearance, Xia Liang couldn't help joking. Finished speaking, turned around and prepared to leave. Wow! There was a sound, and the rolling shutter was pulled down. Robbery! Get all of them on the ground. A rough voice sounded. I saw two tall figures walking out of the crowd who had previously seen gold jewelry. Was carrying a school bag behind him. And one person was carrying a small dagger. There was a big man standing at the rolling gate, holding a pistol in his hand. It hurts. Don't kick. I'm lying on the ground. There was a wailing sound. The two holding daggers kicked the standing customers and shopping guides to the ground. Seeing that the situation is not good, Xia Liang hurriedly pulled Lu Ying to the ground. It's not that he didn't dare to resist. It was that there were so many people. And the man at the door was still holding a pistol. If he was careless, he could easily be injured by mistake. Then who? The store manager. Go and put all the gold up for me. Don't play tricks on me. The gunman pointed his gun at a man who looked like a shopkeeper in a suit and leather shoes and threatened. Then the two swordsmen threw their backpacks to the ground. And then stood aside and watched everyone's movements. The shop manager trembled all over. And did not dare to resist. Trembling. Picked up the backpack. Walked into the counter. One counter. The gunman had never left his body with his eyes. He was obviously worried that the store manager would secretly press the alarm when he was not paying attention. As we all know, Jindian Bank will install alarms in the dark to deal with various emergencies. The store manager also had this idea, but the gangster was too cautious. And he didn't have the slightest chance. Installed. After about 10 minutes, the store manager tremblingly put the two bulging backpacks on the ground. And squatted on the ground again. Strong desire to survive. Think about it, too. If the gold was robbed, it wasn't me who lost it. My life is the most important thing. The gunman waved to the two swordsmen to retreat. The two are very tacit, facing the crowd, slowly backing away, just when they were about to retreat to the door and open the rolling shutter. The gunman's eyes brightened and he noticed Xia Liang. To be precise, it was a Rolex watch from Xia Liang. Grandma's. I almost missed the most valuable thing. Boy, take your watch off. Took 2 steps forward and threatened Xia Liang with a gun. The people lying on the ground were surprised and turned their eyes to Xia Liang. Some people are puzzled, and some people who are knowledgeable look surprised. This Nima, a Rolex watch. 12 pieces of watches are actually worn by a takeaway boy? Look at this condition. It is definitely authentic. Alas, disasters are coming. The gunman looked at the Rolex in Xia Liang's hand, his eyes full of greed. Don't kill me. I'll pick it, Xia Liang screamed, trembling all over, raising her hand to pick her watch. Because the hand was shaking on the way, I couldn't take it off several times. The gunman glared his eyes, obviously anxious. At this moment, the watch was finally taken off Xia Liang's hand, and he trembled and raised his hand. The gunman was overjoyed and was about to pick it up. At this time, Xia Liang's mouth twitched, revealing a wicked smile. I saw him throw his watch abruptly and hit it directly on the face of the gunman. The watch is again a hard object. Under full power, it is no less powerful than swinging a stick at the face of the gunman. And his nose is instantly broken. Ah, it hurts. The gunman raised his hand and touched his face subconsciously. People's conditioned reflexes are terrible, and if one is not paying attention, it is often fatal. Good chance. Xia Liang jumped up and rushed forward, reaching out and grabbing the right hand of the gangster who was holding the gun. Then an elbow hit. The offensive was extremely fast. Click! The bones of the hand were broken, and the pistol fell to the ground. Then Xia Liang fell over his shoulder again and threw him at the two gangsters with knives. The two heard the yelling of the gunman, and they yelled badly. They were about to come up to help, but they didn't expect it to be too late. Boom! Was hit by gunman and fell to the ground. Xia Liang swiftly stepped forward and slammed on the legs of the three of them. One leg once, which abolished their ability to move, is extremely violent, but it is also the most suitable method for the present. What? The three screamed again and again, and all their leg bones were trampled and broken. Other people in the gold shop are still immersed in the fear of being robbed. Unexpectedly, the situation reversed. The shop manager was dumbfounded. This. Other people collectively showed an incredible color, both surprised at Xia Liang, brave and decisive, was shocked by his brutal violence. But no one sympathized with the three robbers. They will not feel sorry for these robbers. Some of them even committed crimes with guns. If they are seriously investigated, they can already be sentenced to death. Lu Ying looked at the scene in front of her, and her heart was full of turbulent waves. Is this a takeaway guy? Takeaway boy. Is he so handsome? Takeaway boy can afford 12 watches? The takeaway boy is agile and kills 3 robbers instantly? I must have not woken up. Wow. At this time, an alarm bell rang outside the door. Police cars stopped in front of the Fujin shop on Saturday. Encircling them, Yun Bing led the team. At this time, she was very angry. 10 minutes ago, she received a call from the audience claiming to be a live broadcast room, saying that Joe Kifu's Plaza store had been robbed at gunpoint. At the beginning, she still had some doubts. After all, how strict gun control is in the country. How could someone carry a gun assault? But as the reporter described it more and more truthfully, she had to believe it and decisively chose to lead the team to check it. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. I would rather kill 1,000 mistakes than let go of one. If this is true, it would be terrible. When he arrived at the scene, he found that Joe Kifu's door was closed tightly. It is business hours in broad daylight, which is very abnormal. After she got out of the car, she took out the loudspeaker. Listen to the people inside. You are already surrounded. I advise you to surrender immediately. Xia Liang was also speechless for a while, and he naturally heard Yun Bing's voice. But good guys, who dare to come later? As expected, the defenders only appeared after the matter was resolved. Clean up professional households on the spot, but this time it was fast. Less than 20 minutes before and after. It may have been someone present who reported the case secretly. Otherwise it would not be so timely. Sure enough, at this moment, a girl in a pink hanfu stood up and shouted, "The defenders! Come in! The gangsters have been solved by the little brother. This girl is a bit familiar." Xia Liang looked at the girl and touched her chin. Wow! After a while, the rolling shutter was opened. Yunbing walked in cautiously with a few male agents. Obviously they are still not at ease. Suspecting that the shout just now is the full set, the agents only breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the 3 robbers lying on the side and everyone present in the room. "Excuse me, what is going on? Can anyone explain to me?" After the agents locked the robbers and carried them into the car, Yun Bing glanced around and asked with a heavy tone. Everyone present was still in shock and remained silent until now. While Xia Liang hid quietly to the side, he suddenly remembered. It seems that Yun Bing is asking him to have dinner on Saturday. Good fellow. But there are arrangements on Saturday and Sunday. Xia Liang didn't know what to say for a while. I saw one person raising his hand enthusiastically. A cute girl in hanfu. The girl in hanfu rushed to the female detective and described the situation at the time. From the time the gangsters started the robbery, they kept talking about how Xia Liang subdued them. That enthusiasm and joy, I don't know how many people she subdued. Yunbing followed the hanfu girl's hand and looked over. Saw Xia Liang on the side. Now that he was pointed out, Xia Liang greeted him openly. "Meet again." Yun Bing has a rare smile on his face. "Thank you again this time." "It's okay. Small problem. Everyone is a colleague." Xia Liang waved his hand. Yun Bing nodded, but didn't say anything. "After all working hours. Then I will take them home first." "Row." Xia Liang waved his hand. "Goodbye." Yun Bing also waved his hand. And when he walked to the door, he stopped suddenly. "By the way, don't forget, I have an appointment for dinner on Saturday." "Am I special?" Xia Liang had a headache and said tangledly, "I have something on Saturday. How about today? Or tomorrow?" "Something?" Yunbing thought for a while. "No problem. Then make a reservation for tomorrow. I will call you then." "Row." Xia Liang was relieved to hear this. Yunbing led the team away, and the hanfu girl hopped over. "I'm broadcasting live. Can I interview you?" At this time, the hanfu girl leaned forward and looked at him with joy. This style of painting is a bit familiar. Very much like Su Yi. Thought for a while, then nodded. Looked at the smile on her face, full of pleading color, as if she was saying, "Please accept my interview." Mengzi's request. If ordinary people agree. But Xia Liang shook his head. "No. Why? I am low-key and don't want to be famous." Hearing that the girl in hanfu is holding her mouth and selling cute. "Isn't it possible not to show your face?" Xia Liang still looks indifferent. "Or not. Why?" Was rejected continuously. And the girl in hanfu was about to cry. "Because I want to deliver food." Xia Liang turned around and left after speaking. Waved his sleeves. And didn't take away a girl. Opened the butterfly door and got into the car. Boom. Boom. Aston Martin gradually disappeared in Tan Xiaoxiao's dull gaze. At this time, the live camera was directly facing the location where Aston Martin had stopped. In the live broadcast room. 666. The Mengmei anchor was rejected by the takeaway brother. "Go upstairs. Is that the average takeaway boy? One pick and 3 brave robbers. Is there anything? Sure enough, all of my foreign sellers are masters. They can kill the robbers in peace at the top, and the kings in the canyon. And at the bottom, they can also help the elementary school monks with homework. Awesome. Did I notice that he drove a sports car to deliver food?" With the comments of a group of water friends, The number of Hanfu girls in the live broadcast room is also increasing. Not long after, Xia Liang's deeds were posted online again. In the Bib, Douyin, the major postbars have made headlines, attracted enthusiastic discussions from netizens. Fortunately, the posters were well measured and only described the matter, but did not reveal any of Xia Liang's privacy or photos. However, at this moment, Xia Liang has already taken the next takeaway order. Kojira Sushi Restaurant. This is a Sakura national cuisine restaurant. Came to the counter. Xia Liang greeted the clerk at the front desk. PPX takeaway number 36. Please help me. Thank you. The 36th is not ready yet. It will take 7 or 8 minutes. Wait a minute. The front desk brother looked back and replied. Xia Liang nodded, pulled the stool aside, sat down, raised his eyes and looked around. Although it is a takeaway shop, there are also dine-in meals. There are several tables of guests in the shop. The two girls at the table next to stared straight at him at this time. After staring at him, their small faces turned red and they quickly turned their heads, but they were still peeking out of the corner of their eyes. Xia Liang couldn't help but smile. This charm with nowhere to put it. Not long after, the clerk in the kitchen came out with the takeaway in his hand. He quickly took it and delivered it to Xia Liang. Your meal is ready. Don't overtime. Xia Liang couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be handsome. Took the takeaway and walked towards the door of the store. To be honest, he has seen a lot of beauties these days. He is really not interested in it. In comparison, it is better to deliver food. When it comes to hidden tasks, it is really cool. At this moment, a female customer in the store stood up and chased after Xia Liang's back. The girl trotted to Xia Liang, took a deep breath, and said, Little brother, you have lost things. Hearing this, Xia Liang touched his pocket, and said in doubt, No, what am I missing? You lost me. Said again with a blushing little face. Can I add you Wang? Xia Liang stayed in a daze. Did you get teased by a girl? Then laughed. This young lady is very cute. And she opened her mouth to speak of love. But since it's all like this. Xia Liang smiled and gave WeChat to the girl. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Don't talk to boys casually in the future. It's okay to meet me. Are you afraid of meeting scumbags? After speaking, Xia Liang turned and left. Only the girl was left looking at him foolishly. This little brother is so warm. Nantong Garden. At the entrance of room 2213. Ding dong. Hello. The takeaway is here. Come in. The door is unlocked. Xia Liang smiled, opened the door and walked in. I have encountered a lot of this kind of situation. It is given to people. The core of delivery is to deliver it to the customer. Entering the room, you see the magnificent living room, beautifully decorated and atmospheric, which shows that the owner has invested a lot of money in this area. On the high-end European-style sofa, lies a delicate woman in pajamas. The woman is pretty. Lying on her side, she looks even more charming. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the woman looked at Xia Liang. Her eyes lit up. She sat up and said enthusiastically, Take it out. It's hard work. Let's have a cup of tea. Xia Liang put the takeaway on the table, smiled and shook his head. No, I have to send it again. Let's say goodbye first. The woman laughed with enthusiasm and stretched out her hand to hold Xia Liang. What are you nervous about? My sister didn't eat you. It only costs a few dollars for delivery. I will be with me today. No matter how much money I have. Talking with long legs stretched out. Damn. Come again? Is this going to wrap me again? He was unmoved. He broke free and said lightly, I'm just a takeaway guy and don't provide services. After speaking, he turned and left without hesitation. Don't. Handsome guy, don't go. Xia Liang was unmoved by the shouting behind him. What did he look for? Love. Not such a woman who covets his appearance. Sent a few more orders one after another and successfully completed today's work. Xia Liang drove to the villa. Is another night beyond description. The next day, Xia Liang got up early and delivered the takeaway. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yunbing called. The two agreed on a location. Where is Yunbing already waiting? The heroic posture without a protective outfit is so cool. Lower body jeans. Upper body is a white shirt. Outlines a dazzling and graceful curve. Xia Liang drove to a stop in front of him. Will Daejin Yun get in the car? Heard this familiar voice. Yunbing smiled and got in the car. Xia Liang glanced at it and praised casually. I wore it beautifully today. Thanks. Although it is not the first time to be praised by others. Xia Liang's praise makes him very happy. By the way, where are we going to eat? Huh? Anything. After all, I invited you to dinner. What do you want to eat? Hot pot. Xia Liang is not inked. I know that this one is very delicious. What do you think? After that, I looked at Yunbing. Yunbing was suddenly seen as compatible and a little reddish. I don't know why. She always felt a little shy in front of Xia Liang. Can. Row. Xia Liang drive directly. There was silence in the car. Yunbing rarely interacted with the opposite sex, and generally reported on work. I haven't had anything like this before. And she doesn't know what to say. Xia Liang thought that Yunbing didn't like to talk very much. Did not speak. After a while, Yunbing finally couldn't help but speak. Have you eaten? Pu Kai tilde. Xia Liang couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Yunbing only then reacted. Ashamed. Aren't they going to eat hot pot? What kind of hot pot would you eat if you have dinner? Xia Liang also knows that this is not good. Quickly put away his smile. Don't be nervous. It's not the first time we met. Yunbing also took a deep breath and nodded. Soon the two arrived at the hot pot restaurant. 2 bottles of beer. Yunbing was talking, and Xia Liang was also a little surprised. I don't know what she is going to do. Dong 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 tilde. As soon as the beer came up, Yunbing blew on the bottle. 1 bottle down. Yunbing felt much better. Is not the same as before. After chatting for a while, Xia Liang found that although Yunbing always liked to have a cold face, he was a nice person, not as cold as his appearance. Especially in front of him, there is still a smile. Xia Liang couldn't help asking. This is good. Why do you usually keep a cold face? Yunbing was also a little helpless. It's not going to be cold. It looked like an embroidered pillow. In the past, everyone in the security hall thought that I was gilded. At that time, I made up my mind to go on with my own strength. It started like this. Good. Xia Liang nodded and raised his glass. He found that Yunbing is very good. Not glamorous. Not artificial. Much better than many girls who always like to whistle. And there is no extra thought. And the two of them are very happy to eat, drink and chat. Let's go one. We will be friends in the future. If you need help, please feel free to ask me. After 3 rounds of wine, Xia Liang sent Yunbing downstairs. Xia Liang did not drive because of drinking. Do you need me to take you up? Need not. Yunbing waved his hand. Send me back to trouble you. I'm already downstairs. And I'm not that kind of weak girl. 2. Xia Liang waved his hand. Then goodbye. Goodbye. Yunbing also waved his hand. Turned around. Yunbing regretted it. Why didn't Xia Liang be invited in just now? Everyone took the initiative to say that they sent themselves up. Why didn't they agree? Yunbing just refused. just subconsciously not wanting to trouble Xia Liang. I regret now. It's useless. So I can't see Xia Liang again. Shook his head. Yun Bing continued to walk forward. She did not live with her father. Came out to rent a house. Is an old-fashioned neighborhood. There is no elevator. After all, the defender's wages. Rent better. And can't eat. Of course Yunlong also gave Yun Bing pocket money. But Yun Bing never used to move again. Just as Yun Bing walked to the second floor, the person behind him who thought he was wearing a military coat and hat with his head down quietly touched him. In the next second, he took out a gun from his pocket on Yun Bing's back. Officer Yun, finally let me find you. The man's voice was cruel. And he said coldly, let's go. Let's settle our accounts. Good. Except for the initial tension. After, Yun Bing quickly calmed down. I was thinking about how to fight back. Huh? Don't come up. Yun Bing was just about to make a sound. But she just made a little movement. Boom. The asterisk 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 of the man's rifle hit Yun Bing's forehead. In an instant, blood flowed down, dyeing Yun Bing's beautiful cheeks red. I saw the man's voice full of viciousness. Don't try to play any tricks for me. But as soon as he finished speaking, the man felt a strong wind coming from behind him. The man was taken aback and he was about to fight back. It may be too late. He only felt a sharp pain in his palm, and subconsciously let go of his hand. The pistol fell to the ground. And then I only felt something erased from my mind. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. The man vaguely saw a figure as he fell to the ground. And then his eyes went dark. Yun Bing also ignored the blood on his forehead. Bent down, took off the hood of the masked man, revealing a face in his 30s. Wiped a toothpick off his forehead. And no longer breathed. This is not the first time. After the initial shock, Yun Bing soon returned to normal. And his face was full of gratitude. Thank you just now. If it weren't for you, I would. Yun Bing hadn't finished speaking. The meaning was already very obvious. If it weren't for Xia Liang today, I guess I would be doomed. Small question. You will have a meal next time. Xia Liang didn't react much. And waved his hand indifferently. Yun Bing is not a twitch. Then it's settled. I'll call someone over first. Finished speaking and called the security agency. After a while, the ambulance and the guards came. In the car, medical staff were bandaging Yun Bing's wounds. In fact, Xia Liang can easily stop the bleeding and make her heal. But when it's better, I can't justify it. After all, the asterisk 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 of the gun has bloodstains on Yun Bing's head. After the dressing is complete, Yun Bing then reacted. By the way, how did you know that I was in danger? Xia Liang naturally can't tell the truth. Is what the system knows by checking his panel. Casually found an excuse. Me? I see that guy is sneaky. And I feel a little worried about you. So I went up and have a look. Oh. Hearing these words, Yun Bing called a warm one in his heart. Turned out to worry about me. Didn't you come up until you were worried? Go to the police station and finish the transcript. It was late at night when I got home. The next day, Xia Liang continued to lead a simple and unpretentious takeaway life. As always, love and dedication. Drove the Lamborghini and set off. Xia Liang took another order 10 minutes ago. A grilled fish set meal for 2 persons. Sent to room 2603. Peaceful apartment. Carrying a large amount of packing box. Put it in the front trunk of the sports car. Kicked the accelerator. Lamborghini poison whizzed towards the destination. Peaceful apartment on the 26th floor. Ding dong. Xia Liang rang the doorbell and yelled. Hello. The takeaway is here. Please take it. Waited for a while. The door opened. and a sister Yu poked her head out, with long hair, full of charm, like a ripe peach, which made people coveted. Eyebrows are lightly brushed, and the lips are a little fascinating. Jia glanced at Xia Liang, thought a little, and nodded at him. Come in. Xia Liang sighed. Send into the house again? Come on. There is one who is greedy for his own body. I thought for a while. It might trigger a hidden mission. Xia Liang followed Jia and walked in. It turned out that there was still one person in the house. Is a little beauty about 20 years old. At first glance, she looks pretty good, but she is a little bit greener than that of Yuji. Two people, could it be that they are planning together? Hiss. Xia Liang took a breath. Mom, how can you let strangers into the house casually? Really? At this time, the little beauty on the sofa said. Mother? Fuck. This is the mother and daughter? Are you sure it's not two sisters? What an excitement. Xia Liang was also a little surprised. It didn't look like this. First of all, this Jia looked at her about 30. How could she have a 20-year-old daughter? Besides, although both of them look good, they don't look alike. What? Thinking of this, Xia Liang shook his head. Mother-daughter stimulation is stimulus. But this is obviously impossible. He doesn't believe that there will be mothers and daughters playing such crazy things. Put down the takeaway, and was about to turn around and leave. But at this moment, the pretty Yuji spoke. Brother, wait a minute. Talked and walked to Xia Liang. Looked up and down for a while. Then nodded in satisfaction. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, how about thinking about my daughter Boa? Jia is not Jia at all at this time. She is like a square dancer who introduces her to the park. Asked, and at the same time pointed at the girl sitting on the sofa. At this moment, Xia Liang's heart is dazed. What's the situation? Is this royal sister trying to sell her daughter to me? Sister, a girl with such a beautiful affection. You still worry that she won't be able to get married. The care from my mother. It's really overwhelming. Thinking of this, Xia Liang shook his head and decided to refuse. Lin Bauer on the sofa spoke, and said with a bit of dissatisfaction. Mom, what do you think? This first time I met, you actually let me marry him? It's still a takeaway. Sister Yu is a little dissatisfied. How do you say it? What's wrong with the delivery? Look at how handsome this boy is. Isn't it just a little poorer? There is a chance to make money. Lam Bor got more and more angry with her words. Her expression on her face became impatient. I won't. I am the master of my life. I won't go with a takeaway guy if I kill me. If you want to marry you, just marry him. Got up and left and rushed into the room. What did you girls say? Beautiful Jia was obviously angry with her daughter's attitude. Her chest was rising and falling, and her speech was not smooth. Xia Liang was speechless after hearing Lin Baor's words. Good fellow. I didn't say I fell in love with you either. Shook his head. Xia Liang just talked about it. That eldest sister. I appreciate your kindness, but you can't force your feelings. You have to send the order again. I'm leaving now. After speaking, Xia Liang turned around and walked out without waiting for her to respond. Hey, wait. Beauty Jia quickly wanted to call Xia Liang, but he had already left. Alas, Gan Mengju couldn't help sighing. How could she find a boyfriend for her daughter if she couldn't help it? Lin Bauer was picked up by her. Has been carrying her, so there is no result. A single-parent family. She is usually busy with work. This girl has become more and more rebellious in the past 2 years. She is also worried about her daughter's premature love. Rather than being deceived, it is better to find someone who is pleasing to watch her. I just didn't expect Lin Bauer to say such a thing. Marry him yourself? Thinking back to Xia Liang's handsome face, sunny and handsome, Gan Mengju couldn't help but trembled. This. On the other side, there is no new order delivery. Xia Liang casually found a cafe for a break. Under the obsessive eyes of the little girl at the front desk, Xia Liang ordered a glass of lemonade and found a place to sit down. At this moment, the conversation between a man and a woman at the next table attracted his attention. Turned her head away. The woman looked just average, and the public had a 6-meter face, and asked casually the man in front of her, "Do you have a room?" The man nodded when he heard the words. Yes. The 3-bedroom apartment just paid the down payment. After hearing this, the woman has gotten more serious. Where's the car? Less than 2 cents will work. The man nodded again. There are cars too. Sanmao's Volkswagen. I heard that it was the public. And the woman's face was a little uncomfortable. Which Volkswagen does Sanmao buy? How good is a BMW? The man looked at him as an honest person, smiled and nodded without refuting. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. The environment, greening, vegetation, and air in the community are originally excellent. The surrounding scenery is beautiful. The sky is full of sunshine, and the setting sun is sprinkled on the lake. Villa area. The exquisite villas with a rustic feel are scattered among the green trees. And being in them, it seems as if they are far away from all the urban hustle and bustle. Here, a house in a high-rise area costs dozens of yuan, and the price of a villa can even be hundreds. There are 10 small islands in the whole community, connected by roads, black marble floors, white light red roof tiles, and 10 villas are scattered on the small islands. Among them, the most luxurious villa is in the most central villa. Regardless of the size, location, and decoration, it far surpasses any other villas. The balcony of this villa is very big. You can see the sea in the distance. The front of the villa is a large lawn. The back is a swimming pool. And to the right of the lake villa is a parking lot, surrounded by flowers and plants, full of vitality. Following Zhou Ruo's introduction, Xia Liang is very satisfied. The villa alone covers an area of up to 2,500 square meters, which does not include private swimming pools, private screening halls, etc. Just to introduce the villa, Zhou Ruo spent half an hour. Although the sun in the sky is not too harsh, Zhou Ruo was already sweating a bit, pretended to accidentally unbuckle a button on his chest, and for a while, the thing standing proudly was seen by Xia Liang. But Zhou Ruo was a little annoyed that his own didn't seem to have any interest in her. It's no wonder that for Xia Liang, the ghost knows how many times this woman has done this, and he really can't do it. Zhou Ruo had no choice but to leave a business card. Mr. Xia, you are welcome to enter the Qingji Villa area. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact me at any time. Thanks. After answered her very plainly, Xia Liang walked into the room. The inside of the villa has already been renovated and is extremely luxurious. The floor is made of black marble. The crystal pendant lamp is bright as a mirror in the living room. The imported brand name cushions are pure black fragrant wooden table, and the exquisitely carved bookcase. There is floor-to-ceiling glass on the whole surface. There is also a large swimming pool, leather sofas, mahogany furniture, temperature-controlled waterbeds and a luxurious gaming room on the top. There is also a movie theater on the basement floor. There are 3 floors outside the villa, a cobblestone path, surrounded by bonsai of various shapes, classical decoration style, continuous arches and cloisters. There is also a terrace on the roof, deck chairs, a wide view, a large living room, with all kinds of brand name furniture. Everything. But living alone in such a big house is indeed a bit empty. And I don't know if I will feel lonely and cold at night. Should I be hee? Forget it. This kind of thing depends on fate. Watched the movie in the screening room. See if it's 9 o'clock in the evening. Finally fell asleep. And the next day Xia Liang slept until he woke up naturally. It's cool to not work. After eating breakfast, Xia Liang did not go out. Returned to the room. Turned on the computer. Xia Liang started the live broadcast room. When the live broadcast room opened, a lot of people flooded in. These are the fans who were conquered by Xia Liang parkour before. Of course there is no Xiao. Xia Liang is an old fan of emotional live broadcast. Anchor. You finally started. What's the live broadcast today? Does the anchor still live broadcast to solve emotional problems? Isn't this a talent anchor? What the asterisk is emotion. You don't understand this. The anchor mainly solves emotional problems. By the way, part-time talent anchor. 3 views on the anchor are very positive. I have fans no matter what the live broadcast. Such a great anchor. Seeing these bullet screens, Xia Liang chuckled lightly. Yes, that's right. The anchor is also an emotional anchor. If you have an emotional problem, you can ask me to solve it. If not, I don't know what to broadcast. There will be too much to do. Or you can order it. Anchor is too arrogant. Don't think that it's very cool to run cool. I will. Well, without you 6. Since the anchor asked us to order, let's order it. Can the anchor sing? Sing a song to listen. Yes. Yes. Isn't it a decathlon anchor? Come and sing a paragraph. +1. Listening to breaking up and singing happily. Of course. It is necessary to break up and be happy. Happy breaking up with a song. The barrage was immediately brought to the rhythm. And they called Xia Liang to sing. Xia Liang hesitated because there was no mission. But thinking about the skill and not pressing down. Anyway, there is still a lot of wages left on him. Xia Liang nodded. No problem. But everyone has to go out with me to buy a guitar. Was about to go out while talking about Xia Liang. And the audience in the live broadcast room was amused. I said the anchor. Since you don't have a guitar at home, can you play it? Also curious. The anchor does not have a guitar. How could it be possible? The anchor is bragging. I bet the anchor will not play the guitar. Yes. Even if I could. It should have been a long time since I played Unfamiliar. Otherwise how could I not have a guitar? And looking at this one by one barrage. Reading www. Yuakanshu. Calm. Xia Liang just smiled and didn't refute anything. But a barrage in the next second made Xia Liang stop the hand that was about to close the door. An incident happened to the anchor recently. My boyfriend disappointed me so much. I want to break up with him. But he is very good to me. I can't bear it. What should I do? This familiar taste? This is a mission. Immediately Xia Liang walked into the room and closed the door. Dear friends, it seems that our musical journey today is about to be postponed. I just saw a friend's request for help on the barrage. After hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room released various barrage. Emotional dispute? It looks pretty good. There is gossip. Listening to gossip, that talent comes with great joy. I was excited about yesterday's parkour. Agree upstairs. Are you women? I like gossip so much. What do you know? Emotional disputes in the live broadcast room of the anchor are relatively high. Yes. It seems that the mad demons are going to be broken up again today. Ignoring the barrage, Xia Liang sat back in the chair again and began to ask questions. Which one named a very cute giant rabbit was there just now? I saw your barrage. If you have time, you can even talk to Mai about your problem. Xia Liang said only a second. And the barrage of very cute giant rabbit appeared. I have time. Anchor. Xia Liang saw that. Without saying a word, started Lin Mai. The video is connected. and a girl who looks quite good, and some fat babies appear in the screen. Sister was in a very tidy room, watching the video connection. She hurriedly sorted out the bangs in front of her forehead. The female told the man not to speak. Coughed. Actually, I am not very demanding. I have an annual income of not less than 30 cents. If I get married, my name must be added to the house. My salary is 30%. I don't have enough money. So you can only pay the mortgage. And you don't want you to give me money. I will keep the passbook after marriage. If I have a child, I don't need it for 5 years. And I have to keep a certain amount of personal space. The front is all okay. But at the end of hearing, the man frowned slightly. Boy, can't a child be a husband? The woman categorically refused. No, the body will be out of shape after giving birth. I'll talk about it in a few years. Xia Liang is listening to music behind him. Is this not demanding? A person with a monthly income of 30% requires the man to have an annual income of not less than 30 cents. Pay nothing, and the mortgage will not be provided, and her name must be added to the house book, and she is not willing to have children. Where does this kind of woman have such a thick skin? If this is a divorce, it is estimated that you will have to deal with it. Also, are you afraid of getting out of shape when you have a baby? Xia Liang looked at her fat body. Even if this thing is out of shape, where can it go? Is really wonderful every year. Especially this year. How do you think this buddy is honest? Honest people planed your ancestral grave? I have to say, if this buddy can really agree, Xia Liang feels it is necessary to give him a thumbs up. Men are obviously extremely dissatisfied. But honestly, sometimes even if they are not happy they are embarrassed to speak up. Looking at the man without speaking for a long time. The woman is anxious. What the asterisk is going on? Please say something. Just this little request. This girl can see you. It is your good fortune. The man frowned in disgust, not knowing how to speak. Seeing this, Xia Liang was speechless. Bullying the honest person. We didn't agree, and immediately secretly opened the discordant card. The next second I saw the man who didn't speak suddenly staring at the woman. I said, you don't have children. Don't pay. You are in charge of the money and the real estate plus the name. The dream is so beautiful. There are so many requests. Are you a place? Are there diamonds in it? According to this requirement, is this looking for a husband? Or looking for the wrongdoer? The man crackled suddenly, and it just passed away. When the woman heard the man's words, she suddenly felt cold. What did you say? Xia Liang also kicked in at this time. I think it's right. Isn't this someone with honest skin? When the woman heard this, she exploded. My old lady is as beautiful as a flower. It is his ancestor to have a blind date with him. Which one of your eyes sees me bullying him? After speaking, he narcissistically flicked his hair. Dandruff splashed, and almost thought it was snowing. Xia Liang also turned off the discordant card. This time there is no blessing of inconsistent words and deeds. The man stood up on his own initiative. Sorry, I can't accept your request. Goodbye. After talking, Xia Liang nodded, thanking him for saying a word for himself, and then turned and left. Pretty. Xia Liang was very pleased to see a man without the blessing of inconsistent words and deeds. At this time, it was the woman's turn to be dumbfounded. To be honest, she was very satisfied with the blind date this time, and even wished to marry him. The reason why she made so many requests is that she wants to hold the right to speak after marriage. The more rare things men will cherish more. Not to mention that this is an honest person who doesn't take the opportunity to hold the house and hold the savings in her hands. Reconciled. And she is very confident to firmly grasp the other side. But I never expected that I seemed to be pushing it too hard and messed up all her calculations. Hey, don't go. The conditions can be discussed. I will give birth to the baby. I don't need the passbook. Hey. Seeing the man leave, she didn't care about the others anymore. Turned and chased the man. Xia Liang just drank a sip of lemon juice and enjoyed this leisure time comfortably. It was really cool to save the honest people. But then again, today's order is extremely popular. Xia Liang didn't send 10 orders until the evening. Night falls. The lights illuminate the sky of the city. The roads are full of traffic. And the traffic lights at the intersections are constantly alternating, as if they are playing music for the night of the city. Qingyun City at this moment is the most beautiful. Xia Liang drove the Lamborghini slowly, and there was a charming night outside. Looking at the passers-by, Xia Liang couldn't help but sigh. Once upon a time, I was just like them. Working hard in a big city. Every day is a 3-point line of life. It's already night when I get home from work. And it's another day in the blink of an eye when my daily chores are finished. Want to resign every day. Take full attendance every month. Lamborghini Poison continued to drive forward. And the roadside began to lively. Colorful neon lights flashed. And occasionally people could be seen singing in the street. Kowloon Bar Street. A famous internet celebrity check-in place in Qingyun City? Suddenly, Xia Liang frowned. A few foreigners on the side of the road attracted his attention. To be precise, it was the woman who was outside. Go away. You rubbish. Get out of me. Gan Mengju is in a terrible mood now. She regrets how she came to a place like a bar. Tonight, she wanted to have a good heart-to-heart talk with her daughter. But she didn't expect that the rebellious boor wouldn't listen to her at all. Instead, she thought she was verbose and nosy. For this reason, the two had a big quarrel, and her daughter ran to her girlfriend's house. Nitrogen monosulfide. For many years, she has taken her eldest daughter alone. She is also exhausted and unable to tell. When she was in a bad mood and passed by the bar street, she started to use alcohol to relieve her sorrow. But who knows? I drank too much when I drank. I was groggy and was about to take a taxi. I didn't expect a few foreigners to get entangled. This made her extremely helpless for a while. It would be great if someone could protect herself. After all, she was just a fragile woman. Boom. Just then, Yu reading www.yuakanshu.com made a deep roar. And a cool sports car drove over. The door opened and a handsome takeaway guy walked down. I said, "You trash. Please stay away from my friends." Xia Liang walked over slowly and calmly said to a few foreigners, "Hi, man, you." One of the foreigners spoke and said a lot. Xia Liang frowned. There is such a group of foreign trash, who always like to use the identity of foreigners to coax the girls of the Dragon Kingdom. And the few people in front of them are even more excessive. The beautiful women who squatted in the bar street who drank too much took them away when they were confused. Even after the parties woke up, there was no way, and it was useless for everyone to call the police if they drank. Hearing what they just said, these foreign trash, I am afraid that they still want to come to a collective game. If this is succeeded by them, the beautiful royal sister in front of them may be abandoned. Xia Liang's face turned cold. Go away. Don't pretend to be a fool, or I will kill you. A few foreigners obviously understand Chinese, and they glanced at each other, then looked at the supercar behind Xia Liang, and left with their tails in dingy. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Hey, I said eldest sister. Where is your daughter? Xia Liang walked over to help Xia and asked. Gan Mengju's eyes blurred, staring at Xia Liang's face without speaking. This person is not stupid. right? The next second her panel appeared in front of Xia Liang. Name: Gan Mengju. Age: 30. Occupation: Company Director. Income: 6 points. Face value: 95. Light makeup plus 3. Power: 3. Agility: 4. Intelligence: 5. Crab value: 0. Right? Xia Liang looked at Gan Mengju, whose crab value was 0. Lost in thought. Why is it still 0 if there are children? Could it be? There is only one truth. That is Lim Bor picked it up. No wonder they don't look alike. Yes. If a good person does the job. Let's send her back. Helped her get into the car and drove Lamborghini Poison to the calm apartment whizzing. Early the next morning. A few birds chirping crisply by the window. The rare sunlight came in. A tall and mature figure in the kitchen is busy with something. Xia Liang sat on the sofa. Pressed his head silently. Good fellow. I was actually pushed back. Yesterday. He drove away a few foreign ***** in the bar street. And sent Gan Mengju home. Just thrown on the bed. There was no other movement. But in a daze. Gan Mengju crawled over. Xia Liang is remembering the time. Click. Just then. The door suddenly opened. Gan Mengju's daughter, Lin Bauer, walked in. And when she came to the living room, she saw Xia Liang sitting on the sofa. Her eyes widened in surprise. Lin Bauer is wearing a sailor suit today. The long legs under the short skirt look slender and slender. And the whole person is full of youthful vitality. How did you come in? Lin Bauer was surprised and questioned Xia Liang again. Of course I walked in. Xia Liang couldn't help being funny. Of course he knew what Lin Bauer was asking. But he couldn't help but want to tease her. Seeing Xia Liang and daring to tease herself. She frowned. Her tight face filled with upset. I mean, why are you in my house? After speaking, he suddenly thought of something. And then he appeared in a daze. Did my mother ask you to be with me? I tell you, your income from food delivery can't support me at all. It's impossible between us. Don't dream. Listening to her words, Xia Liang also knew why this little girl was so nervous. She thought it was Gan Mengju who let herself come to her house to fall in love with her. But she never expected that she almost became her boyfriend a day ago. At this time, it is her father already. Well, now Gan Mengju is his own woman. I said it was Boer Lam's father. So there is nothing wrong with it. Life. It's so exciting. Who would have thought that yesterday was a hero to save the United States? Today, I will be Boer Lam's stepdad. Thinking of this, Xia Liang sighed. It doesn't matter. I don't plan to fall in love with you anyway. Lin Bauer frowned upon hearing this. Then what are you still doing here? Get out of here. At this time, Gan Mengju, in a black ***** dress, walked out of the kitchen, full of mature and intellectual taste, with a braised crucian in his hand. After seeing his mother come out, Lin Bauer hurriedly walked over and acted like a baby at her. Mom, why is this person here again? And still can't leave. Hurry up and drive him out. Gan Mengju put the vegetables in his hand on the table, smiled at Xia Liang, eyes full of tenderness and honey, then turned around to look at Lin Bauer, and touched her head. Boer, how do you say it? This is your uncle Xia. Xia, uncle? Xia, uncle? Upon hearing this, Lin Bauer's eyes widened suddenly, raising her tone and repeating her question. Looked at her in astonishment. Xia Liang suddenly felt a little funny. Nodded comfortably to her, as if responding to her. Gan Mengju smiled gently, walked to Xia Liang, took his arm, and his face was full of happiness. The scene is like a newly married couple. Harmony and warmth. You guys. Lin Bauer is like a ghost. looked at the two of them incredibly. And the whole person was dumbfounded. My Nima? What an international joke. Isn't this ***** that my mother wanted to introduce to me yesterday? Why didn't you see him for a day? He became my stepfather. Am I dreaming? Xia Liang feels for the first time. As if it's okay to like to be a father. Picking up a beautiful daughter for nothing. I was excited to think about it. But his face is calm and calm. Baby, it's okay. I also know that Boer may not be able to accept it for a while. Let's give her some time to adapt. Xia Liang hugged Gan Mengju's slender waist. As if I could understand. Well, you are so kind. Gan Mengju glanced at him affectionately and pecked on his cheek. Then looked at his daughter and said solemnly, I have gotten well with your Uncle Xia. I have been tired for so many years. I want someone to rely on. I hope you can understand us. Starting today, he is a member of this family. That is, your stepdad. I also hope you can respect him. Understand? Lin Baor's heart is broken at this time. What kind of sin is what I did? I knew I had agreed to my mother's request yesterday, pretending to fall in love with this takeaway boy, and then I would find an excuse to dump him. Why bother to make it into this situation? Now, he turned out to be my stepdad. Could it be that I want to call him father? Lin Baor shook his head quickly. No, you can't let this happen. Said quickly, Mom, are you crazy? You want to be with this food delivery guy? Gan Mengju smiled sweetly. Why not? He is gentle, considerate, and kind to me. We fall in love at first sight. As for what occupation it is, I don't care. You must know that she was confused last night. But I still remember to take the summer cool sports car back. Can a takeaway guy drive this kind of car? These words immediately made Lim Boer jump up. Mom, you are in your 30s. Do you think it is appropriate to find a little white face in your 20s? Just finished saying these words. Gan Mengju laughed without anger, as if a peach blossom was in full bloom. She turned her head and looked at Xia Liang, who was half a head taller than herself, and said affectionately, True love has no age or boundaries. Ah. Lin Baor felt that she wanted to punch Xia Liang to death. What kind of ecstasy was given to her mother? But you have only seen it a few times? That's great. Are you afraid that he lied to you? Recalling the encounter last night, Xia Liang rescued her, took her back, lingering all night. Gan Mengju's voice is softer. It might be fate. I said it. It's love at first sight. God is fate. Hell, love at first sight. You are just greedy each other's body. No, I will definitely not let you succeed. My old lady will never end with you. Lin Baor's face was full of restlessness, and she was so angry that she couldn't speak. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. But she brought Lin Baor from a young age to a young age, which made her very mature, sexy, full of imperial temperament, and she is simply a model of a good wife and a good mother. Walked to the dinner table. Gan Mengju filled him with a bowl of soup and came over. Xia Liang tasted it with a smile on his face. Not to mention crying. It tastes really good. At this time, Lin Baor chased from the living room angrily. Looked at Xia Liang, and then at his mother who was drinking soup. Mom, why are you doing this? I want to. Gan Mengju glanced at her. If you want a drink and take it by yourself, you have to make it for you if you are such an adult. Are you embarrassed? Just finished talking and found that the Xia Liang bowl was empty. Gan Mengju quickly took the bowl in his hand and went to add a bowl of rice. For a moment, Lim Baor only felt that the sky was falling. You must know that Gan Mengju used to treat her like this. And now, Boer Lam can only pick up the bowl and serve it by herself. Throughout the meal, Xia Liang was delicious. And Gan Mengju kept picking up vegetables for him. Lin Bauer is called a pang. A pair of eyes waited fiercely for Xia Liang. After a meal, Xia Liang got up. Let's go, Mengju. Let's go out and stroll. Good. Gan Mengju stood up happily, holding Xia Liang's hand. When the two walked to the door, what did Gan Mengju think of? Boa, wait for the dishes to be washed. And I will go shopping with your Uncle Xia. Don't be lazy. Otherwise you won't think about the pocket money next week. After talking about Gan Mengju, he turned around. Let's go, dear. The two went out like this. Seeing the door closed, Lin Bauer only felt dizzy. My God, is there such a mother who asks her daughter to wash the dishes at home? But he goes on a date with a man. Too much. Do the washing up? I will never wash dishes in my life. Isn't just money? Money. I really don't have it. Lin Bauer touched her empty wallet and silently picked up the rag. Drove to the commercial street. Xia Liang bought some beautiful clothes, cosmetics and jewelry for Gan Mengju. Of course there are some fun-filled clothes. In order to take good care of her daughter, Gan Mengju used to do maintenance. But she didn't really dress well. For my own woman, Xia Liang is still very generous. And after some tossing down, the charm of Gan Mengju soars upwards. After returning to the quiet apartment, Gan Mengju kissed Xia Liang. Honey, sit down first. I'll put things away, and I'll be with you in a while. She has a gentle voice with a hint of charm, which makes her heart itchy. Well, go ahead. Xia Liang nodded, and then Gan Mengju entered the room. In the next second, Lin Bauer sneaked out of her room. I saw anger on her face. Xia Liang, right? Tell you. You don't want to deceive my mother's feelings. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Lin Bauer pointed to Xia Liang and said with vigorous words. Xia Liang frowned involuntarily. No big or small. This Nizi. Forget it. What do you care about with a child? Xia Liang shook his head. Boa, I really love your mother. Don't make trouble. I'll be scolded again later. I heard Xia Liang call herself Boer. Lin Bauer was all red immediately. Her mother only called her this nickname. You bastard. Don't call me Boer. This name is not what you should be called. And it doesn't matter who you are. Heard the voice of Lin Bauer. Gan Mengju also walked out of the bedroom wearing new clothes. Very serious. Boer, how do you talk to your Uncle Xia? I don't usually teach you this way. Since I'm with him, he is your stepdad. You must respect him. Heard what the mother said. Lin Bauer hurried forward, grabbed Gan Mengju's clothes, and said coquettishly, Mom, I don't want him. Why should he be my stepdad? How can I know that Gan Mengju doesn't eat this set at all? Making a fool. Don't care about Mom's business. Looking at Lin Bauer's lowered head, his tone became a lot softer. Don't say anything like this in the future. I know you are also a little hard to accept, but you have to get used to it. I heard her mother's voice soft, but her tone was decisive. Lin Bauer also knew it was useless. Because I couldn't understand Xia Liang's kiss in me. Lin Bauer returned to the room early. The two are hugging each other on the sofa. Xia Liang showed a smile. Baby, do the clothes you bought this afternoon still fit? Gan Mengju has some doubts. They all fit well. Haven't you tried them all when you bought them? Xia Liang raised her eyebrows calmly. The afternoon is the afternoon. And it is already evening now. Try again. Let me see how it works. It's all about this. Gan Mengju naturally understands what it means. Although he is already 30 years old. But it was the first time yesterday. And I was somewhat shy. Seeing her pretty face reddened, Xia Liang rubbed my parents. Is it a bit too much? You have to know that there is a daughter in the family. When I was about to say forget it, Gan Mengju whispered in Xia Liang's ear. Wait a little down. It will not affect my daughter. In the face of such a hint, I naturally understand everything. No problem. After talking about Xia, he stretched his hand through Gan Mengju's body and hugged her back to the bedroom with the princess. Tried the new clothes I bought in the afternoon. Different clothes have different feelings. Changed 5 or 6 sets this morning. It was not until Gan Mengju was exhausted that he was able to give up. Early the next morning, Gan Mengju went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Xia Liang was awakened by a knock on the door. Held up his head and looked confused. Boa, what are you doing early in the morning? There was an angry voice outside the door. And Lin Bauer cursed. Dai Xia Liang. Are you a pig? Get up quickly. My mother told me to call you to have breakfast. Xia Liang doesn't care. This kind of thing. Take your time. Told Xia Liang to ignore her. Lin Bauer was immediately itchy with anger. And also didn't plan to talk to him. But something suddenly came to mind. By the way, what were you and my mom doing last night? That one is good. That one is good looking. Trying on clothes in the middle of the night. Is there something wrong with you? Try on clothes? Xia Liang pulled out a weird smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems that it was useful to stop the breaks last night. This girl didn't find anything. Yes. Just trying on clothes. Yesterday I went shopping with your mother and picked a few sets. The effect is not bad. Would you like to try it? Xia Liang's face is a playful look. Lin Bauer suddenly rolled his eyes. Go away. Who cares about your torn clothes? Who cares about those street stalls? Xia Liang didn't care at all. Don't forget it. I'm going to have breakfast. Ignore Lim Po after talking. Went straight out. I was angry when I saw Lin Bauer. My mom, too. Didn't I have to buy clothes before? So I need to be so excited? Screaming so loudly. Really sick. Whispered for a while. Out of curiosity. Lim Bor touched it quietly. Opened the closet, but was stunned for an instant. Several sets of fashionable, unique clothing imprinted in the eye. Wo Nima. This? In an instant, Lin Bauer understood something. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. The dinner table. Lin Bauer was full of anger and blushing. I don't know if it's shy or angry. A pair of eyes stared at Xia Liang. Xia Liang ate breakfast peacefully, turning a blind eye to her. Glanced at Gan Mengju next to her and found her pretty face flushed. Is obviously a little secret discovered by her daughter. And she is a little bit shy now. Xia Liang is ready to deliver food after dinner. At this moment, Lin Bauer suddenly became tired of her mother. Acting like a baby. Mom, give me some money. I want to buy lipstick. Hearing this, Gan Mengju gave her an angry look. I know that I am spending money every day. Even though she said that, she still took out her mobile phone to transfer money to her. Long live. Love you. After receiving the money, Lin Bauer happily kissed her and danced. Looking at this warm scene, Xia Liang couldn't help but find the truth. This girl is actually quite cute except for her wayward prodigal. Seeing her preparing to go out, Xia Liang also stood up, thinking about it or talking. Where is Boa going? Or should I send you off? Hearing his words, Lin Bauer thought of a charming little girl sitting on a little sheep. Can't help but shook his body. Although it is very beautiful on TV. But the reality is fine. Shook immediately. No, just your little sheep who delivers the food. I'd rather take a taxi. Yes. Hot face and cold butt. Xiahou curled his lips and followed her without explaining. Gan Mengju watched him squat, covered his mouth and snickered, but didn't say anything. When Xia Liang came to the elevator entrance for a while, the elevator has already gone. Needless to say, it must be Baoer's girl. She didn't want to take the elevator with him, so she pressed it down in advance. Downstairs of the calm apartment, Boer Lam was jumping happily, and suddenly saw a cool sports car parked on the side of the road. Stopped immediately, ran with bright eyes, took out the phone, and turned on the crazy selfie mode. Circle of friends. Lemon 36 degrees. I go. Today I found a super cool sports car parked downstairs. Is so handsome. I don't know which brother is from it. Loved love. Selfie photo. Handsome sports car.jpg. After a while, I received many likes from my friends. Jiacheng Mall. A handsome takeaway boy wandering around the mall. Teacher Xia had just delivered the takeaway on the second floor, and she was just idle. She just happened to stroll around and buy a small gift for Nizi. At this moment, he suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the Prada store on the side. To be precise, he was looking at the two girls in the specialty store. One of them was his cheap daughter, Lin Bauer. Zay. What a coincidence. Xia Liang walked over with a smile on his face. Huh? My good girl bought lipstick. And then came to buy a bag again? Lin Bauer heard his voice and turned around abruptly. After seeing Xia Liang, the original smiling face instantly pulled down. Damn. I can meet this asterisk everywhere. The most excessive thing is that he even dared to call his daughter in front of his girlfriends. Unforgivable. Before Lin Bauer spoke, the the side spoke first. Jinna looked at the takeaway boy in front of her. She looked very handsome, but why the quality was so bad? She suddenly angered. Who are you? Who is your daughter? Be crazy. Pradary's salespersons all cast their curious eyes. A handsome guy in his 20s actually called a 20-year-old girl to be his daughter. What is going on? Quickly took out the melon seeds. And the gossip in his heart ignited. Why didn't Xia reply? Lin Bauer immediately scolded angrily. You bastard. Who is your daughter? Why are you so disgusting that you still follow me? Xia Liang didn't care about her scolding, and glanced at the two angry little beauties. Xia Liang's rare explanation. First of all, I didn't follow you just over to deliver a takeaway. Secondly, your mother is my woman and I am your stepdad, so you are naturally my daughter. Hearing what he said, Lin Baor's face turned dark. She didn't expect Xia Liang to speak out in public. She said angrily, who knows what means you used to lie to my mother? You are a food delivery guy, wanting me to call your dad. It's impossible in this life. Nani? This man is actually Boer Lam's stepdad? Gina was suddenly forced. A group of salesmen were stunned. This melon is a bit big. As soon as he spoke, Boer Lam regretted it. Isn't it just admitting that the rascal is his stepdad by scolding him like this? Confessing to such a shameful thing in front of her girlfriends immediately made her annoyed. Oops. Boer Lam. You are really stupid. Dead bastard. Stinky bastard. Everything is the bastard's fault. Actually made myself foolish in front of my girlfriends. Thinking about it, Boer Lam was aggrieved and angry again. She glared at Teacher Xia with anger in her eyes. Jin Na on the side was shocked for a few seconds. Then quickly pulled Lin Bauer and asked, Boa, what the is going on? This takeaway boy is really your mother's boyfriend? Lin Baor's eyes were red when she asked her, biting her lip aggrievedly. Although she wanted to deny it, it was a fact and she could only nod her head. After getting a positive answer, Jin Na suddenly felt incredible. I'm going? This is outrageous. I'm going. What the did Auntie think? And I found a takeaway. Lambor's mother she had met, a charming woman who was the director of a company and opened a nail salon by herself. Self-reliance. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is a strong woman. But she would find such a little white face? And besides being handsome, the man in front of him is only handsome. He is also a takeaway. How could she be attracted by such a good woman? This is really crazy. Don't ask. I'm almost depressed. And I'm annoyed to mention it. Lin Baoer looked impatient and looked at Xia Liang dissatisfied with tears. Can you go? I don't want to see you. Seeing Lin Baoer's grievances, Xia Liang also realized that teasing her was a bit too much. After all, she was an elder and shouldn't bully her like this. He had to think of a way to make up for it. Otherwise, it's hard to explain to her mother. Xia Liang turned his head, looking for a way to coax her daughter. Then he focused his attention on Lin Baoer, the Prada bag, and then looked at the label introduction. 2020 Spring New Limited Edition. The price is 10 cents. Well, isn't it a good saying that can cure all diseases? Xia Liang nodded, recalling the purpose of Lin Baoer's going out today, and then looked at her lovingly touching the bag in her hand. Obviously, after she bought the lipstick, she followed her best friend to the Prada store on a whim and had an eye addiction. Which young girls don't like comparison? And there are a few who don't like brand name bags. This is a good breakthrough. Although the conditions are good, Gan Mengju is only good, not enough to buy Prada for his daughter. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Looking at the salesperson, none of them stepped forward to greet them. It was obvious that they had taken offense to their behavior. And it was probably not the first time that the two of them came here to see the bag. But every time, I just couldn't buy it. So the salesman didn't come up to the reception. Xia Liang raised an eyebrow. Boa, do you like this bag very much? Hearing Xia Liang's words, Baoer subconsciously went back. So what? It's your shit. Can you afford it? Boa, don't do this. After all, he is also Aunt's boyfriend. Although Jin Na didn't catch a cold to Xia Liang, the mother who thought of her best friend finally spoke out to persuade her. After listening to her, Jin Baoer was unmoved. The reaction of the two was Xia Liang's eyes. And he couldn't help but feel a little good for Jin Na. This girl is pretty good and polite. Xia Liang pointed to the bag. As long as you like it. Don't say 1. I will buy you 10. Hearing that, Lin Baoer looked contemptuous. You can blow it. Let alone 10. If you can buy 1. What if I call you Dad? Xia Liang suddenly became happy. This is what you said. Don't deny it for a while. Lin Baoer snorted coldly. This lady does what she said. But what if you can't afford it? I want you to leave my mother. Dare you dare? Xia Liang nodded immediately. Good. Then he turned to look at the salesman at the door and said, Hello. Please help me wrap this up. After speaking, he looked at Jin Na's hand again and took out the bank card with a big wave. Hers are also wrapped and bought. Lin Baoer looked at his arrogant and dry cloud with a look of contempt. Pretending. Continue to pretend. And can't afford it later. Don't blame this lady for not giving you face. Only the next moment, the scene that made her stunned appeared. I saw a few salesmen scrambling to take over the bank card in Xia Liang's hand. After checking out, they took the bags in her and Jin Na's hands, quickly packed them with gifts, and handed them to them. How is this possible? Lin Baoer was stunned for an instant. They have learned how the Prada salesmen are above the top. How can these people listen to Xia Liang so much and really believe that he can buy 2 bags? Moreover, the swipe card was successful. The 2 bags add up. But Mao. This. Could it be that they colluded with each other? No. This is also not right. It's hard to say that this food delivery company really has so much money. How did they know that the salespersons of these luxury goods were all human beings? And they stared at Zhang Kai the moment he walked in. Although Xia Liang was wearing a takeaway vest, the clothes and watches in him were worth more than $10. Why can't I afford 2 dime bags if I wear a $12 watch? Seeing them in surprise, Xia Liang smiled. Now, what should you do? Hearing what he said, Lin Bauer was awakened instantly, remembering her previous promise, and gritted her teeth and shouted softly, "Dad, Dad!" Lin Na, "Dad!" After hearing her finally calling her father, Xia Liang nodded in relief, but was stunned the next second and looked at her girlfriend Jin Na. And many more. What the asterisk are you yelling after? Never mind. Xia Liang shook his head, thought about it and wanted to take out the phone. Come and add Dad's WeChat. Bauer is still in a trance. Take out the phone subconsciously. Adding Xia Liang. Lin Bauer said subconsciously. What are you going to do? Xia Liang didn't speak, and clicked transfer. When you see the amount. Lin Bauer's eyes widened suddenly. 5 yuan. This is not the end. He found that Xia Liang is not the bank, but the change. And the balance of the change is exactly 700 yuan. Oh my god. What the hell? Lin Bauer and Jin Na only felt a little dizzy in their heads. After turning around, Xia Liang patted Bauer on the shoulder. This counts as your reward for calling you dad. Your pocket money. Don't tell your mother. Go home early in the evening, and I will deliver the food. Saying that, Xia Liang turned and left. It took a long time for Lin Bauer to come back to her senses. Looking at Jin Na blankly. Nana, hit me and see if I am dreaming. Jin Na didn't hesitate, and slapped Lin Bauer. Hiss. Feel the pain from the hand. Lam Bor ignored it at all, but was cheerful instead. It hurts. Really? Really? Jin Na also recovered and looked at Lin Bauer with envy. Didn't you say that he delivers food? The food delivery person has so much money? You know, he saw it just now. That's 700 yuan. Lin Bauer was still decadent just now. His face was full of excitement. How would I know? Jin Na couldn't help but taste a little bit. You are so kind. Call Dad and you will get 5 yuan. He. Lin Bauer quickly comforted. Okay. Isn't mine also yours? Didn't you see a pair of shoes before? I'll give it to you. It's almost the same. The two of them hurriedly ran towards which store. However, the hearts of the two of them are already full of curiosity about Xia Liang. On the other side, Xia Liang sent her 10 orders and went home. Instead of going to Gan Mengju's house, he called and said that he was busy. After all, tomorrow, I will take Shi Yiqin, Lu Qi, and the 3 Nizi out to play. Back home, Lu Qi and Shi Yiqin are sitting on the sofa watching TV. Seeing Xia Liang come back, Shi Yiqin's face was suddenly full of joy. Lu Qi grumbled upon seeing this. Brother, don't forget you. Tomorrow you have agreed to go out with us. Don't worry, I won't forget. Xia Liang agreed. Early the next morning, Xia Liang, who was still asleep, was arrested by Lu Qi. Quick brother, let's set off. It's only a few hours. Xia Liang was a little speechless. At 9 o'clock in the morning. Holidays are rare, and they don't take many breaks. But now that he agreed, Xia Liang didn't hesitate. Get up immediately. After washing up, I had breakfast. The 3 set off. In the car, Lu Qi couldn't help asking. Brother, where are we going? You knew it then. Xia Liang said mysteriously. Seeing that Xia Liang didn't say anything, Lu Qi didn't ask, and they whispered with Shi Yiqin. After an hour, Qingyunhai Port. This is a large civilian port with an endless coastline, almost full of all kinds of merchant ships, ferries, and yachts. It looks extremely spectacular. Wow, brother, do you take us to see the sea? Lu Qi couldn't help asking. Xia Liang nodded and looked at Shi Yiqin, who was aside. It's rare. Xi Yiqin leaned on the railing with excitement, looking at the boundless sea level in front of her. She has never been out to play since she was a child. So let alone the sea. At most it is the mountain stream. Xi Yiqin is naturally very happy now that he finally sees the sea. Xia Liang touched her head. Is this excited? When we get to the sea later. That's really good looking. Xi Yiqin nodded obediently, her eyes filled with excitement. The most important thing is that Xia Liang will take her out to play for the first time. Xia Liang heard the sound. Before I set off today, I had already contacted the yacht company via email. The person in charge over there said that my yacht was ready. So when I got there, just call him. Lu Qi couldn't help but urged. Brother, let's play. I can't wait to go out to sea. It's useless if you can't wait. You have to find someone who can drive a yacht later. Or we won't even be able to start it with us alone. Xia Liang can't help it. With a god-level driver, he can drive, but he doesn't have a driver's license. So Xia Liang invited one. Of course it was a woman. After all, later. Xia Liang took out her phone while thinking. Doo-doo. After a while, the other party was connected. Then, the voice of a middle-aged man came. Is it Mr. Shaw? It's me. I have arrived at Qingyun port. Where is my yacht? Mr. Shaw, you have arrived? Can you tell me where you are? I will arrange for someone to come and pick you up right away. I am here. Okay, please wait. Mr. Su, someone will pick you up in about 15 minutes. I see. After speaking, Xia Liang hung up and said to the two of them, wait here. Someone will pick us up in about 15 minutes. As for the people who drive the yacht, I can only ask someone from the yacht company to help me find it later. Should we just wait? Lu Qi blinked and looked at the rows of shops not far away, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Yes, her shopping soul is awakening. Go shopping first. Xia Liang gave her a funny look, and then said to Xi Yiqin, fishing equipment and swimsuits. If you are diving, you have to buy diving suits and oxygen tanks. There are a lot of things to buy, so let's go shopping first. Hearing this, Xi Yiqin blushed. Xia Liang, I don't need to buy a swimsuit, right? After hearing that Xia Liang was going to buy her a swimsuit, her lips pursed, and her fair face was slightly red. To be honest, she grew up so big, and the clothes she wears most are school uniforms like swimsuits with arms and thighs exposed. Clothes. She felt shy just thinking about it. That won't work. People on the yacht must wear swimsuits. After all, they have to go into the water to play. You can't go into the water wearing clothes. A smirk appeared at the corner of Xia Liang's mouth. This is the first time Xia Liang has come out to play. Can't be so horrible. After Xi Yiqin hesitated for a moment, he could only nod his head in response. That's all right. Well, good. Xia Liang looked like a big bad wolf. The corner of her mouth raised, and she reached out and touched the girl's head again. Not surprisingly, after coming to a crowded place, the appearance of the three people immediately attracted the eyes of countless people around them. As long as he is a man, he will look at Xia Liang with envy and hatred. After all, whether it is Lu Qi or Xi Yiqin, they are all kind of top beauties. As for the woman, the look in Xia Liang's eyes was also obviously teasing. After all, in their opinion, Xia Liang with two beauties is not only handsome, but also must be super rich. Man, where are you going to play? One of the beauties who thought she was good-looking ignored Lu Qi's killing eyes, walked directly to Xia Liang, and then posted the whole person directly. Go to sea. Xia Liang walked away calmly. Out to sea? Have you rented a yacht? After the beauty glanced at the Rolex in Xia Liang's hand, her eyes lit up. I have a lot of sisters. Can you take us with you? The price is very affordable. After speaking, she blinked her eyes at Xia Liang deeply. Sure enough, this handsome guy is definitely the second generation of the rich. It seems that she has good luck today. After seeing this scene, Lu Qi frowned. Coquettish bitch. Just about to say something. Xia Liang raised her eyebrows. Gee, sister? It seems that you met a young model group who came out to play. However, Xia Liang didn't answer the beauty's first question. Instead, she asked with a smile in her somewhat stunned gaze. Do you have anyone who can drive a yacht? Driving a yacht? No. The beauty hesitated and shook her head. Then sorry. Xia Liang pulled out his arm, spread his hand and said helplessly, I am only one driver away now. After speaking, he turned and left with the three women. In fact, the most important thing is that these women are worth a word. What's more, Shi Yiqiananizi is by her side. The beauty looked dull and did not react for a long time. The driver? They don't look like drivers either. I just thought you would agree. After walking far, Lu Qi approached Xia Liang's side and snorted coldly. Xia Liang shook his head. How is it possible? With you two beautiful women, I will invite others. After saying this, Shi Yiqin's face suddenly put on a happy expression. Sure enough, he cares about my feelings. Alert lifted. Xia Liang just stood up and talked about it. Go and sell the fishing gear first. Brought two girls to a shop that specializes in fishing supplies. Welcome. As soon as he entered the door, a pleasant voice rang. Xia Liang followed the direction of the sound and looked. The goal is a woman who is about 27 or 28 years old, with some wheatish skin and a height of about 1.7 meters. The woman is very beautiful, with a mole in the corner of her eye, which adds to her charm. It may be due to regular exercise. Not only are women in perfect body proportions, they also give people a feeling of enthusiasm. Hello. Xia Liang smiled faintly, and then turned on the probe function. Next second, the panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Tang Daji. Age: 23. Face value: 94. Makeup: 3. Occupation: fitness blogger. Income: 1 point. Crab value: 0. Xia Liang was taken aback, a little surprised, mixed, and the crab value was still 0. It's really rare. Xia Liang points to the fishing gear in front of him. Excuse me. Is this shop owned by you? After hearing this, Tang Da first looked at the two women behind Xia Liang, then looked at Xia Liang, and finally said, No, this shop belongs to my father. He will go out and let me take a look. If you want to buy something, just look at it for yourself. The price is on it. After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Su Yi to reply. She walked to the counter presumably, took out a book about yachts, and read it. Wow, is the fishing rod so expensive? Shi Yiqin couldn't help covering his mouth, pointed to a fishing rod worth 30 cents in front of him, and couldn't help but speak. Xia Liang doesn't matter. It's okay. 30 cents is not expensive. After all, a few cents, a few hairs, and even a few yuan of fishing rods are available. It is not an easy task to buy the best fishing rods. Many times, you may not be able to buy them if you want to buy them. The most expensive fishing rod in this shop is one of more than 3,000 of this kind. Hello, help me get 4 fishing rods of this kind. Xia Liang pointed to the fishing rod in front of Shi Yiqin, and said to Tang Daji at the cashier, You want to buy fishing rods? After hearing this, Tang Da put down the magazine in his hand, walked to Xia Liang's side, and looked at the fishing rod in the counter. Have you never fished? Obviously, she knew at a glance that Xia Liang and the others didn't know how to fish. I haven't caught it. Xia Liang raised her brows and shook her head. Lu Wan and Shi Yiqin glanced at each other, and they also shook their heads to indicate that they would not. Where are you going to go fishing? Tang Daji didn't say much. Shrugged, and after opening the transparent cabinet, he took out 3 fishing rods. I'm familiar with this neighborhood. Would you like to recommend a few places suitable for newcomers to go fishing? Go fishing on a yacht, Xia Liang said with a smile. Going to sea? Tang Daji suddenly became interested. Have you rented your yacht? How much is it for a day? I also plan to go out to sea recently. She likes everything that is exciting. She has played mountain climbing, paragliding, bungee jumping and everything. Only did not go out to sea much. She plans to have fun at sea in the past 2 years. And after she is familiar with it, she will find another chance to sail around the world. I own a yacht, Xia Liang chuckled and said. Oh, that's a lot more convenient. How much is it for? I can't remember exactly. Dozens of dollars. Dozens of dollars? Is this a large luxury yacht? As expected, Tang Daji's expression was slightly taken aback after hearing the words. Although she could see that the handsome man in front of her was rich, she did not expect to be so rich. I also plan to buy a yacht in the future, but I am not as rich as you, so I can only buy a few cents for the addiction. Tang Da had recovered himself and laughed at herself. Hand addiction? Xia Liang blinked and said tentatively. You can drive a yacht? Of course. I just got a yacht driver's license a year ago. Tang Da raised the corner of her mouth and said slightly, she doesn't have much money, but she has a lot of certificates. As long as she wants to take the exam, she can almost pass the exam. In that case, Xia Liang groaned for a moment and said lightly, that's it. I plan to go to sea today, but my yacht is still short of a driver. I wonder if you are willing to accept my offer? Renmei, an extreme sports enthusiast, and a yacht, is simply the most suitable person in his heart. Do you want to hire me? Tang Daji looked at the 2 daughters behind Xia Liang alertly. My yacht has just passed the test, and I'm not very proficient. Why did you look for me? To be honest, in fact, she was very moved by Xia Liang's invitation. After all, her previous plan was to rent a small yacht. Now that there is an opportunity to drive a large yacht, how can she not be tempted? However, the problem is that she doesn't know if Xia Liang is interested in her driving skills. She still fell in love with her. Yes, if you don't worry, we can sign the contract. Xia Liang shrugged and said, novices are fine, as long as they can drive yachts, watch charts, and bring us back smoothly. After all, we are just going to relax at sea. This, Tang Da's brows were slightly frowned, with a hint of hesitation on her face. I learned about the yacht driver's salary before. It is about 4,000 hao per month, which is more than 100 hao per day. Xia Liang touched her chin and raised the corner of her mouth. We will probably go to sea for about a day, so let me give you 300 hao's salary a day. Okay, I promised. Tang Daji suddenly smiled and stretched out his hand. It's not that she took a fancy to the salary of Sanbaihao that day. On the contrary, it was because the money was normal, which made her feel relieved. In her opinion, if Xia Liang was really interesting to her, she would not be hired at this price. The cooperation is pleasant. Xia Liang smiled and shook hands with Tang Daji. Seeing this, Lu Qi behind him felt helpless in his eyes. Although she had expected that Xia Liang would find a female driver, she did not expect that the last one she found was a top beauty with a face no less than hers. To be honest, if you feel comfortable in your heart, it is impossible. The only thing to be thankful for right now is that Xia Liang and this beauty are just acting on business. Is there anything to clean up? Xia Liang retracted his hand and said with a smile, "We may leave in the afternoon. There is nothing to pack. Just bring a few clothes and fishing rods." Tang Daji shook her head and said with a smile, "But I have to wait for my dad to come back. I should be back soon." "Forget it. I'll call to remind you." After speaking, she couldn't wait to pick up the phone. Finally being able to go to sea, and still driving a large yacht, her mood now explodes with beauty. "Hey, old man, have you come back? Come back quickly." "Ah, I will come out with someone." "Okay, then I'll wait for you." After a brief exchange, she hung up and turned to Xia Liang. "He will be there in about 5 minutes." "Okay, then we will wait for you together." Xia Liang nodded. At that time, people from the yacht company will almost arrive. It just so happens to go to see the yacht together. After watching the yacht, he had to buy a swimsuit. Yes, the swimsuit he was thinking of. As for what to buy then, of course it's a bikini. Is there any other choice? While waiting, Xia Liang walked around the store casually. Lu Qi and Shi Yiqin were chatting with Tang Daji. After a while, silver bells of laughter began to ring. The three women gathered in a group, occasionally turning their eyes to Xia Liang, not knowing what they were discussing. Pattern. 5 minutes later, the store door was opened. Then, 2 men walked in from outside. One of them is about 50 years old. The temples are gray, but the bones of the body look very tough. The whole person is full of energy. And he should be Tang Daji's father. And the other one is about the same age as Xia Liang. Not only wearing a brand name luxury goods, but also looks a little handsome. It's just that his face is a little pale. And he looks a little imaginary inexplicably. "Dad, you are finally back." Tang Da glanced at the young man with a frown, then said to his father, "Why don't you just let you look at the store for a while and keep urging you?" Tang Shan, that is, Tang Daji's father, didn't have an angry way when he heard this. "The person I met at the door. He said it was your friend." After speaking, he walked to a lounge chair in the shop and sat down, put a cup of coffee on it, and took a look at it. He never cares about young people. "Chen Yushang, what are you doing here?" Tang Daji's expression immediately became gloomy. Glanced at the young man coldly. "Also, how do you know I am here?" She originally wanted to tell Tang Shan that she was going to sea, and went directly with Xia Liang. "But I didn't expect an unexpected guest to come." Chen Yushang, a rich second generation, she met when she was playing rock climbing not long ago. It is said that her family runs a construction company and the assets are about dozens of yuan. Originally, she only agreed to the other party's invitation to add WeChat out of politeness. Unexpectedly, the other party took the opportunity to fall on her and kept sending her harassing news. She was so annoyed that she directly pulled Chen Yushang into black. Unexpectedly, this person actually came to the door. "Daji, I saw the Weibo you posted yesterday, and the address was left on it." Chen Yushang showed a smile that thought he was a gentleman. "By the way, didn't you say you wanted to go out to sea before? I happen to have a yacht. We can be together." After finishing speaking, his eyes looked vaguely at Shi Yiqin and Lu Qi beside Tang Daji. "He did come to see Tang Daji today. The purpose is to ask her to go to the sea to play together." "And then to the sea, he. I think that's how he thinks. And it's a joy in his heart when he gets here. I didn't expect to find 2 beauties with looks no less than Tang Daji. Is a customer?" he thought to himself. "It's not necessary. Also, I'm not familiar with you. Please call my full name or Miss Tang." Tang Daji said a little displeased. She was in a beautiful mood, but now she feels a little bad. "Miss Tang, I really like you. Can't you give me a chance?" Chen Yushang seemed to stretch out his hands helplessly. We have common hobbies. We both like extreme sports. We will definitely get along very happily. In fact, he has said similar things to countless women. As long as he tricks those women into his hands, he will kick away after he gets tired of playing. It's just that this Tang Daji seems to be different from the women he has met before. And some of them are not easy to get. He rolled his eyes. And then he was ready to say something. But unexpectedly, a man's voice suddenly sounded. Sorry, Miss Tang has already promised my yacht driver. So please stay cool. Xia Liang walked out from the shelf beside him, walked up to the third woman, and said lightly, Who are you? Chen Yushang subconsciously glanced blindly. Then his face suddenly became gloomy. He didn't expect that he would even kill Cheng Yaojin halfway through. And what makes him most uncomfortable is that this guy is actually handsomer than him. Are you deaf? Didn't I just say that? I am Miss Tang's employer. Xia Liang's expression was calm. Employer? Chen Yushang snorted. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. There are so many yacht drivers. If you don't go to those who are experienced, you just find a novice? From his point of view, Xia Liang's purpose must be the same as him. They are all interested in Tang Daji's appearance. The reason why I hire Miss Tang is naturally because she is beautiful. Xia Liang glanced at Tang Daji, who was a little stunned, and smiled openly to admit. Yachts, beauties, blue sky, white clouds. This is my ideal sea trip. Miss Tang is so beautiful and a yacht driver. Isn't it normal for me to hire her? As soon as this remark came out, Lu Qiao curled his lips. As expected, even Shi Yiqin couldn't help but glance at Xia Liang. As for Tang Daji, she didn't expect Xia Liang to say that. There was a faint blush on the wheat-colored cheeks. To be honest, it is not the first time that she has been praised for being beautiful. But those are all with ulterior motives. This is the first time that Xia Liang is generous and similar to appreciation. For this, she unexpectedly didn't hate it. Chen Yushang looked at Tang Daji, who was a little shy, and was almost mad when he saw this. No matter how hard he pursued before, and how many good things he said, Tang Daji was frosty towards him. But now it was just because of this guy's words that Tang Daji was actually shy? How can he accept this? Miss Tang, how much does he give you? I will hire you twice. Chen Yushang said angrily. Let me speak for Miss Zhao. 3 li a day. Xia Liang blinked and said. 3 cents a day? Chen Yushang was a little dumbfounded. He originally thought Xia Liang had given a price that Tang Da could not refuse. But what did he hear? 3 cents a day? What a joke. How about I spend 30 cents a day? He dismissed a smile and turned to Tang Daji. Originally, he thought how rich Xia Liang was. But he didn't expect to be a poor man. I am afraid that even the yachts are rented. Right? Moreover, it's the smallest and smallest yacht. Not so good, Tang Daji said with a sullen face and a cold tone. Does this person think she is another bird? It's still 20% a day. And she is not short of money. And she will not agree to 20 yuan a day. Miss Tang, I have no other meaning. I just want to hire you purely. Chen Yushang murmured in secret, and quickly explained. He realized that he was a little anxious just now. S tone is subconscious, just like he used to face those women before. And it sounds no different from negotiating the price. Mr. Shaw, let's go. Ignore this guy. Tang Daji didn't want to pay attention to Chen Yushang. Walked to Xia Liang's side, and said. This statement came out. Chen Yushang's face suddenly turned to iron blue. Okay, do you have everything ready? Xia Liang estimated that the people who came to the yacht company are also approaching and said. With a smile, indeed, it's a waste of time to line up with a clown like Chen Yushang here. So it's better to drive a yacht out early to play. Not much. I just finished it just now. Tang Daji pointed to a small box not far away. Then let's go. Xia Liang nodded and picked up the fishing rod he had just bought. After Tang Daji bid farewell to Tongshan, she walked towards the door with her 3 daughters. Wait, they together? Chen Yusheng's eyes widened, and he stared at the scene in amazement. He originally thought that Lu Qi and Shi Yiqin were just guests, so he wanted to find a chance to ask for a WeChat account. But unexpectedly, in the end, these people are all together? 1 man, 3 women? And all of them are super beauty? Why? His heart is suddenly full of jealousy. No, I can't just watch this guy so handsome. Follow up and have a look. Chen Yusheng clenched his fists and followed with a gloomy face. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. As soon as he left the shop, Xia Liang received a call from the yacht company. After confirming the address with the other party, he took the 3 daughters and walked in the direction they came. Didn't go long. Xia Liang saw a 35-year-old man not far away. Looking around, after seeing Xia Liang, the man suddenly flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes, and then ran over quickly. Is this Mr. Xia? I am the person in charge of the yacht company Binhai. My name is Ding Li. After finishing speaking, he subconsciously looked at the po girl behind Xia Liang, and his eyes couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. I can only say that I am indeed a local tyrant who can afford more than 30 yachts. Surrounded by goddesses. Hello, Mr. Ding. Xia Liang smiled faintly and nodded. Mr. Xia, are you going to see the yacht right now? Or let me do my landlord friendship first? And would you please have lunch with your female companion? Ding Li raised his hand and looked at his watch, and found that it was already afternoon, and asked with a smile. For a big customer like Xia Liang, he must try his best to make good friends. After all, who knows if Xia Liang will buy a yacht again in the future? Are you hungry? Xia Liang turned her head and asked the 3 women. The 3 women shook their heads when they heard this. Tang Daji had lunch before, while Lu Qi and Shi Yiqin ate a lot of snacks on the road. They are not hungry at all. Forget about eating. Just take us to see the yacht. Xia Liang is not very hungry now, shook his head, and said, Okay, it's not very far. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Ding Li nodded, and then prepared to take Xia Liang and others to hand over the yacht. Man, wait for me. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Xia Liang was taken aback and turned to look. I saw Chen Yusheng's figure not far behind him. Oh, Chen Dexiao? Xia Liang said with a hint of playfulness at the corner of his mouth. What, are you still doing something? Ahem. Chen Yusheng suddenly said with a smile on his face as if he changed his face. Dude, I don't speak through my mind. If there is something wrong with me just now, don't worry about it. I just heard that you also bought a yacht. By the way, you don't want to wait a moment. Going to see? Let me open my eyes and see your yacht. Wen was on the road. He had already planned it. First put down his posture and held up Xia Liang. Then look for an opportunity in front of the 3 girls. Pretended to show them their yacht inadvertently. It's best to compare it with Xia Liang's little broken boat and give Xia Liang a hard hit in the face. He didn't think that giving Tang Daji 3 li a day of summer cool there would be any good yacht. At most there would be no more than 1. When the time comes, the gap between the front and back will come out. He didn't believe that Xia Liang still had the face to take the 3 girls out to play. Interesting. Xia Liang's mouth raised slightly. Okay, let's go. He is not an idiot. He can naturally guess what this guy thinks. But he is too lazy to care about it. Too silly. Mr. Xia, Please follow me. Ding Li looked at Xia Liang and then at Chen Yushang, a strange flash in his eyes. After speaking, he stepped away and walked away. He is a personal spirit, so he can see at a glance that the two had a conflict before. And he can roughly guess what Chen Yushang thinks is nothing more than trying to kill Xia Liang in front of 3 beauties. And then slap her face. Only this guy has found the wrong person to pretend to be. He knows Chen Yushang, a wealthy second-generation family. At the beginning of the year, I spent 2 yuan to buy a second-hand small and medium-sized yacht. And hooked up girls all day long. Although not as well known as some top rich second generation. But because this guy goes to sea too many times, he also has some impressions. Xia Liang glanced at Chen Yushang, ignored the clown, and followed Ding Li. The 3 daughters did not even glance at Chen Yushang, but followed Xia Liang one after another. Behind this scene, Chen Yushang's kind expression showed signs of cracking in an instant. But after he took a deep breath, he suppressed the jealousy in his heart, and said with a grin, "Man, wait for me." After finishing speaking, he followed Xia Liang cheeky. "Snort, I'll make you look good later." He snorted coldly, and thought to himself, "Well, this yacht is bigger, otherwise, if the space is too small, it will be squeezed to death. Like my yacht, which is nearly 20 meters long. It can only take 10 people at most no matter how many people there are. I plan to change to a bigger one in a while. Buddy, your yacht must be very big, right? You really want me to see it later. By the way, can you let me go on the yacht to have a look?" "Oh, it's really bad that a small yacht is really bad. If you go out to sea, you will encounter big winds and waves if you don't keep the balance. You said that if this storm comes over, just snap it, the whole boat directly gone. Buddy, do you say what I said makes sense?" Chen Yushang kept talking to Xia Liang. Like a duck. "Chen Yushang, I said you are endless?" Tang Daji couldn't stand it anymore, and said with an impatient face, "If you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb." In his heart, he directly regarded Chen Yushang as a clown. If this person knew that Xia Liang's yacht was a large luxury yacht worth more than 30 yuan, he would not know what expression he would show. "Miss Tang, you are a bit too much." Chen Yushang's mouth twitched, and after a dry laugh, he pretended to be aggrieved and said, "I just think my yacht is too small. I want to see Mr. Sha's yacht. Is this also wrong?" Having said that, he was almost driven mad by jealousy. What the asterisk is going on with this Tang Daji? Leave him a rich second generation to ignore. By taking 3 cents a day's money to be a yacht driver? I really don't know what this woman thinks. Arrive. At this time, Ding Li suddenly pointed a short distance and smiled at Xia Liang. "Mr. Xia, that boat is your yacht." Xia Liang heard the words, looked up, and saw a brand new white large yacht docked on the coast not far away. With superb looks, the yacht is nearly 40 meters in length. Except for the bilge, there are 2 floors on the deck. According to the instructions in the email, the first floor is the driver's cab, restaurant and some entertainment facilities. And the second floor is the sleeping place. There are 6 suites in total, and all of them are equipped with balconies for viewing. On the deck, there are also some chairs, which can be used to bask in the sun and fish. All in all, Xia Liang is very satisfied with the yacht in front of him that didn't cost him a penny. On the other side, Chen Yushang also looked in the direction Ding Li was pointing. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. But what he saw was not the luxurious large yacht in Xia Liang, but another small yacht with a length of 7 or 8 meters. Moreover, The most important thing is that his yacht is parked right next to this small yacht. What a coincidence. A faint joy flashed in his eyes. And pretended to be surprised? Huh? Dude, don't you tell me. This is your yacht? Yes, what's the matter? Xia Liang came back to her senses. Looking at Chen Yusheng's appearance. A hint of playfulness flashed in her eyes. Obviously, this guy thought the small yacht not far away belonged to him. Unexpectedly. I didn't expect. I thought my yacht was already very small. But I didn't expect yours to be smaller. Buddy. Chen Yusheng saw Xia Liang acknowledge and laughed. Mr. Xia, you really disappointed me. I thought it would be an eye-opener. But I didn't expect you. Forget it. People thought I was taunting you after talking too much. Speaking of this, Chen Yusheng shook his head. But I still want to tell you that since you want to take girls out to sea, if you buy such a small yacht, you might as well rent a larger one. Oh, I almost forgot. You give Ms. Zhao 3 cents a day. Chen Yusheng patted his head as if suddenly realized. Then it's okay. The big yacht charter is still very expensive. For you, it's really better to buy a small one. What do you say? Stick to the path of sustainable development? Ha ha ha. Tisk. Don't say. Buddy. Look. Your yacht is next to my yacht. Just like adults and children. Chen Yusheng got more and more excited as he spoke. And finally pointed to his yacht with a smug expression on his face. This is your yacht? Xia Liang looked at the yellowish paint on the boat in front of her. And she knew that she had been in service for several years. And her expression was a little strange. To be honest, he originally thought Chen Yusheng's yacht was so awesome. I didn't expect it was just a tattered medium-sized yacht. Indeed, compared to ordinary people, this yacht is indeed very advanced. But in the eyes of Xia Liang, he felt that the yacht was given to him. Yes, this is mine. After Chen Yusheng discovered that Tang Daji's expression was a little weird, the smug expression on his face became more obvious. In his opinion, these 3 girls obviously had other ideas after seeing the so big gap between Xia Liang and his yacht. Do you think my yacht is far from yours? He recovered and decided to humiliate Xia Liang again. Compared with my yacht, it's really a big gap. Xia Liang touched his chin and said with a certainty. So, I advise you not to go out to sea for the first time. You lose face when driving a small yacht. Why do you wrong the 3 beauties? Chen Yusheng laughed and revealed his purpose. You seem to be right. Xia Liang sighed, and then looked at the 4 women with regret. I will not force you. If you are willing to take his yacht, please take his yacht. After all, his yacht is so different from me. As soon as these words came out, the 3 women couldn't help but roll their eyes. They always thought that only women are the best actors. They didn't expect Xia Liang to be better than women. This Chen Yusheng is really stupid. He has been played with applause. Wake up appearance is more stupid than a donkey. Chen Yusheng looked at Xia Liang disappointedly when he heard the words. Is this scared? He thought that Xia Liang would be able to surrender for a while. But he didn't expect to surrender directly. This can't help making him feel a little dull. It's just like hit the cotton with a punch. Okay, don't talk nonsense with you. Chen Yusheng waved his hand. Did not talk to Xia Liang. Turned his head and smiled at Tang Daji. Miss Tang, how is it? I didn't lie to you. Did I? My yacht is a medium-sized yacht. Compared to this. Having said that, he paused, and said with a somewhat mocking tone. Compared with Mr. Xia's yacht, it is much larger. The proposal I just made is still valid. If you are willing to come to my boat as a driver, I will give you 20% a day's salary. After finishing speaking, he looked at Tang Daji confidently, waiting for the other party's reply. But, the next second, Tang Daji's words were like a basin of cold water poured on his head. No. Since I have accepted Mr. Shaw's offer, then I will never break the contract halfway. She glanced at Xia Liang and said lightly, in my heart, I think Xia Liang is really funny. Since being harassed by Chen Yushang, today is her happiest day. She almost laughed just now. Why do you have to comply with this verbal agreement? Chen Yushang said dumbfoundedly. Besides, this boat is so small. What's the point of driving it? Why not drive my big yacht? He didn't expect that he had already made Xia Liang so humiliated. And Tang Daji was actually unwilling to take his boat out to sea. Miss Tang, I didn't expect you to have such a spirit of contract. This really touched me. Xia Liang chuckled and said, Mr. Shaw, I don't see you being touched at all. Tang Daji chuckled, then blinked her left eye at Xia Liang. Why don't you get something practical? How about giving me a salary increase? This. Xia Liang pretended to be very tangled, and finally gritted his teeth. Okay, I will increase you by 10 per day. Now it is 2%. I wonder how Miss Tang feels. Thank you, boss. Tang Daji also showed gratitude. Yu reading www. Yuakanshu. Com nodded. Where am I? What happened? What am I doing? Chen Yushang looked at all of this with a dazed expression. Could it be that Tang Daji was really not interested in him at all? Otherwise, why would Tang Daji prefer to drive a yacht with exhaustion and earn 2 and 10 cents a day, instead of 20 cents a day in his comfort? Gone. It's all this person. Chen Yushang glared at Xia Liang fiercely, and then focused on the other 2 women. 2 beauties. How about you? He endured the anger in his heart and barely smiled. This guy's boat is so small that you can't squeeze it. It doesn't even have a place to sleep. How about taking my boat? I will show you the charm of the sea. Since Tang Daji is determined not to come, then he can only give up temporarily. Shouldn't he refuse these 2? Sister Yiqin, are you going? Shi Yiqin shook his head decisively. If you don't go, I will go where Xia Liang is going. Xia Liang smiled. It's a pity. They don't seem to want to be your boat. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Hello Anchor. My name is Zhao Balian. I am 24 years old this year. Listening to the girl's weak voice. For a while, the whole live broadcast room screamed. Girl. Sister. There are girls. Girl. Any questions? Is your boyfriend cheating? Yes. You can tell me if you have any problems. You can't change your boyfriend. What do you think of me? Go upstairs. It's wrong for you to dig a wall like this. Who said that? After the mediation of the anchor. That did not break up? I think this is coming soon. This is also true. I also want to show my face. Girl, what do you think of me? With a car and a house. Both parents died. The barrage was swiping in full swing. But Xia Liang ignored it. At this time, he focused on whether he could activate the task. And he wanted to cough twice now. Ahem. That girl. Did your boyfriend do anything to blame others? Why don't you talk about it in front of everyone and see if it's worthy of forgiveness? Hearing Xia Liang's words, Zhao Balian nodded and began to tell her story. It's like this. My boyfriend is a senior medical student. Recently, he worked overtime to write papers and left me in the cold. Just yesterday I couldn't help being angry and deleted all his papers in one breath. Then he quarreled with me and screamed at me. I knew that I did something wrong, but he couldn't swear at me either. Not only that, every time he got angry before, he would come to coax me. But this time I didn't. I want to break up with him. But he treats me very well. I can't bear it. As Zhao Balian finished speaking, the whole live broadcast room exploded in an instant. I am so special. I really admire this man. Yes. You dare to delete the papers you have studied medicine for a few months. I'm really afraid that he will give you a slight injury of $37. Ah, this is a woman? Capricious? Sisters are so good. You did the right thing. Wayward women are the cutest. Break up with your boyfriend. So what does the boyfriend who doesn't tolerate you do with it? Quickly break up. You fit better. Sister on the top floor. Give me your boyfriend's contact information before breaking up, and I will help you teach him. Seeing the barrage floating in the live broadcast room, Xia Liang was a little panicked. In her opinion, deleting the paper is a trivial matter. Although she was wrong, her boyfriend ignored her at first. Not just one article. As for the thesis, it's a shame to herself. She only hopes that Xia Liang can help her to say something nice. Sent a rocket at the same time. The original intention was to let Xia Liang teach her what to do. Xia Liang listened to the whole event, watched the rocket lift off, and activated a mission without accident. But it was not to comfort her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the hidden mission. Waking up the wayward girl. Task description. The girl who lives in the poisonous chicken soup knows nothing about hatred. Please wake her up. Task description. 30-point wages. 100% equity of Qingyun Hotel. Sea-level luck card 1. While looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room, he nodded in satisfaction. It seems that most of the audience's 3 views are right. After a moment of indulging, Xia Liang said, Sister, listen to my words. Be yourself. Break up with him. Let him go. As soon as Xia Liang said this, the whole live broadcast room became noisy again. Fuck? Is this Xia demolition so direct? If you don't say it, it will be called a breakup? As expected to be the Xia demolition demon. Who can break a pair is a pair. Persuading division but not persuading peace. Agree with what the anchor said. Sister, let go of this kind of boy who can't be found with a lantern. Obviously, Xia Liang was not on his side. Xia Liang couldn't sit still, and said hurriedly, What do you know? This is what I saw. You only know if your boyfriend loves you or not. If he loves you, he will tolerate you. If he is not tolerant, it means he doesn't love you anymore. Forgive me. Come to coax me. This time he didn't. He just doesn't love me anymore. Every time he saw Xia Liang's face, Xia Liang felt that he didn't need to educate. There are a lot of people who know the truth about the barrage. After thinking about it, Xia Liang still has to say something. What? Sister, as an adult, you should first establish a correct value for you. You should have your own decision instead of listening to the wind and rain. Hearing that, Xia Liang frowned, apparently thinking about Xia Liang's words. And seeing Xia Liang listening, Xia Liang nodded in satisfaction. It is good to be able to listen. At least not completely corroded by the poisonous chicken soup. Perhaps in your opinion, deleting the paper is just your impulse and willfulness. But have you ever thought about the consequences for your boyfriend? If you don't hand in the paper on time, he won't be able to take it. When it comes to the diploma, how can he find a good job? In the video, it can be seen from the head under Xia Liang that she has not thought about so many questions. And Xia Liang can only sigh about it. In fact, many people like you nowadays can't correctly establish a value for themselves. Today, you can watch the video, and the chicken soup inside tells you that as a woman, you should work hard and should not rely on men. You have to prove that you are not weaker than men. After watching, you were very high-spirited, thinking about working hard tomorrow. But before the next day, you got another video. She told you, as a woman, you should cherish yourself and enjoy life more when you are young. Be nice to yourself. And you think what she said makes sense. You think you should treat yourself well. Enjoy the present and enjoy life. Actually, I was curious. Don't you have your own values and are influenced by each video like this? Listening to Xia Liang's stern voice, Zhao Balian lowered her head deeper. Her face flushed a bit. She didn't know if it was annoyance or shame. Has said that. Xia Liang has nothing to say. As for the task, it can only be like this. After all, the saying goes well, you can never wake a person who pretends to sleep. Let's say one last thing. If you still can't correct it, if you like this man a little bit, please let him go. You don't deserve him to like you. You do not deserve. You do not deserve. Zhao Balian only felt that these three had just smashed into her heart. She began to recall the past together. Her willfulness. Even her lips bite out blood. Which caused many people in the live broadcast room to move. The heart of compassion. I'm going. Will the anchor say too much? Yes. I am a girl after all. And I don't know how to be gentle. Seeing that the girl has gotten her off. She is bleeding. Why look upstairs a bit strange? I suspect you are driving. I have evidence. I'm going to the old driver. Can you drive this broken road? After speaking, he opened his hands with some regrets, and looked at Chen Yushang, who was full of anger, and said with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, "Okay, I won't play with you anymore." The eyes sharpened suddenly. Do you think everyone's brains are the same size as yours and only the size of a walnut? Put away your careful thoughts. If I know that you still have ideas about them, I will make you worse off than death. After finishing speaking, he ignored Chen Yushang, who was a little sluggish, and directly led the three daughters and walked towards the yacht. Mr. Shaw, the ground is slippery. Walk carefully. Ding Li glanced at Chen Yushang, and quickly followed with a smile. After a while, Chen Yushang reacted. He looked at Xia Liang's back not far away and said angrily, "You asterisk 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 thought you." But, before he finished his words, his expression froze, and Xia Liang passed the small yacht directly. Then I walked to the large luxury yacht that was very valuable at first sight. Chen Yushang was dumbfounded. His face was blue and red. Even if he is idiot, he knows his behavior just now. In the eyes of the other party, it is no different from a fool. A man who drives a second-hand yacht. To taunt a man who drives a large luxury yacht. After a while, he clenched his fists and seemed to leave with his head down. Do you know that Chen Yushang? After Xia Liang boarded the yacht, he turned to face Ding Li. He is very observant, and he just noticed that Ding Li's eyes looked at Chen Yushang. Something obviously wrong. Mr. Shaw, I do know this person. Ding Li was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled and told all he knew. Is a rich second-generation idler? Will it be reported? Xia Liang touched his chin, then smiled. Okay, I see. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. It seems that I'm going to let Jin Wan make this stupid in 2 days. After all, he is not a good person either. Mr. Ding, your task has been completed. Go ahead and do other things. Xia Liang smiled and said to Ding Li, we can do the rest by ourselves. Okay. Then I won't disturb you. Mr. Shaw. Ding Li nodded, then winked at Xia Liang. I wish Mr. Shaw this time to sail and have fun. After speaking, he turned and left the yacht. As soon as the outsider left, the atmosphere immediately became alive. Wow. From a distance, I think this yacht is so big. But I didn't expect it to be bigger. Shi Yiqin was lying on the fence of the yacht, looking around, eyes full of excitement. In her opinion, the happiest thing in this world is to hang out with the people she likes. Brother, take a picture of me. I want to show off in moments. Lu Qi leaned over and squeezed the phone into Xia Liang's hand. I won't. Would you let Yiqin take pictures for you? Xia Liang does not take pictures. In the words of a woman, Xia Liang is a straight man. no matter how beautiful the beauty is. After being photographed by him, both her appearance and figure will drop by n levels. I do not know either. Shi Yiqin waved his hand quickly. It's okay, I will teach you, said Lu Qi and took Shi Yiqin to take pictures. Tang Daji on the side of also joined them. 10 minutes later. Okay, I have watched the yacht too. And if we buy some more things, we may set off. Xia Liang clapped his hands. And after attracting everyone's attention, he continued, you said, should I go shopping first? Or go shopping first? The thing to wear is naturally a bikini. First, buy food. Shi Yiqin's face was a little red. And she said with a twist, although she is already mentally prepared for wearing a bikini. After all, Xia Liang told her before. But even if there is only one man on the yacht, Xia Liang, I am still a little shy in a bikini. Buy them? Didn't you all bring a change of clothes? Tang Daji naturally didn't know that this thing to wear refers to a bikini. So she asked with some confusion. Ahem. Sha Qingqing pretended to cough. Then leaned to Tang Daji's ear and explained in a low voice. Oh. Tang Daji was taken aback for a moment, and then glanced at Xia Liang with a strange look. Then play with taste. Mr. Xia, I am your employee now. Do you think I should buy one too? If you are willing to feast my eyes on me, I naturally agree with it 100%. Xia Liang raised her brows, and then added with a smile as if she had suddenly thought of something. Also, this is reimbursable. How about it? Would you like to buy one as well? Reimbursement? Then buy one. Tang Da has seen Xia Liang say her thoughts so frankly. Can't help but curl the corner of his mouth. Then stretched his waist, and smiled while showing his perfect figure. After all, I don't want to be when they are all wearing bikinis. And I am out of fit. Drifting on the blue ocean. Wearing a bikini. Basking in the sun. This kind of life. She is also very excited. Sure, let's go together. The cool summer is in a good mood. After buying things and getting familiar with the downstream wheel, we can set off. This is the first time he goes to sea. And he is still driving his own cruise ship. He is also very excited. Then, everyone moved their luggage to the yacht. Walked towards the shopping street together. In addition to Xia Liang leading the way, the other three lagged behind, leaning together and whispering, Sister Yiqin, what color are you going to buy? Shi Yi Senu is very twitchy. I can, but isn't it Xia Liang's choice? Tang Daji also joined in. If he was asked to choose, he would definitely choose that kind of fabric with very little. Lu Qi spread out his hands indifferently. I don't care. Anyway, except for brother. There are no other men on the yacht. In the end, Xia Liang decided to buy and wear first in a high-end bikini swimsuit store. There are a dazzling array of bikinis in various colors. Some are slightly conservative, but most of them are just a small piece of fabric. I think this one is good. Although there was only Xia Liang in the shop, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. He pointed directly to a plastic model in front of him and said to the three women, Will, my wife is exposed. Shi Yiqin blushed and her eyes were ashamed. The bikini in front of her was blue and looked normal. But the connection was only ***** with a rope. As if it would fall off with a gentle pull. So she didn't want to wear it. I think it's pretty good. It's pretty sexy. Tang Daji's eyes lit up. Seemingly satisfied with this swimsuit. She has a relatively open personality. Although she has not worn this before, she has a relatively high acceptance of these things. So she liked it at first glance. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. A few good eyes. This set is the latest model of the catwalk. It is very popular in the UK. And it is sold out. The person who spoke was the salesperson of this store, a middle-aged woman with a flat appearance. Okay, then wrap it up. Xia Liang glanced at the price of tens of cents and said casually, okay. The female saleswoman's smile suddenly became even worse. She quickly got a brand new one from the warehouse and said with a smile, 3 beauties. Have you chosen? Do you want me to recommend it to you? She said to Lu Qi and Shi Yiqin, who were hesitant on their expressions. No. We can choose by ourselves. And we will call you when we choose. Lu Qi still likes to make his own mind. Waved his hand. Okay. The female salesman was taken aback. Then smiled and nodded. Then I won't disturb a few people. If you choose a good one, please feel free to call me. This swimsuit store sells swimsuits with a commission. In her opinion, these people are ready to go out to play at the first sight. And they just bought a swimsuit of dozens of centimeters casually. And certainly not short of money. This kind of big order can't be sold by others. Miss Tang's swimsuit has been selected. And we will have yours next. Xia Liang chuckled, then touched his chin, and also carefully selected Shi Yiqin. Mr. Xia, you don't call me Miss Tang from Miss Tang. Just call me Xiao Daji from now on. Tang Daji said with a smile. Okay, then you can call my name directly. Xia Liang heard the words, nodded and said, suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he pointed to a black one-piece swimsuit not far away to Shi Yiqiandao. Didn't you say that the one was too exposed just now? This one should be fine. Shi Yiqin heard the words and looked in the direction Xia Liang pointed. Indeed, compared to what Tang Da has bought, this swimsuit has significantly more fabric. And it is still one piece. Just the middle part and back of the whole swimsuit are all hollowed out. Only connected by some black lines. Although it looks more conservative than the one just now, the degree of asterisk is even worse. That, Shi Yiqin's face turned red. And he just wanted to say whether or not to look again. But Xia Liang decided directly. Okay, just this one. Yours is also set. Lu Qi is left next. Shi Yikai saw this. Did not say anything. Resist? Then it's not her. And this is for Xia Liang to see. Although shy, but still acceptable. Lu Qi jumped into a navy blue swimsuit similar to Shi Yiqin. Apart from the different colors, the only difference is that Lin Yuwei's is hollowed out in the middle. And Xia Qingqing's is hollowed out on both sides. Okay, I'll go to checkout. After buying swimsuits, we can go shopping for some ingredients and we can go to see. After Xia Liang finished speaking, he called the female salesperson, and then packed all the selected swimsuits. It took about an hour. All the ingredients, diving suits, etc., have been purchased. Tang Daji came to the cockpit of the yacht, and after a little familiarity, he nodded to Xia Liang, indicating that he could set off. Let's go. With an order from Xia Liang. Before long, the yacht slowly began to move. After adjusting the direction, head towards the east. Xia Liang stood on the bow and took a deep breath, feeling the faint salty taste in the sea breeze. His mood was exceptionally happy. Xia Liang, are you hungry? If you are hungry, I will cook. At this time, Shi Yiqin came over and said shyly, I'm a little hungry. Xia Liang raised his wrist and checked the time on his watch. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. No wonder. Also, it was almost noon when they arrived at Binhai port, and they purchased so many more things. It's normal to spend so long. What to eat? Shi Yiqin blinked his eyes and asked expectantly. How about steak? I just picked some fresh Wagyu beef and paired it with a little salad to relieve the greasiness. If you want to drink soup, you can also make a tomato soup or corn soup. Before leaving this time, She stayed up late to read several Western recipes and wanted to make Xia Liang a taste. Of course, the most important thing was that she wanted to get Xia Liang's praise. Okay, let's eat steak. I want it fully cooked. Xia Liang nodded and said with a smile. Shi Chimi Natsumi agrees. The smile on her face is more obvious. Her whole person is like a little rabbit, and she is ready to go to the kitchen to cook if she is in the situation. Sister Yiqin, are you too partial? At this time, Lu Qi suddenly said, pouting. Are you only seniors in your eyes? I'm hungry too. Why don't you ask me what I want to eat? What? Shi Yiqin heard the words, glanced quickly at Xia Liang, and asked with a reddish face. Xiaoqi, what do you want to eat? She just subconsciously forgot about other people. I also eat steak, but I want it to be well ripe. LV Qi said with a smile. When she just saw Shi Yiqin buying wagyu, she also bought some red wine. Red wine paired with steak. It was delicious just thinking about it. Xia Liang couldn't help calling and asking, how do you want Xiao Daji's steak? I'll do just 7 minutes. Shi Yiqin nodded, turned and walked towards the cab. You blow the sea breeze here. I'll go to the kitchen and see if there is nothing to help. Hung up the phone. Xia Liang watched Shi Yiqin's fading figure. The corner of his mouth curled slightly, and after leaving such a sentence, Xia Liang also walked to the kitchen. Proactively help? So strange? Lu Qi couldn't help but curled her lips. Bored, she couldn't help running to the cab. In the kitchen, Shi Yiqin hummed happily, and kept taking out the same ingredients from the refrigerator. I don't know why. She suddenly had the illusion that the whole family was going out to sea. Hearing a movement from behind, Shi Yiqin recovered, and subconsciously turned to look, only to find that Xia Liang didn't know when, and actually followed her to the kitchen. How did you come? She was shocked and asked. Let me see if you need my help. Xia Liang's mouth raised slightly and said, no, you can just wait and eat. Shi Yiqin tilted his head, blinked and said, if I'm okay, I'll fight it. After Xia Liang walked over, Shi Yiqin did not doubt that there was a cloud. After half an hour, Tang Da has set the yacht for automatic sailing. Followed Lu Qi to the restaurant, and everyone was sitting around a round dining table. Wow, it smells so good. After LV Qi removed the lid, a strong scent suddenly came to his nose. She looked at the delicately plated steak in front of her, and said with admiration on her face, Sister Yiqin, your craftsmanship is getting better and better. I think you can go to a Michelin restaurant to be a chef. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Why? I am at an average level. Shi Yiqin waved his hand quickly. I'll start eating first. I'm almost starving to death. Lu Qi cut a piece of beef with a knife and fork, put it in his mouth and chewed, with a satisfied expression on his face. It's delicious. It's really a slow work, and it's worth the wait for half an hour. She ate hard and praised. Tang Da was just about to move the knife and fork, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and said with a smile, Xia Liang, discuss something with you. What's up? Xia Liang spoke while eating steak. Is such that, after Tang Da organized the language secretly in her heart, I am a freelancer. My main income is to update some fitness knowledge on Weibo. But recently this line, it's a bit difficult to do. Isn't the live broadcast industry very popular now? I tried it some time ago. I can be regarded as some fans now. This is a rare opportunity to go to sea. So I want to ask you if I can broadcast your yacht to increase popularity. When she was a fitness blogger before, relying on her beautiful appearance and strong professional knowledge, her income was quite good. Not to mention making a lot of money. but earning 2 cents a month is not a problem. But recently, there have been more and more female fitness bloggers. And they are all one by one. How to say it? The competition is not professional. But to see who reveals more. The pictures she posted on weekdays were all dressed up and down. There are no benefits. Over time, this popularity has become lower and lower. And income has dropped sharply. So she decided to change her career to become a host. Not to mention, she is quite suitable for this industry. Although it has only been broadcast a few times. The number of fans has exceeded 100,000. Thousands of people watched each live broadcast. This time I went to see to play. In her opinion, it is a good opportunity to increase fans. After all, among outdoor anchors, few live broadcasts at sea. Of course, the premise is that Xia Liang agrees to her live broadcast. Are you the anchor now? Xia Liang said in surprise. He thought that Tang Daji had always been a fitness blogger by profession. But he did not expect to change his career. It's just a little anchor. Tang Daji shrugged and said with a smile. It's not impossible to broadcast live. What live broadcast platform do you have? Xia Liang touched his chin and asked subconsciously. If Fei you guess it won't work. After all, he appeared in the Su Yi live broadcast room. And Su Yi is now the top anchor of Flying Fish. I was accidentally seen by a water friend. So I had to make a small report. Although Tang Daji had some doubts. She still said truthfully. Leopard tooth. What's wrong? That's okay. Xia Liang nodded. And then warned. It's just that you have to consider it carefully. I am the only man on the boat. As a female anchor, you might be sprayed. The current live broadcast is indeed very popular. But the water in this line is also deep. If Tang Daji will live broadcast the situation on the ship, he doesn't care. Tang Daji will definitely be attacked by the network. After all, there was a multiplayer sport some time ago. If you want to get angry, these are inevitable. You can just ignore it. Tang Da shook her head indifferently. She had considered these before. Okay, since you think it's okay. As long as it's not live broadcast while they are wearing bikinis. I have no opinion. Xia Liang chuckled lightly, nodded and said, since Tang Da didn't mind anymore. He naturally didn't mind as a man. I don't mind. I don't mind. It's okay. Just remember to apply beauty. Lu Qi and Shi Yiqin also said that there is no problem. Although they have just met, they have a good impression of Tang Daji. Right now the other party needs help. And they are naturally willing to help. Anyway, they just show their faces. Thanks. If it gets hot, when I return to Qingyun City, I will treat you to a big meal. When Tang Da saw this, her heart warmed and said with a smile. Then, she took out the live broadcast equipment from her bag and carefully put the phone on it. Hey, why isn't a pretty young lady here today? Sitting in front of the computer, Wang Zhen moved the mouse to look at the list of female anchors he was following. And said with a depressed expression. He is an ordinary office worker. And his only hobby on weekdays is to see beauty anchors. Today is a rare break. He wanted to see which female anchors were online. But unexpectedly none of them were there. Ding! The anchor you follow, Balket, is online. At this time, such a sentence suddenly popped up in the upper right corner of the screen. Briquettes? When did you follow such an anchor? Wang Zhen was stunned for a moment. And then subconsciously opened the link with the anchor. In the next second, he felt the picture turned blue. And an endless ocean suddenly appeared in front of him. And the sound of seagulls was still heard from time to time in the speaker. This is, on the sea? He looked at the slightly shaking picture and thought to himself. Hello everyone. And welcome everyone to my live broadcast room. I am Briquettes. The anchor is now at sea. So the screen may be slightly jittery. So please forgive me. This is, as the picture turns, a beautiful face with a wheaten complexion appears on the screen. Oh, so it was her. Wang Zhen's eyes lit up. Then I thought about when I paid attention to this briquette. The day before yesterday, he was looking at any new anchors. This fitness anchor called Balket immediately attracted his attention with his super beautiful appearance. The only pity is that this anchor wears too conservative clothes. No other female anchors are as interesting. Fuck, isn't the anchor a fitness anchor? Why did you suddenly go out to sea? Is the anchor a chartered yacht? Where did they go to sea from? This yacht looks very big. The anchor. Please take a picture and show me the details. How do I feel that the briquette's anchor is tanned again? But it's still beautiful. Not long after, as the number of people increased, the barrage began to increase. I thought about going to sea before, but my wallet doesn't allow it. I went out to sea today because my friend lacked a yacht driver. And I happened to be able to drive. So I just got on the boat cheeky. Tang Daji glanced at Xia Liang, then turned around and took both herself and Xia Liang into the screen at the same time. After seeing this scene, the live broadcast room suddenly became quiet. Then the barrage refresh speed suddenly becomes faster. Most of them were asking Tang Daji, "Who is this man?" Obviously, they were all jealous after seeing the goddess with such a handsome man. "Didn't you just say it? He is my friend." Tang Da had seen this and said with a chuckle. However, Xia Liang's next sentence stunned her. "When did I become your friend? Isn't it a pure employer-employee relationship?" The corners of his mouth were slightly tilted, and he said lazily, "The person looks pretty good. But what makes the skin so thick? This girl still doesn't know how to broadcast live. She doesn't know how to do live broadcast effects at all." If he honestly admitted that it was a friend relationship, the audience in the live broadcast room will definitely be entangled in the relationship between the two, and even the atmosphere will be crooked by some people with ulterior motives. So it is difficult to retain the audience. But if it were to be replaced by what he said, really, as Xia Liang expected, following his words, the content of the barrage changed immediately. "I'm so ridiculous. You guys are dumbfounded when you see the briquette's anchor's expression not. I'm going. Originally, I still had a sense of crisis. But after seeing that this man actually didn't give the anchor face so much, I immediately felt relieved. I want to laugh inexplicably. I treat you as a friend. But you only treat me as an employee? Ha ha ha. We are friends. No, we are just pure money transactions. I suspect that it is driving upstairs. But I have no evidence." In the live broadcast room, I immediately became happy. Tang Daji's reaction was also very quick, and he also understood Xia Liang's intention. While secretly grateful to Xia Liang, she pretended to be aggrieved. "Boss, can't you give me a little face in front of so many people? Anyway, I am also a pretty girl. You are too dark. I can't see your face." Seeing this girl understand, Xia Liang chuckled and said, accompanied by this sentence is a more joyous barrage. The number of people entering the live broadcast room slowly started to increase. In just a short time, it has reached 10,000 people, far exceeding Tang Daji's usual level. "Boss, you will end up lonely like this." Tang Daji rolled her eyes inwardly and said, although she knows that Xia Liang said this for the live broadcast effect, but she is still a little angry. "What should I do? Where is she getting dark? Is this called healthy wheat color? No, I already have a girl, so I won't die alone." The corner of Xia Liang's mouth curled up, and then he put Shi Yiqin in his arms. And the audience in the live room, suddenly surprised, although Shi Yiqin lowered his head shyly. But everyone still glanced. The appearance is actually a bit higher than Tang Daji. But before they had time to move, Their hearts were broken. Because this beauty is famous. Fuck. 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 I really knelt. I just thought this man is a straight man of steel. But I didn't expect to be a winner in life. This beauty kills the beauty of my school in a flash. And jealousy has separated me. Let go of that girl. Ha ha ha. The little anchor was so miserable. But I can rest assured that since they have a girlfriend, the little anchor is still mine. Are you dreaming upstairs? The little anchor belongs to me. As Xia Liang showed her face, the barrage in the live broadcast room began to refresh frantically. Most of these barrage are envy, jealous and hate towards Xia Liang. After all, as long as it is a man, who doesn't want to have a goddess-level girlfriend? Quick, eat it, the beef. The steaks are cold. Xia Kai saw the camera facing him all the time. His face flushed, and he pushed Xia Liang a little embarrassedly. Okay, eat first. Xia Liang laughed and let go of the girl. Then continue to eat. Tang Daji also moved the camera away, then pointed it at the steak on the table and showed it to the people in the live broadcast room. Let me show you. This is a steak made from top-quality Wagyu beef. Although I haven't eaten it yet, I can't stand the smell anymore. After causing an exclamation in the live broadcast room, she began to feast on. Although as a fitness anchor, she has to control her diet most of the time. But after a busy afternoon, she is really hungry at this time. Ai-chin, your craftsmanship is awesome. If I have your culinary skills, I will cook for myself every day. She felt the ultimate pleasure from her taste buds, and said to Xia Liang with admiration on her face. What? Is this made by the goddess who just showed up? 233,333. Make something for yourself? I believe the anchor is single. I'm really jealous and crazy. Not only are people beautiful and sweet, but also the cooking is so good? Is there such a perfect woman in this world? Think about the 150 Jin woman in my house who sleeps all day except for eating, and suddenly wants to cry. I want to ask brother, how are you? Before you know it, the number of people in the live broadcast room has reached 20,000. This not only broke Tang Daji's previous record, but also greatly exceeded it. Okay, after eating, I will show you the yacht. After a while, Tang Da had touched his stomach, with a satisfied expression on his face. Let me tell you, the price of this yacht is more than 30 yuan. It is a luxurious large yacht. If my boss didn't hire me as a driver, I should have rented one. The small yacht goes to sea. While she was speaking, she stood up, pointed the camera at various positions of the yacht, and showed it live to the audience. Sister Yi Qian, do you want to drink water? At this time, Lu Qi suddenly asked, but unexpectedly. What they said happened to be heard by the audience in the live broadcast room. There are other girls on the boat? It's worthy of being a large luxury yacht. This yacht looks so big. The little anchor. Ask your boss. How much does it cost to rent a yacht of this level for a day? I heard it too, but there are two different voices. And they are both very nice. Originally, these people were still discussing yachts. But as Lu Qi's voice came out, everyone is guessing whether it is a beauty. Tang Daji naturally noticed. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and she whispered in a mysterious voice. Tell you the young lady who just talked has a great look and a top-notch figure. If you give me some gifts, I will consider showing it to you. Huh? By the way, how much does it cost to rent this yacht a day? I don't know that. Because this yacht is owned by my boss, not rented. As soon as these words came out, the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. They were jealous and hateful of Xia Liang. But now the style of painting has changed. They directly begin to kneel and lick. Among them, the most repeating machine is Ma Yunjing, who said although it is just a glimpse, But it is not difficult to recognize that this is my father. These people directly ignored Xia Liang's age. The facts are even smaller than them. Enough of you guys. Tang Daji looked at these barrage amusedly. Then, aside from the increasing attention in the upper right corner and the increasing number of people in the live broadcast room, I couldn't help but feel grateful for Xia Liang. She knew that all of this was given by Xia Liang. If she hadn't helped Xia Liang, the live broadcast effect would definitely not be so explosive. Woo! At this moment, a rocket flashed across the screen. Tang Daji is a little excited, because this is the first rocket she has received since the live broadcast. Thank you very much for the rocket that my dad Xia gave me. She read subconsciously. She didn't realize the maliciousness of this id until she finished reading. Looking at the full screen of 66,666. Tang Daji couldn't help being a little depressed. But who made her so excited just now that she didn't look at this person's id? Wait, Dad Xia? She froze for a moment, and then subconsciously glanced at Xia Liang. Sure enough, Xia Liang raised the phone, gave her a meaningful smile, and then silently said to her, "You're welcome. Good girl. 5 cents of money. I won't lose any thoughts when I say dad in exchange for this girl." And the reason why he would reward this rocket is entirely because Lu Qi watched Tang Daji's words. And no one had rewarded him. He was afraid that Tang Daji would feel embarrassed. So Xia Liang was rewarded. It's just that this girl obviously didn't expect Xia Liang's id to call this. Tang Da had already rolled her eyes when she saw this. I was also a little dumbfounded in my heart. She is older than Xia Liang. And she doesn't know where this guy has the courage to be her father. However, in her heart, she was very grateful to Xia Liang for helping her out. Otherwise she would be a little embarrassed if no one had been rewarding her. Okay, since there are big guys rewarding the rockets, I will show you guys to see if the anchor has lied. After speaking, Tang Da moved the camera, and Lu Qi entered the picture. As expected, in the next second, the live broadcast room was completely blown through. Crossly, this is also at the level of a goddess. So, there are 3 goddess-level beauties on this ship now? What's the origin of this beauty? Anchor, is she your best friend? Is she single? If I didn't know that the local tyrant already has a girlfriend, I would have thought that this girl is also a local tyrant. The corner of her mouth curled slightly and said to the people in the live broadcast room, "She is the sister of a local tyrant. She is still single now." Immediately the entire live broadcast room exploded. A bunch of elder brothers watched the barrage here brushed up. With the cooperation of Xia Liang and others, Tang Daji's live broadcast went very smoothly. After half an hour, she finally closed the live broadcast after enjoying the view of the sea for the audience in the live broadcast room. How much attention has gone up? Lu Qi leaned over and asked curiously. Originally, there were only 100,000 followers. But now there are nearly 500,000. Tang Daji smiled, then tilted her head and blinked at Xia Liang. "Thanks, boss. Worthy of being a fairy with a face value of more than 90 after makeup. This boss call. No matter which man hears it, his bones will be crisp." But Xia Liang was obviously not such a person. Just waved his hand casually. "The most important thing is that Shi Yiqin is here. She is too sensitive. Everything's ready." Lu Qi suddenly came to Shi Yiqin's ear and said something. Shi Yishao's body suddenly stiffened. After a few sighs, he was pulled away by Lu Qi. Tang Daji also left at the same time. After a while, under Xia Liang's stunned eyes, the 3 put on bikinis and came to Xia Liang's face. "I go." Xia Liang couldn't help being surprised. "Is it that simple to wear?" I have to say that even Xia Liang stayed for a while with this strong visual impact. What a girl Shi Yiqin. It's like a small apple. Wanting a bite. Appreciated for a moment. Until Shi Yiqin was embarrassed. Xia Liang let him go. As for Lu Qi, he even took the initiative to walk to Xia Liang and ask him if he looks good. It made Xia Liang a black line. Xia Liang also went to change a pair of shorts. While the three women dried the sunscreen, Xia Liang just said, "Okay, let's start fishing. There are deck chairs over there. After putting the fishing rod down, we can lie down and bask in the sun." After speaking, he enthusiastically distributed the fishing rod to the daughters. Huh! The sound of the book with the swing sounded. Xia Liang's action is fairly standard and he throws the bait out. Xia Liang has fished several times before, so it looks like that. Not bad. The swing is pretty cool. Tang Daji blinked and said with a smile at the corner of her eyes. After that, there was also a skillful swing. As a sports enthusiast, she had been addicted to fishing for some time. After all, I am also a fisherman. After smiling, looking back, they found that although Shi Yiqin and Lu Qi did not perform well, they also smoothly threw the bait out. Now just wait for the fish to get the bait. After fixing the fishing rod on the yacht, he stretched out, folded his hands on the back of his head, and lay on the recliner. The warm sunlight came down, accompanied by the slowly blowing sea breeze. Don't mention how cool it feels like this. Unconsciously, the time has come to night. After several hours of sailing, the ship slowly drove back. The gloomy lake wandered under the boat, making waves of flapping noises. The white moonlight shines on the sea, like a beautiful painting. From time to time, there are some sea fish jumping out of the water, seeming to welcome them in Xia Liang. Everything is so beautiful, so beautiful. Holding Xia Liang's arm, Shi Yiqin murmured to himself as he felt the quietness of this piece of city that did not belong to the city. Yes, and you can't see any stars in the city right now. Look at it. This is called the sky full of stars. Lu Qi pointed to the sky and said with excitement. Then, as if suddenly thinking of something, she quickly took out the mobile phone from the shoulder bag she carried. Then he pressed the shutter button in front of the beautiful scenery in front of him. Crack! With a soft sound, the scenery at this moment was preserved. By the way, let's take a picture together. She smiled and said to everyone. Okay. Before Xia Liang could speak, the girls gathered around him laughing and joking. Hey, you guys are too close. It's so crowded, Xia Liang said helplessly. He is also a normal man. Okay, although his concentration is good, but if the excitement continues, he can't bear it. Tang Daji only reacted, but she was too close to Xia Liang and her actions were too ambiguous. Suddenly, her face was like a fire, and it became flushed with the brush. However, she has done everything. If she reacts too much, doesn't it just show her guilty conscience? Cannot be like this. So she can only pretend that nothing happened. Then he picked up the phone and said yes to the camera with a smiling face. How is the shot? Show me. Lu Qi immediately leaned in and looked at the phone with a smile. At this glance, the smile on her face was even more obvious, and her tone was slightly ridiculous. Huh? Ching ching. Why is your face so red? Maybe it's too hot. Tang Daji's eyes were a little erratic, opening his eyes and talking nonsense. It just happened that the phone screen pulled out a message. Xia Liang, you are on fire. At this time, Tang Da took out her mobile phone and quickly diverted her attention. What's the fire? Lu Qi was a little puzzled. I just made a small video of some footage from the live broadcast, and then uploaded it to my Weibo. I didn't expect it to take a while. There are already more than 10,000 likes and forwards. And thousands of comments. Tang Daji chuckled lightly, and then showed the phone screen in front of Xia Liang. Huh? This man looks just like that. Doesn't he have a few stinky money? What's so good about? Xia Liang looked at one of them, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Is this guy praising me for being handsome? People are obviously hurting you. Lu Qi rolled his eyes and said, No, he is complimenting me. Xia Liang laughed, then said, although he didn't want to admit it, he said in the first sentence that I'm like that. Although it was mocking on the surface, it just shows that he really cares about me being handsome. It's jealous that I have money. The keyboard level of netizens in this session is not very good. And the technique of spraying people is a bit too bad. He really didn't mean to be angry at all. Because in his opinion, it is really detrimental to his image to care about this kind of keyboard man. Okay, I'll be back in a while. Xia Liang stood up, stretched and said. It wasn't until 12 o'clock in the evening that the yacht returned to Qingyun City smoothly. Follow-up maintenance of the yacht will be handed over to your company. Xia Liang found Ding Li, the person in charge of the yacht company, and said with a smile, Mr. Shaw, rest assured, I promise that next time you come back, the yacht will still be the same as the new one. After Ding Li and Xia Liang shook hands, they nodded quickly. Buying a yacht is not a one-shot deal, and the subsequent maintenance cost is also an astronomical figure. Xia Liang's willingness to hand over the maintenance work to him also adds to him a lot of performance. On my side, I won't bother Mr. Shaw. He glanced at the three women behind Xia Liang, and said wittily, Xia Liang nodded and watched Ding Li leave. Turning to look at Tang Daji, smiled. How about you? Continue to prepare to be the anchor industry? It's not clear yet. After hearing this, Tang Da stretched out her hand helplessly. Try it first. Fortunately, you now have some fan base. Although it is impossible to make a lot of money, maintaining a life shouldn't be a problem. Although with the help of Xia Liang, she has gained a lot of new fans today. But the reason why these new fans pay attention to her is mainly because of Xia Liang. In the afternoon, she also tried to live broadcast alone without Xia Liang. But the effect is not much better than before. Xia Liang waved his hand. Although he wanted to start an entertainment company, he still hadn't started yet. Therefore, Tang Daji was not recruited. Tang Daji cleared up his mood and said with a smile, Don't worry, maybe when you see me next time, I will already be a big anchor with millions of fans. Of course, she doesn't actually have much confidence in this, because the current live broadcast environment is not as good as it was a few years ago. As an online female anchor, she did attract some passers-by fans at first. But firstly, she doesn't sell meat, and secondly, there are not many audiences in the fitness live broadcast. It is not easy to get popular. However, she is not a person who will give up easily. Don't give it a try. How do you know if you can do it? Okay, I'll go back to find my dad first. And when I return to Qingyun City, I will tell you. Remember to come and play with me. Tang Da had retracted her mind, waved her hand, turned and walked towards the fishing tackle shop. Xia Liang also drove home. Tired all day, the three went home and fell asleep after washing. The next day, the rare Shi Yiqin did not get up. The main reason was that Xia Liang was too tired to see her, and forced her not to get up for breakfast and sleep more. Xia Liang simply ate something and went out. He will never forget that there is still a date with Qingshui today. Drive to the Neon Cafe. In the shop, Haruyuki was sitting at the bar. Seeing Xia Liang entering, his eyes burst with joy. You came? Xia Liang smiled and nodded. Let's go. Qingshui took Xia Liang's arm. The two drove towards the commercial street. Qingshui is very happy. This can be regarded as a date in the true sense. As soon as she arrived at the commercial street, Qingshui couldn't wait to bring Xia Liang to the clothing store. It's a couple outfit again, and Xia Liang is used to it. But when I bought it, I also packed a few pieces and secretly filled in the delivery address. Then the two had dinner and went shopping to watch movies. In short, everything that couples should do is done. Xia Liang returned Qingshui home at night. At the door, Qingshui looked at Xia Liang and said a little arrogantly, "Even if today is your compensation for not seeing me for several days, I forgive you." Without waiting for Xia Liang to speak, he thumped Xia Lingba to the wall. Then under Xia Liang's stunned gaze, he put on red lips. Originally, Xia Liang thought it was just a simple stamp, but I felt the softness in my mouth and Qingshui's strange appearance. Xia Liang also took the initiative. 5 minutes later, Qingshui, who was out of breath, finally let go. "Look at Xia Liang?" Where did Qingshui dare to wait? Said hurriedly, I'll go back first. Be careful on your way back." After opening the door, I went in. "This Nizi." Xia Liang licked her lips. "If you don't learn it, learn to get the fire." Snort. "If you run fast, let's see how I clean you next time." Shaking his head, Xia Liang got off the elevator. Drive towards the villa. It was another hearty battle. At 12 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Ruo was too tired and fell asleep, and Xia Liang thought of the system's voice in his head. "Ding! Congratulations on hitting the workers. This month's work settlement. Number of working days in this month: 21 days. The system began to issue rewards. Basic salary: this month's salary of 80,000 yuan has been deposited in the system bank and can be withdrawn at any time. Part-time job: 80 has been issued. The balance of the host's soft sister currency is 301,664 yuan and 98 fen. Working point balance: 1,340. Isn't it full attendance? The bonus is gone. At least 5,000 yuan was deducted, which was converted into the previous ratio. That's 5 billion. Even for Xia Liang, who has more than 200,000 yuan, he still feels a little distressed. This is close to 2 Boeing 747s. Can't be so depraved. I have to work hard this month. Xia Liang decided to himself. Xia Liang was thinking about it. The system starts the next part-time job. Start to publish next month's job occupation: DD driver. At least 10 orders must be sent every day. Basic career reward: 80,000 soft sister coins. 80 working points. DD driver? Xia Liang touched his chin. Anything is acceptable as long as it is not a duck. Looking at the base salary of up to 80,000, Xia Liang began to register overnight to take a taxi DD software. However, Xia Liang registered and filled out the Audi A3L written in the information. After all, it is the only 4-seater car in the garage. Also, Xia Liang has an evil taste. If you are in a good mood and want to drive in another car, I want to see the surprised expressions of those girls. Early the next morning, Xia Liang woke up slowly and glanced at the phone. I found myself over the trial. After breakfast, Xia Liang couldn't wait to drive out the Audi A3L. Started his new part-time job assignment. Soon Xia Liang received an order. Drove to. Hello, Ms. Zhang? This is the car you called Didi. I have now arrived at the door of the apartment. Hanging up, Xia Liang waited for the arrival of customers. At this moment, the car door suddenly opened. A woman with a big wave sat in. I saw a woman holding a mobile phone in one hand, and it looked like it was broadcasting. The woman is wearing a white dress. black fishnet stockings and a pair of red high heels on her feet. The next second the system prompt sound appeared before Xia Liang's eyes. Excuse me. Check the target panel. Check. Xia Liang asked subconsciously. The next second, a blue panel appeared in front of Xu Li's eyes. Name: Zhang Ying. Age: 24. Occupation: anchor on late-night live broadcast platform. Income: 6 points. Face value: 87. Makeup +5. Crab value: 100. Long-term self cannot be described +10. Viewed by others cannot be described +50. Transparent people cannot be described +40. Just Nima's outrageous. Xia Liang was obviously a little surprised. What's 100? This is obviously more outrageous than the one I encountered before. But then again, no wonder the average socialite on the internet is now. It turned out to be a lot of money. Xia Liang couldn't help sighing. But it's none of my business. Xia Liang still asked dedicatedly. Excuse me, is it Ms. Zhang with the ending number 9518? It's me. While answering, use the bracket to fix the phone in front. After all this, Zhang Ying's eyes became a little surprised while watching Xia Liang. Unexpectedly, during the live broadcast today, I would meet such a handsome guy. I said nothing to let him go. Zhang Ying looked forward to what would happen later, and was thinking about how to take the first step. Xia Liang naturally didn't know what Zhang Ying was thinking, and got a positive answer. Xia Liang clicked to start the trip, and the phone began to navigate. Xia Liang started the car and exhorted, Ms. Zhang, please fasten your seatbelt and we will set off right away. No problem. Zhang Ying agreed, but when she pulled her seatbelt, she didn't use any force. Yelling in his mouth, handsome guy, this, I don't seem to be able to pull it. Zhang Ying began to perform. The audience in her live broadcast room also started to have a barrage. Look, here comes my Nima. I have to say, this Didi driver is really handsome. Isn't this? Doesn't the sense of substitution just come? Anchor, hurry up. We want to watch the main show. How long do you think this Didi driver can be a gentleman? 3 minutes. After all, after watching for so long, no one has exceeded this time. Can't pull it? Xia Liang was a little confused. Are you not trying hard? Or too hard? Seeing Xia Liang made the key point, Zhang Ying denied it immediately. No, if you don't believe me, try it. Speaking, Zhang Ying stretched out her hands and leaned on the quilt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task. The customer's needs. Task description. Meet the needs of customers and get 5-star rewards. Task rewards. Words and words card 1. Part-time value 20. What the hell? This Nima mission is doing things. It can be seen that the purpose of this anchor is not pure. It looks like I want to seduce myself to broadcast it. This kind of woman system can also be used? Do you want me to broadcast live on the whole network? Xia Liang only felt that there were 10,000 alpacas rolling in her heart. Think this can buy me? Seeing Xia Liang suddenly stunned, Zhang Ying thought that Xia Liang was too timid to act. As soon as he rolled his eyes, he stretched out his hand and took Xia Liang's hand and attacked him. It's coming soon. Xia Liang's hands stopped in the air. What a joke. I don't lack this reward. I saw him say faintly. Beauty. Men and women are not kissed. After speaking, he stretched his hand back. What the hell? Zhang Ying was also a little stunned for a while. At the same time, the audience in Zhang Ying's live broadcast room also exploded. Ha 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 ha. Laughing at me. Is the anchor disgusted? Okay. Today's outdoor live broadcast. GYDD driver. Clapping hands in the car? Anchor. Please hurry up. The pants are all off. You just show me this? It looks like the anchor is disgusted. Zhang Ying can be said to be a veteran of many battles. At a glance, I can see that Xia Liang is not the kind of person who pretends to be calm. Is it because you are not attractive enough? Or is this guy Yu Ha Hai? While Zhang Ying was puzzled, her eagerness also came up. I still don't believe it. I can't get you a DD driver today. Snort. While thinking, he fastened his seatbelt. Seeing Zhang Ying fastened her seatbelt, Xia Liang didn't speak. Drive towards the destination. There was nothing wrong on the way. Xia Liang almost forgot about it. Even the audience in the live broadcast room thought Zhang Ying had given up. Is this giving up? Otherwise? Can the anchor be strong? It's not bad. I think it can. But at a traffic light, Zhang Ying acted again. She took off her high heels and crossed the co-pilot with a pair of legs on Xia Liang's leg. My Nima. Again. The mud bodhisattva still has 3 points of anger. If the tiger doesn't show its power, you will be my Doraemon? Don't blame me if you are like this. Xia Liang turned her head to face Zhang Ying, showing a smile. Woman, are you playing with fire? Zhang Ying originally thought Xia Liang would scold her and let her take her leg back. In the end, I didn't expect Xia Liang to say that. This looks like a show. Zhang Ying covered her mouth pretendingly and smiled. The fire is big? Then go to the fire. Okay. Xia Liang nodded directly. But I'm looking for a place. I'm afraid you will jump. Listening to Xia Liang's words, Zhang Ying's heart flashed with contempt. The old lady thought it was difficult to get it done, because it turned out that she was just pretending to be reserved. The old lady is ready to do her best. But this is the result? Although I said that in my heart, I couldn't say that on my lips. No problem. You find a place. But you have to allow me to broadcast live. And you have to listen to my command later. Of course I will give you 10% afterwards. No problem. Before Zhang Ying finished speaking, Xia Liang agreed. Then you cancel the order first. Row. Zhang Ying also had no ink marks. And she couldn't wait to think of being able to fight such a handsome guy immediately. The sudden change of Xia Liang also made the audience in the live broadcast extremely contemptuous. I thought it was Lu Shaohui. But this was the end? Sure enough, there is no such kind of man in this world. Oh, I am so courageous. If it were me, I would be in the car at that time. Then it will be dull after 30 seconds? Too much talk upstairs. 3 seconds. Seeing Zhang Ying cancelled the order, Xia Liang didn't get any ink. Drive in one direction. Looking at the scenery that flashes quickly around, Zhang Ying was not afraid. After all, the live broadcast is on. And he said very leisurely, "Where are we going?" Xia Liang didn't answer her. Just said lightly, "You'll know when you get there." Seeing that Xia Liang didn't say anything, Zhang Ying didn't ask much. When he wanted to come, it was nothing more than a few places. Parks, toilets, libraries, and even the last bus. 10 minutes later, Xia Liang stopped the car suddenly. Arrive. Hearing Xia Liang's words, Zhang Ying subconsciously glanced outside. The result was a shock. Immediately couldn't help but stare at Xia Liang with wide eyes. Are you crazy? Come to the security hall? Hearing Zhang Ying's words, the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. My Nima, 66,666. I've thought about many places. The only thing I didn't think of this place. 66,666 plus this guy is not an ordinary person. This is too exciting. The city will play. The value given by this rocket today. Looking at Zhang Ying's appearance, Xia Liang pulled out a smile again from the corner of her mouth. Don't you want to stimulate it a little? The security bureau toilet? Stimulate? Zhang Ying swallowed and looked at the security hall ahead. Looking at Xia Liang's handsome appearance, hesitated in my heart. At this moment, 5 super rockets were launched in the live broadcast room. Go in. We want to watch it. If it's fun to watch. There are 5 more shots. For 5 super rockets. For a penny, she can get 50%. Besides, there are 5 more shots. For money, isn't it just the security bureau toilet? Zhang Ying gritted her teeth immediately. Row. Hearing Zhang Ying's promise, Xia Liang got out of the car without any ink stains. Zhang Ying got out of the car even though her heart was beating. Follow Xia Liang to the guard hall. As he walked, he said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "It's so exciting. I thought I would be inside later." Before Zhang Ying finished speaking, Xia Liang interrupted deeply. "Don't worry. Where is this? It will be more exciting later." What Xia Liang said, Zhang Ying didn't notice it strange. It's only other things, such as posture or something. The two walked to the nearest security hall. Looking at the 2 people who came, one of the defenders subconsciously thought that they were going to report the crime. "Stand up, 2 comrades. What can you do?" Xia Liang had not had time to speak. Zhang Ying started her Oscar-level acting. She covered her belly and said over and over again, "Brother defender, this is the case. We have eaten our stomachs and can't find the toilet. I don't know if we can borrow it from you." When the defender heard it, he didn't have too much doubt. "No problem at all." After speaking, I was ready to take the 2 to the toilet. When Zhang Ying was looking forward to it happily, Xia Liang suddenly spoke. "Wait, I want to report the crime." The defender who had just turned around at once. "Comrade, what are you talking about?" Zhang Ying was also inexplicably jumped in her heart, and said anxiously, "What are you talking nonsense? Aren't you going to the toilet?" Xia Liang ignored her words and said, pointing to Zhang Ying on the side, "I want to report her suspected of spreading unhealthy items for profit. The evidence is in her mobile phone." What the asterisk is this, Nima? Zhang Ying's eyes widened suddenly, and then thought of something. She wanted to quickly turn off the phone, but the defender snatched it over. At this time, the live broadcast room had already made a mess of porridge. Fuck. What is this special operation? The anchor has been reported? Slid away. What if I find out in a while? Slipped away. Suddenly, the few viewers in the live broadcast room turned into alarming birds and fled in all directions. Zhang Ying asked her phone to be robbed and subconsciously wanted to run. But the way was blocked by the defenders who heard the sound. What are you doing?" The defender holding the mobile phone carefully looked through the recorded video on the mobile phone. It didn't take long before he blushed and said, "I'm sorry, this lady. You are suspected of spreading unhealthy items for profit. We will arrest you according to law." After she gave a wink, the 2 defenders next to her pressed her to the interrogation room. Humph! Xia Liang gave a cold snort. "Demo. Really think I can't do anything with you? I originally planned to let you go. You actually made such a dangerous maneuver while I was driving?" The defender naturally didn't know what Xia Liang was thinking. "This comrade, since you reported it, I have to trouble you to make a transcript here." "No problem." Xia Liang readily agreed. More than 10 minutes later, after finishing the transcript, Xia Liang went out under the asterisk of the defender. Looking at Xia Liang's gaze, there were all expressions of admiration. Understand what happened. He can only say, "My role model. Someone can actually stop this temptation." Out of the security hall, Xia Liang whistled, although it was delayed for half an hour. Not enough for Shu Li's heart. One is a bad breath. Second, I despised a system, spicy chicken system, by the way. and will release this kind of hidden task in the future. But still don't do it. Back in the car, Xia Liang started a new trip to Didi. 10 minutes later, Xia Liang had just arrived at the destination. And suddenly, a burst of crying came. Wow, my boy, don't have anything wrong with you. Mom and Dad will take you to the hospital. Hold on. You must hold on. Go to the hospital. Go to the hospital. Xia Liang turned his head and looked around, and saw a middle-aged man in the community rushing towards the door with a 3 or 4-year-old girl in his arms. And behind him, a woman followed closely, her expression worried and anxious. She kept talking to herself. Tears could not stop streaming. After seeing Xia Liang where the car was parked in front of them, the middle-aged man rushed over and looked down at Xia Liang and said, "Sorry, my child has asthma. The situation is very bad now. We need to go to the hospital as soon as possible. Could you please take us there? I will pay you the fare when the child is safe." Obviously, compared to women, this middle-aged man is much calmer. Although the anxious mood leads to rapid speech, he expresses the situation very clearly. Xia Liang glanced at the little girl in the man's arms, and saw that she was breathing continuously. Her face was still slightly purple. He immediately frowned, then swiped his mobile phone to cancel the order, and said solemnly, "Get in the car." Hearing that, the middle-aged man hurriedly hugged the little girl and got into the car. Because there were only 2 seats in the car, the woman stayed temporarily, and then she took a taxi to follow up by herself, and she took the child 1 step ahead. Xia Liang is quite familiar with the road conditions in this area. He knows that there is a hospital about 10 kilometers away, and that should be the nearest hospital. Xia Liang turned the front of the car and stepped on the accelerator in an instant. The Audi A3L roared, galloping away like an arrow from the string. It was already 12 o'clock at noon, and the children went home from school at noon. There were lots of traffic on the road. Xia Liang relied on his superb driving skills to constantly slam the steering wheel, and to the limit between the crowded traffic. However, no matter how great Xia Liang's driving skills are, he can't drive a car in the air. Faced with traffic jams, he has more than enough energy. He turned his head and glanced at the position of the co-pilot, and saw that the little girl was getting more and more serious, and her complexion was getting more and more purple. Xia Liang quickly probed out and yelled at the front with her throat. The car in front, "Move to the side. Let me go first. A child in my car has asthma and needs to go to the hospital. Please let me go." The car in front, "Move to the side. Let me go first. A child in my car has asthma and needs to go to the hospital. Please let me go." The car in front, "Move to the side. Let me go first. A child in my car has asthma and needs to go to the hospital. Please let me go." Xia Liang yelled 3 times in a row, and the cars in front of him immediately started moving and took the initiative to give way to both sides. Some cars have even hit the edge of the road, and they have to make way out when they drive the car on the sidewalk. The drivers ahead couldn't hear Xia Liang's words, so the drivers who gave way took the initiative to pass the words forward, and several drivers took the initiative to get out of the car and command them, knocking on the windows of the drivers in front of them one by one. One of the large trucks walked down from a hunky man. Chiluo's upper body was covered with tattoos, and he looked quite fierce, like a gangster. He first took a closer look, then walked forward without hesitation and knocked on the window of a BMW in front of him. "Hey, did you hear the call from the back? There is a child behind who is going to the hospital urgently. So let's go." "What? You said you are in a hurry? I'm going to catch your mother." "If you are in a hurry, will the kid behind you be in a hurry? Don't talk nonsense. Give way. Give you 10 seconds, or I will run you over." In the end, after friendly negotiation, the Audi quickly moved away to make way. The man waved at Xia Liang and said, "Go and go. Hurry up. Your child's safety is the most important. Hurry up to the hospital." Xia Liang didn't hesitate, and immediately slammed on the accelerator and galloped along the road spontaneously conceded by countless vehicles in front of him. At this moment, the mood of the man holding the child in the co-pilot was gradually out of control. His eyes were slightly red, and he kept thanking the vehicles that gave way to both sides of the car. And there was even confusion in his words. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you really. You are all benefactors of the child. You are all my benefactors. Sorry, sorry. Trouble you." About a minute later, Xia Liang crossed the traffic jam and rushed forward ignoring the red light. At this point, it was only 3 kilometers away from the hospital. The next section of the road was straight and there were not many vehicles. If there is no accident, you can reach the hospital in 2 minutes. However, just as Xia Liang was speeding up and overtaking, the Porsche 911 in front of it suddenly changed lanes, abruptly blocking Xia Liang back. Xia Liang didn't care too much, and continued to change lanes to speed up and want to overtake. In the next second, the Porsche 911 immediately changed lanes and continued to stay stuck in the cool summer. Xia Liang frowned and continued to try a few more times, and found that the Porsche 911 in front was deliberately jamming himself. At this time, in the passenger seat of the Porsche 911, a woman with heavy makeup poked her head out and made a face at Xia Liang. At the same time, the driver also extended his left hand and pointed down with a thumb up. Obviously, this is a deliberate choice. Xia Liang's complexion sank. He thought that his temper was pretty good. If he met him on weekdays, he might still be interested in playing with him. But right now, he didn't have any thoughts at all. Xia Liang suddenly released the accelerator to slow down, and at the same time turned to the man beside him and said, "Fasten your seatbelt, sit down and stay steady." The man subconsciously hugged the child in his arms, and at the same time freed up a hand to grasp the handle on the side. In the next second, Xia Liang changed his words, stepped on the accelerator directly to the end, and instantly reached the maximum output, and the roar of the engine was deafening at that moment. Sure enough, the previous Porsche 911 continued to change lanes accordingly. In the driving seat, a fashionable young man smiled disdainfully and raised his eyebrows at the woman beside him. "Well," I said, "if I don't let him go, he will always be able to follow my butt. A little Mercedes wants to drag a car with me?" As he said, he looked in the rearview mirror and waited to see Xia Liang honestly slow down and continue to change lanes. Reading www.yuakanshu.com. But soon his face changed. In the rearview mirror, not only did the Mercedes-Benz A3L behind him not have the slightest intention to brake to slow down. On the contrary, he opened faster and faster, and he could hear the roar of the engine clearly through a car. "Fuck, he's crazy." The young man suddenly panicked and slammed the steering wheel, trying to avoid the crazy beast behind him. However, it was too late. Boom! Mercedes-Benz slammed into the asterisk of the Porsche 911. The young man only felt a huge impact coming from the rear. The whole person shook suddenly, and the body swayed quickly from side to side. There was a danger of rollover at any time. "What?" In the co-pilot, the woman uttered a harsh scream. She was caught off guard by the collision. Her forehead came into close contact with the car and quickly became red and swollen. The young man stubbornly turned the steering wheel, and after a few seconds, the car finally stabilized. In the rearview mirror, The black Mercedes behind him is rapidly zooming in. Boom! This time, the young man could not stabilize the car anymore, so he could only release the accelerator pedal in time. The tire of this Porsche 911 made a long mark on the road, made a harsh rubbing sound, and hit the guardrail after spinning twice. Xia Liang didn't even look at them, stepped on the accelerator and ran straight ahead. In the co-pilot, the man holding the child looked at Xia Liang dumbfounded, then looked back at the Porsche 911 on the side of the road, and stammered, then, they, don't worry, I have a sense of measure. People will be fine. At most a little skin trauma. I can afford it. The man twitched his mouth. What he actually wanted to say was that it wasn't just people. The car seemed to be a Porsche. If this happens, you will have to lose a lot of money. I can't afford it, but soon. He found that Xia Liang didn't care. As if he had hit a Wuling Hongguang. Since the person involved didn't say anything. Ever since, he shut his mouth wisely. A minute later, accompanied by a sudden brake, the car stopped at the door of the hospital. The door opened. The man quickly hugged the child and got out of the car. He turned back and bowed to Xia Liang. Thank you so much. Xia Liang waved his hand. Okay, go to the hospital. Children are important. The man didn't hesitate anymore. In fact, he was more anxious than anyone else, and quickly turned around 3 steps and ran into the hospital in 2 steps. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Rescue. Reward. 1,000 miles tracking symbol. 40 wages. Huh? Hidden mission? Xia Liang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the system would have such hidden tasks that could be completed directly, without triggering. A reward for doing a good deed was a vain prostitute. It feels very good. Stab it. Suddenly, there was a harsh brake sound in my ears. I looked up and saw that the tattered Porsche 911 had caught up. It stopped in front of me with a sudden stop. And by the way, I stunned myself. Car ass. Good guy's already broken car suddenly got worse. Some embarrassed young people got out of the driver's seat and walked towards Xia Liang angrily, looking hideous. Are you sick? How dare you hit my car? A smile appeared at the corner of Xia Liang's mouth, and she was already thinking about how to clean up this guy. There is a child in the car who is in danger of life and needs to be rushed to the hospital. Life-threatening shit. I care if she is dead or alive. And has nothing to do with me. Do you know what kind of car I am? It's just a kid. Can it be compared to my car? The young man's emotions were a little out of control, and he was quite anxious. In fact, the reason why he was so anxious was that a big reason was that this car was not his own. His sister recently made a rich second-generation car on the list. This car was used by the rich second generation for her sister's transportation. And it was her sister who made it through soft and hard foaming. And he borrowed this Porsche 911 from his sister a few days ago. He drives the girl every day. I have to say that there is a sports car to pick up a girl. I don't know how much easier it is. Those girls who worship gold, almost it was the former servants who took the initiative to send them to the door. These days, he has played with a dozen beautiful young girls of all kinds. But now, the car was crashed. If you can't keep your sister small, it's a big problem if you can't explain it to your sister. The more he thought about it, the more anxious and frustrated the young man became. Looking at the face Xia Liang was close at hand. He couldn't help but raise his hand and punch it. Xia Liang took the punch easily and swiped it backwards, causing the young man to turn around in pain, and then kicked behind his knee. The young man lost his weight and fell to the ground instantly. Xia Liang raised his eyebrows slightly when he looked at the tattered Porsche 911. lowered his head and said to the young man lying on the ground, "You seem to care about this car. After all." Xia Liang looked around and found an abandoned steel pipe from a corner. Then slowly dragged the steel pipe to the front of the car, lifted the steel pipe high, and slammed it down. Pong! This slammed heavily on the left door of the Porsche 911, directly smashing into a bowl with a big depression. What? The woman in the passenger seat was taken aback and hurriedly ran out of the car. Tisk. The quality is average. Xia Liang curled his lips, and without hesitation he swung down a steel pipe. Pong! 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 At the same time, the young man sat on the ground with a dumbfounded look at all of this. He wanted to stop it, but he watched Xia Liang holding a steel pipe and slamming it on the car again and again. The violence was extremely violent, and even occasionally sparks splashed out. He thought for a while, and in the end he didn't have the guts to step forward to stop him. He just sat on the ground heartbroken and watched the Porsche 911 from a little bit of tattered to a pile of tatters, looking at the completely scrapped Porsche 911 in front of him. Xia Liang nodded in satisfaction, threw away the steel pipe, and leaned over to look at the young man. "What's your bank card number? I will pay you the full amount for this car." "Huh? You said you want to compensate me in full?" The young man suddenly came to his mind, jumped up, and quickly reported his card number. Xia Liang took out his phone and operated it, then said, "It's done. 3 yuan has been credited to your card. And your 911 is only 2 million yuan when it landed. I will give you the extra money." The young man took out his cell phone and checked it. Seeing that the 3 yuan had really arrived, he was overwhelmed and overjoyed. He glanced at Xia Liang. "Hey, brother, be polite. How embarrassing this is." Xia Liang smiled and shook his head. "It's okay, just a small amount of money. Now your problem is solved?" "That's natural, brother. You just smash it." Xia Liang shook his head. "No, I mean, now, we have to solve another problem. Do you know what my trunk is?" While talking about Xia Liang, he opened the trunk. At the same time, in the system space, "I spent 1 wages to buy 20 yuan worth of blue and white porcelain and then secretly used the field to break it." Then he looked at the young man with a smile. From the inside, he took out the certificate of authoritative appraisal and handed it to him. "I was in the Chenghua period. Some official kilns continue to use Suma leaching materials to make blue and white porcelain, which was worth 20 yuan. Hearing the number 12 yuan, the youth suddenly panicked, and the short-term happiness disappeared without a trace. He repeatedly shook his head and looked at the certificate in his hand. After all, there is a second-generation brother-in-law, and the young man can still see a little skepticism. This certificate was similar to what the second-generation brother-in-law showed to him. And he swallowed immediately. "You hit me. You are solely responsible. I don't care. I won't pay. I won't pay if I kill you." Hearing this, Xia Liang frowned and said coldly, "So, are you planning to go wrong?" After 5 minutes have passed, Zhao Balian finally raised her head, her eyes full of determination. "Thank you, Anchor. I know how to say it," said, stood up and bowed fiercely to the screen. At the same time, Xia Liang had a voice in her mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward for the task has been issued. 30 wages. 100% of the Qingyun Hotel. The host can claim it at any time. And the sea-level luck card has been put in the backpack." Completing the task means that Zhao Balian really repented. Xia Liang finally showed a smile on his face. This task was surprisingly simple. Knowing your mistakes can make a difference. As an adult, you should be responsible for what you do. "Well, I know the Anchor." Zhao Balian bends down again to thank. Then I will apologize to my boyfriend and see if I can make up for it. Go quickly. Xia Liang smiled and waved his hand. So Zhao Balian hung up the video in a barrage of go ahead. But a lot of viewers complained about it. Amen. What are you doing, Anchor? Why should she repent? Isn't it good to break up? That is, aren't we all persuading and not reconciling? Dog Anchor, you have changed. You are no longer the demolition demon. What? Breaking up the crazy demon will not break up the lovers. My youth is over. Looking at this barrage, Xia Liang waved his hand in disgust because it was a black line. You guys can pull it there. I didn't admit that I was a dismantling madman. I was forced to do it. Let's not talk about it. Let's go out to sell guitars. Today I don't have any talent for acting. Talking about the transfer of Xia Liang's live broadcast to Mosquito Live. He went out again and drove to a music shop not far away. An hour later, Xia returned home with her new guitar. In the distrustful eyes of the audience, she took out the guitar and flicked it twice. And she was familiar with the feeling and spoke to the audience in the live broadcast room. Everyone, since the guitar is back, what do you want to hear? Anchor, let me give you a simple one. Only Mother is good. Two Tigers are also good. Little Rabbit is the easiest one. Okay, stop playing upstairs. Happy breaking up. In order to listen to this song, I just broke up with my girlfriend. Looking at these barrage, Xia Liang felt that it was getting harder and harder for the audience this year. And shook her head. It's impossible to sing a happy breakup. You are a group of single dogs. In order to make you full of passion, I will sing a song I believe for you audience. I hope everyone will like it. After speaking, Xia Liang, who was playing the guitar, began to sing to I want to fly to the sky side by side with the sun. The world is waiting for me to change. The dream I want to dream is never afraid of others seeing it. I can realize it here. With the sound of Xia Liang's singing, the passionate voice was accompanied by God-level singing skills. And everyone's blood boiled, as if they were beaten up with blood. Full of energy. This is exactly the God-level singing band purchased by Xia Liang. Rendering power. After the presents in the live broadcast room were swiped. Yao Shou, the anchor can actually sing. Not only, even the guitar is so good. Oh my god, the anchor is going against the sky. Actually it will. To be honest, after listening to the anchor sing this song, it was like a chicken blood. Full of motivation. I'm going to die. I was really excited when I heard a song. And I want to study hard. If I don't talk about it, I think I can do 10 math problems. Is there a recording of the big hanging one? Please share. I am going to listen when I am working overtime. Although my sling can be wrapped around my waist, I did not record it. Seeing this, even Xia Liang smiled. Don't worry, I will put the recorded music under the live broadcast for you to download later. After hearing Xia Liang say this, the audience in the live broadcast room was relieved. And the next second they started to let Xia Liang sing other songs. Xia Liang didn't want to spoil everyone's interest after singing 2 more songs. Xia Liang stopped, but it was clear that the audience was still unfulfilled. Anchor, go on. Do not stop. It's the sound of nature. Anchor, you're almost buried in the live broadcast here. Let's make your debut. Agree. Anchor, you go to debut. I believe you will be hot. Can you pull it? What is the value of the anchor? How is it possible to make a debut as a singer? After this reminder, everyone realized that Xia Liang is the rich second generation, and is still the kind of higher rank. Did not explain this Xia Liang, but took out his mobile phone. Okay, our talent has almost performed. And now it's the fishing session that we love to hear. Everyone may wish to guess. Can we confirm the relationship with her today? While talking, Xia Liang clicked on the dialog box with Susu. He won't forget that there is another task. Feel free to open the summer cool. A few unread messages popped up. Susu. Brother Xia. Let's play the game. Susu won't bother you. 2340. Susu. Brother Xia. I'm going to bed. Yu reading www.yuakanshu.com will help Grandpa fry tea tomorrow. Don't play games too late. Brother Xia should go to bed earlier. 8 o'clock. Susu. Good morning. Brother Xia. I need to wash up and get breakfast. 8:30. Susu. Breakfast is ready. A sandwich. A glass of milk. Susu can only eat a lot of torture. Picture.jpg. 8:40. Susu. Alright. Susu is going to Grandpa's tea shop. Seeing that she didn't reply, this girl could still say so much to herself, which really made Xia Liang feel her perseverance. And Xia Liang finally replied to her at this time. Oh, I just woke up. I go. Anchor. You are too perfunctory. Yes. You will easily make others give up on you. Anchor. You still have to give others a little hope. Hey. The anchor is afraid that it will be foolish to come. Susu. Brother Xia only woke up so late. It seems that I played the game late yesterday. However, the face slapped so quickly. Susu's reply was almost a second. And Xia Liang's face was also filled with a smug smile. Clicked on the voice and said lazily. Yes. It's until 4 o'clock. He also hit hatch as if he hadn't slept well yet. And on the other side, Susu, who was in a tea field, looked contemptuous. Dead fat boy. It took so long to reply to my message. If it weren't for your money, I would rarely take care of you. Humph. After some venting, Susu reorganized his mood. Hey, Brother Xia. Staying up late hurts your body. Next time you don't play games until so late. You should go to bed early and get up early. Get out more in the sun. And exercise. You are all responsible. I don't care. I won't pay. Xia Liang turned around and picked up a moving brick on the side of the road. Waved to the air. And slammed it on the already tattered Porsche 911. Smiling at the youth. You said, is the steel pipe hard? Or the brick in my hand? Or this Porsche 911 is harder? Of course. You can also think that your bones are the hardest. Stop talking. Brother. Pay. I pay. Being stared at by Xia Liang so much. The young man felt that his situation was exactly the same as the Porsche 911 just now. It's okay to change someone else. But this is the ruthless man who just smashed a Porsche 911 just now. He quickly admitted, for fear that 1 second later, the brick would be harder than his own bones. The corner of Xia Liang's mouth raised, and he threw away the slab, patted the ash on his hands, and nodded in satisfaction. Hey, that's right. Making mistakes is not terrible. The key is to bravely admit your mistakes and take responsibility. Everyone is a civilized person. Don't worry. I hate violence the most. Why do things that can be reasonable? Do you do it? You say yes. The young man nodded with a weeping face. Well, I believe it. If it weren't for the Porsche 911 that you smashed into a tattered Porsche 911 behind you, I would have almost believed it. Well, now that you have approved my idea, then transfer the money. But I have no money. Huh? Are you kidding me? Xia Liang's face suddenly sank, and he turned his head and picked up the moving brick that had just been thrown away. At this moment, the young man was almost crying and waved his hands again and again. I don't have money, but, my sister has money. I go home and ask my sister for it. Xia Liang raised her brows, but did not continue to be embarrassed, but just nodded. Yes. Make an IOU. Good. Afterwards, the young man went to the hospital to borrow paper and pen. and wrote an IOU to Xia Liang. The amount on the IOU clearly stated 20 yuan. After getting the IOU, Xia Liang didn't embarrass the young man, waved his hand and let him go. And he was going to deliver food. I almost saw the man's panel just now. The details of him are already known. Xia Liang was not afraid of him running away. For one thing, this little money was not important to him. It was just that he couldn't understand how arrogant this kid was. Secondly, let's be honest, Xia Liang's worth now. In Qingyun City, there is really no one who can't find it. Later, Xia Liang called 2 trailers. One pulled the Porsche 911 that had been basically scrapped, and the other pulled his Mercedes-Benz to repair it. Xia Liang went home to change his car, and he couldn't let this little thing stop his Didi career. At the door of a high-end residential complex in Qingyun City, Dong Jian walked into the residential complex with a sullen face. At this time, he was in a bad mood. This morning, he borrowed the Porsche 911 from his sister after trying hard soaking. Thinking about going out and soaking for a girl to have a good night. The process is also quite smooth, as long as you choose the right place. A sports car is almost equal to a 100% success rate. Driving a Porsche is basically equivalent to getting the room card for tonight in advance. After all, those girls who worship gold have no resistance to luxury cars. Once they have a chance, they will firmly grasp and not let go. Just like cats that smell the fishy smell. Ever since, he successfully made an appointment with a young girl with and buttocks. However, when I was driving my car with my sister for a chic ride, I happened to encounter another sports car that was so expensive. More coincidentally, because that sports car is too rare. I didn't have much research on this aspect, and I didn't recognize it for a while. What's even more coincidental is that he's a cheap hand and has to block other people's cars. This time, I lost my wife and broke down. The Porsche 911 that I borrowed was gone. After deducting the money from the card, I still owed 13 yuan. 13 yuan. 13 yuan. As a contemporary junk young man who has never worked after graduation and has been relying on his old sister, Dong Jian has no ability to repay his debt of 13 yuan at all. Don't say $13. Even if you erase the double digits, he won't be able to earn it for 3 or 5 years. Ever since, he can only honestly come to the community where his sister lives, ready to confess to her sister and ask her to help. Of course he knows that his sister certainly does not have the ability to repay the 13 yuan debt. But she does not, which does not mean that the rich second generation who has recently taken care of her does not have it. And Dong Jian's ultimate goal is the rich second generation. Anyone who can throw a Porsche 911 to his sister at his fingertips should be no less than 13 yuan. Right? With such thoughts in mind, Dong Jian knocked on the door of his sister's house. The one who opened the door was a woman who was quite lazy in pajamas. She looked mediocre, but she was more eye-catching. And her figure was really perfect. She barely wrote the word hooking all over her body. This person is Dong Jian's sister Dong Xin. Even Dong Jian, who grew up with her since childhood, couldn't help but move in his heart every time he saw the dress of his sister. Of course, it was just a move in his heart, and Dong Jian still had some bottom lines. Seeing Dong Jian standing in front of the door, Dong Xin was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Why did you come back so early? You only found the car I borrowed in the morning. And you won't pick up girls tonight?" Dong Jian gave a wry smile and went straight into the room. "It's a long story. Anyway, now that the car is gone, I still owe a lot of money." Dong Xin frowned immediately, closed the door, and asked the past in a deep voice, What's the matter? I was jumped by a fairy? Or did you go to gamble? Dong Jian shook his head. Nothing. Afterwards, Dong Jian sat on the sofa and explained all the process that happened today completely and clearly. After speaking, the room fell into silence. After a long time, Dong Xin spoke. So, are you going to ask me to help you pay back 13 yuan? Dong Jian nodded slowly, looking at Dong Xin with a rather pitiful look. Sister, only you can help me. You know what's going on in our family. Don't say 13 yuan, even if it is 3 yuan. It will be difficult to get it out. As for my own situation, you will know better. The face is clean. After a long silence, Dong Xin finally sighed helplessly and shook his head. It's okay. Don't worry. Go back first. He will come over tomorrow night, and I will discuss with him at that time to see if I can help you solve it. Hearing this, Dong Jian's mouth suddenly twitched, and he leaned forward and grinned. Hey, I know that sister you love me the most. At this time, only you will help me. Then I will go back first. And I must remember to ask at night. I see. You go back quickly. Seeing Dong Jian leaving, Dong Zhao looked a little tired. She also hates iron and steel for her unsuccessful brother. But he is the youngest in the family. And he is also his only brother. Who does he care for if he doesn't care for him? After a while, she picked up her mobile phone to log into a treasure. Bought a lot of things. Opened the V letter at will. And sent a voice to the friend at the top. Come here tomorrow night. I agreed to your previous idea. I have already bought the things. After only 10 seconds, the opposite party replied the message. Dong Xin picked up the phone and looked at it. Only one word was returned from the other party. Okay, but behind the good one, there were more than a dozen exclamation points in a row. It is conceivable how excited the person opposite V letter is at this moment. Not long after, a man knocked on Dong Xin's door. The man looked like he was in his 20s. Thin and tall, with a mediocre appearance, but with a lot of pimples on his face. Generally speaking, he was walking on the street. It's not conspicuous on average. Today, Dong Xin changed into a cool sailor suit, revealing her perfect figure to the fullest. Upon seeing this, the man was a little short of breath and couldn't wait to pull Dong Xin into the bedroom. An hour later, he slowly got up and leaned against the bedside, took a cigarette from the bedside table, held it in his mouth, lit it, and took a deep breath, highlighting a large cloud of smoke, just feeling refreshed. Next to him, Dong Xin turned and lay on his chest, his face full of fatigue, and the various traces all over his body told of the madness just now. The man took a few deep cigarettes. Let's talk. What can I do, please? Although I just enjoyed it. The man is not stupid. According to Dong Xin's personality, if he doesn't ask himself for something, how could he suddenly take the initiative to offer his hospitality? Last night, he was even more cooperative and he must ask for something. But the man doesn't care. Since it is delivered, there is no reason to not want it. Generally speaking, what a woman asks for is nothing more than something that can be done with money, which is nothing to him. Dong Xin adjusted her posture, trying to make herself lie more comfortable, and then slowly said, Yesterday, my brother asked me to borrow that Porsche 911. He wanted to go out and have fun. So I lent it to him. I didn't expect it, and was asked for trouble. Not only was the car smashed, but he was also forced to sign it. 20 yuan IOU. Dong Xin is not simple. When facing a man, she didn't clarify the matter honestly, but rather vaguely. In a few words, she buckled the ***** basin on Xia Liang's head. I really have no choice but to find you. You must help me. With that, Dong Xin raised his head and looked at the man pitifully. The man smiled contemptuously, flicked the soot, and said, "Oh, what am I supposed to do? Don't worry, I will help you solve it. Turn around and talk to your brother. Let him contact that person. Tonight, meet in Paradise Bar. I want to see in Qingyun who is so arrogant and dare to smash my car." Hearing this, Dong Xin smiled and shouted, "Thank you, husband." The man raised his brows, only feeling the blood surge. On the other side, Xia Liang, who had changed his car, came to the outside of Haitian community. Because the community is relatively large, the guests asked to go downstairs. Generally speaking, security guards will not let him in on the grounds of safety, saying that people are waiting at the door. So the driver not only quarreled with the security guard, but also got a bad review. But it is naturally impossible for Xia Liang. The railing rises when there is still 10 meters away from the railing. The security guard who had not let him in before suddenly stood at attention for a while, standing in a standard posture. Salute. Although he has seen many luxury cars as a security guard in an ultra-high-end community, he knows that he can't slack in the slightest at this level. Xia Liang drove the car to the innermost building. Having made the call in advance, Xia Liang saw a young girl standing in the garden downstairs. So he honked the horn twice. The girl saw that it was a luxury car. She took a few more glances, but ignored it. Xia Liang drove up close and pressed the window of the car. "Did you call the Didi Express?" The girl opened her eyes wide and walked slowly over. He also took a lap around the car, and then asked, "Are you a Didi driver?" "Yes." "Get in the car." "But I remember it was called Mercedes-Benz." "The car broke down, and the information hasn't been changed." The girl nodded inconceivably, and then looked at Xia Liang after watching the car. This little brother not only drives a Lamborghini, he is also handsome. His heart was surging, and he lowered his head shyly. Xia Liang saw this young girl standing there like a fool. "Get in the car quickly. It will be overtime in a while." The girl was taken aback, nodded and quickly got on the co-pilot from the other side. "Fasten your seatbelt." After the girl screamed, she was wearing her seatbelt while secretly watching Xia Liang. This handsome profile, elegant temperament, long eyelashes, and a tall nose. Isn't it the Prince Charming of the dream? Speeding all the way. Xia Liang originally had great car skills. Plus the current Lamborghini. It just drives like a catch-a-shrimp shop. Various familiar roads have attracted the attention of countless people, and they are still delivered safely and efficiently. Vehicles are parked on the side of the road. This is a street dedicated to repairing high-end cars. The girl didn't get out of the car, but continued to sit in the co-pilot, holding her chest as if she couldn't take it easy for a long time. Xia Liang didn't rush her. After all, there were few girls who could stand her own speed and passion. "Huh? Are you there?" "Yes." "Get out of the car quickly." "That." Xia Liang looked at the girl playing with her fingers, a little curious. "Anything else? Can you do me a favor?" "What's busy?" "My car broke down, so I called Didi to pick it up. But I don't know much about cars. Could you please help me to see if they have repaired it?" Such a request is not a big deal. Xia Liang nodded. So he locked the car and followed the girl to the largest car repair shop in the row. I saw a young man ran out of the girl before entering. "Ching ching. Your car has been repaired." With a face of flattery licking the dog, she pretended to hold her shoulders by the familiar one. But Ching Ching avoided her. There is not the slightest embarrassment. This face is so thick. Ching Ching looked back at Xia Liang at this time. And the licking man also looked at Xia Liang. "Who is this?" The girl suddenly turned around and hugged Xia Liang's arm, stuttering, "This is my friend. Come and see the car for me." Xia Liang looked at the girl's behavior. She was a little surprised, but immediately looked at the licking man again. The bulging cheeks, the flushed face, and the fisted hands. It was obvious that such an intimate act stimulated him. What are you doing? Xia Liang winked at him when he saw Qingqing. Then said, his boyfriend. Male, boyfriend? At this moment, Xia Liang's phone rang a voice. Received 1. Hearing that, the licking man became even more angry. The most important thing he saw was that Xia Bai was handsome. And then he said with a cold snort, you are the one who runs Didi. Xia Liang didn't care at all. What's wrong with Didi? Is there any problem? The toad wants to eat swan meat. What qualifications do you have to chase the daughter of the richest man? Richest man? When Xia Liang heard it, her eyes were blue with surprise. Mean you are qualified? The licking man dialed his bangs, smiled confidently, and pointed behind him. Xia Liang looked down. A white BMW X7. Did you see it? BMW. Don't touch me. The new X7. The starting price is the same. You are driving Didi. What car? I guess. BYD? Wuling Hongguang? Are you planning to make Susu go around every day? Xia Liang accidentally laughed. What are you laughing at? You have never seen a BMW? Xia Liang took out the car key and pressed it. Is it better than a car? Let me think about what model is my car. Model? Remember the model? The licking man leaned forward and closed with a smile. Isn't this Didi driver mad? Let me tell you what model you have. BYD electric car or Wuling Hongguang god car. Qingqing can't bear the usual style of the licking man. If it weren't for her dad and this licking man's dad have some business dealings, she wouldn't say a word to the licking man even when she eats shit. Even this time the car was repaired by a man and she wanted to repair her for free. It stands to reason that Qingqing's family doesn't care about the money at all. Mainly as the richest man from scratch, he has been very good at tutoring his daughter since childhood. Therefore, Qingqing does not have the pride and arrogance of the rich girl. On the contrary, he is very approachable and unwilling to cause trouble. At this moment, she took Xia Liang's arm to leave, and saw the man licking in front of her. Said maliciously, let me see, don't be embarrassed. Oh, it's not the little freight car at the door. Qingqing was already a little angry at this time, but her good upbringing made her curse only this level. You, don't be too much. I hate it. Licking the dog is usually accustomed to being scolded by various beauties. And this level is simply sweet talk to him. Qingqing, I'm helping you. Don't let people at the bottom of the society treat you badly. When Xia Liang heard these words, he went straight up with a punch. The licking man was beaten a few steps on his hind legs by this force and fell to the ground. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Xia Liang stepped forward and stood straight, looking at the licking man with his nostrils. It doesn't matter who you are, but you can't insult working people. After finishing talking, he pressed the car key in his eyes that exploded. Boom boom boom. Fully automatic start. The sound of the exhaust pipe almost resounded throughout the street. The licking man looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a Lamborghini Poison headlight on the side of the road. The sound was more beautiful than the woman. No, it must be a coincidence. It can't be this Didi driver's car. While thinking in his heart, licking man searched for other broken cars outside the window. Then Xia Liang pressed the car key again. The licking man watched Bugatti's flying wing door slowly rising. Damn it, it really belongs to this guy. The eyeballs are about to burst out. Completely shocked. My father is the largest auto dealer in Qingyun City, and he is an agent of sales and repair after sales, contracting almost all business in Qingyun City. Of course he has been dealing with cars since he was a child. He certainly knew what kind of car it was. More importantly, He followed his dad's ears and eyes since he was a child, and has already practiced the unique skill of seeing people by car. This Didi driver. It's definitely not easy. The forces behind those who can drive this kind of car are definitely not something they can afford. As for Ching, he can no longer take care of that much. As long as there is money, there is no girl. Pursuing Ching is just what dad meant. It is this low-key Shenhao brother. If he can be recognized as a good brother with adult beauty, can he lose his benefits in the future? Thinking of this, the attributes of the licking dog are exposed. Since you can't lick the VIP, you can add a golden retriever. No, this brother hit me just now. This hot temper is so high-priced Tibetan Mastiff. Just do it. Young people can bend and stretch. I saw him stand up, ignoring the pat on the dirt on his body. Suddenly the flattery that had appeared when he first saw Ching. Brother, I'm joking with you. Xia Liang knew that this kind of person was undue beating. You drive your horse. Yes. Drive me. I know that the people around Sister Ching are definitely low-key, luxurious and tasteful. Ching on the side was stunned for a moment. This licking man was 5 or 6 years old than her. Why did she suddenly call her elder sister today? Xia Liang looked at the licking man and said with a smile, "Remember, it's easy to get slapped in the face if it's too public. Remember, brother, Big Brother's teachings are absolutely useful for life. Sister Ching, go. Let's go see the car." Xia Liang talked and walked to Ching's side, and pushed her to Xia Liang's side. Sister Ching, have a vision. Nausea. Ching avoided the licking man in disgust, while watching Xia Liang. What kind of charm makes this rich girl who has been held in the palm of countless men since childhood fall in love with her? What kind of temperament is it that made this pure and innocent girl who has been licked for the first time know what tempest is at this moment? Xia Liang looked foolishly for a while. Unexpectedly, Xia Liang didn't notice her, but asked instead, "That car is yours?" Ching was relieved all of a sudden, and pointed her finger. Xia Liang looked in the direction of Yusho. "A Porsche Cayenne." Yes. This richest woman is not ostentatious, but is educated. Xia Liang went straight to get into the car. Skilled starting, observing the instrument and so on. At this time, the licking man lay on the car window and said with a smile, "Brother, I also have a lot of research on cars. I will come to my place to repair cars in the future. And I won't charge any money." After Xia Liang heard this sentence, he glanced at the licking man. The licking man suddenly realized that something was wrong. "Oh, brother, I said the wrong thing. It's not about money. In this way, as a brother's meeting gift, lifelong home maintenance, it has nothing to do with money. It's just a little bit of the brother's meaning, to provide some convenience for brother." Xia Liang didn't bother too much, and there was no problem seeing the car. So said to Ching, "The car is okay. I have to keep going." After speaking, regardless of these two people, they went directly out of the store. Ching and the licking man who look eagerly left behind. Of course, both of them are making their own small calculations in their hearts. On the other side, Xia Liang had just delivered an order. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Xia Liang picked it up to connect, and a familiar voice came from the other side. "Hey, I already have the money. See you at the Paradise Bar at 8 o'clock tonight. Let's settle it in person." Xia Liang looked at the time. "Today? Not today. Tomorrow. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock. No way." Xia Liang encountered a lot of things today. The order has not been completed. You must know that the bonus and attendance of the reward are several thousand yuan. In comparison, the 12 yuan is a little trivial. Dong Jian agreed and hung up the phone. At the same time, Xia Liang also arrived at the destination, but no passengers were seen on the side of the road. Xia Liang slowly parked the car on the side of the road, opened the window and looked around, only to see that this was the entrance of a bar. The light and shadow in the bar flickered, but the outside of the bar was somewhat deserted. It was late at night, and there were few pedestrians on the street, and occasionally one or two were in a hurry. Obviously they were not passengers taking taxis. Xia Liang picked up the phone, and the location on the map was clearly in front of him. When I got out of the car and looked forward, I saw a woman lying limp on the ground under a street light not far ahead. Two men with peaked caps and tattoos were dragging the woman from left to right. Trying to drag the woman. It's towed away. The woman was obviously still a little conscious, struggling desperately, but to no avail. On the contrary, she became more and more unconscious with the passage of time. After just a glance, Xia Liang understood that most of these two people were collecting corpses. But the woman's appearance did not seem to be drunk, but more like being drugged. Generally speaking, Xia Liang is much lazy to take care of things like this. The last time it was just an accident. After all, a girl who runs into a bar alone in the middle of the night must be prepared for this kind of mentality. But now, Xia Liang seriously suspected that the woman was her passenger. Xia Liang picked up the phone and dialed the passenger's phone. Sure enough, about 3 seconds later, a cheerful ringtone came from the mobile phone on the woman's body. And the two tattooed men quickly took it out and hung up the phone. Hey, come on, don't care about it this time. Xia Liang shook his head helplessly, closed the door, and walked forward. Two tattooed men were dragging the woman to the van on the side of the road. One of them looked at the rough waves in front of him. However, just halfway through his hand, suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder from behind, pulling him away from the woman. Oh, you two are so elegant. Are you going to play Erlang Shizhu? The two of them were surprised, and quickly looked back, only to see a handsome young man looking at them with a smile. The tattooed man who was pulled apart by Xia Liang's complexion sank, and he moved his hand away from his shoulder, and said in a low voice, "My buddy, don't worry about things you shouldn't care about, and be careful to mess with yourself." Hey, I don't want to, but the girl you dragged is very important to me. Hearing this, the other person frowned slightly and asked, "Who are you, her boyfriend?" No, I'm just an ordinary Didi driver. As for her, it's my passenger. She just called Didi, and I took the order. Fuck you. Are you kidding me? Is this what you said is important? No. How could I fool you? What I said is true. For a Didi driver, the passengers are the parents of food and clothing. Without passengers, there is no Didi driver. Isn't that important enough? These words, Xia Liang, really came from the heart. In Xia Liang's mind, there is a very simple and rude formula. That is, passenger equals hidden reward. For him, every single order is extremely important. It is possible that this person can trigger the hidden task. So missing any single order is a huge loss. My Xia Liang passenger, even if you die, you have to die to your destination for the Lord. Damn. Crazy. Get out of here. I warn you. No matter how much you do, I'll put you. Before he finished speaking, Xia Liang had already thrown a punch and rushed towards the door. Because the distance was too close, the man had no time to dodge. This punch hit the bridge of his nose firmly, and immediately blood spurted and lost him. Combat effectiveness. If you want to fight, hit it. Put it here and beep lie. Don't you know that the villain died because of a lot of talk? It was too late to say that it was fast. And from Xia Liang's sudden move to the time the person fell to the ground, The whole process was only 3 seconds. Seeing this, the other tattooed man who was dragging the woman quickly put the person down, turned around and punched Xia Liang. Xia Liang turned to the left and could not escape the punch. Then he grabbed the tattooed man's arm and threw him over his shoulders. Then he slammed a punch on his stomach and immediately let him lie on the ground. He clutched his stomach and shrank into a ball. Xia Liang clapped her hands and smiled at the two from condescendingly. "Excuse me, as a DD driver, in order to protect the personal safety of myself and the passengers, learning some self-defense skills is a basic professional quality. Coincidentally, I practiced martial arts when I was a child, and I was able to fight a little bit better than ordinary DD drivers." "Well, it's just a billion dots." Seeing that the two had lost their ability to move, Xia Liang turned his attention to the woman. At this time, she had completely fallen into a state of delusion, and she would groan unconsciously from time to time. Reluctantly, Xia Liang could only hug her into the car, help her fasten her seatbelt, and then drove towards the destination displayed by the DD system. Not long after Xia Liang left, the two people lying on the side of the road gradually slowed down, struggled to stand up, glanced at the direction Xia Liang was leaving, cursed a few words in a low voice, and then helped each other limping, walked into the bar. In the bar, the colorful lights flickered, and the explosive music sounded both ears. The two did not attract anyone's attention. They followed the corner to the door of a private room on the 2nd floor, and were stopped by a strong man in front of the door. "Down, Brother Leopard. We have something to see, Brother Scar. Please let me know." The strong man glanced at the two of them, nodded, turned and pushed the door into the private room, and walked out after a while, waved at the two of them, beckoning them to enter. At this time, in the private room, a Scarface was sitting on the sofa, holding a plump enchanting woman on the left and right. The two helped each other carefully into the private room, and then knelt in front of Scarface. Scarface opened his mouth and ate the grapes fed by the woman next to him, and slowly spoke. "Come on. What's the situation? Tonight, our brothers fell in love with a girl who is very beautiful. Our brothers like it very much. So they took some medicine and wanted to get her away for fun. But she was confused. Somehow he called a DD. The driver of DD was really a practicing family. He knocked our brother down in 3 or 2 and ran away with the girl. Brother Scar, you have to give your brothers a sigh. That kid hit us. He is hitting you in the face. He just doesn't put you in his eyes." Scarface frowned slightly. In fact, he didn't care whether the two of them were beaten or not. Even if they were dead or alive, he didn't even bother to care about them. But those who are under his hands on his own territory are properly slapped in the face. And for people like him, sometimes the most important thing is face. A leopard. After thinking for a moment, Scarface shouted at the door. The next second, the brawny man guarding the door walked in. Arrange for the people underneath to turn over the monitor in front of the bar. Find the license plate number of the car. Check his information. If there is no background, teach him a lesson. As long as you don't kill it. Understood. Abao nodded slightly, then turned and left. Seeing this, the two tattooed men who were kneeling on the ground immediately burst into joy and yelled at Scar's face. Thanked Scar for helping the younger brother get ahead. Scarface made a cold snort, kicked one of them sharply, and said coldly, "HMPH. 1 yard goes to 1 yard. How many times have I said? Here, take care of your lower body. Don't make me trouble all day long. Forget it this time, and next time, don't ask for things that you can't control. Roll." On the other side, Xia Liang has already reached his destination. Xia Liang turned his head and looked around. and saw that the woman sitting in the co-pilot had become a little restless. Her hands dangling on her body, her mouth humming non-stop. Xia Liang leaned over and asked for a long time, only to hear the specific floor and house number from her vague words. And then sighed helplessly, parked the car, and then walked into the building with her on his back. Xia Liang carried the woman on her back and took the elevator all the way to the 13th floor. He took out the house key from her bag, opened the door and walked in, putting the woman who was constantly rubbing herself on the sofa, and he let out a sigh of relief. Have time to look around. The house is small, with one bedroom and one living room, but the decoration is very pink and lovely. Obviously, the owner of the house is a girl with a girlish heart. It's just that such a person doesn't look like he would go to a bar. Is it possible that this is the so-called, the more pink you wear, the harder you are? Xia Liang shook his head, put the key on the table, and planned to leave. At this point, he can get off work after another order. Immediately turned and closed the door. Run 2 orders again. Xia Liang just returned home. The other side, in the center of Qingyun, in a mansion, Scarface personally brought a glass of red wine and handed it respectfully to a man sitting on the sofa. The man in a suit and leather shoes, wearing gold-framed glasses, reveals an elegant temperament, like a successful person in the traditional impression. If Xia Liang were here, he would recognize it at a glance. This is the brilliant manager, Wen Chang. Wen Chang smiled slightly and beckoned. Okay, Scar, you sit too. We are pretty familiar with each other. Don't be so cautious. Hey, yes. What Brother Chang said is. Scarface quickly replied, and sat cautiously on the side sofa. Although Scarface is quite good now and has a small status in Qingyun City, he clearly knows that besides his own daring to fight, the main reason for him is to be a little strong. Take care of. Respect is one aspect, and fear is also one aspect. I'm here this time, nothing else. Since you have decided to follow me, the main reason is to inform you. I also hope that you will have your eyes wide open in the future. Don't mess with Boss Shaw. If you run into it, don't do stupid things. Son, I can't save you. Hearing this, Scarface was suddenly stunned. The owner of the resplendent entertainment city. What? The splendid boss? At this moment, Scar's face and legs were a little trembling. After all, it was a magnificent entertainment city. Wen Chang in front of him is just a shopkeeper on the table. The connections in his hands are extremely scary. Not to mention the boss behind him. Hi Brother Chang. What is this Mr. Shaw from? Scarface couldn't help taking a breath, and asked in a low voice. Wen Chang shook his head, took a photo from his arms and placed it on the table. It's him, named Xia Liang, who directly bought other shares of the previous Golden Glory Entertainment City. The family is the only one, and the background is unknown. Also, this is his photo. Damn it. One person bought the shares of the original shareholders. This is such a big background. Horrible. When Scarface was shocked, there was a knock on the door, and then a strong man walked in. It was the leopard who was in the bar that day. I saw Abao came in with a document, handed it to Scarface, and said in a deep voice, Brother Scar, I have found the information about that kid. There is no problem. When will you start? Scarface didn't care about these things at all at this time. Just took the document and put it aside. Waved his hand and said perfunctorily, You figure it out. Just don't make a big mess. Afterwards, he turned his head and looked at Lu Xin, just about to say something, when he suddenly found Wen Chang on the side staring at his right hand with wide eyes. Scarface was taken aback for a moment, followed his gaze, and saw that the top of the document that Abao had handed over was a photo. And that photo always felt a bit familiar to Scarface. Suddenly, Scarface seemed to remember something, and suddenly turned his head to look at the photo Wen Chang took out just now. Fuck. At this look, there was a sigh in my heart. He immediately repeated the comparison several times, but did not find the difference between the two photos. Afterwards, Scarface quickly moved away the top photo of the document and looked at the basic information below. I saw the two characters Xia Liang written in the name column. At this moment, Scar's face and legs were a bit soft. He swallowed, turned his head to look at Lu Xin, and said tremblingly, "Well, Brother Chang, do you think there is anyone in the world who has the same name and last name that looks like that? I'm like your mother." Wen Chang kicked him on the face of Scarface without hesitation. After kicking him down, he rode up with a few punches. With that strength, he didn't mean to be merciful at all. The leopard on the side raised his brows slightly, and he didn't step forward to stop him very wisely. After all, he was not stupid and knew who was the boss. After some punches and kicks, Wen Chang gradually calmed down, sat back on the sofa, tidied up the messy clothes, straightened the gold glasses on his nose, took a long breath, and said, "Let's talk about it. What the asterisk is going on? You guys have a holiday with Boss Shaw, and you dare to investigate Shaw Nabo. You don't want to live anymore?" Scarface didn't dare to hide anything, and quickly explained the cause and effect of the incident. As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Chang, who was opposite, couldn't help standing up and giving him a kick again. "Scar, you are so majestic now. Haven't I emphasized to you again and again? It's not like before. Don't fight and kill at every turn. If you can make money in a civilized way, you will be messed up. And abide by the law. Do you not understand the law and discipline? Do you really want to die? Don't take Lao Su together." Brother Chang, I was wrong. I know it was wrong." Wen Chang took a long breath and frowned. "The most important thing at the moment is to apologize to Mr. Shaw. Fortunately, you haven't really done it yet. Otherwise I won't be able to save you when I come. Didn't you have already investigated? Where is Mr. Shaw now? Hurry up to come to apologize. I will go with you. And the two things under your hand. Bring them together." "Which hand did Mr. Shen do? Give it to me? Interrupt first and then take it over." Yes. Brother Chang, I will prepare right away." "Abao, go and bring them to me. And do what Brother Chang said." "Yes." Brother Scar. The other side. Early in the morning, Xia Liang got up from bed, put on clothes, and had breakfast. Xia Liang is going to run Didi every day. Xia Liang took the elevator down to the first floor. The elevator door had just opened, and there were 4 men standing in front of him. One of the two in front of him was in a suit and leather shoes with gold wire glasses, and the other had a long knife scar on his face. For viciousness. Someone didn't recognize it. The other Xia Liang recognized at a glance. It was Wen Chang, the 2 tattooed men who picked up the body last night. Before Xia Liang had time to speak, he saw that the Scarface in front of him saw him, and he knelt on the ground with a plop without a word. Xia Liang was stunned on the spot and scratched his head. "Hey, it's only a few months now, and the New Year's greetings have begun? You can't be so overwhelmed if you want a red envelope. Please, this is not the Spring Festival. It's not for the Chinese New Year. Why don't you find the ancestors if you burn a piece of paper in a place?" Hearing this, Scar, kneeling on the ground, suddenly trembled in his heart. Mr. Shaw's hands and eyes are open to the sky. How could he not know what we are here for? These words, are they hinting to me? Means, let me worship my ancestors one last time before I die. And then cut myself off so that I can leave a whole body to see the ancestors? Scarface was startled immediately, and hurriedly shouted, Mr. Shaw, Scar has no way to teach. Yesterday, the two short-eyed people under his hands dared to do something with Mr. Shaw. Don't blame Mr. Shaw. I've interrupted their hands and left them to Mr. Shaw today. Mr. Wangxia, forgive me. As he said, Scarface slammed his head 3 times on the ground. At this time, Wen Chang on the side also bent down and bowed quickly, and said softly, Boss, the people under your hand are ignorant and offended you. I quickly took them to make amends when I found out. Xia Liang raised her eyebrows slightly, and it seemed that the two of them were the younger brothers of Wen Chang's younger brother. The two people in front of them are worried that they will be held accountable, and they have specially apologized. To be honest, Xia Liang didn't really worry about the incident at all. The two tattooed men harassed their passengers and beat them up, even if it passed. What's more, now that a few people are still coming to the door to apologize so sincerely, Xia Liang naturally has no reason to pursue it, and immediately waved his hand. Okay, it's just a small matter. Don't block the door here. Let them go back and see if the hands can be connected. That's it. Don't delay me running, Didi. After all, Xia Liang walked out of the elevator and walked out of the community. Run, Didi? When Scarface breathed a sigh of relief, he looked puzzled. He didn't understand. The magnificent boss went out to run Didi? Until he saw the Lamborghini poison. Run Didi with Lamborghini poison. Scarface twitched. But what he didn't know was, Xia Liang was not going to run Lamborghini poison. After all, this car is too ostentatious. His purpose is not to tease sisters. Instead, it hides the task. If there are 2 people taking the drip, only one person can prescribe the Lamborghini poison. What should I do if I missed a hidden task? Back in the villa, Xia Liang relaxed. Then I drove the BMW A8 out of the door, replaced it, and the vehicle information. Xia Liang began to take orders. A few orders in a row did not encounter hidden tasks. Xia Liang also felt a little boring. Just then, expedited order. Destination Qingyun Airport. The estimated distance is 19 kilometers. Xia Liang glanced at it. The pickup location was not far from him, and Xia Liang became interested. Urgent. Does this indicate a hidden mission? Thinking of this, Xia Liang's eyes lit up. Without even thinking about it, he accepted the urgent order directly on the phone. As soon as Xia Liang received this order, the phone rang. Xia Liang saw that it was the passenger's call, and he also connected the call while starting the car. Hello, I am very close to you. I can be there in about 2 minutes. Before the passengers could speak, Xia Liang spoke first. No way. The rules of the online ride-hailing driver. Even if he doesn't call, he has to call and say this. But the passenger on the other side of the phone seemed to be anxious. Good master, but can you hurry up? I'm in a hurry. If you can't make this flight, something will happen. Xia Liang frowned suddenly. Now this is the time of the evening peak. The first half of the journey to the airport was blocked. Going to the past now. Still anxious? It seems that this is still a small challenge. Okay, you wait at the pickup location. I'll be there. Sorry to bother you. After speaking, the phone hung up. Xia Liang also quickly arrived at the pickup point given by the navigation. That is a very tall office building. On the road at the entrance of the building, a few people in suits and leather shoes are now standing. When Xia Liang saw it, she knew it in her heart. It should be someone of them. Turn on the double flash and waited on the side of the road. Seeing Xia Liang's car stopped, the group of people also walked over immediately. One person skillfully opened the car door. and asked the middle-aged person headed to sit in. The moment he closed the car door, Xia Liang could still hear a lot of sorry sounds. It was a real surprise with a few miserable sounds. Who would have thought of such a sudden word? As soon as the middle-aged man got in the car, he spoke directly. Master, I really trouble you. I want to ask you if we can arrive in 20 minutes. I am really in a hurry. If we can't arrive, something will really happen. Listening to that tone, Xia Liang was indeed anxious. The man's expression was even more frowned with anxious brows. After swiping the phone to confirm that the passenger is received, the screen immediately jumps to the navigation interface. The voice rang along with it. Successfully received passengers. The destination Qingyun City Airport. The estimated distance is 19 kilometers. The evening rush hour. 5 congested road sections on the way. The estimated time is 39 minutes. As soon as the voice came out, the passenger's face suddenly became ugly. This navigation is not deceiving. The route it gives must be calculated and is already the shortest route. Under normal circumstances, the estimated time will only be more and not less. Now that the navigation has given such information, can he really not get to the airport on time today? The man's hands couldn't help clenching tightly. At the same time, the voice of the system rang in Xia Liang's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task. Expedited. Task description. Please deliver the customer to the destination on time. Reward. Gene Potion 1. Work value 40. Sure enough, Xia Liang is very satisfied. Turning his head and looking at it, the passenger could see that he was definitely not an ordinary person by looking at his clothes and facial features. It would certainly not be a trivial matter to make him so anxious. 20 minutes to the airport? Fasten your seatbelt. It will be possible. Xia Liang's voice suddenly remembered, and the man couldn't help looking sideways. But there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. This road information is here, and the navigation says it will take 40 minutes. Is there anything wrong with that? But looking at Xia Liang's confident look, the man didn't know where he was confident. Thinking that this is the end of the matter anyway, it is better to try, in case it really arrives. So as Xia Liang said, he fastened his seatbelt. I won't follow the navigation. Otherwise, I won't be there anymore. Having said that, Xia Liang held the gear lever in one hand and the steering wheel in the other, and started the car, but it turned around and drove in a direction opposite to the airport. This also made the passenger suddenly realize that the car turned out to be a manual transmission. This discovery surprised the passenger a little bit. Now these years, what other young man can drive a manual transmission car? Especially for dry network car hailing. Who doesn't know that automatic transmission is much more convenient? Except for some elderly people, and some people who have a soul with manual transmission. Basically no one drives a manual transmission car. This also caused the passenger to look slightly, and he had some speculations in his heart. Is this young man who specializes in playing cars? Maybe it's really possible. Those people really have a high standard of driving the car. But when the man looked at the car again, but he shook his head again, dispelling his own conjecture. Nothing else. Just because this car is an ordinary BMW, with no traces of modification. Besides, this is in the city center. Even if, hey, the glimmer of hope that the passenger finally raised, but disappeared again, seeing that the car has been kept within the speed limit and looked steadily. His heart is even colder. There is even no hope in my heart. Forget it, so be it. The man thinking this way couldn't help but slump directly in the seat. Frowning, he began to ponder how to solve the problem that didn't arrive on time today. Xia Liang saw every change in his eyes. The corner of his mouth smiled slightly. It's okay, You are disappointed first. And when there is no surveillance, I will surprise you again. Xia Liang drove the car, turning left and right in the city, slowly heading towards the outer ring. During this time, most of the vehicles were swaying in the city center, but the road to the outer ring was off the beaten track. And the reason why the route given by the navigation has to go so far is also because the first half of the journey has to go through the crowded city center. Or it won't take that long. So Xia Liang simply drove directly out of the city center, and then went straight to the airport. Although it was a little detour, it was able to bypass the congested route. In less than 10 minutes, Xia Liang drove the car to the outskirts of the city. Sit down. There are still 10 minutes to come. Don't worry. The man was suddenly startled by Xia Liang's voice. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a very remote place. For the first moment, he thought that the driver was going to be unruly to himself. Subconsciously squeezed the briefcase in his hand. But seeing that Xia Liang didn't mean to stop, he glanced at the phone next to the central control panel. The heart is suddenly colder. Although the navigation is turned off, the real-time distance can still be displayed. Now they are still 18 kilometers away from the airport. Co-authoring has just been so long. Just playing around. 1 kilometer closer? It's so embarrassing to tell myself that it can be reached. Who gave him the confidence? The passenger just wanted to say something. But Xia Liang's hand holding the gear lever kept moving. The car also gradually speeded up with his movements. Slowly, he actually felt a slight push back. In such a broken car, he actually felt the feeling of pushing his back. The man also felt a hint of surprise for a while. Looking at the display on the central control, the pointer representing the speed slowly moved to the end. A glimmer of hope suddenly rose in his heart. If you keep it like this, maybe it's really possible. Immediately, he also straightened up immediately, putting down the Wen Gong office that had been tightly held in his hand. He turned and held the handle on his body instead. Xia Liang glanced sideways to see his changes. Also smiled. Grasp it firmly. You can get it. Excuse me. After the two had finished speaking, Xia Liang's movements became faster and faster. The speed of the car has reached his limit. The engine let out a little hoarse roar. The sound of the gearbox is very obvious in such a quiet environment. The environment on both sides of the vehicle gradually changed. Even the men can't see clearly. Xia Liang sighed in her heart as she drove the car. It was the first time to use her God-level driving. Sit down. It's about to turn. Xia Liang also reminded him when he saw the big bend ahead. Then control the steering wheel and handbrake. Cooperating with both hands, they drifted over directly. The sound of tires rubbing against the road is also very harsh. A faint smoke rises on the road. Just after successfully passing the corner, Xia Liang let go of the handbrake again. Soon the handle was placed on the gear lever again. With continuous operation with one hand, the car quickly returned to the limit speed just now. The man also glanced at the phone next to the central control. But he was surprised to find that less than 2 minutes had just passed. But it has traveled a full 4 kilometers. Such a discovery also made him immediately confident. It seems to be there this time. In the process of the car's behavior, Xia Liang had noticed that there were other vehicles on this inaccessible road. It was really interesting, but Xia Liang didn't pay any attention. Flicking the steering wheel, he walked around directly. Such an operation surprised the people in those cars. One of the girls on the co-pilot stared blankly at the back of Xia Liang's car. Shrimp catchers? 15 minutes ago, a group of wealthy children from Qingyun City gathered on a remote road on the outskirts of the city. Several sports cars were parked beside them. In closer detail, The cheapest one is the million-level Baoqi G992. But if it is cheap, it is only compared with other vehicles around. How can the landing price of this car be 2 million? The price is not acceptable to ordinary people at all. A group of second generations appeared in the suburbs in a sports car. Such a scene can know what is going to happen without even thinking about it. It is undoubtedly a racing car. It can be clearly seen that the people here are mainly divided into two waves. On one side was a boy who looked like he would be in his 20s. He sat on his Ferrari F8, with a smirk on her face. She looked at the girl opposite. This girl is the one who will be competing with her today. Behind her was a Lamborghini Gallardo parked. The price is the highest car in here. But when she looked at the boy opposite, she was full of disgust. The two didn't say much nonsense that was not nutritious. Directly agreed on today's route. Drive from here to the airport side road. Someone is already waiting over there. The one who arrives first gets the victory in this game. But the only difference is that the boy drove the race himself. The girl invited a driver here. But obviously, the boy is very confident in his car skills, even facing the driver without the slightest fear. Although the performance of the two-person vehicle is somewhat different, it is not much. As a young man acting as a rehearsal called out, their vehicles immediately started driving. I have to say that the boy's driving skills are also very good. The two cars can be considered to go hand in hand on this remote road. No one has a significant disadvantage so far. But this situation was quickly broken. Suddenly, two people driving vehicles suddenly noticed that a car was coming at high speed behind them. And obviously, they don't know this car. Not a luxury sports car, but a BMW. In their opinion, it was a broken car. Although the car was not so good, the speed really shocked them. This thing is too fast. How dare it? How dare such a broken car drive to such a speed? This is unscientific. But this bow motor did not leave them time to react. Seeing that the front of the car moved slightly, it passed by their two cars. This scared the two of them cleverly. At this speed, if you slip with one hand, the three cars will definitely collide together. The result must be a car crash. I don't know where this BMW owner is so bold. He even dared to pass directly between their two cars like this. The girl in the Gallardo sighed involuntarily. This. Catch the prawns? No wonder she was so surprised. She didn't know others, but she knew the driver she invited. Yi Mian, the third-place winner of amateur racing in the Southeast region last year. In the racing circle can be regarded as a small well-known person. Although it was an amateur competition, the participants were not amateurs. It was just because the sponsors wanted to make money, which resulted in a wide range of participants for the competition. So it was nothing more than an amateur competition. If it weren't for worrying about some safety hazards when driving on such a highway, she believed that Yi Mian would have surpassed the Ferrari next to him. Because just now, she asked Yi Mian with some worry. But he answered very confidently. You didn't realize that I have been following the speed of this Ferrari? Don't worry, I will definitely win. Although the kid is a little capable, he is not enough to watch. But the appearance of this BMW was unexpected to everyone. But it was precisely because of this that Yi Mian suddenly became interested. Playing against that young man made him very boring. But this BMW owner is definitely not easy. To be able to drive this kind of car at this speed. May I ask him if he doesn't have this ability? Sit down. I want to speed up. After a word, Yi Mian also started his operation. Gallardo is getting faster and faster under his control. He quickly surpassed the Ferrari next to him and approached the BMW slowly. This made the boy in the Ferrari next to him anxious. What the asterisk is going on? Where did that BMW come from? Is it still the speed at which people can drive? The unmodified BMW is faster than yourself? Just kidding? Are you really dreaming? This is also Gallardo. Didn't you just pay you back and chase me together? Why did you suddenly hit the chicken blood? Why did it speed up suddenly? The angry boy in his heart also slammed on the accelerator. Want to catch up with Gallardo in front. However, due to operational problems, the oil temperature did not rise in time. This foot is greasy on the floor. Boom! A loud noise rang in his ears. What followed was a billowing smoke from the exhaust pipe at the rear of his car. His Ferrari F8 successfully burst. Grass! The boy hammered the steering wheel angrily. He took out his cell phone and dialed a call directly. Hey, if a BMW passes by in a while, be sure to stop me. Damn, anyone dares to do me a bad thing. After speaking, he got out of the car angrily and crouched on the side of the road, waiting for the people behind to come over. The the passenger seat of Gallardo, feeling the faster and faster speed, couldn't help clenching her fists. His eyes were fixed on the road ahead. When I saw a big bend ahead, I couldn't help but reminded him. Slow down. Don't have any trouble. But Yi Mian didn't care at all. This kind of curvature is not a problem for him at all. Instead, he wanted to see how the BMW in front wanted to turn. But what happened next made him stunned. It stands to reason that for the stability of the vehicle before cornering, it must be slowed down. Even when drifting and cornering, it is easy to have problems without slowing down. This is true even for vehicles that have been modified specifically for competitions. But Yi Mian discovered that the BMW in front didn't mean to slow down at all. Still maintaining the speed just now. No reduction in it, although he and BMW still have a certain distance. He can easily see this without slowing down. Seeing such a scene, he couldn't help but say in shock, "Is this suicide? Is it crazy?" But then, the operation of this BMW really surprised him even more. He chose not to slow down and drifted directly into the corner. Yi Mian could clearly see that the BMW was before the corner. Move the car slightly closer to the inner lane. Following a drift, the car adjusted its driving angle. Then the speed has not changed at all. Has maintained the abnormal speed just now, and moved straight forward. The girl in the co-pilot looked at the operation of the BMW in front, and her eyes also glowed. This is how low you fly. Run fast everywhere. This is too flexible. The layman looks at the excitement. The insider looks at the doorway. Yi Mian was even more shocked than the girl next to him. This man's driving skills can be seen a little from this corner alone. It is definitely a few grades higher than yourself. Can use such a car to drive such an operation. Don't talk about yourself. Even the few drivers you know are definitely not able to do it. That person's driving skills are definitely better than everyone he knows. Not to mention anything else. Just the position of the timing that just drifted. That was definitely grasped to the extreme by the owner of the BMW in front. The best route to turn. Definitely the best route into the turn. Can calculate this curve so clearly. Just by this point, that is definitely the existence of top masters. You know, the speed of the car just now leaves little time for the driver to think. Can make a judgment in such a short time. This person is too terrifying. No, you must ask who he is. Yi Mian thought, but slowed down. It's not that he doesn't want to chase, but because he is going to corner too. He doesn't have that kind of driving skills. And he probably will explain it here today if he doesn't slow down. Then the gain is not worth the loss. After seeing the BMW turning just now, the girl in the co-pilot couldn't be surprised at the current operation of Yi Mian. No way. Even he can clearly see the difference between the two levels. It's a bit worse. Yi Mian, let you see. What is the level of the driver of that car? Yi Mian, who heard this question, answered directly without even thinking about it. Nationwide. No, no, no. Top in the world. That kind of operation definitely has the level of the top in the world. Upon hearing this answer, the girl was also slightly surprised, taking advantage of the fact that she could still see the BMW in front of her. I immediately took out my phone and took a few photos. Immediately send it to someone. Ask someone to investigate who the owner of this car is. She is so curious about the driver of that BMW now. Must find a way to investigate. Yi Mian, who was next to him, couldn't help but say the sound of the photo. Can you discuss it? I don't need to pay this time. But if you find him, can you let me get to know him too? Xia Liang drove his BMW and didn't care about just surpassing a few sports cars. He now only has the car in his hand and the road in front of him. I have to say that he can say that it is the first time in his life that he has experienced the so-called joy of driving. This collision of speed and passion. Xia Liang used to be even a 5-year-old driver. I have never felt it before. Glancing at the cell phone on the side, there are still 7 minutes. But the airport side road is less than 1 kilometer away. Once you arrive at the airport side road, you are basically at the airport. It seems that this mission can definitely be completed. Dawn's Xia Liang couldn't help but talk to the man on the side. Don't worry, I said I could make it. But now the expression of the man on the side is very complicated. Although there was a smile of joy on his face, his complexion was extremely pale. The joy is because according to the current situation, it is absolutely no problem to arrive on time. This time there is hope again. As for the pale face, it was completely frightened. How could he have experienced such a scene before? It's really fast and passionate. He has never made a car at this speed in his life. Take a taxi by yourself. Which way is to hit the ferry? This kind of car skills do a good job of online ride hailing. Isn't it good to be a professional driver? With his frightened eyes straight, he stared at the road ahead blankly. But he suddenly discovered that not far ahead, there were 2 people standing at the junction with the airport side road. This frightened him. Be careful. There is someone in front. Of course Xia Liang had seen such a situation a long time ago, but said something softly. Yeah, I saw it. Saying that, Xia Liang slammed the horn on the car. But this sound didn't make any movement of the 2 people in front. Xia Liang's brows were also slightly frowned. What is this for? Are you looking for death? These 2 people are the boy in the Ferrari just now, and the 2 people arranged here. The 2 of them don't sound good. They are 2 doglegs. Hearing the order of his boss, of course, he must try his best to stop the BMW. Is it possible that the people in this BMW car still dared to knock the 2 of them to death? Seeing the BMW getting closer, he slammed the horns at both of them. The 2 also shouted immediately. Stop! Stop! Xia Liang faintly heard the voices of the 2. But seeing that they were just wearing casual clothes, they didn't look like official people. What is this stopping oneself for? Xia Liang thinks about it. It can only be related to the sports car that just surpassed. Why? This is because you are unhappy about overtaking? How could Xia Liang, who only had the task in his mind, take care of them? Catch it. This time it's going to be more swaying than before. What? Seeing that BMW was already in front of the 2. But the speed still didn't slow down at all. The 2 men also panicked suddenly. Is the man in the car crazy? Do you really dare to hit someone and fail? What era is this? They can run if they really hit it? What exactly does that man want to do? In the blink of an eye, the BMW was also closer. He was about to hit two people. Now it's too late to want to run away. The road they are on is strictly a two-lane road. There is no room for wealth at all. The two have been standing right in the middle. The BMW car is also driving in the middle. According to the current situation, this will definitely hit two people. After all, these two dogs are also human. And they are also afraid of death. Seeing this situation, he immediately rushed to the side. The man in the co-pilot was so scared that he closed his eyes. I'm finished thinking about it in my heart. And something must have happened this time. That is two lives. Who the asterisk is this driver? How dare you? It's really over this time. But Xia Liang didn't panic at all. At the moment when they saw the two pounce in one direction, he smiled slightly. At the moment the two moved, Xia Liang also moved immediately. In between, his feet stepped back and forth. The hand seemed to be turning the steering wheel. And after turning to the end, he immediately killed him in the opposite direction. Then it turned back and forth, moving both hands at high speed. If someone sees it at this time, they may be able to see a little afterimage. The BMW car moved an S-shaped bend at a very fast speed on the road. Relying on the volume of a BMW car is not too wide. On this two-way street, the BMW car moved back and forth without touching anything. In this way, the vehicle was restored to its original condition, drove smoothly on the highway. The man in the co-pilot also opened his eyes immediately after feeling an extremely violent shaking. I saw that the two people who were in front of me had disappeared. Cannot help but look at Xia Liang immediately. You just killed them? Actually, he is not to blame for thinking like this. Just because of the speed and distance just now, he didn't believe that the driver could escape. Xia Liang slowly reduced the speed of the car. After all, he had reached the airport side road. Now that there is monitoring, it is impossible to drive at the speed just now. And the time is still very rich. How can this distance be less than 1 kilometer? Looking sideways at the pale-faced man, Xia Liang glanced at the rearview mirror. I can still see the two who just stood up and are cursing in their direction. Then he said, looking at the rearview mirror, I'm still alive. The man also glanced back immediately. I also saw those two figures. Seeing the vigorous look, he was immediately relieved. It's fine if it's not dead. Or it's difficult for him to solve it. The man couldn't help looking at Xia Liang seriously. How this young man has such car skills is really exaggerated. It's the question just now. How can someone with this kind of car skills become an online ride-hailing driver? What's wrong with having such an ability? As the speed of the car dropped, the man slowly calmed down. Can't help but ask, Master, you have car skills. How can you be an online ride-hailing driver? Xia Liang glanced at him. Of course the real situation could not be said. Had to say it casually. Because I love this profession. Serving the people is the most glorious. As soon as this word came out, it made the man even more surprised. Now that there are such young people, it is really not easy. So after a second thought, he took out a business card from the briefcase and placed it under the central control. Thank you very much for today's affairs. I am really in a hurry today. If it weren't for you, you might really not be there. Xia Liang glanced at the card. The above is very simple. With only one name, Li Weixu, and a series of phone numbers. There is no other information at all. Xia Liang couldn't help being a little surprised when she saw it. People who usually use such business cards. It must be that he didn't care about revealing his identity. Such people must be rich or expensive. But he didn't care at all for the now. Just said lightly, "It's okay. This is what I should do." This is what makes Li Weixu look even more attentive. And he doesn't report his kindness. This young man is indeed extraordinary. I have no other meaning. I am from Qingyun City. You really helped me a lot today. I have no other meaning. I just want to wait for my return to treat you to a meal. If you can send it to me later. A message. I will find you when I come back. Xia Liang just hummed, and did not say whether he agreed or not. Then the two stopped talking. It didn't take long for the car to stop at the drop-off point at Jincheng International Airport. After the vehicle stopped, there were only 4 or 5 minutes left after the 20 minutes Li Weixu said just now. This made him very happy. After thanking Xia Liang again several times, he got out of the car and walked straight into the airport. Xia Liang looked at him, and then operated on the phone, ending the order. At the same time, the sound of the system sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission and getting rewards. Genetic Potion 1. Work value 20. Get it done. And get another bottle of genetic potion. Xia Liang's mood is still very happy. Something worth 100 wages. With his deposit, he can only buy 13 bottles. Xia Liang touched her chin, wondering if she should buy it for everyone around her to drink. But, carefully calculate it, not enough. On the other hand, Gallardo couldn't catch up with Xia Liang's BMW after that turn. No matter how hard Yi Mian tried, there was nothing he could do. This also made him more excited. The driver on the BMW is too strong. Thinking of this, he couldn't help talking to the girl beside him again. Miss C, if you have information about that person, please tell me. I really ask you. The Miss C in his mouth was the owner of this car and Yi Mian's employer this time. Si Fang. When Si Fang heard this, he also nodded blankly. Her mind is now full of the scene of the BMW car just turning. It's perfect. She has seen such perfect corners with her own eyes in her life. Even watching those professional games on TV. In her opinion, those corners are not as perfect as those of the BMW just now. It didn't take long for Gallardo to reach the end they had set in advance. Seeing those two doglegs squatting on the side of the road with angrily faces, cursing in a low voice, Si Fang saw it, but he didn't mind, just waiting in the car for others to catch up. A few minutes passed, and the first few cars also came to the end. But what made Si Fang curious was that the Ferrari F8 that was competing with him was nowhere to be seen. After seeing the boy who bet against her got off the other car, she also chose not to care about so much. He got out of the car and shouted directly, "Zhao Tong, you lost. Remember to be willing to bet and lose." But this young man named Zhao Tong didn't care about other things at all. Instead, he walked directly to the two dog mouths and shouted, "The car that let you stop. Are you ****** trash? What about people?" The two dogs heard their eldest brother's call. But there is pain in my heart that I can't tell. The anger that was just full of stomach is indeed more aggrieved now. Zhao Tong looked at the two people, but his anger grew. "Are you too dumb? I ask you something. Speak. Where is the one who asked you to stop?" This made the two deafening voices. But it made them have to talk if they didn't want to talk. "Old boss. The driver is a lunatic. We can't stop it. He almost killed us." Even now, time has passed for a while, and the two of them can't help but feel a little afraid when they think of what happened just now. If this is really slow to react, don't avoid it. So today, I really explained it here. Zhao Tong was even more angry when he heard this man's words. He kicked the person who had just spoken to the ground. "Trash. What a asterisk 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 trash. Can't this little thing be done? After kicking this kick, it seemed that he still couldn't relieve his anger. He made up a few more feet on the spot, and the dog leg that kicked straight was going to roll his eyes. Other people around will not take care of these things. Most of them are not daring to control Zhao Tong's nostalgia. As for Si Fang, in her eyes, these people are all raccoon dogs. And there is nothing to be pitiful. But after all, a girl really couldn't stand it. But I didn't want to interfere. So I just dropped a sentence. Zhao Tong, you remember to be willing to bet and lose. I'm leaving first. After speaking, he returned to his Gallardo. And the car started to move away. The car quickly disappeared. But this seemed to remind the other dogleg. Immediately took out his mobile phone and said, Big brother, you calm down. Although we stopped him, but we photographed his car. There is his license plate number on it. These words also immediately caught Zhao Tong's attention. He also stopped immediately, grabbed the phone and took a closer look. It was only after discovering that I could clearly see the photo of the BMW car. I stopped worrying about these two doglegs, and instead went to make a phone call. Find someone to find out who the owner of this car is. After hanging up, he still gritted his teeth. It's amazing to drive a broken BMW. Wait for me. It made me lose the game. It's not over. Now Xia Liang didn't know it all. Something she just did at random. But it made the two generations of Qingyun City have a very keen interest in him. And each began to send people to check his whereabouts. But at this moment, even if he knew these things, he might not mind the slightest. He would only wonder how these people like to check people's background at every turn. He is now on his way back to Qingyun City. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xia Liang, who had finally completed 10 orders, came to Paradise Bar. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xia Liang followed the navigation to the Paradise Bar in Dongjian's mouth, only to realize that this was where the conflict occurred yesterday. In other words, this is the site of Scarface? Xia Liang had a weird expression, shook his head, parked the car, and then walked into the bar. At this point, the lights in the bar flickered, and deafening music reverberated throughout the bar. Obviously, at this point, the atmosphere of the bar has gradually become alive. According to the description given by Dong Jian, Xia Liang quickly found him in a corner. Beside him, there was a man and a woman sitting. The woman's dress is quite sexy, somewhat similar to Dong Jian's appearance. Obviously, it is Dong Xin. As for the man holding her, naturally it was the rich second generation who kept her. Xia Liang walked in and sat down and said casually, Sorry, I just took an order. And the passenger's destination was a bit far away, so I came a little late. Fu Erdai looked up at him and asked casually, Taking orders? Are you renting out? Almost. To be precise, I am a Didi driver. Hearing this, the rich second generation disdainfully smiled, said, I'm still wondering who dared to smash my car. The co-author is a Didi driver. Your car? That's right. The Porsche 911 you smashed that day was my car. It was just borrowed by my brother to drive for 2 days. Oh, Xia Liang nodded, recalling how Dong Jian's eyes were open when he saw money. It really didn't look like he could drive a Porsche 911. So it was a lot more reasonable. To make a long story short, you smashed my car, intimidated my brother, and forced him to sign an IOU of 20 yuan. I am in a good mood today. You are taking out 5 yuan and kowtow to apologize for this. Even if it's over, where should you go to take orders and continue taking orders? Xia Liang laughed dumbly, shook his head, and said slowly, Coincidentally, I am in a good mood today. 20 yuan, which can be more, but not less than 1 cent. I gave the money, and then knelt down and screamed Dad. As soon as the words came out, Fu Erdai was stunned, and then yelled angrily. He picked up the wine bottle and slammed it on the edge of the table, smashed the bottom of the wine bottle, and pointed it at Xia Liang with the exposed sharp glass. Don't be so shameless. Do you know who I am? I will give you one last chance. Kowtow and apologize and then take out 5 yuan. And then get out of it. Otherwise, you don't have to go. After all, a few men in suits who were already very close quickly gathered around, staring at Xia Liang blankly, as if he would pounce on him in the next second as long as he moved. Xia Liang hooked the corner of her mouth and said happily, "Oh, I'm quite prepared." The rich second generation smiled triumphantly and said, "Hey, do you know who the boss here is? The famous Brother Scar. I have some friendship with Brother Scar, and it's hard to say other places. Here, I said that if you can't go out, you can only climb go out." At the same time, the rich second generation scars in his mouth skillfully reversed into the garage and parked the car, and was about to get off. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a car. BMW. This is not critical. The key is the license plate number. In order not to offend this big man, the Scar face is so familiar with the back of Xia Liang's license plate numbers. Fuck, why is the boss here? Scar was shocked. Yu reading www.yuakanshu.com didn't care about anything else, and hurried to the bar. At the entrance of the bar, the 2 security guards saw him bowed deeply and shouted, "Hello, Brother Scar." However, Scar had no time to take care of it at all. He was full of the figure of that person now. Scar rushed into the bar hall with a high concentration of energy. His eyes widened, and he looked around. Soon, he found the familiar figure. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa, holding a glass of wine and drinking lightly. And in front of him, a man was holding a broken beer bottle and pointed at him with a fierce expression. Several bars were surrounded by security guards. Fuck. Who the asterisk 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 is this asterisk 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 raised? Scarface was startled in a cold sweat, and when he was about to smash his legs to the extreme, he ran towards there at the fastest speed. At that speed, when I was chased and chopped by a group of people, I didn't run so fast. In this crowded bar hall, Scar just rushed to Xia Liang in less than 10 seconds, standing behind Fu Erdai. At this time, the rich second generation is still clamoring. Huh, I'll say it one last time. Take out $5, and then kneel down to give me an honest kowtow. Otherwise, today, I will let you lie down. Xia Liang smiled indifferently, and whispered to the Scar who was standing behind Fu Erdai. Have you heard? He wants me to go out sideways. The rich second generation was taken aback for a while. Before he could react, he felt that someone had slapped his head heavily. I'm overweight, your mother. The rich second generation was stunned, and turned his head subconsciously. Before he could see the appearance of the people behind him, he felt that he was slapped heavily on his left cheek again. Slapped his eyes black. With 2 slaps down, Scar was still not relieved, and he directly lifted Fu Erdai, kicked him on his abdomen, and kicked him to the side, curled up in pain on the ground. I said, Scar, the people here are really as arrogant as ever. Xia Liang glanced at him and said with a smile. Scar suddenly felt cold on his back, and he quickly knelt down in front of Xia Liang, daring not to lift his head in a low voice. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. These dogs have offended you because they don't have eyes. I must punish you heavily. Speaking of it, Scars hate the tooth itch. Today, I personally went to the house with Brother Chang to make amends. It took only 2 days for the 2 to have their arms attached, and they are still lying in the hospital now. Good guy. I just returned to the bar. I don't know where this stupid thing popped out. And I dared to clamor to let Mr. Xia go out sideways. This is because he thinks he has lived too long. Right? The most important thing is that this dog is still playing his own banner. What the hell? I am your father and enemy. You want to hurt me like this? Why are all these idiots under my own hand? Why didn't I find out before? Scar now even seriously doubts whether these people are the undercover agents inserted by the opponents. Don't you see me alive? Xia Liang was about to reply. Suddenly, his left arm felt a softness. Turning his head and looking around, he saw Dong Xin sitting next to him for some time. At this time, he was embracing his left hand and embracing him in his arms. Seeing Xia Liang turned his head, Dong Xin blinked and smiled and nestled his head on Xia Liang's shoulders. Xia Liang frowned, pulled out his hand vigorously, and pushed Dong Xin aside. Although he didn't know Dong Xin, it was not difficult to infer that this woman was mostly raised by the rich second generation. Xia Liang thinks he is not a gentleman. If there is a girl who sends him to the door, he will never shirk off as long as he sees it right. But Xia Liang doesn't like the woman in front of him. This kind of woman is too dirty. At this time, seeing that things seem to have settled, Xia Liang lost interest and planned to leave. Okay, this person is left to you. You can figure out how to deal with it. I will leave first. As for the 20 yuan, Xia Liang didn't plan to ask for it at all. Now he actually doesn't have much pursuit of money. If it's a few hundred yuan, maybe you can still care about it. 20 yuan is still a little bit less. It's a troublesome thing. Why don't you just stop it? Scar secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The big rock in his heart fell, and he asked quickly, Mr. Xia, it's so late, or just stay tonight, I'll make arrangements for you. Xia Liang cast him a glance, shook his head with a bit of hatred for iron and steel, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a deep voice, Scar, your ideological awareness is still not enough. Young people have to work hard. Do you know why you are still a bigger horse now? Product. You fine product. After that, Xia Liang turned his head and left. Seeing Xia Liang's leaving back, Scar shook his head with emotion and whispered, It is indeed Mr. Xia. The realm of thought is beyond my sight. I am still obsessed with the enjoyment of the flesh. And Mr. Xia is already pursuing spiritual satisfaction. Who would have thought that the magnificent big boss behind the scenes would arrive in one day? Are you running Didi all night? What he didn't know was that before Xia Liang, he even delivered food. After a while, Scar retracted his gaze, turned his head to look at him, lying on the ground and looking at him. The rich second generation, who was stunned and mixed with fear, went up with a kick and yelled, Grass mud horse. Look at the ass. Almost killed Lao Su. Take him away. Search out all the money he has. And beat Lao Su to death. Just leave a breath. Notify his dad. Let him come and lead someone in person. Come here, I won't be responsible if I die late. Hearing this, the rich second generation was immediately scared, and rushed to the front of Scar, hugged his thigh, and cried, Brother Scar. Brother Scar, don't beat me. I have money. I give you a lot of money. Please don't beat me. You can still ask my father for money. My father loves me so much. How much is it for him? It will be given. Please let me go. Don't beat me. Scar throws the rich second generation away with a look of disgust, and said coldly, You haven't understood the seriousness of the matter. You offended Mr. Xia. You dare to threaten Mr. Xia with a beer bottle. No one can save you. You should be fortunate that Mr. Xia seems to be in a good mood today and doesn't take you too much. What's the matter? Otherwise, your father is going to come and collect the corpse. Okay, you guys, drag him away quickly. As for you two, get out of here. In normal times, Scar is still a bit afraid of the rich second-generation father. But right now, the rich second-generation offend is not someone else, but Mr. Xia, not to mention the rich second generation of his father. Even his grandfather is not easy to come. At this moment, standing behind Scars is the magnificent entertainment city. In Qingyun City, there is really nothing to be afraid of. After half an hour, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed to the Paradise Bar with an anxious face and led him to a certain box. As soon as he entered the door, he looked up and saw Scar was sitting on the sofa with Erlang's legs tilted, playing with a dagger in his hand, and Abao stood silently behind him, his body straight, on a wooden chair on the side. Fu Erdai was tied to the chair with a rope. His nose was blue and his face was swollen. The clothes on his chest were soaked with blood. His eyes closed tightly, and he looked dying. Seeing this, the man in the suit trembled suddenly and hurried to the side of Fu Erdai, carefully holding his head, and whispered, Yuaner, Yuaner, how are you? Yuaner, wake up, look at me. As if he heard his voice, the rich second generation slowly opened his eyes. After seeing the face of the person in front of him, his emotions collapsed instantly. 2 lines of tears flowed, and after holding back for a long time, he finally uttered a word tremblingly. Dad, they beat me. The man in the suit was heartbroken, stroked his face with one hand, calmly said, It's okay. Dad is here. Dad is here. Afterwards, the man in the suit turned his head to look at the Scar with an angry face, and his eyes were full of anger. He stretched out his hand to the Scar and yelled angrily, Scar, what do you mean? My son, dare to move. I tell you, this time, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise Wen Chang will not be able to protect you. Since the man in the suit entered the door until now, Scar has been sitting on the sofa with Erlang's legs in his right hand, playing with a dagger in his right hand. The dagger flies in his fingers like a butterfly, graceful and dangerous. Hearing the words of the man in the suit, Scar's hand motion suddenly stopped, slightly raised his head to look at him, and said slowly, Save me? Hey, Feng Hongyi, you have not seen anything else in these years, and you have become more courageous. You might as well ask first, who has offended the noble son? The man in the suit, Feng Hongyi, calmed a little bit after hearing this, and turned his head to look at the rich second generation and asked in a low voice, Yuaner, what is going on? The rich second generation quickly shook his head. Dad, I really didn't offend anyone. Someone crashed my car 2 days ago. I asked him for compensation today. And I asked, that person is just a running DD. Feng Hongyi nodded, turned around and looked at the Scar with a sullen face, and said in a deep voice, Scar, just for a DD driver, you beat my son like this? Ha 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 ha. Scar suddenly laughed, pierced the dagger in his hand on the table in front of him, and shook his head. Although Mr. Xia is keen to run DD, you can't really treat him as an ordinary DD driver. What's the meaning? Feng Hongyi frowned slightly and asked, Knowledge of the resplendent entertainment city? Is not this nonsensical? Feng Hongyi frowned. Well, it's good to know. Mr. Xia is the owner of the Golden Glory Casino. As soon as this was said, the audience was silent, and the rich second generation did not respond. But Feng Hongyi, who was standing next to him, suddenly shrank his pupils, and fell to the ground. The boss of the resplendent casino? Several people suddenly poured cold water from head to toe like a basin, and instantly extinguished their anger. Having been in Zhongcheng for so many years, he knew the depth of the water inside. Usually, he doesn't have to put the Scar in his eyes, because in the strict sense, the Scar is nothing at all. It can only be said that Wen Chang has taken care of people. And it is not even magnificent. But even so, I usually don't want to have a conflict with him, for fear that if I provoke the people behind him, I can't eat it. But right now, his son provokes the boss of the resplendent entertainment city? Although he is worth hundreds of millions now. But in comparison, he is at best a stronger ant. Even if his assets were to be doubled tenfold, if the person made up his mind to rectify himself, it would only be a matter of minutes. After all, sometimes, it's not money, but power. Thinking about it this way, Feng Hongyi's heart is ashamed. He seems to have seen the building he built for more than 20 years collapsed in an instant. When Scar saw this, he smiled disdainfully, got up and walked in front of the two of them, condescendingly. Okay, get up. If you are lucky. Mr. Shaw didn't take it seriously. This pain of flesh and blood is regarded as a small punishment. Go back to take care of the noble son. And the next time, the gods will not be able to save it. Hearing this, Feng Hongyi was stunned, then silently nodded, carried the rich second generation on his back, and walked out of the box lonely. And Xia Liang, who was regarded as a behemoth by others. At this time, I was doing exercise at Gan Mengju's house. And next door to him, a red-faced girl was crunching her teeth. This pervert. The night passed. The next day, after breakfast, after Gan Mengju's kiss goodbye, Xia Liang ran up Didi every day. Ding! You have a new reality. Xia Liang stroked his hand lightly and rushed to the destination. The reminder on the order is in the center of the city not far from him. There is an impression of cool summer in that place, where there are various types of cram schools, such as piano, violin, painting, and so on. Soon, Xia Liang arrived at his destination, parked the car in a temporary parking space on the side of the road, and called the passengers. After the call was connected, Xia Liang directly stated his identity and said, "The road ahead was a bit blocked, and my car was parked across the road. The car driving the double flash was me." A middle-aged woman's unique voice rang across the phone, and the words were very unceremonious, arrogantly instigating. "You drive the car to the side of the road. People nowadays, we are customers. Is it sensible to let customers go so far? Drive over quickly, or I will complain to you and let your company deduct your money." Xia Liang raised his eyebrows. If he hadn't had a different mentality now, he would definitely be annoyed by the other party. "Mom, don't say anything. Let's just walk over." Just as Xia Liang was about to cancel the order, a soft voice sounded like a girl holding back anger. Immediately afterwards, the middle-aged woman's voice sounded again. "Sir, don't interrupt if kids talk. Okay, you're waiting for us there." Then the phone was hung up. It looks like something. Judging from the information revealed by that phone call, Xia Liang subconsciously had a scene in his mind. A middle-aged woman with a hot omelette is complaining about everything in the world without any image. A young girl, with her head down, walked behind her without a single glance. Xia Liang thought about it for a while, and felt that this time, it might trigger a mission. Thinking about this, Xia Liang didn't cancel the order. Before letting him wait long, Xia Liang received the passenger this time. The person here is a family of 3. A slightly rich middle-aged man, a long and beautiful girl. There is also a jeweled, well-maintained middle-aged woman. Xia Liang was a little surprised. The girl was similar to what he had imagined, but the middle-aged woman's voice sounded bitter and mean. But her voice did not match her voice. There was a bit of beauty, but the middle-aged woman looked at the phone to compare the license plate number, and then took a few pictures of the license plate with the phone kakaka on the phone without worry. "Hello, we are passengers in this car. Please unlock the door." A slender girl with bangs in a white dress barely smiled at Chen Shuyan. Very polite. Her eyes were red, and she looked like she had just cried. She carried a guitar on her back, and she seemed to have a kind of forest, literary and artistic temperament. Xia Liang had a good impression of such a polite and well-behaved girl. All right, thanks. Yang Yi said thank you. Ready to sit in the co-pilot? Xiao Yi, sit back. The middle-aged woman Yan Shangping's voice sounded. She grabbed her daughter's arm, stared at Chen Shuyan, and said with a wary expression, "How did my mother teach you? People nowadays, knowing people, knowing the face and not knowing the heart. It is bad. You are a girl from home. Usually pay more attention to it. If you encounter a bad person, it will be bad." Xia Liang, stay here with me and point fingers at you? Xia Liang smiled coldly and said coldly, "Hee hee, if you don't worry, then you cancel the order and go in another car." How do you talk? Wang Shouping dissatisfied. Xia Liang is neither salty nor indifferent to what kind of person and what I say. Sit down. Not sit down. Wang Shouping was suddenly speechless. Isn't this plainly saying that she is only worthy of being treated in this tone? Wang Shouping was about to return her mouth, but when she came into contact with Xia Liang's cold eyes, her heart suddenly became tight and she dared not say anything. She was originally a bully and fearful of the weak, so she immediately said aggrieved, "I'm sorry. Can't it be done if I don't say? Why look at me with such scary eyes?" Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, and gave Xia Liang a surprised look. I didn't expect this handsome little brother to have such a look in his eyes. Single quote. Yang Yi's heartbeat speeded up sharply. He took another peek at Xia Liang and apologized. "Brother, I'm sorry." Xia Liang shook his head. How did such a vulgar person give birth to such a polite child? Okay, stop talking. Yang Shang, a wealthy man, gave Wang Shuken a look and shouted, "There are so many people here. What is it like to be noisy?" "Excuse me, he is like this. Don't care about her in general." Wang Shouping apologized to Xia Liang. Xia Liang nodded and said nothing. Yang Shang let his daughter in the car, hesitated for a while, stretched out his hand to hold Wang Shouping, and whispered in the other's puzzled eyes, "Let's find another car and ride, and let the daughter be calm by herself." With that, he took Wang Shouping, who was very reluctant, and walked away, said as he walked, Yang, go back by yourself first, your mother and I have something else to do." Yang Yi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. There was even a bit of excitement for no reason. Nodded. He opened the door of the co-pilot directly and sat in. Xia Liang looked at the other person leaving. Sighed secretly. It's finally quiet. To be honest, he would be quite happy if he could not carry such a disgusting passenger. A smile appeared on Xia Liang's face. Turning his face to the side, looked at the girl sitting aside with red eyes. "I still go to the garden community, right?" Seeing this handsome little brother looking at him, Yang Yi averted his gaze a little shyly, and nodded lightly. Okay, please fasten your seatbelt," Xia Liang reminded. After Yang Yi fastened his seatbelt, he turned on the navigation and drove to the garden community. On the way, Xia Liang doesn't have the problem of talking about tuberculosis like ordinary drivers. And it is a pity that he only concentrates on driving. That is, did not trigger the hidden task. Simply beautiful. Thinking about it, Xia Liang realized that there was a line of sight peeping at herself. There are only 2 people in this car. Then it's obvious who is watching him. Xia Liang was a little puzzled. When this girl got in the car, wasn't she in a bad mood? Why are you still in the mood to peek at me? Unexpectedly, this girl is still a hidden LSP. Single quote. He feels right. Yang Yi has been peeking at Xia Liang since getting into the car. At this time, Yang Yi's heart beats very fast. Gosh, how can this little brother be so handsome? He looks so handsome even holding the steering wheel with one hand. My heart beats so fast. Am I in love? Yang Yi clutched her beating heart and glanced at her secretly. She was in a bad mood today. Being ridiculed by her parents in front of strangers made her feel ashamed, aggrieved, and angry. For this reason, she even hid alone and cried secretly for a while. Originally, she felt that she would be in a bad mood all day today. But she found that now she is in a better mood than ever before. Because she saw a handsome group of little brothers. Ah, why do you keep looking at me? This affects my driving a bit. After a while, Xia Liang couldn't help asking when realizing that the other party was still looking at him. Was discovered? What a shame. Yang Yi's face blushed, and he quickly turned aside his eyes with a guilty conscience, feeling at a loss. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Don't worry. I won't peek at you again. Ha ha. Xia Liang couldn't help but laughed, turned his head and saw that the other party's blush was all over. Kind of cute. Hearing the laughter, Yang Yi's face turned red, and then she couldn't help taking a sneak peek. Suddenly, a smiling face with a smile at the corner of her mouth appeared in front of her eyes. And Yang Yi was dazzled by the smile and couldn't help being stunned. In addition to being shocked by the face of the other person, there is also a sense of embarrassment that I have no self-confidence in my heart. I peeked at others and was arrested. It was really embarrassing. Yang Yi opened his mouth, trying to defend himself. But at this time, Xia Liang had already turned her head away, and Yang Yi felt her heart choked. What? Why would I be so ugly in front of such a handsome little brother? By the way, I don't know if this little brother has a girlfriend. Yang Yi stirred his fingers. His thoughts fluttered. The garden community is here, Xia Liang said, and pulled the car to a halt. I'm here so soon. I haven't figured out how to contact me. Yang Yi said something meaningfully. Then she realized what she had said and quickly closed her mouth. Sure enough, she saw the handsome little brother, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. The little girl is thin-skinned after all. Yang Yi is very embarrassed. Pushing the car door quickly, I was ashamed to stay, carrying my guitar on his back, and ran away, sanching. It quickly disappeared from Xia Liang's eyes. Xia Liang turned around, shook his head and smiled. This girl is quite interesting. Xia Liang didn't know. Just when he left the garden community, there was a surprised look with a little excitement, and kept looking at the direction where he left. The owner of this gaze is named Yang Hua. With the excitement of discovering big gossip on his face, he said to himself, I lost it. Didn't someone see Xia Liang wearing a takeaway suit to save money and walking through the green channel? Why is Didi running up now? Yang Yi seemed to have gotten off that car just now. I'll ask her to go. Yang Hua quickly caught up with Yang Yi. Xiao Yi, wait for me. Hey, why is your face so red? After Yang Hua caught up with Yang Yi, he looked at the other's face and asked a little strangely. Of course it's because of the beauty crit of the handsome little brother. Yang Yi regretted it at this time. Why did he want to run? She hasn't asked her little brother for contact information yet. She looked at her cousin who was not very close to her home, and frowned. How will you be here? I'm not getting married. The wedding car hasn't been arranged yet. Ask your uncle for a favor. I won't talk about this. I have something to ask you. Yang Hua asked with a look of gossip, speaking very quickly. You just got out of a BMW, didn't you? Does the driver look like this? While talking, he pulled out Xia Liang's photos from his circle of friends and handed them to Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't want to talk to him. But when he saw Xia Liang's photo, he immediately changed his attention. Do you know him? Yang Yi was a little excited. He is my classmate. Of course I know him. Yang Hua urged. Hurry up and tell me. Is he just the certain car that he drove? Why did you get back in his car? Classmate? It turns out that my little brother is 5 years older than me. Even though he is 5 years older. However, as the saying goes, male juniors hold gold bricks. It is not impossible for me to hold one piece more than 2 pieces. Yang Yi's eyes rolled, and he said in thought, Why are you asking about this? It's actually nothing to tell you. But you have to give me a certain signal from him so I can tell you. Isn't it? His cousin is a girl at the level of a goddess. But now he is looking for Xia Liang's contact information? Yang Hua is jealous and hateful. But in order to find out if Xia Liang really became rich, he had to give Yang Yi the contact information of Xia Liang. After all, he could ask him for help. Can you tell me now? Oh, yes. I won't take my brother's car until after Didi. After Yang Yi finished speaking, holding his mobile phone, the smile on his face was very bright, and he had the contact information of his little brother. Yang Hua on the other side was also very happy. I ran Didi with a $1 car. Xia Liang is really well developed. Now I have come out to experience life. I used to deliver food. But now I run Didi. I can find a time to ask her to eat. Thinking of Yang Hua, he looked at Yang Yi who was aside. He rolled his eyes and didn't know what he was thinking. Xia Liang on the other side naturally didn't know. I'm thinking about this again. He was still running Didi diligently. Luck seems to be bad today. Xia Liang didn't encounter a hidden mission until the end of the night. When Xia Liang was about to go home, the phone prompt sounded. In real time. From the gate of Baiman Glass Factory to Qingyun Hospital. If you don't refuse, please take the order as soon as possible. The Baiman Glass Factory is not too far away. Arrived at the reserved place in a few minutes. If it is another driver, the list that has to go through most downtown areas during the evening rush hour will definitely not like to pick up. It's time-consuming and laborious. And it doesn't make much money. But it doesn't matter to young Buddhists like Xia Liang. As soon as the car stopped, I heard crackling noises coming from the factory. Immediately, a vigorous woman turned out from the wall of the glass factory. A black tight-fitting leather jacket with a delicate body. The little high heel didn't know what material it was. And it didn't even fold after landing. The world is getting worse. Now Xiao Niangpi has learned to overturn the wall. You have arrived at the reserved place. Xia Liang had just turned on the phone when she saw the hot woman rushing forward. The footsteps are a bit strange. I wonder if the nightlife is too good. Drive. Are you a guest with the ending number 9527? Don't talk nonsense. Drive quickly. Her profile can be clearly seen by the lights in the car. One word. Charm. This girl is very contradictory. With the innocent and pretty face of a 15 or 6-year-old girl. And her eyes are indeed the charm of a 15-year-old lady. Big light brown waves. Especially the mole on the corner of the eye. All the factors are added together. And the consequences are always associated with a sentence of several years. Miss, please don't cause trouble to a responsible Didi owner. If you pull the wrong person, points will be deducted. This month I still want to use the award for the outstanding old driver. Swarthy muzzle. Xia Liang judged the gun's information in an instant. Austrian Glock 17. 9mm caliber. The world's most plastic standard pistol. Lightweight, durable and easy to hide. This one in front of me is definitely not a toy. Real guy. The muzzle of the big wave was not aimed at Xia Liang, but was checking how many bullets were left. It is estimated that it is not a related person. Or a killer or something. Xia Liang made an assessment in an instant. Is planning to explore the woman's information. But the sound of the system came over in the next second. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task. Escape. Task description. Deliver the customer safely to the destination. Mission rewards. An enhanced phaeton worth 10 yuan 1. A limited edition Kawasaki Black Samurai 1. A global limited edition wage value 40. Iron cloth shirt 1. I have to say that this time the mission rewards are very rich. And for the first time there are 4 rewards. Xia Liang didn't have time to check the woman's panel. She looked at the glass factory frequently with a solemn expression. My last number is 9527. Passengers who have just placed an order. Please rush to Qingyun City Hospital as quickly as possible. Xia Liang didn't say more. Now that they have all admitted. Solicit customers normally. Bringing a gun is great. Unlike anyone else. Your own can grow bigger and smaller. Can your car work? I don't have much time. Big Wave obviously has no confidence in this old BMW. Xia Liang turned his head amused. How fast do you want? 20 minutes will work? Then you have to give me 5-star praise. Make a deal. Boom! Xia Liang answered directly with action. Put in gear, light up the oil, put in gear again, hit the wheel, accelerate. The beautiful catapult sprint connects with a large and elegant tail flick. BMW plays the high-end action that can only be made by top professional racing cars. Quid Map continues to navigate for you and is planning the nearest route for you. Along the way, it will pass through the commercial district, Shengli Avenue and Hongqiao. If you detour, the 10-minute journey will be 3 times longer. Xia Liang made a decision instantly. The speed is rising steadily. It's almost the second half of the morning and evening peak. It should not be as blocked as imagined. 100 km/h. 120 km/h. 160 km/h. The Big Wave never expected that the old BMW could soar at such a speed in the urban area, isn't it? Afraid of the car breaking down? Even more surprised, the little driver was not scared at all when he saw the pistol. Interesting. 5 minutes later, in front of a certain signal light, the color has turned yellow. There is also a van ahead at the moment. It is impossible to want to be in the past with this light. But Xia Liang didn't slow down, but stepped on the accelerator to the end. Seeing that it is about to rear-end the van, the drivers around who were waiting for the signal were extremely frightened. Rear-end collision at this speed will definitely harm the pond fish. But it is too late to hide. Pray, careful, I'm going to hit it. The Big Wave couldn't help holding on to the grip. A rare panic appeared in his beautiful eyes. If you knew this, you don't need Didi. Although the reinforcements have been delayed, they can also deal with the enemy by virtue of their own abilities. Now it is about car crashes and deaths. But the next moment, she saw the ultimate operation like flowing clouds and flowing water. Between sparkling flints, Xia Liang hit the steering wheel. Step on the accelerator and brake at the same time with your right foot. Pull up the handbrake at the same time. Just before the rear-end collision, a snakeskin walked out of the way to overtake. The large arc of the tail flick makes the Big Wave of the body tightly close to the door. BMW brushed the middle barrier of the road on the right at a very slight distance. Finally, they passed in the gap between 2 cars that were turning. Through the car window, she could clearly see the frightened expressions of the drivers of the surrounding vehicles. Fuck! A bald head with an open canopy was chatting with her arms around her sister paper. After BMW flashed past like lightning, he was so scared that he almost threw the sister paper out. Especially the eye-catching Didi logo on the car. Is this a BMW? Is this Didi? Is I too young or the world is too crazy? The surrounding people were also shocked by the top car skills. Some people who have nothing to do want to catch up with BB. Do not believe that the old BMW can drive the ultimate speed. It's a pity that you can't even see the taillights. Where did you get the BMW from? I'll get another one when this matter is over. The tone of the big wave is no longer so full of distance. It can be seen that it has been conquered by the incredible driving skills. Xia Liang replied, BMW A8. BMW A8? Isn't BMW only 8 series? Or i8? When is this one available? So fast? The sound of the engine has at least 2,000 horsepower. Xia Liang rolled his eyes. How can I know this special system? But naturally you can't say that. It's been modified a few 100 million times a bit. You grasp it firmly. I want to speed up. The conditioned reflex of the big wave clung to the handrail tightly. With a crying expression on his face. Didn't you speed up before co-authoring? At this time, 200 km/h. And there is no sign of stopping. 2 minutes later, at a crossroads, a mounted policeman is taking advantage of his free time to drink. CCC. A voice came from the intercom. An old black BMW is speeding towards Victory Avenue. Victory Avenue is holding a film festival. Shouldn't it be sabotage? People along the way must set up a card to stop. Support will be here soon. The mounted police's brain didn't react. I haven't waited for the voice in the intercom to end. I saw a black BMW rushing through the red light like a gust of wind. At the passing moment, as if seeing the driver waving his hand smiling at him, Puff the mounted police had no time to swallow the mineral water directly out of his stomach. Quickly grabbed the intercom. Headquarters. The black BMW just passed the end signal of Chongbai Road. Voice came from the intercom. How much speed is? The headquarters can decide where to set up the card. The mounted police almost smashed the intercom. Shouted loudly. Visual inspection speed 210. Visual inspection speed 210. Black BMW owners are extremely arrogant. It even provokes police officers. The scenery of the world outside the window gradually blurred. Big Wave knew that this was the reason why the speed was too fast and the eyes couldn't keep up. For the task, she wanted to make Xia Liang faster. But after looking at the speedometer that exceeded 200, he finally gave up this plan. Drivers must concentrate on driving so fast in the city. It is very dangerous to interrupt rashly. Xia Liang's attention is indeed highly concentrated. Try to make the car as stable as possible, so as not to make the passengers too uncomfortable. But I am a man, not a god. It's an elegant flick and an extreme overtaking. It is impossible not to be bumpy, unless you are taking a high-speed rail. Zzz, there was a harsh tire rubbing from behind. Big Wave looked serious in the rearview mirror. The chasing soldiers are coming up. Can you get rid of them? Xia Liang also looked at the rearview mirror and said helplessly, Miss Sister, this is the city. I'm fast enough. Just do your best. Big Wave checked the weapon again, ready to open the window to see if he could shoot the chaser's tire. Bang bang bang. Xia Liang's eyes widened too. Worry. Just shoot in the street? Who are they? Too arrogant, right? Foreign organizations. For one thing on me. Big Wave is probably also a violent temper. And he is not willing to be beaten passively at all. After rolling down the car window, they began to fight back. And the two sides started a drag racing gun battle on the street. The melon eaters around thought it was a movie. And they all took out their phones and talked about it. Isn't the film festival on Victory Street? Tisk tut, this won't be the tidbits from the film festival. But it's also an expensive car. Yes, it's the film festival. The car is really not satisfactory. At least a Ferrari. But the gunshots are quite realistic. Have you seen the camera? Why didn't I see the photographed car? It is estimated that it was taken by a drone. And you can't see it at night. In the slightly congested traffic flow, the black BMW has various snakeskins. Every time it overtakes, it seems dangerous. But in fact it can be dangerous. Once it is luck, twice or 3 times or more times is strength. However, the drivers in the 4 laps in the next few cars did not eat dry food. And they have not been thrown away, keeping a distance of 5 or 6 cars. Bang bang bang. Help me get the magazine. Where? The position of the lower back. Oh, I'm talking about the midfielder. Touch something. You have to rely on your conscience to speak. Don't I have to look at the way? It makes sense. Then can I say something? You say. I'm listening. I don't want to pull your job this time. I got a dozen shots in the asterisk of my car. The bumper paint is at least tens of thousands. But I can only earn more than 10 yuan after the deduction is completed. Too bad. The big wave is angry and funny. At this time, you are not worried about getting shot, but about repairing the car. Weird. Don't worry. How much you lose afterwards, I will compensate you 100-fold. And you can change to a better BMW. As long as you send me to the destination. With the promise. Xia Liang is not a loss even if he thinks about it. Anyway, the rear bumper is almost scrapped. The 38th Iron Rooster Film Festival is being held on Victory Avenue. The most popular celebrities gather, including foreign traffic figures. The surrounding area is even more crowded, and a large number of fans have gathered. At this time, the red carpet is going on. What kind of flashlight helicopter? The scene is very big. Fluttering sweet. The most popular small fresh meat in Bangsa country. Not to mention career success. The family is even more terrifying. He is the only son of a director of Nanbang Guadaxing Company. This time he was invited to participate in the film festival. But his heart was particularly resistant. However, because of the improper public relations in the explosion of the Daxing mobile phone a few years ago, as a result, the huge and dynamic market of Longguo was lost. Even if they are unwilling to come, they can only instill a professional smile and walk the red carpet for the benefit of the enterprise. If you decide to go, you must attract the most attention. Good morning, audience friends. The 38th Iron Rooster Film Festival was grandly opened. Now what everyone sees is the popular Shaosheng from Dangnan Bangguo. Some time ago, the kind-hearted sister-in-law of the movie he participated in won the top box office. I believe it is the happiest thing for fans who can reach the scene. Of course, those who can't go to the scene can also lock the station. I will broadcast it in real time. The hostess reported with a professional smile. In the modern times that the self-media is booming. In addition to traditional media, self-media also keeps up with current events. All major live broadcast websites will broadcast live together. Of course, it is in the tall buildings along the way. As for the lines, they are not as official as TV stations. Thanks to Lao Tai's rocket, with 2 more planes, I will give you an inside story. The platform next door loses character. And the grapevine still uses 2 planes? Just give me 1. It doesn't matter if it's a plane or anything. I'm here to break the news. It is said that Gao Leguo's Pu Tian was diagnosed with renal failure by the supervision department some time ago, and visited famous doctors to no avail. Just when the major anchors broke the news, suddenly heard a rush of police sirens. This kind of sound was never made by 2 or 3 police cars. At least 20 cars. Fuck. What's the situation? Problem occurs? Isn't it possible? With the efficiency of Long Country's road closure, the chain drop is almost 0. Look. It's at the intersection of Shengli Avenue. Binoculars. Give me the binoculars. My God. Have you seen it? It's a BMW. And it rushed past Luca. It's like a black flash. Why, there are gunshots. How about shooting martial arts movies? Well, can it be called a gunfight movie? But I haven't heard that there is an Easter egg show. The organizer added it temporarily? In the exclamation of the major broadcasters. The number of people in the live broadcast room exploded in an instant. Where do fans have seen this kind of excitement? Good guy. Aditi directly rushed through the layers of defense and headed towards the red carpet. There were 3 cars and 4 laps behind. And you came and I shot frequently. Behind is more than 24 police cars desperately chasing. Tian show. Large-scale events such as film festivals. In order to prevent crazy fans, the road will definitely be closed. A minute ago, Xia Liang didn't slow down after seeing Luca set up. In his eyes, there is still a slight gap. Drainage. The black BMW rubbed the isolation belt, and the right wheel pressed directly onto the drain. Rushed through Luca from the edge with a very slight gap. Good job. The big wave tone is particularly appreciated. From the face of it, the young driver is not too old. And he did not expect to be so decisive. You used to be a professional driver? Is it a part-time job? Xia Liang steadily held the steering wheel, thinking that she would have had a lot in her previous life. When the traffic police saw Luca stopping him lonely, they hurriedly got in the car to catch up. At the same time, emergency call for support. The blatant drag racing gunfight on the avenue. What is not a terrorist? There are innocent people ahead. And there are many celebrities with sensitive identities. If there is an accident, the Xincheng traffic brigade will have to behave like a man. The 4 vehicles in front of you have entered the restricted area. Stop immediately for inspection. And stop immediately for inspection. Ahead. Emergencies. The whole picture is broadcast live. The fans in the live broadcast room are already boiling. Such a big melon is rare in a century. So fast Didi. So fast BMW. Knock one to the great God. Show. An old BMW was stunned to be driven out of Bugatti's level. What the asterisk is this? Even the temporary Easter eggs are too big. Fuck. BMW is on the red carpet. The crowd eating melons at the scene did not expect to see such a lively event. Quickly take out your mobile phone to take pictures and send it to Moments. All the focus is on the BMW with sparks and lightning all the way. Where there are people paying attention to the sweetness that should have attracted countless lights. His face was blue. It's like eating 2 caddies of flies. What is the organizer doing? Did you not put me in your eyes? Even if it is for eyeballs. Can it be done when others are walking on the red carpet? But the sweet roar is no better than the sound of a police siren. Besides, at this time, who cares about you walking the red carpet? The organizer is equally daunting. It is not at all clear what the situation is. At first I thought it was someone from the Chrysanthemum Film Awards next door who came to the scene. But after calling the police, I learned that this special meow's real gunfight. The reporters also got the news. In their eyes, breaking news is the #1 priority. Now that I have all the equipment around me, I'm really sorry for my professionalism if I don't take advantage of real-time shooting before martial law. In an instant, the reporters hurriedly greeted the driver to drive. If there are helicopters, they must follow in the sky. It can be said that at this moment, Xia Liang has become the target pursued by the whole city. I said that there is a film festival here. It must be troublesome if there are so many people. This is the shortest way to Qingyun City Hospital. No one can stop me. One more thing. Can you please take your paws away? Sorry. The gear is off the track. Xia Liang looked at the rearview mirror. Curiously asked, "What do they want from you?" According to the truth, if the trouble is so big, even if it is a killer and an enemy, it is impossible to continue chasing it. Why don't you stop at the back if you don't catch you? I advise you not to ask too much. Not only is it bad, but it also brings danger. Big Wave looked at the only remaining magazine, thinking about what to do next. As for Xia Liang, he still held the steering wheel tightly. Even chatting, it does not hinder the superb driving skills. Although the road on Shengli Avenue is wide, there are large fans on both sides of the red carpet, and they will rush into the crowd if they are not careful. Fortunately, no more shots were fired from the rear. It is estimated that the bullets have run out. Hurry up, they are about to crash. What? In the rearview mirror, a few 4 laps began to crash, preparing to accelerate to the extreme and force the BMW to stop. I just added oil yesterday, alas. Between sighs, Xia Liang could only be forced to accelerate. The speedometer reached above 200 again. Qingyun City's traffic brigade has already been mobilized at this moment. The special response team also all attacked. Everyone was armed with guns and live ammunition, and they were determined to keep the situation to a minimum while there were no lives left. It can be found from the perspective of the helicopter above, with the black BMW as the axis. Countless vehicles quickly gathered. There are mounted police, special response teams, reporters, and people who are not afraid of big things. No, you have come to relatives? Xia Liang saw bright red blood flowing from the big wave of tight leather pants to her delicate feet. As soon as these words came out, the grandfather and aunt of the entire bus boiled, and the eyes of the man in the suit became fiery. You must know that Qingyun, a second-tier city, has a monthly salary of 2 cents. This is a proper high-income group. There are already a lot of grandpas and aunts who have started his idea. Boy, how old are you? Young man, are you married yet? Young man, where do you live? 2 points per month. You know, even if a hair falls on the ground, it is estimated that Xia Liang would hardly bend over and pick it up. 1 cent and 2 cents. Xia Liang is only seen in the V-letter red envelope. Tricky? However, Xia Liang gave birth to this idea in an instant. It is no wonder that in this era of endless entertainment, Xia Liang often sees similar plots on the internet. But I looked around for a week and didn't see the presence of the camera. Turned his head again, and looked at the group of grandparents who were comparable to the Oscar actor. Xia Liang was also puzzled again. There should be flaws in the trick. I haven't found it for a long time. When Xia Liang was wondering, the driver was already a little impatient. Young man, are you going to leave? Get out of the car if you don't have one. Am I special? Xia Liang is going crazy. What the asterisk is going on? Never mind. Xia Liang sighed. Although he didn't see the camera, Xia Liang still subconsciously thought it was tricky. He didn't intend to be treated like a monkey and got out of the car. When Xia Liang turned around, the man in the suit became more sarcastic. Huh? Young man? What are you going to do? Isn't it just a few dollars to open your mouth and shut up? What's the matter? You can't even get the money for the bus now? Listening to this strong ridicule, Xia Liang stopped, turned his head and looked at the man in the suit with a bad feeling. Whether it was tricky or not. What if I come out with $1 today? Ha 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 ha. Looking at Xia Liang's appearance, the man in the suit laughed directly. $1? You took it out. Take it out. I kneel on the spot and call you father. How about it? But, speaking of this, the man in the suit paused, looking at Xia Liang with a playful look. If you can't get it out, you. Before he finished speaking, Xia Liang had already spoken to continue. I know what you want to say. Let's change the terms. I smoke my own two big mouths. And in front of everyone, I said I was a liar. The man in the suit was taken aback, then smiled. Well, everyone is listening. No one can go back. After hearing the words, everyone agreed. Heard. We can testify. We must teach these young people who are addicted to the virtual world a lesson. The young man looks pretty good, but his head may not work well. I hope I can make him remember a little bit this time. Listening to everyone's voice, the man in the suit looked at Xia Liang triumphantly. Take it out. Don't be afraid that everyone can testify. Obviously, he didn't believe that Xia Liang could give $1. After all, it was a whole dollar. Humph. I'm not afraid of the cool summer. Soft sister coin is the only currency of the Dragon Kingdom. Although they don't know what medicine these people sell in the gourd. Do they still dare not recognize the soft sister coin? Thinking of this, Xia Liang took out the hand that Xia Liang had always put in his pocket. And he also brought 4 steel shoots. Xia Liang held it in his hand and threw it high. The steel pewter fell in the air again in his hand, making an impact. This is it? $1? Seeing what was thrown up by Xia Liang's hands, the whole car was stunned. And then, as if seeing a beautiful woman, everyone blushed and their necks were thick. Fuck. This young man. It's really $1. He has 4 in total. That's $4. That gloss. That texture. That's right. It's really $1. The man in the suit also looked at the 4 yuan in Xia Liang's hand in disbelief. And kept shaking his head. Impossible. How is it possible? That's $4. How can you just take it out like this? Obviously, Xia Liang took out 4 yuan so easily. It is really difficult for a man in a suit to accept. Although they don't know why everyone looks like this, they can explain that they still recognize the money in their hands. In any case, he calculated a breath of anger. Xia Liang tossed the steel jersey and looked at the man in the suit mockingly. Huh? How about it? It's not fake, right? However, what Xia Liang didn't know was that no one at the scene paid any attention to his words. And their eyes moved up and down with the coins that Xia Liang had tossed up. You must know that 4 yuan in this era is equivalent to 4 million in the previous world. Imagine a person holding 4 million and tossing around indifferently. This look makes all the people in the car seem to be riding a roller coaster. The heart keeps up and down, and it feels like suffocation. Some people even want to choke Xia Liang to death. Whose prodigal son? That's $4. 4 yuan. What if you fall on the ground and bump into it? It's even more terrifying. What if you fall into the sewer by mistake? Looked at everyone with the same expressions as if they had eaten shang. Xia Liang is also a little puzzled. This drama is too much. The uncle on the left. Will you wipe the saliva from your mouth? And the aunt on the right. You look like you are about to eat. What is going on with me? That 8-year-old little sister. You are young. I am not a lollipop. What are you doing with your lips? Just when the summer is cool and dull. You reading www.ukacutenshu.com shines on his face with a burst of light. Xia Liang was taken aback. What is so dazzling? Looked over subconsciously and found that the light source was coming from his own hand. And when he fixed his eyes, Xia Liang's eyes widened. My Nima, what the asterisk is this? I saw the steel pin Xia Liang put in his hand and lifted it in front of him. The 4 steel pins in front of him were not what he had remembered. The whole body is green, like a jadeite. On the obverse of the jade coin is a lifelike dragon, and A1 is engraved on the upper right corner of the front of the crystal coin. Under the sunlight, the dragon seemed to have a ghost. Am I special? How did my steel become like this? Could it be a new version of a $1 coin? But this seems to be made of jade, right? The kind of jade that still looks very good. I'll drop a boy. This is too violent, right? It's too expensive to build a new coin. The most hanging thing is that I actually held him and tossed him just now. If he bumped and touched him, wouldn't it depreciate instantly? And many more. Wait a moment for me. Even Xia Liang, who has a systematic body, feels that his head is not enough. From the change of a dollar coin to the way everyone sees the money, there seems to be some change in this world. Mingming was fine yesterday. Correct. System. The system was upgraded yesterday. Xia Liang suddenly remembered something. If he guessed right, all of this has something to do with the system upgrade. As Xia Liang was broadcast, the audience in the live broadcast room could feel the deep concern. Xia Liang had no choice but to reply her pretendingly at this time. I think so too, but I have no other friends. It's too lonely to go out alone. Only games can make me less lonely. If, Susu, you can come and stay with me, but you have a boyfriend. At the end, Xia Liang's voice became smaller and smaller, but Susu became more and more excited. It seems that the initiative to find him in the past 2 days is still somewhat effective. The success has left a mark in his heart, so it seems that the second plan should be implemented. Speaking, Susu took out another cell phone and dialed a call. As the call was connected, Susu spoke. After 5 minutes, start to act. Without waiting for the other party to answer, Susu hung up the phone. This time Susu did not reply to Xia Liang. He put another mobile phone in his bag, took out the mirror, tidied up the meter, and took 2 deep breaths. Xia Liang sent out a video invitation. On the other side of the phone, watching the video invitation from Susu, Xia Liang was also taken aback, and the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became energetic. I'm so courageous. Actually took the initiative to open a video to the anchor. Fair enough. It can be regarded as knowing if the other party is with a woman. Anchor, quickly pick up the video. Let us tell you if it is the same as the photo. If this is the video connection, what do you say when watching the anchor wear a mask? Yes. Or the anchor takes off the mask. Let's see how handsome the anchor is. After was deleted. He was relieved, and Xia Liang pressed the front camera with his hand. And then the video was connected. As the video was connected, Susu appeared on the other side of the screen. Since he dared to open the video, Susu naturally had the confidence. At the other end of the video, a standard face with melon seeds, dangfang eyes, thin red lips, slightly purplish mouth, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, a smooth face that is red in protein, a small nose slightly raised, and a confident face smile. Of course, this does not rule out the effect of adding beauty. In short, even this is the audience in the live broadcast room. Mom, I found out that I was in love, and fell in love with a liar. Everyone draw your sword. Susu is mine. Be calm upstairs. This is the network. Don't forget about beauty. Yes, the 4 major sorceries in Asia are not just unpopular. On the other side of the phone, Susu wrinkled a little while seeing Xia Liang's black spots. Before he had time to ask, Xia Liang pretended to be a little nervous. Susu, how do you show me a video? Hearing Xia Liang's voice, Susu wanted to laugh a little. But it turned out to be a fat house. And he was nervous when talking. But obviously you can't laugh at this time. You still have to put it on. Susu Zhanyan smiled, and his left hand straightened the hair on his cheeks. Susu wants to see Brother Xia. Xia Liang pretended to be surprised, and spoke a little flustered. What's so good about me? I'll be nervous when I look at you. I'm speechless. Is this social phobia? Su also began to guide Xia Liang to speak, and began to compile useful information about Xia Liang. And Xia Liang naturally pretended not to know anything and gave the message he wanted to convey. Sure enough, with the information given by Xia Liang, Su became more certain of his conjecture. And now that the plan can continue to be implemented, after calculating the time, Su took out the other mobile phone from the bag and shook it in front of the video. Since Brother Xia is shy, then don't ask Su to force it. Su will have to stir-fry tea right away. You can't play the video anymore. Can you tell me your contact information? Said that he was pretending to remember the phone. Xia Liang thought for a while. If he said the phone in the live broadcast room, don't want to stop today. While hesitating, Su's phone rang. Then Su's expression changed, and he said with some trepidation, Brother Xia, my boyfriend is calling. Please don't talk yet. Talking about Su. Then he connected the phone. Hello? Wei? Aren't you at work? Why call me when you are free? Needless to say, the audience in the entire live broadcast room knew that Su was going to fix the moth. And they all watched what he was going to make. Since Su didn't turn on the loudspeaker, everyone didn't know what the other side was saying. But a few years later, Su said in a bit anxious manner, Didn't I just send you the money the day before yesterday? Why did you run out so soon? I don't want to ask my father for money anymore. Now I don't have any money. At this moment, Su practiced a day of performance yesterday, perfectly interpreted in front of everyone. In the next 10 minutes, the scene of the breakup was performed vividly. Watching the video, Su was crying, and the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. I finally understand why it is said that girls are born liars. Is this crying? Still crying? Cry when you cry. Axie, right? This year, the Oscar Queen didn't have her. I felt shady. Reading www.yuakanshu.com. My God, it's so beautiful. Zhao Huazhang is a ***** show. Xia Liang looked at Su who was crying on the ground and unconsciously twitched the corners of his mouth, while Su on the other side was crying while cursing Xia Liang in his heart. Deserve to be single for a lifetime. Fatty boy, don't you know to comfort me? Is the person dead? Is it fun to watch my old lady cry? Special. It seems to use too much onion. So hot eyes. Looking at Su who was still crying, Xia Liang also knew that this was no way to go on. So she couldn't help but speak immediately. Su, don't cry anymore. I feel so sorry for you. That scumbag is not worth crying. You will live better without him. Hearing Xia Liang's words, Su finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if this goes on, she really can't get off the stage. Su raised her head slightly. Brother Xia, he doesn't want Su. He broke up with Su. Su is very uncomfortable, looking at Su who was crying in the rainstorm of Iwa. If he didn't know it, his heart would be melted. But the audience in the live broadcast room was already laughing. In order to hang the anchor, this Su really did it. For fear that the anchor will not believe it, even the video will break up. 6666. It seems that the anchor's goal is almost reached. Sit and wait for the anchor to flick her over. I really want to see how the anchor took her to the police station. +1. It's not uncomfortable. It's not uncomfortable. You still have your brother to accompany you. As long as you don't dislike me, I can be your boyfriend. Listening to Xia Liang's reply, Su finally felt a lot more relaxed. As long as he said it all went well. I saw Su raising her head and sobbing non-stop. Shot. It doesn't matter. Miss Sister, you have been shot. Thank you for your patronage. This is a shot. Can you give me some reaction? Can't tell. This little girl is really strong. Even with special training, it is impossible not to frown like this. Rush out of Victory Avenue. There is only one Hongqiao and 2 blocks away from Qingyun Hospital. As long as the big wave is sent to the location, I believe that the chasing soldiers will not target a Didi driver. However, something changed again. There are still tens of meters away from Hongqiao. 2 large trucks and a bus appeared ahead. Completely block the way to go. There is no possibility of overtaking at all. How about you get off here and take 2 steps? It's almost there anyway. Xia Liang piled up a friendly smile. The big wave glanced at him faintly. Get off the customer before reaching the destination? Then what do you say? The chasing soldiers will soon catch up, and they can't make it through. With your driving skills, I don't believe there is no single solution. Miss Sister, where are you confident? I don't have a bottom in my heart. Hee. From your unhurried reaction to the crisis, and the driving skills that even a professional driver can't match, Xia Liang was a little helpless. Sometimes too good is also a mistake. Guang. A 4-lap has already caught up. The bumper, which was already riddled with holes, fell directly under the impact. Since you strongly demand, then grasp it firmly. As soon as the voice fell, Xia Liang turned the steering wheel to the right and accelerated suddenly. The huge roar is like the roar of a wild beast. Boom, crazy man. There are rivers on both sides. And where can I hide? It's a dead end. The sarcasm of the chasing soldiers was endless. But in the next instant, their pupils shrank sharply. The right wheel of the black BMW drove onto the rising iron beam beside the Hongqiao Bridge. Hey, you don't mean to. Don't wait for the big wave to finish. Xia Liang cast a look The extreme speed allowed BMW to leap forward while turning to the left. At this moment, BMW, who gathered countless eyes, played a superb car skill. After flipping 360 degrees in the air, after passing several cars, the tires finally landed on the road against the roof of the big truck. The tail hit the ground with the debut sparks, lying down on a big grass. Is this a professional racer? Impossible. Professionals can't do it. It should be a special team. Good fellow. I'm a direct good fellow. Is he a Hayato Kazama? It's definitely luck to spin 360 degrees in the air. Isn't he afraid of going over the river? Being the king is the king. After losing the crematorium, I only see him succeeding. The popularity of major platforms has reached its peak in history. The hostess of the traditional TV station even forgot to report. Ababa was unable to say a word for a long time. The 4 laps behind the several cars never expected BMW to leap with the handroller. The success rate of this fighting style is so low that you can even think of it. Moreover, during the period of stunnedness, there is no distance to imitate. Only honk the horn behind the big truck. Retreat. After the report, the latest order came from the walkie-talkies of the pursuers. Several vehicles then broke through the isolation zone at the same time and flew into the river. Grumbling, bubbling. When the police in the rear were astonished by the BMW's car skills, they saw several 4-lap honeyjuice operations. For a while, I didn't know whether to fish for the car or chase the BMW. Outside the emergency department of Qingyun City Hospital, the nurse sisters and the patients heard a rapid rubbing sound. CCC. I saw a beautiful flick from an old black BMW. Nearly 2 emergency vehicles were parked in the middle. The front-to-back distance is less than 5 centimeters. The big wave pushed the car door. Wait for a while. I'll come out after the things are delivered. And then you can take me to another place. At the same time, ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. The task reward. 10 yuan worth of enhanced Phaeton 1. Limited edition Kawasaki Black Samurai 1*1. Global limited edition wage value 40. Iron cloth shirt 1. Watching the rewards hand out. Coupled with the big wave. Is this still a task? It's not over yet? Didn't you get shot? It will take a while to get the bullet. If you don't take it here, just wait for me. Remember, no one wants to take you away. Just refuse it. Xia Liang nodded, indicating that he was clear. Hidden missions are best. Appreciating the crescent moon in the sky. Look, she doesn't look like a figure from an evil organization. The next second Xia Liang glanced at the other party's panel. Is she really an agent? There is no prompt from the system, which means that the mission has not been completed. Xia Liang was thinking. Wow. The rapid sirens sounded from far to near. A huge convoy of dozens of police cars came in quickly. There are also armored vehicles of the Special Response Team. The people in the emergency department shrank their necks in fright, thinking it was a bomb in the hospital. Don't move, the black BMW owner ahead. You are already surrounded. Quickly surrender. Black BMW ahead. Xia Liang smiled and looked at the waiting police. He spread his hands and smiled. Don't be nervous, everyone. I'm just an opener. The police don't care if you drove Didi or not. Run more than 10 red lights in a row. The downtown area soared above 280. Provoked the mounted police. Gunfight on the avenue. Can be called frenzied. Can a normal person use a BMW to make a 360-degree drum leap on the bridge? Are you a Didi driver? You have been locked by more than one sniper. I advise you not to get caught in a mess. Frankly, be lenient and resist strict. Zhang Wei, the traffic captain behind the car door, held up the loudspeaker microphone to shout. Things are going too far and too fast. There is no time to block Qingyun Hospital. Not to mention the helicopters of the reporters in the sky. It is certain that the small area of the outpatient department of Qingyun City Hospital has been broadcast live across the country. If this Didi driver cannot be taken down, the Qingyun City Traffic Brigade will never be able to lift its head. I'm really the owner of Didi. I didn't fire the gun, but the customer fired it. Xia Liang didn't move, and answered with a smile. The familiar feeling of being locked in by the sniper could not be clear to him. Understand that Zhang Wei is not alarmist. At the same time, the reporters and anchors all felt the surrounding scene with their long guns and short cannons. Look at the old guys. That's the owner of the BMW. And he looks at most 20 years old. I haven't paid anyone in my life. So I just convinced this big guy and played a stunt directly above Hongqiao. The wolf is gone. Don't worry, because there are related people in front. So we can't get in. But don't be discouraged. I believe that the anchor will take you to fly. A piercing arrow anchor will take a step forward and not cap it. It's for the family members. For workers. Today's night is no different from before. But for the major media, it is an unprecedented carnival. Websites, short videos, hot searches on bibs, etc., are all live broadcasts of mysterious drivers. There are also videos of previous cool car skills for netizens to enjoy repeatedly. One sentence. It's hot. The people who eat melon still think it is an Easter egg made by the organizer of the film festival. It's just that the battle is bigger and the cost is bigger. There are also speculations that he is an enthusiastic racer who wants to take advantage of a good opportunity to become popular. As for the real gunfight, is it a real gun if it can make a sound? Anyway, black BMW news and posts began to dominate the screen. Especially in the second-hand car circle. The price of BMW has risen steadily, rising several times. But super hotspots like this are also ongoing. And there is certainly no shortage of people with rhythm. short and tight. There are not only domestic celebrities on the red carpet, but everyone has also seen how dangerous the driving style of BMW owners is. If it causes harm to foreign guests, the consequences will be disastrous. Chai Jingjing, Yang Yang Hua Sha, a country of etiquette, no matter how many reasons he has. He can't be presumptuous in front of crooked nuts. This car owner should be sentenced to criminal responsibility. Fang Fang, the sorrow of the nation, the sorrow of the country. I want to write him in the diary. There are also many people who hold stinky feet. Below the big V are various flattering comments. What the teacher said is right. The teacher said it well. In a short time, the degree of fermentation of the event is somewhat out of control. Under the various rhythms of being brought, the netizens of Nanbang country also noticed this incident. As the pride of the nation, can Pu Tian walk on the red carpet and be interrupted? It is equivalent to being ridden on the head. The most powerful nation in the universe has been lost and must seek justice. What? How dare to publicly insult our great Han Ming clan? What's wrong with the program group's arrangements? Even if he goes to the hospital, it is possible to drag the patient? Who says that the patient will die? Can't go another way? It makes sense to grab these 10 minutes? Hee. I think he did it on purpose and sincerely humiliated us. There must be an apology. There must be compensation. Yes. Take advantage of this time to go back to Changbai Mountain. Give me back the mountains and rivers. Zhang Wei's face was pale. In the information age, he can also get news of fishing vessels at any time. However, it is too late to think about martial law now. The degree of fermentation of the event is too fast, and more serious consequences are likely to occur if the pressure continues. But it is not at all clear whether the BMW owner is carrying a dangerous weapon. If there is a bomb in the car, rushing to get people will surely result in heavy casualties. I said I was innocent. Why don't you believe it? Xia Liang shook his head and sighed. The BMW owner in front of you. You have been surrounded by snipers. If you don't want to be killed by a sniper, just lie on the ground with your head in your hands. Zhang Wei held up the loudspeaker microphone and continued to shout. It's just that the thoughts in my heart have changed. Although the trouble is big, but good and evil depend on each other. If this matter can be finished beautifully, the resume will definitely be filled with a strong and glorious stroke. It is not impossible to move upward. Thinking of the beauty, Zhang Wei's mood instantly improved. But Xia Liang's next words made him angry. Sorry. The guest changed the destination. I have to take her to the place. And she also emphasized that I can't go with anyone. Sure enough, there are accomplices. Zhang Wei waved his arm. A small group of people rushed into the hospital roundabout, looking for an accomplice. He can't go with you. Before the small team rushed in, the big wave had already walked out first. Pushing a wheelchair in front of him sits a gray-haired old man. His face was pale, and his spirits were a little bad, but his smile was exceptionally gentle. Zhang Wei was taken aback. Unexpectedly, the accomplice came out by himself, and also brought an old man along. Is it the boss behind the scenes? Know the end of the road and prepare to surrender? The big wave pushed the wheelchair to Xia Liang's side. The old man above smiled. Little friend, thank you for helping this time. Xia Liang heard what it meant. Big wave took out a black document from his arms. There are no words on the surface. There is only one golden dragon with 5 claws. This person. I levied this car. The big wave is full of aura. A queen style. However, the effect is somewhat unexpected. Zhang Wei looked at the certificate from a long distance, and didn't have any impression in his mind. I have never heard of any document that does not include the department. Oh, just grab something and want to bluff? I took it all. Who dares to move and kill it on the spot? Xia Liang was speechless for a while. Originally thought to be a king. Co-authoring is a hit on the street. Sure enough, the level is too low. Don't you know? The big wave shook his head and sneered. Advise you not to do unnecessarily stupid things. After I make a call, you will know everything naturally. Boom! The heavy sniper bullet hit the steps next to it. This is the final warning. If you act rashly, the next time the sniper will focus is your head. This is really the case when a talented person meets a soldier. And it is unreasonable. The three directly gave up resistance. Was taken to the Southwest Qingyun Police Department. Name? It's cool in summer. Age? 24 years old. Hometown? Shanglo City Yachi Camp. Who is in the family? Mom and Dad. How do you feel about what you did today? There was a slight flaw when the volley was spinning, which caused the landing to be unstable. Correct it next time. The interrogation expert was almost out of anger. I'm asking about your drag racing gun battle. Xia Liang shrugged. I said that we are colleagues. How can we do such a frenzied thing? At least it's all about the professionalism of being a DD driver. Interrogation experts will also look at people and everyone, and see that Xia Liang is the youngest inside, and want to use him as a breakthrough point. However, this kid is very slippery. No matter how he asks, he puts aside himself. 1,000 words are just one sentence. I'm just an opener, and I'm still their counterpart. Peer? Run Didi lie to the ghost. No way. These people didn't believe Xia Liang's words at all. And even the documents Xia Liang took out felt that they were fake. After all, the crime consultant of the city security agency. They have never heard of this position. Take it back, and change that woman later. In the detention room, Xia Liang sat across from the big wave, staring at her pretty face. Perhaps also feeling embarrassed. Her eyes drifted away. Xia Liang couldn't help but feel happy. How mad just now. What are you doing now? Are you squatting? Big Wave sneered. I don't know that the captain knows too little. Xia Liang waved his hand. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me anyway. I'll be out in a while. After all, if this group of people found his information, they would know it was true. Turning to look at the little old man next to him. He was as amiable as ever. And he just chuckled when he saw the little man and woman arguing. And Xia Liang didn't even look at his panel. I knew it should be a big man. After all, Xia Liang also saw the certificate just now. It's not like fake. Meeting room. Zhang Wei held an urgent meeting. The occurrence of such a serious and bad incident must be dealt with as soon as possible and cautiously. Have those cars been picked up? The fish was caught, but there were no useful clues in it, and people escaped. Zhang Wei nodded. This is expected. Those who dare to shoot in the street are all frenzied people. And they still have the ability to deal with the aftermath. Inform the whole province and let the other places help the wanted suspects. Is there any new progress on the interrogation office? Not yet, but we have already mentioned the fingerprints of several people and are comparing them on the internal website. I believe the results will come out soon. At this time, the phone rang. After Zhang Wei took out his mobile phone and checked the remarks, he immediately connected to the phone. Not waiting to speak, the sound of gnashing teeth came from inside. Release. But release the people. I don't want to be dragged down by you. Release the people. Release the people. Release the people. In the end, the voice on the phone was almost roaring. It can be seen how angry it is. At this time, a civilian trot over in a panic. When a meeting is held, it is most taboo to be interrupted. Especially in accordance with the tradition of the Dragon Kingdom. After hanging up, Zhang Wei was in a bad mood. What is it like to panic? Now the young man is getting more and more uncomfortable. Team. Captain. That woman's fingerprints turned out. Say, top secret. The sound of inhaling cold breath was endless. Although everyone present could not touch some mystery, it was still clear what the file showed that the top secret represented. In the information age, everything is about efficiency. The fingerprints of the whole people are collected on the internal website, and a random check can be used to check a person upright. In order to track down important criminals, the traffic brigade in various places has very high access rights. But for the first time in so many years, I have browsed the top secret file. There is nothing but these 2 words. Are you sure you made a mistake? The clerical staff feels numb in the scalp. Absolutely. We checked it several times. All of them were top secret in scarlet letters. We refused to visit. There was a call from Shangjing, asking us why we had to check the top secret multiple times. The leader's phone calls and screams, as well as what the woman said at the entrance of the hospital. Zhang Wei realized that things had started to go wrong, and gradually got out of control. A certain ominous premonition quickly grew from within. What's the situation with that one who opened Didi? What he said is also true. It does bear the title of crime consultant of the Qingyun City Security Department. I heard that. It was Yun Long's application and it was specially approved by the above. Zhang Wei's expression is a bit embarrassing. Good fellow. Even if it's a female. Is it a special approval for a male? Play pig eat tiger? He naturally knew Yun Long. But, the people of Yun Long. Zhang Wei thought for a while. A bitter expression flashed in his eyes. So, the woman must be released. Even if the man is Yun Long, he still has to stay as a scapegoat. The old one doesn't matter. The important thing is to let the outside world know that this matter has had a result. And some people have been punished. Captain, someone from Dongcheng Hospital called and said that the woman was sending a serum to the old man, who was locked in it. Serum? Zhang Wei was stunned. The more he investigates, the more complicated he feels. But it doesn't matter. Now the outside world urgently needs an explanation. Captain, where are you going? Of course it is to let the woman and the man go. Zhang Vida stepped away. But the above explanation. Zhang Wei suddenly turned his head and glared. Here, I have the final say. The phone said to release people. Did you say to release a few? Such a big event. If it can end well, it will definitely be able to move upwards. And there will be no need to look at anyone's face at that time. In the detention room, Zhang Wei personally opened the iron fence and smiled with a smile to apologize. Sorry. It was because I did something carelessly. I hope that the adults will not remember the villain. You can leave now. The big wave gave him a faint glance. Then stood up, helped the old man and walked out. Of course Xia Liang would not fall. And the car that should be rubbed must be rubbed. You can't go. Zhang Wei stretched out his arm to stop Xia Liang. His expression was completely opposite to that of the big wave, as if he had hugged his child and plunged into the well. Why can't I go? Because you did not get rid of the suspicion. And after investigation, it was found that you and this lady were not the same. Xia Liang looked at the other's face and knew that she didn't hold any good farts. I really think I'm Xiao Bai? I must have reached the bottom of the big wave, knowing that it is something I can't afford to offend. So if I want to give an explanation to the outside world, I can only let myself stay. Ah, who said it's not the same person? And you should investigate it clearly. Right? I didn't lie. It is indeed from the security agency. The big wave is about to speak. But it's no use saying more at this time. Leaving is the point. He wants to go with me, too. You can't keep it. With a cold and contemptuous tone again, Zhang Wei forced himself to calm down and smiled again. He faces multiple prosecutions. No matter how powerful your authority is, You can't hinder the local execution of official duties. Right. When neither party gave in, the little old man spoke up. He still smiled. The little friend helped me retrieve this old bone from the ghost gate. It is a great favor to me. Since he can't leave, I will stay with him. Cece, you go out first, I won't see you reply over there. Must be anxious. Big Wave looked at the old man, then at Xia Liang, but did not answer. Zhang Wei's patience gradually disappeared. He was eager to put the matter to a conclusion and get rid of Yunlong's people by the way. So he didn't stop it. Are you sure you want to keep them? Big Wave turned his mouth with a smile this time. Please leave. Zhang Wei stretched out his arm and began to order to chase off the guests. Very good. When the interrogation room was calm again, Xia Liang had no idea how many times he rolled his eyes. Uncle, you said that we were a little tougher just now. Can't we just go out together? The little old man smiled and shook his head. Little friend, going out is easy, but have you ever thought that Zhang Wei will settle accounts after the fall? I did this to help you but worry about it, so that he dare not trouble you anymore. Although Xia Liang was not afraid, she nodded, but he saw an indescribable aura in the old man. Although curious, Xia Liang still did not check the other party's panel. After all, he is an old man. Old man, what do you do? It is convenient to say no? Do a little research. Right. And paint. I was hospitalized some time ago. Some people worried that my old bones went too early. So they asked Shishi to help me get a serum. But I didn't expect it to change on the way. If it were not for your help from my little friend, I guess I would not have seen the sunrise tomorrow. The identity is not simple. After all, Big Wave cannot help an ordinary old man with any serum. There are still doorways in it. Then where do you work? When I was young, I was in the mountains. Then I went to the Gobi Desert. Now I am at home. And occasionally go to the work unit. Xia Liang couldn't help but ridicule. Master, you are not mining for oil, are you? Ha ha ha. My little friend is really good at joking. Oh yes. Look at my memory. The little old man took out a small box from his arms. I forgot to bring it with me. I remembered that I didn't have to keep it just now. Meeting room. The emergency meeting continued. Under joint consultations with multiple departments, it was quickly concluded that Xia Liang faced a minimum of life imprisonment for private coercion, undermining public safety, murder, and speeding. Even if Yunlong came, he could not be saved. As for the little old man, it will take 5 or 6 years. It is estimated that he will die in his old age. The efficiency is so fast. It is also Zhang Wei who wants to hit the top by surprise. As long as the case is qualitatively made public, no one can stop it at that time. And the outside world will only see their own resolute deeds. Just do it, and officially prosecute with the official tomorrow morning. Team leader. The meeting was interrupted again, and Zhang Wei directly threw the teacup to the ground. Tell you how many times have you knocked on the door when you come in for a meeting? And whoever makes a low-level mistake in the future will take the consequences. The civilian shrank his neck in fright, but he knew how important what he was holding. Captain, look at this. Zhang Wei took the box with a black face. After opening it, a bronze medal. Perhaps the age is too old and some are broken. What's the meaning? It belongs to the old man in the interrogation room. I told you to let the captain see it. Zhang Wei sneered. The emperor has committed the same crime as the common people. Even if someone has some merit, he will be punished if he does something wrong and send his things back. What's wrong with the medal? This kind of thing is not rare. And it can't scare myself. Unexpectedly, the subordinates around him looked over with a mentally retarded expression. Especially the civilian secretary, who had a bitter face. Captain, you really don't know? Zhang Wei felt very embarrassed by his ignorance. But as the captain, he had to hold on to the air. Do you know what else? If you send it back, I will send it back. Isn't it good for me to speak? The civil servant did not follow his advice this time, but carefully placed the box in front of Zhang Wei. Captain, only 36 of this medal was issued that year. And there is only one in Qingyun City with this medal. And fewer than 5 are still alive. Its full name is called the Star Merit Medal to commemorate that year. There are 2 loud noises in the desert. Its owner is the Meritorious Service of the Long Kingdom, the current vice president of the Long Gohua Academy of Sciences. The 2-star Lieutenant General, Lu Guangyao, was accidentally poisoned by Lu Lao 2 days ago. I heard that there is no cure in China. The serum carried by the woman must have saved Lu Lao. And what the owner of Didi did this time is equivalent to saving the nation's father. Captain, do you understand what I said? Because of too much force. The pen in Zhang Wei's hand was directly broken. But he couldn't feel the pain in his hands at all. And his brain was completely down. Zhang Wei of the Dog Day. Where is he? Why don't you let him go? I'm going to kill him alive. There were rushing footsteps outside the meeting room and the roar of Wang Jia, the second in command of Qingyun City. He was born in the National Guard's army, and his temper was always very hot. He originally thought that Zhang Wei could be honest and let go, and be a peacemaker by himself. Can also be considered to be able to make major things smaller. But I never thought that Zhang Wei, the grandson, would crack his little abacus. Even if he did a little bit of action. What's the time for the whole work? Zhang Wei. After entering the meeting room, Wang Jia picked up the ashtray on the table and rushed up. It was fortunate that the people around him desperately stopped him. Otherwise Zhang Wei's brain would have been opened. Why don't you let them go? Why don't you let them go? Do you know who is detaining? That's Mr. Lu, the country's father, the country's living treasure. You stepped on a horse to make him squat. Don't stop me. You know, Wang Jia is the person behind Zhang Wei. But everyone understands Wang Jia's rage. What Zhang Wei did, to put it bluntly, was to light up lanterns in the latrine looking for death. Where is the person now? Take me there quickly. Seeing that Zhang Wei was like a vegetative, Wang Jia stopped being angry with him, and directly led the people to the detention room. But the change happened again. People outside came to report that several jeeps with special license plates had rushed into the guard box. No one can stop it. Bai Zhen almost fainted when he heard this. The last thing I want to see is still there. A mighty man with a Chinese character face quickly walked into the hall. Behind them were more than a dozen big men wearing camouflage, all of them with bad looks. The young people on duty are also young and energetic, and when they see this group of people breaking in unscrupulously, they will go up and stop them. Fortunately, he was held tightly by the old bird beside him. Where is the old man? Where is the savior? Xia Liang was not angry and prestigious, and asked one of the eldest people. In the detention room. You have the courage. The Guozi face patted the other's shoulder and walked straight in. At this time, Wang Jia had already trot over from the conference room, and greeted him eagerly after seeing the face of the Chinese character. Isn't this Lu Chuang? How long have we not seen each other? So are you. We used to scoop a large spoon in a pot at Laoshan. And if we were working in one place, it would be considered invisible? Come to my brother for a drink. Lu Chuang's face improved slightly, but only slightly. Wang Jia, we don't need to say much about our friendship. If it weren't for your face, I wouldn't come in like this today. Do you know how the above reacted when we learned about Qingyun City? Wang Jia could guess with his toes. As Lu Chuang's father, Lu Guangyao's identity was too special. Otherwise, How could he be poisoned by some foreigners? Yes. Yes. All mistakes are my brother's fault. I didn't look at the people below. But I don't want to make a big deal of the matter. Give my brother a face. Don't do anything. Wang Jia was very aware of Lu Chuang's temper. On the battlefield, the enemy just kicked the guardian hat left by our soldiers. And he dared to charge dozens of people alone. Chapter 302 is here. I don't have that leisurely mind. Now I just want to take the old man and the savior away. Lu Chuang looked at Zhang Wei, who was pale in the corner, and sneered. I advise you to hurry up as much as possible. I'm here to fetch people. If you switch to that department, think about the consequences for yourself. Wang Jia's heart shook. His heart. Immediately lead the way. When Xia Liang heard that, he immediately awed in awe. Little friend, come to my house in a few days and sit down. I have to thank you, little friend. When you come, I will let the old lady cook by herself. Xia Liang nodded immediately. Outside the interrogation room, Lu Chuang stood for a long time. He wanted to hear whether his father suffered in it. Hearing the conversation between the two at this time, a gentle smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Then he pushed open the door. Xia Liang looked over curiously. 2 golden bars and 4 stars. This is a big boss. I haven't seen a few in my previous life. Father, you seem to be enjoying your appearance? Lu Chuang shook his head and smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter where it is. What matters is who I am with. I haven't had a happy chat for a long time. So I should change my mood. Lu Guangyao smiled like a child. Lu Chuang also knew his father's character, and immediately looked at Xia Liang. Little brother is Xia Liang? I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to you on behalf of myself. For your grievances, we must find ways to make up for it. Fine. Xia Liang waved her hand calmly. Lu Guangyao patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. My son is here to pick it up. Let's not trouble the organization. In the many awkward and envious eyes in the game, Xia Liang left in the opposite way to when he moved forward. Lu Guangyao was in front. Lu Chuang and Xia Liang were side by side. Behind is Wang Jia and other bigwigs. This treatment can be said to give Xia Liang the highest specification. Going out and talking about opening Didi side by side with this kind of bigwig. It is estimated that they will be sprayed to death. At the entrance of the hall, Zhang Wei piled up the perfect smile to apologize. He has completely recovered, and he understands that it is useless to regret it. The most important thing now is to make up for his mistake. Lao Lu, you just filled in such a big trouble when you were out of danger. If you know that the car is a life-saving serum, I will definitely close the road and ***** you all the way. Lu Guangyao still smiled. It's no use telling me this, old man. I'm also squatting with my little friend. If you want to make amends, just tell him. Zhang Wei looked at Lu Chuang awkwardly, then looked at Wang Jia. As the captain, he was in front of the crowd and countless subordinates to make an apocalypse for Kai Didi, which really couldn't hold back his face. Look at what I'm doing. Wang Jia grinned and said, you did the curse. Little brother Xia saved old Lu's life. But you took them all in one pot. Ha ha. I ask myself if I am bolder than the sky. It is nothing in front of you. In desperation, Zhang Wei could only bite the bullet and look at Xia Liang. Brother Xia. Stop. I'm not your brother. Mr. Xia. I am deeply sorry for the inconvenience and trouble it has caused you. I hope that your adults will not remember the villain's past. And I blamed me for being confused for a while and almost causing a big mistake. After speaking, he bowed deeply, and everyone's eyes focused on Xia Liang. The captain apologized and bowed again, and he couldn't find anything wrong with his face. I believe that as long as Xia Liang steps down, this matter will come to an end, and the captain will at best demerit the punishment, and it will not be more serious. Xia Liang smiled slightly, showing her neat and white teeth. Why should I forgive you? The so-called Wawa sedan chair is carried by everyone, and it is forgiving and forgiving. In the eyes of everyone, one more friend is better than one more enemy. Not to mention a DD driver who directly offends the traffic captain. It's like being frenzied. It's not something that a normal person did. But wouldn't a normal person leap over the 360-degree rollers on Hongqiao? Why should I forgive you? It's wrong to drive DD soliciting? It's wrong to shoot after me and drive faster? I almost killed my life just for a 5-star praise. But you were going to imprison me for life. If you don't ask, I won't say it, but if you have to ask, then there is only one answer for me, and I will not forgive you. The air in the entire hall froze instantly. Everyone's eyes widened, and he didn't expect Xia Liang to answer this. Everyone understands Zhang Wei's career. Just read one sentence now. If the summer is too cold, it's fine. Otherwise, you will get crazy revenge from the Lu family. Can a small leaf of his Zhang Wei survive the raging waves? Xia Liang's thoughts are very simple. If you mess with me, you will have to pay the price. Isn't it just the whole person? Who will not be the same? Who has not yet put a position on him? See how to deal with you next time you have a life case. Snort. Xia Liang sneered in her heart. Don't worry. Lao Su is impeccably prepared for you with absolute evidence or something. Don't you want to be wronged? Ha 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 ha. When the atmosphere was most embarrassing and solidified, Lu Chuang laughed directly. Good boy. I like your temper. Right is right. Wrong is rough. Don't give anyone face. And don't suffer any grievances. It's good. Xia Liang shrugged. It doesn't matter. I just have a word. Can you not forgive him? It is estimated that only Xia Liang knows that he is not a fake tiger. Okay, you have to do it. You are the great benefactor of our Lu family. No matter how much you thank you, let alone this trivial matter. Walk around. Let's not stay in this unlucky place. Lu Chuang was in a good mood, and Xia Liang's reaction was very to his taste. Otherwise, after tonight, he would take care of Zhang Wei. This kind of calculation villain would not be clean. He looked at him from countless eyes. Everyone came to the parking lot. It was just that Lu Guangyao refused to make a jeep, and he was often surprised at Xia Liang's dilapidated BMW. Little friend, I heard Shishi say that your car has reached Shaosanbai. Is it true? Lu Chuang, who was next to him, was about to persuade his father to take his own car. He immediately became interested when he heard that this old BMW could reach 300 small. Impossible. I have driven a BMW before. Even after the modification and upgrade, more than 200 will be the sky. It is still a highway. Xia Liang didn't hide it and opened the hood directly. The knowledgeable Lu Chuang looked silly directly. W-type 16-cylinder direct injection engine? Where did you get this? Take a closer look. The old BMW looks mediocre on the outside, but it is absolutely broken inside. After the magic change, the 4-wheel drive, the 7-speed semi-automatic transmission, the master suspension ratio, and even the small motors are top supercars. It can be said that this is the supercar with a BMW shell. How did your kid go through the car inspection? This thing can get you on the road? Lu Chuang was more frightened as he watched. No wonder he could run out of the small 300. If it was on the track, he would definitely be faster. It was given by someone else. Ha ha ha. Xia Liang slapped ha ha and went over directly. Lu Chuang is also a wonderful person. Knowing that these things can't be obtained with money, It seems that he is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Okay, no matter how soon it is not a car. I will take it home. Elder Lu went directly to the back row, curiously touching. Lu Chuang didn't talk nonsense and went directly to the co-pilot. Go back by yourself. I will also experience it. A dozen camouflage guys looked at each other. But you and Mr. Lu are safe. Safe shit. Lu Chuang waved his hand impatiently. His car. Who can catch up in Qingyun City? Ma, you get out. Of course. Xia Liang would not refuse the Lu family's father and son's ride. Instead, he welcomed them very much. They must be carried with them. And there will definitely be rewards afterwards. Why don't you give them away for free? And just not long after Xia Liang left, Yunlong came with Yun Bing's defenders and directly broke into Zhang Wei's office. Who's special? Before he finished speaking, Yunlong looked at him coldly. What about people? Zhang Wei was trying to be tough, but thinking about facing the Lu family's blow, he was 80% cold. Thinking of the days to come, Zhang Wei sighed, and his temper suddenly disappeared. Left already. Yun Bing couldn't care much anymore. Gone? Where did you go? Zhang Wei shook his head. How do I know? I'll go wherever I want to go after it's released. Call. This made Yun Bing a sigh of relief. Then came out a chapter of arrest warrant. Zhang Wei, you are suspected of conniving underworld organizations to conduct illegal and criminal activities. Please come with us. Zhang Wei was stunned, then shook his head, mocking himself very much. He didn't expect that Yunlong would make a move before the Lu family made a move. And the speed was so fast. The arrest warrant was issued in just over an hour. Which goes without saying. Without allowing him to speak, he was taken away by two defenders. On the other side, on the way back to a compound, the speed was always controlled at around 60. Or else the life that Lu Guangyao had just picked up would have to be thrown back. Listen to Cici. You don't even blink your brows when you are chasing a gunfight. Lu Chuang opened the car window, lit a cigarette, and handed another one to Xia Yan. Xia Liang bowed his hand and replied, I don't smoke. Thank you. Don't forget that I am also a defender. At this time, the old man in the back row was drowsy, as if he hadn't heard the conversation between the two. Yes, but I didn't expect that our consultant Xia is still a rich man at a young age. If you are exposed, you might be the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Xia Liang smiled at Lu Chuang's words. Not surprising. Lu Chuang looked carefree, but in fact he was as careful as a hare. Not every traveler was Long a ocean, and the supporting roles around him were blind fools and braindeads. Fudge a big colonel, everything in his dream. Do you think I will let an unidentified dangerous person take his father into the compound? Lu Chuang flicked the soot, his eyes still looking at the street scene. Brother Lu, don't you tell me if you see it through? I just want to be a salted fish in peace. Xia Liang did not deny that since Lu Chuang dared to sit in the co-pilot, it meant that he was not malicious for the time being. In fact, the more Lu Chuang investigated, the more frightened. Who would have known that such a young person had such wealth and was still unknown? The most important money earned is still to be traced. Seeing that you have a good hand, do you want to try to become a guardian army? When the guardian army, Xia Liang rolled his eyes suddenly. I have a good life as a rich man, but I ran to join you as a soldier? Xia Liang rolled his eyes. 2. Lu Chuang lit the second cigarette with his cigarette butt, and puffed out the clouds outside the window. I also went to the doctor in a hurry, mainly because I was too suffocated some time ago and there is nowhere to vent. Xia Liang said, funny. Do you think I will believe this? What is your status? With so many people under your hand, how can you be wronged? Hey, it's because I can't stand the brothers below. Lu Chuang grabbed the shot. Brother Xia, have you heard of the Beijing training base? The Northern Xinjiang acting training base is the only existence on the Blue Star that can stand side by side with the Cavan Fort training base in the United States. The degree of mystery is quite high. The troops that can go in for training are all elites from all over the world. Xia Liang said softly. I've heard of it, and I know it's quite abnormal. With the enemy's strongest technology and our army's morale quality. And all those who go in are abused. The horse riding is not wrong at all. Lu Chuang said bitterly. You don't know. Half a year ago, I took my brothers to enter northern Xinjiang. Guess how the opposite Lan Fang played? 20 F2x2. 30 Fat Electric. Let alone M tanks. Even so, I took the brethren down and went straight to the command post of the blue side. But guess what happened again? All-round coverage tactical fusion attack. What's the matter? This is what people do? Xia Liang almost didn't open the ditch. Good guys. I'm a direct guy. I have heard that it is extremely perverted there. But I did not expect it to be so perverted. But it's not impossible. The armored car cluster can survive the fusion strike with probability. Next time, just store a dozen vehicles at the corner of the corner. Under the fusion strike, the communication between the two parties will be completely disrupted. When the time comes, go directly to the bayonet and it will be over. Lu Chuang said excitedly. You really know how to do it, brother. Yes, that's right. I also kept a hand at the time. But I stocked more armored vehicles on the other side. In the end, we were killed by the group directly under the shopping mall. I have been thinking afterwards. If with a driver with unparalleled driving skills, can he directly enter the enemy's armored cluster and directly take the command post on the opposite side? You stop here. Xia Liang waved his hand quickly. The old man knew what to fart as soon as he lifted his ass. I'm a Didi, but you let me drive an armored car? Don't even think about it. How could he know that Lu Chuang had such an expression, and he smiled. Brother Xia, you said you don't want to drive. But you didn't say that you can't drive. BMW can play so slippery. I don't believe that your armored car can't drive well. It's not difficult for you. Just a cameo. I will use the best 9A for you. You just leave the Liaodong ship to me and don't go. Besides, let a Didi driver go to the Beijing training ground to open the armor. Isn't it a felony? If it's okay, don't say more. Let's get to the compound. Hurry up and reveal our identities. We have forgotten each other in the world. Xia Liang didn't want to deal with big guys. He often walked by the river and would be washed away by the water. Besides, Lu Chuang's thoughts were very dangerous. And he didn't want to go to a military court. Why don't you think about it? Huh? I'm in the compound? This ride is really comfortable. It's safer than the one driven by Xiao Lu. To be honest, afraid. Will this be blocked? End of this chapter. Lu Chuang wanted to persuade him again. But the old man woke up leisurely. After the identity was revealed, and under the salute of the guards, the BMW slowly drove in. In front of a small two-story building. Old man Lu took Xia Liang's hand. Thank you again, little friend. But it's too late today. When I feel better, you must come to the house as a guest. And I will invite you to eat wowoto. Father, should I give my benefactor a wowoto? It's not that our family has no money. Don't talk nonsense. Is there a place for you to interrupt? Old man Lu looked disgusted. Xia Liang also found it funny to see Lu Chuang like a schoolboy being trained. No problem. Let's get together again when there is a chance. Let's say it. We can't break our promise. Sure. Left the compound. It only took a few hours from the Baiman glass factory to now. During this period, netizens still discussed the Santana incident. Frequently guessed the result of Xia Liang's treatment. According to the nature of Longguo netizens, the favorite is black and white. I must distinguish between you and me. Is therefore roughly divided into two camps on the internet. Was either lifted to the sky or stepped on the ground. After verification, the incident from Shengli Avenue to Dongcheng Hospital tonight was the work of the Iron Rooster Film Festival. Since it did not cause damage, it will not be held accountable. Xinjiang officials recommend that similar situations be notified in advance. Pay attention to safety. And good night. An uproar. The official voice. There is no punishment. Sure enough, it is an official Easter egg? I'll just say where the drag racing gunfights come from in a harmonious society. Newbie. My Iron Rooster. There is no one who can make Easter eggs into a blockbuster effect. Don't hold anyone accountable? Isn't it too sloppy? After all, the stunts of BMW owners are too dangerous to hurt people? It's not okay to hurt the greenery. The workers have worked so hard. Sour. Upstairs is sour. Is it hard to admit that others are good? It hurts the greenery. Why don't you beep when you step on it? I just want to know the identity of the boss. I want to learn drag racing from him. I want to buy a BMW. Technical post. I learned from Didi channels that the owner of the stunt car is really Didi's driver. Is it true that the master is in the private sector? The boss is named Xia Liang, who is only 24 years old this year. Handsome and capable of playing. Fuck. Is it really the owner of Didi? I place orders 24 hours a week. I don't believe I can't meet the boss. The license plate number. I remember the license plate number. All those who are okay will stay together. If anyone sees it, just say a word. All kinds of hot reviews are refreshed wildly. Xia Liang's name instantly hit the whole network. At this time, no one cares about the Iron Rooster Film Festival itself anymore. Didn't care about the clown like Flutter. As for the compulsion of netizens in Nanbang country, is it important? Check it out for me. In a luxury suite, Puchang's face was gloomy as water. Let me find out where he lives. All his tagine and hamstrings will be broken for him. And see how he drives in the future. As the only child of the director of Daxing, it is not a matter of minutes to destroy a person. Master, do you just pick it up? Or do you send it to you to pick it up? Snapped Pump Chong goes up with a big mouth. Nonsense. Of course the left foot and left hand were dropped on the road. And then they were brought over and cut off the right foot and right hand in front of me. I still have to tell you this? After today, BMW is completely hot. It's cool in summer. The young man who opened Didi is very popular among the girls. The kind that cannot be rented out. Didi platform realized that there is still such a big baby under his hand. Is going to push him to become an image spokesperson. I have thought about the words. I did not fly on the Hongqiao Bridge, but pulled in the distance from you. The sparks that struck after landing were our ardent enthusiasm for the passengers. There is a wood fort. It is a pity that Xia Liang declined the platform's push in the live broadcast invitations from many websites. That little money, I really look down on it. Went back to the villa. Xia Liang shook his head and scrapped 2 cars in 3 days. Probably only Xia Liang is alone. Fortunately, the system rewarded a Phaeton again. Otherwise, Xia Liang really wants to buy another one. Night. There is an intense exercise. The refreshing Xia Liang drove out the door the next day. Began the journey of Didi. Didi, please within 5 minutes. Go to the designated location to pick up and drop off passengers. Xia Liang drove to the navigation location. Arrived at the door of the hotel. Stopped and made a phone call. Passengers boarded the bus smoothly. A young man in a plaid shirt. Master, your car is a bit luxurious. He obviously didn't pay attention to the model of Xia Liang's car. Xia Liang raised his brows. Is it just a little bit? How did your passat change it? Spend a lot of money, right? The young man in a shirt felt the high-end leather on the seat and the exquisite main control panel. In front of the driver's seat, his eyes were staring at Venus. Xia Liang launched the powerful W12-cylinder power of the Phaeton. It's not expensive, only 10 yuan. He deliberately lowered the gear, and the throttle was slowly booming. Boom. Is like being inside a tiger and lion, feeling the roar outside of the body. It's sour and refreshing. The young man was shocked, and quickly turned on his phone and started to look at the order details. This book is organized and produced by the public account. Follow VX Book Friends Basecamp reading books and getting cash red envelopes. I rub it. It's Phaeton. This power has 12 cylinders. Brother, did you come out of this car with a squatting girl? Vulgar. I just came out to exercise. Xia Liang glared at him unceremoniously. The first single to go out was a man. Unlucky. Brother, can I take a small video? The youth in shirt looked at Xia Liang longingly. Xia Liang rolled his eyes. Whatever you want, but don't take my face in. Thank you, master. This car is too rare. After finishing speaking, his mobile phone directly started to take pictures of every part of the car. The shutter sound of the mobile phone clicked, and the car was taken to take a selfie. After shooting, it was not enough, and the video was recorded again. This guy actually took out a camera from his bag, equipped with an entry-level anti-shake gimbal. Xia Liang looked a little dazed. Labeled the passenger. An otaku. Likes photography. Recorded video looks good. A pair of glasses and a plaid shirt. Jeans. Canvas shoes. And not very thick hair. Blindly guessed that he is a programmer and part-time as the host of certain video platforms. But fortunately he didn't show his face. Otherwise, there is a high probability that his face will go viral on major media platforms the next day. The following plots may appear. Shock. The man drove a 10 yuan luxury car late at night and drove Didi and picked up a man. For more details, please pay attention. At the same time, according to his more than a year of experience in running Didi, information on various supercar Didi is not uncommon. But he has never heard of the Phaeton, because he bought this car as a relatively low-key rich young people driving Didi is not to attract attention. Phaeton, a deadly expensive, unworthy car, has not been considered. After another 5 minutes, he finally stopped, but there was no satisfaction in his eyes. Hello, master. I am a programmer, and I am the owner of the video website. I want to. As expected, Xia Liang interrupted him directly. Want to shoot the whole car? Buy it yourself. And it's not expensive. Is not expensive? 10 yuan. You told me it's not expensive. Is this what people say? The programmer is unable to refute. $10. How much code does his own code? Can the hair that has run out? Xia Liang Yuguang glanced at him. Taking off his glasses, he should look like a lively little meat. But unfortunately he went wrong and said jokingly, "Is there any sister or sister introduced to me? I'll shoot you." The man in the shirt slapped his thigh and said without hesitation, "You said earlier, I have all of them. All of them. And they are all single. If you ask me to shoot, I will give you the contact information. And both. Huh? Your sisters? This is too decisive. This young man seems to be a talent. How can he sell his sister and sister? So decisive? Will there be fraud? Absolutely, dear. That was DNA tested. DNA is still tested? Does your family still have this tradition?" The young man in shirt sighed. "My sister is still too young. Have you married? I introduced my sister to you? My sister's appearance is at the level of a female celebrity, because she is so beautiful and high-spirited. She is 25 and she has never been in love. Xia Liang shook his head blankly. Not married yet. Is this being counter-marketed? Could it be a dinosaur? Seeing Xia Liang's suspicious look, the young man in a shirt. If you don't believe me, I will show you 2 photos. He opened the phone album and saved several photos. What's more terrifying is that each photo has an introduction. I have age, hobbies, and occupations. In order to marry out my sister. This buddy is absolutely extinct. But it looks a bit like it. If you take your eyes off, I will see if it looks like. After reading it, Xia Liang said to the young man in the shirt. The man in the shirt took off his glasses without hesitation. The occupation written above is to work as a store manager in a car dealership. If you want to take a picture of the car, don't you just want to take it casually? Why did you sell your sister just to take a picture of the phaeton? Xia Liang was a little puzzled, looking at his sister's appearance. She didn't look like a very strict person, and asked her younger brother to take a picture in the show car and make a video. It's as simple as drinking water and eating. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man had a bitter face. That was before. Since I started to help her find a blind date, my days have not been as good as each day, and I will not be beaten to death when I go to her shop. He made Xia Liang amused with his bitter and austere appearance. Is this the bloodline suppression power transmitted by the internet? It is estimated that he was beaten up by He Ting since he was a child. Xia Liang's mouth raised a smirk. Then I won't shoot for you. You delete everything you just shot, and sell your sister to shoot a car. The youth is a little worried. Didn't you just agree? How can you go back? Dating this kind of thing is not a sale. It seems that your conditions are good. It doesn't look like those brothers who change women every day. Usually they open DD to date sisters. But I think your order is for men and women. It is a normal order. He suddenly became interested. What is your name? So you are not afraid that I will tell your sister about it? The youth is very calm. My name is He Zhou. If you really want to contact my sister, whether it's a true blind date or just for fun, you won't talk about things like this. Furthermore, I think I can use Phaeton to open DD. No matter how boring you are, you will never use this kind of thing as a source of talk. This will only reduce your points. What's so scary for me? He Zhou pushed his glasses and analyzed the wave calmly. It seems that IQ is very high. Xia Liang smiled. Well, you won. I am not interested. During the conversation, the car drove to the destination unknowingly, and the mobile phone heard a tone. Destination has arrived. Please pay attention to the traffic when you get off the car. Goodbye. Seeing Xia Liang's serious look, it's not like joking. It. These materials have been prepared for so long, and the first time I used them, they failed. He got out of the car and turned out the live photos of He Ting. The suppression of blood vessels made him feel nauseous, and he shook his head and sighed. This is over. Don't give it away for free. On the other side, Xia Liang continued his DD career. But I didn't encounter a task until the evening. Just when he was about to go home, the big wave that disappeared for 24 hours came out from which corner? She was leaning against the car door, still looking cold. Are you embarrassed to come out with the big wave? What about the bumper? It's a good touch-up. Come on. Xia Liang didn't have too many surprises for her appearance. He just remembered the abuse her car suffered, so she stopped getting angry. I am not called Big Wave. What do you like to call it? Hurry up and fix the car. My name is Xiao Qianqin. My name is Lahaha. Don't change the subject. Xiao Qianqin directly got in the co-pilot, and then took out a scroll-like object from her arms. And seeing the exquisite appearance, Xia Liang suddenly came to her spirits. It's okay. Knowing that rewarding enthusiastic citizens What kind of antique is this? Opened it and took a look. Protect the people in asterisk 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 the city. Salute to Mr. Xia Liang. A special institution. Lao Zi's bullet rain put you in place. And made 9 yuan and 2 cents inside and out. In the end, you used a pennant to fool Lao Zi? The cold Shao Qianqin was teased forward and backward. And a large light brown wave swayed from side to side. How is it? Is it suitable for you? Suitable for your sister. Don't know what is good or bad. This is the first time the department has sent a pennant. Who is rare? Hurry up and fix the car. You are not curious about what department I am in. Stop. I don't want to listen. Xia Liang directly covered her ears. And what messages she got and lost needless to say. Shao Qianqin's department is definitely a high-level secret. Yu reading www.yuakanshu.com. How can I disclose information as a staff member of the department? So I can be sure that Xiao Niangpi didn't hold any good farts. Guess it. There are rewards if you guess it right. Shao Qianqin looked left and touched with interest. Xia Liang changed the car. This one is obviously better than yesterday's. Although Xia Liang had known her from her panel, she still pretended to be puzzled. Guoan? 6 doors? Jin Yiwei? Ouchie secret agent? If you can't be serious, you'll be the first one to stay close to the side. Shao Qianqin stared at Xia Liang's eyes and stretched out 2 fingers. Lulong. The Supreme Special Response Team. All actions are not restricted by the Dragon Nation Convention. Xia Liang still covered her ears and whistled, as if she had heard nothing. Not as good as her own dragon team. Is not restricted by the Dragon Country Convention? So what is the difference between a listed legal terrorist organization? I know what you are thinking. But we also pay attention to our conscience in our actions, so as to avoid hurting the innocent. What are you talking about? I don't know how to read lips. Xia Liang shook his head straight. Shao Qianqin was eager and good at temptation, and began to prepare to promise Xia Liang. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Last night I turned in the video to the team. I was very interested in your driving skills. You are also good at your skills. You must know that it is not a skilled person who can get the attention of the Luanlong team. Of course, if you rely on it, joining in strength will make things easier in the future. For example, when Mars hits the Earth, you are the first batch of people to be rescued and sheltered. I will give you some time to think about it. Xia Liang shook his head at this time. Suddenly a 672 van drove up and down the alley, which directly blocked the public. No, Miss Sister. Just now I said that for time to consider. How can I shake people at the first glance? Shao Qianqin shrugged. I didn't arrange it. Not you? Xia Liang scratched his head. That was just for me. More than 30 men in suits got down on the van, either with baseball bats or long strips wrapped in newspapers. The visitors were unkind. The leader was a short middle-aged man with Mai Tai's horoscope. He knocked on the hood of the car. The one in the car. Come with us. The Mandarin of Bazihu is a bit blunt, as if the tongue is not straight. Xia Liang opened the car window. Brother, who are you? Do you make a movie in the middle of the night? Xiao Te. What nonsense. My young master wants you to take a trip. Who said with a sneer. If you don't want to suffer, get out of the car as soon as possible. It's just past 8 o'clock in the evening, and there is no time to go to bed. After seeing such a big battle, the residents upstairs quickly closed the windows and called the police. Don't you just open Didi? There are quite a few enemies. Shao Qianqin didn't feel the crisis of being surrounded at all, and even joked. Xia Liang shook his head and sighed. People are too good, and sometimes it's a problem. Then opened the door and got out of the car to show friendship. It's kind of brainy. The 8-character Hu Zheng was about to greet and leave, but saw the co-pilot came down a beautiful young woman who was bubbling. He was also well informed. The little star didn't follow the young master, but there was a mole in front of him. Comparing women with them is simply a fairy tale. You are busy first, and you will contact you when you have time. Xiao Qianqin put her phone in Xia Liang's pocket and walked away on stiletto heels. No, you just left? Xia Liang thought she could scare the thugs with a gun. Xiao Qianqin waved her hand without looking back. Why don't you go? I think you are quite busy. Big brother. Xia Liang looked directly at the 8-character Hu. This lady is my female ticket and is considered a family member. Shouldn't they be taken away together? In the courtyard of a certain villa, Xia Liang and Xiao Qianqin slowly moved forward surrounded by dozens of thugs. Next time you talk nonsense, I will put 2 kilograms of C4 under your car. Blame me? You don't treat me as your own when you see the situation is wrong. You let me join the group and dream about you. Oh, even if I don't help, what can these dozens of people do to you? You can't say that. They have weapons in their hands. Seeing that the men and women are getting tired and crooked, they raised their hands angrily. Can you compare it? I don't know where it is. Xia Liang looked around. Isn't it just a villa? What's up? Here is haunted? Puff, sorry. You continue. Xiao Qianqin didn't laugh out loud as much as possible. She was professionally trained, unless she couldn't help it. Oh, it makes you poor. Go up and hold down the man. Hu gave an order, and a dozen big men came up around him. Isn't it? According to the routine, you shouldn't tear the ticket at this time. What are you going to do? Xia Liang shrank her neck. What's the trouble? Master confessed. First break your hamstrings before entering the door. Can say the disabling words without changing his face. It can be seen that the 8-character Hu is also a ruthless person. All limbs must be broken? Xia Liang took a step back. Only pick 2 off. Right foot and right hand. I have to step on the gas pedal with my right foot. And gear with my right hand. Then left hand and left foot. I want to step on the clutch with my left foot and drive the window with my left hand. What are you talking about, so much nonsense? I choose one side and break his right foot and left hand for me. It's okay if you don't choose. Your behavior is a blow to people's jobs. What's the matter if you just smashed your job? The weak and strong eaters understand. Understand a little. Whoever is strong can do whatever they want. Yes, I do whatever I want. Then you can do whatever you want to do for her. I wanted to dump her a long time ago. And there is a reason to dump her after she is disabled. Xiao Qianqin's laughter stopped abruptly. After a long silence, his eyes were flushed instantly. Acting bursts. You have no conscience. You just checked out that you were pregnant and you didn't admit it. My best friend said that the current man was pregnant and broke up. I didn't believe it at the beginning. What is it now? You will not only dump me, but also push me into the fire pit. Xia Liang's eyes almost stared out. And the person who said the good person is a high-cold female agent. How sensational is more realistic than the movie queen? Is it really professionally trained? I don't cherish such a beautiful woman? Your kid is really fluttering. Give me all of them. After picking out your hamstrings and hamstrings. Fight for another minute. Don't force me. Xia Liang took 2 steps back. When I get angry, I am scared myself. The thugs were unwilling to continue to talk nonsense with him, and directly copied the guy and rushed over. Boom! At this moment, Bazi Hu felt like a cannonball was flying past his body. Ah! Screamed. Everyone looked for reputation, only to see a thug fell under the tree in the rear. Lao Gao with his asterisk puckered. After screamed. There was no sound. I don't know whether it was alive or dead. looking at Xia Liang again. He looked relaxed. Xiao Qianqin had already stopped wiping her tears. Her lips spit out 2 words slightly. Ming Jin. Xia Liang spread his hands. I said everything. I am afraid when I get angry. But you have to do it. 8-character Hu also recovered from the shock. And did not hear the young master say that this kid is a master? Let's go together. Still don't believe how good he can fight. These are not street gangsters. They are all private thugs who have seen big scenes. Seeing that Xia Liang has a doorway, they copied swords, guns and sticks to kill. Xiao Qianqin still didn't mean to help. She wanted to observe Xia Liang. And she could understate and kick people 7 or 8 meters away. Ming Jin didn't seem to be good at it. Is a great master. You must know that there are only a few of these grand masters in the Long Kingdom. And they are all gray-haired ones. When Xiao Qianqin watched carefully, Xia Liang was like a tiger entering the flock, flying out the thugs spitting blood out. In less than 2 minutes, none of the 30 thugs can stand up. Why bother, brother? Xia Liang pulled up the collar of the 8-character Hu had been beaten into a pig's head. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I am a part-time worker. The 8-character Hu Changza has regretted it. I had known that this was the case and would not come to the Dragon Kingdom with the young master. It is fine now, and I feel that my internal organs have been beaten and shifted. Is his fist made of steel? It's crazy. As a worker, does your family go out to work with dozens of younger brothers? And baseball bats and machetes? Boom! Xia Liang sent another punch. And Hu directly fainted, with blood flowing on his face. And he had to pay it back when he came out. If he wanted to break the hands and feet of others, he would have the consciousness of being retaliated. Why don't you cry? I just gave you what you can tolerate. Turned her head and Xia Liang looked at Xiao Qianqin unanimously. Where did you learn martial arts? Xiao Qianqin did not answer, but asked instead. I learned it by watching the tutorial at Station B. Watching tutorials has such power? Do you think I am a child? Xia Liang smiled. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. Xiao Qianqin gave up and continued to ask, knowing that there was basically no truth in his mouth. What do you want to do next? Jing asked nonsense. Naturally, he also beat that young master into a pig's head. If it weren't for the sake of avoiding future troubles, Xia Liang's strength would naturally not be caught. I'm with you. Aren't you pregnant? In the elegant lobby on the first floor, Pu Cheng leaned back on the luxurious leather sofa, gestured back and forth with a knife in his hand, his mouth still plausible. Pick off your hamstrings, and then pick all your nails, so that you can still drive in the future. And you won't be able to use the wheelchair in the future. What is a cruel heart? Not far from Pu Cheng sat a middle-aged man wearing a vest, drinking tea leisurely, and there was no one else in the whole hall except the 2 of them. Unexpectedly, you will be able to unlock the lock. Who knows that the door is unlocked? You are bad enough. Watch me murmur for a long time without reminding it. There was a sound from the gate, and Pu Cheng immediately stood up. After seeing the driver who robbed the limelight yesterday, Ladi clapped his hands again and again, thinking that it was a Bazihu who sent the people to the police outside. So I said that the villa is too large and soundproof. But it doesn't work. I just clicked for a minute, but I didn't hear it. Well, good. You finally arrived. Xia Liang looked at Pu Cheng, and looked at the green vest drinking tea. He didn't turn his mind a bit. When did he offend him? In front of me was someone I had never seen before. Who are you? What are you looking for? Don't you know me? Pu Cheng asked in poor Mandarin, his face extremely shocked. Xia Liang fell into thought. I have no impression. Did I drive you before? You don't even know me. People from the Dragon Kingdom don't even know me. Pu Cheng. This book is organized and produced by the public account. Follow VX Book Friends Basecamp to receive cash red envelopes. In Puchang's cognition, every time he came to Long Country, he was a young fan of a crowd of people when he just got off the handjob. He would cause a sensation wherever he went. But as a young man, Xia Liang didn't even know himself. Humiliation. Naked humiliation. As a member of Longguo, how dare you not know yourself? It doesn't matter to me whether you can rush or not. I really don't have any impression. You can just tell me what's the matter with me. Xia Liang looked playful and prepared to see what tricks he was going to play. At this time, Pu Chang noticed Xiao Qianqin. With a glance, he suddenly realized what love is after many years of surfing. She is my female ticket. Come with me, Xia Liang introduces casually. Very good. It seems that your kid is good at doing things. Pu Chang's face improved. Since you brought her, I won't worry about it anymore. Just pick off your right hand. Xia Liang was speechless for a while, wondering why these bad things in Mandarin always like to pick other people's hands and feet. I'm wondering, are there any holidays between us? Why can't I get through with pick-off? Pu Chang sneered. Hee hee. You were racing on Victory Avenue last night, and you robbed me of all the limelight. Now all the netizens in Stick Country are laughing. If you don't mutilate you, it's hard to understand the hatred in your heart. Silence. Silence for a long time. Xia Liang finally didn't understand that Bangsa Country's netizens laughed at him and what it had to do with his own hands and feet. Do you understand? Xiao Qianqin nodded. He is jealous that you stole the headlines. Will you break my hands and feet on this matter? Xia is cool and speechless for a while. Xiao Qianqin nodded again. Maybe he is a silly son of a landlord's family. He has not suffered any grievances and frustrations. To be honest, Xia Liang really didn't understand. To say that there is still a big difference from the second generation of slapface Fu. At least it is a struggle of a few people. But it can be said that last night, there were so many people and so many stars on Victory Avenue. According to the idea of Pu Chang, one person and one knife are not enough for his own meat. It is said that people in Bangsa Country have extremely abnormal self-esteem. They didn't believe it before, but today they are convinced. Really convinced. Xia Liang gave a thumbs up to express his inner respect. People are stupid to the point, and they need to be level. I dare to be arrogant here. I will invalidate you for a while, and then apply for your female ticket. See if you still laugh or not. Who? Come in and hold him down. Pu Chang yelled, but there was no response from outside for a long time. After yelling for a few more times, it was still the same, and finally realized that something was wrong. Pu Chang's face was a bit ugly. What have you done? It's nothing. Just have a friendly discussion with them. Now they should all be lying on the ground and humming. At this time, the green vest that had been drinking tea was protecting him in front of Pu Chang. Unexpectedly, you can fight. Pu Chang saw that the strongest bodyguard in his hand was in place, and his heart instantly became clear. But so what? This is my teacher, the 3-time Taekwondo Championship of the Republic of Korea. Teacher, don't keep your hands for a while. Beat me to death, but be careful not to underestimate the enemy. Green Vest smiled. Master, don't worry. There is no kung fu in Longguo. But it's just a fancy. It doesn't make sense. Our Taekwondo is the highest martial arts of the Blue Star. After, he took out a black belt from his arms, solemnly smoothed it, and then tied it on his waist in a decent way. Ah! Pu Chang's confident smile instantly solidified. At this time, Xia Liang slipped and then hit the green vest's face directly, and his whole body crashed to the ground, accompanied by a screaming scream. Don't be a face, but also the highest martial arts, and Taekwondo. You can take a look at Taekwondo now. Boom! Another heavy punch knocked the struggling green vest to the ground again. The blood mixed with the nose is shocking. And it makes people nauseous. The 3-year championship is terrific? Your shabby place is so big. You brag about it and don't look at the target. The green vest was almost unconscious by the continuous heavy punches. He struggled with his last strength. You don't teach martial arts. It's quite good at using words. But what kind of virtue do people talk to beasts? Why didn't you talk about martial virtues when you were looking for 30 thugs to bully the less? Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Bang, another punch. This time the green vest fainted directly, convulsing all over. With 3 heavy punches, it is estimated that he is not far from being a vegetative when he wakes up. Wipe the blood from his hands. Xia Liang looked at Puchang. You don't mess around. Now it's a society ruled by law. Xia Liang was indifferent, still rubbing her fingers. My father is a director of Daxing Company. There is a lot of money in the family. How about $1? As long as you go out from here, I will give you $1. No, 5. Puchang, who is used to being arrogant and domineering on weekdays, didn't expect to kick the iron plate, especially in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom that he had never seen directly. Xia Liang looked aside. Can I kill him? Xiao Qianxin shook her head. Don't ask me. It's your business. Pop Chong, about to diaper pocket, was so scared that he almost lost his soul. He thought that Xia Liang's revenge was at best a trick, and he would kill him as soon as he opened his mouth. Aren't you a civil servant? I mean, if you don't agree, leave now, just as if you haven't seen anything. Xiao Qianxin did not answer, but looked up at the gorgeous chandelier, as if to see a flower. Is ruthless. If you want to pick my hands and feet, I will take your life and take revenge in a more cruel way. This kind of character is most suitable for the Luanglong group. It seems that I really met a piece of uncut jade. Don't kill me. I will give you 10 yuan. And I will give you 100 yuan. Puchang saw Xia Liang coming over, and he knelt down and begged for mercy, not to bear the arrogance he once was. Everyone has rules for doing things. Take Xia Liang as an example. If someone takes the initiative to provoke him, he must slap the other person in the face in the most enjoyable way. If someone intends to hurt, it is very simple. Just kill him. I just want to steadily open a DD. If you have anything to do with you, you will definitely get blood. Xia Liang patted Puchang, who was kneeling on the ground. Don't be nervous. I won't kill you now. Really? Really? Can you guarantee that? Puchang's big nasal blisters all fell out of excitement. Certainly. Xia Liang laughed and said, I will break your hands and feet first, and then kill you, so that it conforms to my style of behavior. Puchang was too scared and bit his tongue directly. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth, and it was impossible to beg for mercy if he couldn't open his mouth. Puchang realized that the lunatic in front of him would really do something, and ran out as fast as he could. Escape. There is a chance to escape from here. Boom fell to the ground. The intense dizziness and pain made Puchang's consciousness gradually blurred. Xiao Qianxin slowly retracted her slender legs, and then continued to look at the chandelier above. Seems to have done nothing. Hurry up. If it is later, the garage will be off work in a while. How can I pay you? Xia Liang grinned, and realized for the first time that there is a lovely place in this cold big wave. Sat in a familiar position, refreshed, and the villa behind was ablaze. There are 39 people, all of them included. You are ruthless. Chopping the grass does not remove the roots. The spring breeze blows and regenerates. I used to be the most annoying when I was watching a movie. The good guys are more than BB. And then the bad guys can fight back. Xia Liang smiled. Aren't you afraid that Daxing Company will retaliate against you? It's not an ordinary company. The water inside is deep and muddy. Not to mention what I did cleanly. Even if they want to retaliate, come and kill one by one. And kill one by one. There is nothing to worry about. Then you are not afraid that I will report you? Since I learned that Puchang was going to pick me up, I decided to cut the grass and remove the roots. If you want to blame, I will be able to pull you in for being idle. If you are reported, you will run away. There must be a place for heaven and earth. Xiao Qianqin smiled at the corners of her mouth. You are sure that I am determined to pull you into Luanlong, right? As long as you can join, there will be no worries about the future. People who try to harm Luanlong members will be fine even if they are killed. Xia Liang shook his head. Unfortunately, I don't plan to join for the time being. What happened tonight is just my recklessness. For a moment, Xia Liang also wanted to kill Xiao Qianqin directly, but rationally told him that Xiao Qianqin, as a member of the mysterious Luanlong team, would not be without hidden positioning and communication equipment. Rash action is likely to bring serious consequences. Besides, just now Xiao Qianqin stretched her leg and moved to Puchang has explained everything. The two men found a place to stop for a meal on the side of the road. After the end, the garage was closed. Xiao Qianqin directly transferred the money to Xia Liang. The money delivered to the door is not for nothing. Xia Liang is also under him. Xia Liang returned home separately. The gentle sunshine in the morning made Xia Liang gradually wake up. Turns on the most eye-catching headlines on the phone. Pu Chong, a popular star in Nanbang country, and his 38 assistants all died in accidents last night. The preliminary investigation result was a gas leak. Gas? It seems Xiao Qianqin is working. Even if it was burnt to coke, it could still be seen that Puchang's limbs were broken. It stands to reason that it should be written as murder. After a gasp, Xia Liang was preparing for a new day of life. He didn't care about what happened in the past 2 days. After pulling the two old couples to Nankai Road, Xia Liang drank soy milk at a breakfast stall. Friend, can you give me a cigarette? There was a nervous voice around. Xia Liang looked back and found that it was a man in a suit about 30 years old. Is wearing a pair of myopia glasses and dragging a big suitcase. No problem. Is there any fire? Sorry, there is no fire. The smile of the man with glasses is a bit awkward. Xia Liang moved the stool next to him. Small things. Although I don't smoke, but there are. I'll order them. Thanks. Thanks. The glasses man thanked him again and again. My father is also a smoker. Understand and understand. Let's talk about a cigarette. It's not a piece of 2 pieces. Collect free books. Follow VX Book Friends Base Camp. Recommend your favorite novels and get cash read. Envelopes. Xia Liang just told the other party to be polite. After saying this, the expression of the man in glasses was a bit resentful and distorted. I always thought that this society is cold, blood-sucking, and impersonal. I walked here from home and asked people who smoked along the way. But there is no one like you. Ha ha, it's just a cigarette. It's really not. 1 piece and 2 pieces. But now most people don't even bother to give alms. What does mean? Xia Liang is a little dazed. Can this little thing be sublimated? Brother, since you look down on me, then I will talk to you at the end. I also came from a prestigious school. After graduation, I entered a large chemical factory as a small leader. I had a good life and I had a small deposit of 80 cents. But the ***** bank actually managed to do some financial management behind my back. Just a few months, there is no dime left. I went to the bank for the theory, but they said that I agreed. And the ***** agreed to give all of his deposits to others. It is not because they are operating in the dark. Now I am penniless. And it is not because they are operating in the dark. My wife also ran away. Now, the house is gone. And a pauper. I can't even afford a pack of cigarettes. Xia Liang listens quietly. Everyone has their own story. The difference is only good or bad. Encountered such a bad thing. No one can stand it. Don't be too depressed, buddy. Well, you have to live it. Maybe one day you will pass through the system and add your body directly. Your wives and concubines will become a group of dragons. So don't be discouraged. The man with glasses smiled wryly and shook his head. To tell you this, I just want to tell a little bit of experience. Don't believe in the evil capital at any time. Okay, it's good to talk to you before going on the road. We're going to bomb the bank. And we'll see you in the next life. After finished speaking, he dragged his suitcase to get up and left. Xia Liang waved her hand silly. I wish you success, buddy. Immediately called a bowl of soy milk and fried the bank. You're a big cousin. But suddenly he realized some possibility. Was pitted by the bank. Working in a chemical plant. Bank. Big suitcase. Worry. Xia Liang, Tang, has to jump up. But you can look around. Where is the figure of the man with glasses? Hey, are you demon spirit? That's right. I want to report the crime. A buddy is going to blow up the bank. What is it? He wants to blow it up. He just asked me for a cigarette. And then dragged a suitcase in. He said he was working in a chemical plant and wanted to retaliate after being cheated by the bank. You are so incoherent. I told you Qianmen Luzi. You tell me about the crotch. You don't come. Are you? Then I want to blow up the bank. Can't you? Come and catch me. Your uncle. It doesn't matter how you hang up high. This is the way of normal people's life. And it is also the way of life in Xia Liang. But it also depends on what circumstances. When something happens and cannot be changed. And there is no need to change it. Just sit on the sidelines and don't owe anyone anyway. It is possible to bomb a bank. Which can be prevented. But nothing happens. Xia Liang would never do it. After hung up the phone. He felt unsafe. So he made another call. Hello? Yun Bing. That's right. I'm Xia Liang. I'm 90% sure that someone will blow up the bank next. With Xia Liang as a guarantee. Yun Bing had to do it. Even if it's a joke. You have to pass it up. Just when the various departments are paying attention and preparing to dispatch the police. The city security agency received the report. A criminal enters the bank with a homemade high-temperature bomb. If the bank manager who is on vacation at home does not show up within an hour, it will explode. There is no room for rebuttal. The relevant departments of the entire new city were hit by a major earthquake. Combined with Xia Liang's report call, everyone believed that there was a madman who wanted to blow up the bank. Yunlong responded quickly and rushed to Binhai Road to direct the operation. Waiting to see Xia Liang again, he greeted him with a smile as much as possible even if he was upset. Comrade Xia, thanks to your report this time. Xia Liang shook his head and sighed. If I had a snack just now, maybe I could stop it. Alas, who would have thought that buddy would really blow up? Yun Bing softly comforted. It doesn't matter. Maybe I won't take it seriously. At this time, all the negotiation experts and the bomb disposal expert special response team are all in place. Directly surrounding the bank gates. The snipers also tried their best to find their targets. But I have never eaten pork or seen pigong cabbage. In the modern society where movie games are developed, everyone knows to hide in bunkers. Go away. I don't listen to you capital lackeys. There are still 20 minutes. And if there are no more people, I will blow up. The bank vaguely shouted from the man in glasses. Then the negotiator walked out in disgrace, shook his head and sighed, and then changed several more. But it still didn't work. The man with glasses just admits his death. If the bank manager doesn't reach him, he won't talk about anything. As for what he wants to do, he knows what he wants with his butt. The ruins will die together. If you have a conscience, you may be able to release innocent people, but the bank must be abolished. Is the sniper not locked yet? After the criminals hid at the counter, they used loudspeakers to speak, and they didn't even leak their hair. The sniper couldn't help it. Yuan Long's teeth are itchy with anger. It's really troublesome. 2 days, one after another. One bad thing. Why do you bring me here? It is your business to catch criminals. What does it have to do with me as a good citizen? An unpleasant Drake voice came from behind. A Mediterranean greasy man was taken over by 2 uniforms. I'm Yuan Long. Don't worry. Let you come here for a little help. The criminals may detonate the bomb if they don't see you. So you must show your face. Of course. We will absolutely guarantee your safety. Yuan Long speaks politely, without the arrogance and pretentiousness of a superior. But the Mediterranean managed to break free and shouted, "Why? Does this have anything to do with me? You just rush in and kill him." If the Mediterranean does not cooperate, Yuan Long certainly can't come hard. There are a lot of people, and there are reporters around, so you can't force him in at the end. Xia Liang kindly reminded, "Uncle Yun, time is running out. If he doesn't go in, the man with glasses will definitely do stupid things. When it bursts, it bursts. Anyway, my money doesn't exist in it, so you can play by yourself. I won't accompany you." Mediterranean broke free from the uniforms on both sides, grinned and patted his clothes pretentiously. "You can speak with your conscience. Why did the buddy inside blow up the bank? You don't have a B number in your heart." Xia Liang glanced at him lightly. "I don't know. I don't want to know." And then, I killed someone. The officials killed the people." No one expected that. Xia Liang went forward and pressed the Mediterranean to the door of the car, and the glass shattered to the ground. "Excuse me, I am an enthusiastic crowd." Xia Liang sneered, then looked at Yuan Long. "I should be able to talk to the man with eyes, so I will lead him in. Is there such a good thing?" Yuan Long was overjoyed and couldn't wait to go up and hug him and kiss him. "Don't go. I won't go in if I die." There was another scream. Xia Liang directly pulled the left arm of the Mediterranean Sea into a dislocation, and the surrounding defenders were either looking at the toes or the white clouds in the sky. "Do you think someone cares about you? Today you are not lucky enough to meet me. Haha, I'm the one who annoys you the most." The young people of the new century. While the quality of life has improved, the surrounding crisis has also deepened. Sometimes the elderly will think that although the food was not too full and the clothes were not warm before, at least there is a human touch around them. Now, a phone call may empty your deposit. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. For the Mediterranean Sea in his hand. Xia Liang has no good temper and doesn't want to go in? Just drag it in. 7 or 8 steps in a row. Abruptly pulled up. There is no resistance to watching the Mediterranean, which is a circle bigger than Xia. When such a big event has happened, of course, relevant reporters and TV stations will report it in real time. Different from the world I know before. This time-space reporter has a high status, and he likes to expose the darkness and scars of society. This is Qingyun TV station. After the defenders tried to persuade them to no avail, they thought that the enthusiastic citizens had come forward. He faced the threat of death and was bold enough. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, let us pray that he can finally return home safely. An internet celebrity anchor. Families. Don't worry. Now the cordon has been set up over there. But don't worry. As long as 10 rockets. I will break in without hesitation. For the sake of my family. This is a problem? Before breaking in, let me do it for everyone. Recommend a shampoo. As long as 1 course of treatment. So that the Mediterranean can grow hair. The one who just entered is my hair. Do the family want to know why he dares to enter? As long as I can be in the top 10 in the city. I will give it everyone break the news. Hot events. Crowds of demons dancing in a wild, impetuous moment. People who want to be popular are like crucian carp who cross the river. As for Xia Liang, in their eyes, they are just being hot. Pushed open the heavy glass door, and saw more than 20 people lying on the ground with horrified expressions. There are ordinary people and bank staff, especially the security guard, who usually holds an electric baton with 5 people and 6 people. Just pretend to be dead at this time. Do you remember me, buddy? The person you want has brought me. Let's come out and talk. Xia Liang greeted with a Mediterranean smile, and the man in glasses was surprised when he heard the familiar voice. What kind of good intentions he has towards this impetuous world? Who is so desperate? Maybe it's Xia Liang. The police let you in? Brother, you are a good man. So I don't want to drag you into the water. Xia Liang smiled. Don't get me wrong. I am voluntary. Look, is this the manager you want? Of course. The man with glasses did not dare to show his head. He turned it over with a small mirror and found that he was really the bank manager who had suffered $1,000. What happened to his face? It's okay. Before coming in, he insisted on having a friendly discussion with me. I didn't stand still and my head hit the windshield. Mediterranean tears burst into tears, thinking that my brain was pretty funny before I could discuss this pervert with you. The hands are like vice. Hard and cruel. Ha ha ha. He cherishes his life the most and knows how to maintain it. I know you are venting my anger. Thank you, brother, first. The voice of the man with glasses was slightly emotional. If I could meet you long ago, maybe I won't take this step. At least I know there are enthusiastic people in this world. But now it's too late. Brother, throw him into the counter and leave. I don't want to affect you. You can talk about anything. Xia Liang still firmly controls the Mediterranean Sea. Director Yuan has already understood the relevant situation, and he promised to immediately investigate the misappropriation of your money. If the evidence is conclusive, the money will definitely be recovered, and then the wife will be able to come back, and the house can be bought again. There is no need to fight and kill. Killing is not. Fortunately, the man with glasses still has kind thoughts in his heart, and he didn't see his enemy and died together. Are all poor people? Who is going to blow up the bank? Not all are forced. Really? Can you really get the money back? The voice of the man with glasses trembled a little. According to normal circumstances, no matter what the reason, the behavior of the man with glasses has been similar to a terrorist attack, involving dozens of unprovoked lives. He basically didn't run away after sitting in prison. So who would chase for any money? But Yunlong don't look at the 5 big and 3 rough. It also has a heart of innocence, and is even more jealous. So before entering, Xia Liang gave this idea and Yunlong immediately agreed. Change to another person. Ha ha. Is it time to make a joke? Believe me, this money will definitely help you get it back. Just stop it when the matter is not a big deal. If you really press the detonator, you won't see the money when it comes back. It's going to be a bank. The man with glasses was silent for a moment. What about the manager? This asterisk 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 made a mess of my life. I can't help but hate him if he doesn't kill him. You may not believe it, but killing is really just the smallest punishment. Xia Liang said with a smile. Did you just say that he is dignified and dignified on weekdays? Let's just investigate directly. If he really breaks the law, the manager will definitely not be able to do it, and he won't accept him in any line. Isn't that more enjoyable than killing him? If a reporter hears these words by the side, he will definitely cut off the live broadcast signal. Good fellow. Is this what the enthusiastic citizen said? Killing but nodding your head. Hey, it makes sense. Is it right? Don't think I am younger than you, but I have more experience in this area. Come, listen to my brother. Let's go out honestly, which is equivalent to turning back to the shore. And it is not impossible to deal with leniency at that time. Was silent for a long time. And finally the man with glasses still sighed faintly. Okay, I will believe in this world again. Seeing that the treatment was successful, Xia Liang hurriedly shouted to the outside. Don't shoot. The snipers have turned off the insurance. Now we are going out. Wow. The outer uniforms and reporters were shocked. Isn't it a gangster? Isn't it to retaliate against society? Why is it so simple? Is it an enthusiastic citizen or an expert in negotiation? Yun Longla closed his mouth from ear to ear, and gave orders again and again. All personnel put down their weapons. No one is allowed to show it. In the lobby of the bank, the man in glasses walked out cautiously holding his homemade bomb. He knew a little bit, and Xia Liang could see at a glance that the thing was not easy. Awesome. Sure enough. He is a genius of science and engineering. He can make something similar to C4. And the bare circuit is both precise and rigorous. If it really bursts, it is estimated that this bank will directly go to heaven. Why don't you feel comfortable before going out? Xia Liang patted the back of the Mediterranean Sea on the head. Okay. After the man with glasses decided not to take the risk anymore. His mentality took a big turn. He had never beaten anyone as a good citizen. Xia Liang grinned. What's wrong? The reporter is not here. Don't worry. This dog is very resistant to punches. I have fainted long ago when I changed my punch to an ordinary person. Look at him. He is quite energetic. Don't hit big buddies. I really know I was wrong. Mediterranean almost didn't freak out. It's not my fault that I resisted the beating. If I knew you were like this, I would pretend to be dizzy. Seeing Xia Liang's insistence, the man with glasses recalled the frustration he had received, and directly picked up the security's electric baton and began to greet him. Xia Liang stood by and handed him a cigarette with a smile. A few minutes later, when the peripheral personnel saw Xia Liang walking out with the glasses man, they burst into cheers. Many of them were family members of the hostages. At the moment the crisis was lifted, they all embraced each other and wept with joy. Audience friends. After the attempts of the enthusiastic citizens, the criminals finally gave up resistance. A terrible crisis has been lifted, and the new city is still safe. Don't worry about the old iron in the live broadcast room. I didn't know he came out so quickly. But I would like to thank the family for the 10 rockets. Oh yes. This shampoo is really effective. Place the original price in my live broadcast room. The top product of 998 cents only costs 9 cents. Looking at the noisy crowd, Xia Liang patted the man with glasses on the shoulder. Let's go. I hope you can return me a cigarette when I see you next time. No problem. I will never forget this promise. The man with glasses nodded heavily and then walked down the steps. Guangdang. Snapped. Drip, drip, drip. The original noisy voice instantly disappeared without a trace. Everyone's eyes widened. Even Xia Liang on the side was taken aback. I didn't mean it. The man with glasses may have squatted behind the counter for too long and his legs and feet were unstrained, and he staggered directly when he went down the steps. The self-made bomb rolled down. Not to mention, but also stepped on the detonator. Everyone on the scene can clearly hear the countdown. How long is it left? Xia Liang didn't panic. The domain instantly wrapped the bomb. And he was not afraid anyway. The bomb did not explode directly. It means the bomb entered the timing mode. 240 seconds. The cold sweat of the man in the glasses was flowing down. He knew the power and precision of this bomb best. When it was made to prevent it from being dismantled in a short time. The bomb disposal expert. Where is the bomb disposal expert? Yuan Long yelled at the rear, almost roaring. Malgobi never expected an unexpected surprise when he was the most relaxed at the end. You can put the bomb in it if you can't hold it firmly. What are you doing with your hands? Is it Yoram? Before the two bomb disposal experts ran up, Xia Liang picked up the bomb and ran up to the phaeton. Shouted while running, "It's too late, Uncle Yun. Immediately let the traffic police put the road to the end of the world under martial law." Yuan Long instantly understood what Xia Liang was going to do. Are you sure? If not, just throw it in the pool. Get the red envelope. Follow the official account book. Friends base camp. Draw up to 888 cash red envelopes. Xia Liang had closed the car door at this time. This bomb is too powerful. You quickly let the traffic police drive out. There is not much time. Boom. Didn't dare to delay anymore. Xia Liang directly stepped on the accelerator pedal to the end and went straight to the beach. Bai Zhen almost crushed the walkie-talkie and yelled at it. The road from Binhai Avenue to Tianya is immediately let out by Lao Su. Even if you ride a donkey, you can't be on the road. Be fast. The distance between the two places is more than 15 kilometers. And it was less than 220 seconds before the bomb exploded. It is difficult to reach the destination in such a short time. The nearest no man's land is Tianya, and the loss can be minimized by dropping it into the sea at that time. And Qingyun City Traffic Brigade responded quickly enough. The mounted police along the way immediately began to clear the route. It's a matter of urgency. It doesn't matter if you drive into the green belt. The road must be cleared. The bank bombing is being broadcast live in real time. And the drivers have basically learned about the situation from the radio. Where can I dare to force more? One by one rushing to the side. But busy and not chaotic. Everyone knows that if there is an accident, everyone will have to finish playing if the bomb fails. 90 km/h. 150 km/h. 220 km/h. The speed is increasing steadily. The phaeton pulsed like a black lightning. Xia Liang's spirit is highly concentrated, and there is only a countdown in his ears. Although he is not afraid, he does not want to expose his abilities. The latest news. The identity of the enthusiastic citizen is Mr. Shaw, the driver of Didi who was in the eve of the fire. He stood up in times of crisis and volunteered to carry a bomb in the downtown area. Let us pray for him. Let us pray for Qingyun City. Was broadcast live on the radio in real time, reporting the latest news, and the people learned that it was the legendary Black Flash. Fuck, the big guy is awesome. Are the Didi drivers so courageous now? Pulling bombs and running on the road. You know, an egg. It's a fearless spirit. Hee hee. If you want me to see it, I don't know the heights of the sky. I want to be famous and want to be crazy. Your keyboard is covered upstairs. Right? It's okay. Don't hide and become a keyboard man. If you can pull a bomb, you can be famous. That's it. It's nothing more than being sour. And saving the people can also be sprayed? I wish the criminals will plant bombs at their home next time and blow up these keyboard guys. The live broadcast website is not open again. Most netizens no longer pay attention to the incident itself, but want to distinguish between high and low. Xia Liang certainly can't see these fishing boats, and there is no time to watch them. The speed is now in the early 280s. No, it must be over 300. Or it's too late. Xia Liang continues to speed up. But fortunately it is an enhanced version of the system. Guangdang. When passing a certain intersection, the speedometer on the side of the road was directly blown down by the strong wind. And the drivers on both sides of the road opened their mouths. They had never seen it before. Was it black flash just now? That's not driving at all. That's flying close to the ground. Being able to run at this speed is a big Xia Liang. Phaeton entered Binhai East Road. 6 kilometers away from Tianya. 6 kilometers away from Tianya. The voice of the mounted police came from the walkie-talkie. And Yunlong looked at the timer in his hand. There are still 70 seconds before the bomb explodes. And you ran 9 kilometers in less than 3 minutes? Success. Must succeed. At this time, the cell phone rang. When it was critical, Yunlong had no intention of answering the phone. After seeing the remarks, I can only smile and press the connect button. Hey, worry. You let Xia Liang pull a bomb that was about to explode. Do you know that the old man is going to invite him to eat at home tomorrow? Who else would you please let us invite? You can know what Lu Chuang's expression is without having to see it with your own eyes. Lu Chuang's roar is understandable. There is an old family like a treasure. And the father's identity is very special. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a baby of the country. Xia Liang saved the father's life. Not to mention the gratitude of the Lu family. It is almost the same. Because Lu Guangyao hasn't done well. He didn't look for Xia Liang in the past 2 days. Not only did he get over it, he hurriedly asked his son to invite someone. Lu Chuang himself is also very interested in Xia Liang. He keenly guessed that this kid will meet a lot of cliffs. And in the future he wants to point him to the Beijing training ground for a cameo. The routines are all thought out. First fill him with 2 caddies of white on the wine table. Then 6 boxes of beer. And finally get some prairie kumis. If you don't give him a drink, I will definitely not stop. When Zheng Meiji was about to call, he happened to see the live broadcast of Binhai Road. It's useless for you to yell at me. All you can do now is to pray that he will throw the bomb under the cliff of the sky. Fart. If there is something wrong with him, I will throw the bomb at your house. The 2 big guys spoke to the phone. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Time went bit by bit. At this time, Bentley's speed had broken 300 kilometers per hour. But Xia Liang didn't mean to slow down. The whole road was a straight line. After clearing the field, just speed up. This is a pure contest with speed. Either the car arrived first, or the bomb exploded first. The right foot had already stepped on the gas pedal to the end, and almost stepped into the gas tank. Any small mistake at this moment, the car body will instantly lose its balance and become stable. Everything in the dream. 36, 35, 34. It's cool in summer. People and ships near Tianya have been evacuated. How long can you get there? Yunlong's voice came from the intercom. Of course I arrived before the explosion. Xia Liang knows how much pressure Yunlong has. As the head of the Qingyun City Security Department, if things are not handled properly, the future will basically be cold. Are you sure? Xia Liang did not answer. And Shiraishi Beach can already be seen on the right front. 18, 17, 16. The final acceleration. At this moment, the police helicopter has arrived at the scene. The fire truck also used tires and buckets to make up the lower speed bump in a short time. They all knew that Xia Liang couldn't stop the car and then throw the bomb out. There is no time at all. Behind the waiting fire, the reporter arrived first because the time was too rush. Those who arrived first had to broadcast live on their mobile phones. When the black dots appeared on the screen, many viewers were already in tears. A driver first negotiated face to face with the gangster, and then drove a bomb that was about to explode. If he changed to himself, he would definitely not come forward. Even if he has the ability, he doesn't have the guts. If he fails, it will be the result of being bombed into the sky. He can't even keep a whole body. For the people near the bank, Xia Liang does not hesitate to take the shared danger to the individual. Is like a firefighter who knows that he will be rushed into the fire to save people in his 9 deaths. At this moment, he is the most respectable person. Come. Xia Liang finally arrived, less than 10 seconds before the explosion. Can he succeed? It must be successful. We trust him. Not to mention the fire protection. The reporters who dared to stand here to broadcast the live broadcast were all true men. They were the anchors who had been so hot and brought the goods before. And the knife holder never came back. The judgment was decided, and for the people of the whole country who watched the live broadcast. This moment affected everyone's heart. 8, 7, 6. Xia Liang didn't feel any tension at all. After all, he couldn't die. He still stepped on the accelerator without slowing down. But the right foot is parallel. Be prepared to do the last and most important deceleration. If you can. It is more convenient to pull the handbrake. Unfortunately, you have to hold the bomb with your right hand. 5, 4, 3. It's now. The right foot stepped on the brakes, and the steering wheel slammed to the left, between the electric light and flint. At the same time, he raised the bomb and threw it out the window of the co-pilot. The bomb traversed a beautiful arc and quickly fell down the cliff. Bentley, who was basically out of control after drifting laterally, directly rammed into the deceleration area sideways. Layers of tires and deceleration tanks were like flowers. Boom! A violent explosion sounded from the bottom of the horizon. The earth moved and the mountains shook, and countless seawater and fish were blown up to the top of the cliff. It is so powerful that if it really explodes in a bank or a certain road section, it will definitely cause serious casualties. Looking at Bentley, after an unknown number of laps, he finally lay quietly among countless tires. Although as an enhanced version, there are many dents in the body. The bomb successfully fell under the cliff. No one was killed. Report. No one was killed. Outside the bank, after hearing the voice in the intercom, Yunlong felt that his strength was exhausted, and he leaned weakly against the door of the car, and many staff members burst into cheers. Everyone hugged and wept, celebrating the safe passing of the crisis. Where are you? How is Xia Liang? Yunlong just remembered the most important thing. Drifting to the side recklessly at a speed of about 300 per hour. If you ask professional racers about this kind of thing, there is only one answer. I will burn some paper for you in the coming year. Bentley will definitely become countless scraps. But even so, the body has already suffered great damage. Because of this, the calm hearts of many firefighters and soldiers were particularly shocked. In the end, how much courage and determination were they muster up to bet their lives on the speed of life and death? This is not just courage, but also perfect confidence in your own car skills. If you can't make it before the explosion, the consequences will still be serious. Stretcher. Let the stretcher get on first. After finding the driver, fix the zipline on the body and send him directly. The most important thing now is time. Everyone move faster. Fire Brigade Captain Sun Hai took the lead. Even if the tires under his feet made it difficult to go, he still tried his best. Hero must get the respect it deserves. Snap the sound of a lighter. No trouble. I'll just go down in a while. In the shocked eyes of the fire officers and soldiers, he saw the hero driver sitting in a comfortable driving position and lighting a cigarette. Xia Liang rarely smokes. But in this situation, one should come. The blood on the head flowed down the cheeks to the legs. Shocking. This is what Xia Liang had done by himself. After all, he was not hurt. It was really unreasonable. No matter how strong your body is, it's not so outrageous. The driver is injured. Why haven't the first responders come up yet? Sun Hai turned his head and yelled at the bottom. But the little nurse walked across the tire mountain, staggering one by one. It's okay. I just opened a hole and put a band-aid back and it's done. Xia Liang was very calm. But the bomb still didn't reach innocent people. So it exploded a lot of fish. I still smoked after being injured. It seems that there is no big problem. Sun Haishan helped Xia Liang down, with a tone that was close to the care of the elders. I don't usually smoke, but this time, I don't smoke. I feel that something is missing. Xia Liang didn't refuse the kindness. Naturally put his hand on Sun Hai's shoulder, and then squeezed out the smoke. After leaving Bentley, the traffic police, reporters, medical staff and firefighters below all raised their arms and shouted, "The hero is still alive." Sun Hai smiled. "Young man, you are going to be famous this time. Feng Hu is not my intention. I hope high bopping, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone." At this time, a large number of convoys rushed to the car. After Xia Liang got off the car, countless reporters rushed up with long guns and short cannons. "Don't squeeze. I'll be there first." "Why did you get there first?" "The place where my feet fell first." "You won't be authentic if you do this for the enemy station?" "Just stuck in the slot. And it's too much to pick up people's pants." "Who squeezed out my old mother's wig?" "I still care about the wig. I lost one of my shoes." "What's the matter? As long as I can get the interview, everything is worth it." Yunlong also arrived at about the time, watching the reporters rushing up like wolves. He couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Could only pray that Xia Liang could handle it, and then took out the phone to tell Lu Chuang that he was safe. "Mr. Shaw, why did you volunteer to fly with a bomb?" A young lady is holding a microphone and her eyes are shining with little stars. "Because my car is fast." Xia Liang didn't play any big names either, and the wound on his head could be recovered at any time. Except that he put on a band-aid. "Mr. Shaw, what were you thinking about when you were pulling the bomb?" "I drank too much soy milk in the morning. I want to find a place to pee quickly." "Mr. Shaw, excuse me, your technique is so good. Why didn't you stop the car steadily at the last moment? Is it beyond your ability?" "Shua." As soon as the reporter finished asking what he said, he felt the eyes cast by the people around him to see the mentally retarded. "Is this a bad pen?" After drifting and flicking recklessly at a speed of 300 hours, and finally able to stop steadily, "I dare not shoot the blockbuster of the bald eagle country." "Hello everyone. Our official account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day. As long as you pay attention to it, you can receive the last benefit at the end of the year. Please seize the opportunity." That is, this kind of brain-dead can be a reporter. Maybe it is a small newspaper. Let him get out of it. Don't affect our interview. Without waiting for Xia Liang to say anything, a group of reporters answered instead. It seems that there are still many people with common sense. People, not gods. It's good to be alive with only minor injuries. "Mr. Shaw, will you still choose to be a DD driver after you become famous?" "I heard that there are many platforms that invite you, and the endorsement fee is in the tens of yuan. More teams are ready to throw an olive branch to you. What is the response to these? Your news is not comprehensive. Don't you know that I am particularly rich?" "Mr. Shaw, last question. I have received the exact message. After hearing about your deeds, the Sakura national car god is ready to challenge him. He threatened that Longguo has no opponents. May I ask how you respond? Xia Liang was taken aback. How come you have come so far to drive a deity famous? It doesn't matter if you don't challenge. I just have one sentence. Xia Liang faced the microphone and smiled. Dongying was still in the grave circle culture when we used the jeweled dragon for hundreds of years. So we should study how to use the grave head and play with the car. Haha. The man with glasses was taken away. The Mediterranean was investigated. And the bomb blew the fish away. Xia Liang is on fire again. And the discussion on Xia Liang on the internet has not been interrupted. Originally, it was only 2 days after the Hongqiao speeding. And the heat did not dissipate. After flying the bomb for 15 kilometers this time, it can be said, become a national idol. The top 10 hot searches on the Bib are all about Xia Liang. For example, the enthusiastic citizen turned out to be Xia. The wolf is gone. 15 kilometers in 221 seconds. The black flash flies to the ground with a bomb. Xia Liang responded to Dongying's car ******** asking him to go to the grave and jump. All kinds of entries about Xia Liang have a total click-through rate of over 150 million. Bib has not been so popular today. Not to mention the live broadcast platforms of major short video platforms. From the 360-degree drum leaping over Hongqiao to this time limit bombs. The editing masters made them into videos. And there is no need to edit them. The soundtrack with Passionate Blood is directly a blockbuster film. And countless people have made a lot of money by relying on the popularity. The whole people were cool and hot in summer. And when the above effect was achieved, it was only more than 2 hours after the bomb exploded. At this time, the person involved was treating the wound in the hospital. During this period, Shi Yiqin, Gan Mengju, Qing Shui, Zhou Ruo, even Tong Dong Nuan, who is far away in Shanglo City, called and asked Xia Liang if he was okay. Come here to see if Xia Liang is in trouble. Xia Liang's face is green. If this is all coming. It didn't explode, so I quickly said that I was okay. It's like having a baby. Don't be nervous. The little nurse who was anti-inflammatory to the wound in front of her might be too nervous. And her little hand holding the tweezers was shaking. No, not nervous. When the little